Chapter 60. Charles I. 1647. The dominion of the Parliament was of short duration. No sooner had they subdued their sovereign, than their own servants rose against them, and tumbled them from their slippery throne. The sacred boundaries of the laws being once violated, nothing remained to confine the wild projects of zeal and ambition, and every successive revolution became a precedent for that which followed it. In proportion as the terror of the king's power diminished, the division between Independent and Presbyterian became every day more apparent, and the neuters found it at last requisite to seek shelter in one or the other faction. Many new writs were issued for elections, in the room of members who had died, or were disqualified by adhering to the king. Yet still the Presbyterians retained the superiority among the Commons, and all the peers, except Lord Say, were esteemed of that party. The Independents, to whom the inferior sectaries adhered, predominated in the army. And the troops of the new model were universally infected with that enthusiastic spirit. To their assistance did the Independent party among the Commons chiefly trust in their projects for acquiring the ascendant over their antagonists. Soon after the retreat of the Scots, the Presbyterians, seeing everything reduced to obedience, began to talk of diminishing the army, and, on pretence of easing the public burdens, they levelled a deadly blow at the opposite faction. They purposed to embark a strong detachment, under Skippon and Massey, for the service of Ireland. They openly declared their intention of making a great reduction of the remainder. It was even imagined that another new model of the army was projected, in order to regain to the Presbyterians that superiority which they had so imprudently lost by the former. The army had small inclination to the service of Ireland. A country barbarous, uncultivated, and laid waste by massacres and civil commotions, they had less inclination to disband, and to renounce that pay which, having earned it through fatigues and dangers, they now purposed to enjoy in ease and tranquillity. And most of the officers, having risen from the dregs of the people, had no other prospect, if deprived of their commission, than that of returning to languish in their native poverty and obscurity. These motives of interest acquired additional influence, and became more dangerous to the Parliament, from the religious spirit by which the army was universally actuated. Among the generality of men educated in regular, civilized societies, the sentiments of shame, duty, honor, have considerable authority, and serve to counterbalance and direct the motives derived from private advantage, but, by the predominancy of enthusiasm among the parliamentary forces, these salutary principles lost their credit, and were regarded as mere human inventions, moral institutions, fitter for heathens than for Christians. The saint, resigned over to superior guidance, was at full liberty to gratify all his appetites, disguised under the appearance of pious zeal. And besides the strange corruptions engendered by this spirit, it eluded and loosened all the ties of morality, and gave entire scope, and even sanction, to the selfishness and ambition which naturally adhere to the human mind. The military confessors were further encouraged in disobedience to superiors, by that spiritual pride to which a mistaken piety is so subject. They were not, they said, mere janissaries. Mercenary troops enlisted for hire, and to be disposed of at the will of their paymasters. Religion and liberty were the motives which had excited them to arms. And they had a superior right to see those blessings, which they had purchased with their blood, insured to future generations. By the same title that the Presbyterians, in contradistinction to the Royalists, had appropriated to themselves the epithet of godly, or the well-affected, the Independents did now, in contradistinction to the Presbyterians, assume this magnificent appellation, and arrogate all the ascendant which naturally belongs to it. Hearing of parties in the House of Commons, and being informed that the minority were friends to the army, the majority enemies, the troops naturally interested themselves in that dangerous distinction, and were eager to give the superiority to their partisans. Whatever hardships they underwent, though perhaps derived from inevitable necessity, were ascribed to a settled design of oppressing them, and resented as an effect of the animosity and malice of their adversaries. Notwithstanding the great revenue which accrued from taxes, assessments, sequestrations, and compositions, considerable arrears were due to the army, and many of the private men, as well as officers, had near a 12 months' pay still owing them. The army suspected that this deficiency was purposely contrived in order to oblige them to live at free quarters, and, by rendering them odious to the country, serve as a pretense for disbanding them. When they saw such members as were employed in committees and civil offices accumulate fortunes, they accused them of rapine and public plunder. And as no plan was pointed out by the Commons for the payment of arrears, the soldiers dreaded, that after they should be disbanded or embarked for Ireland, their enemies, who predominated in the two houses, would entirely defraud them of their right, and oppress them with impunity. On this ground or pretense did the first commotions begin in the army. A petition, addressed to Fairfax, the general, was handed about, craving an indemnity, and that ratified by the king, for any illegal actions of which, during the course of the war, the soldiers might have been guilty. Together with satisfaction in arrears, freedom from pressing, relief of widows and maimed soldiers, and pay till disbanded. The Commons, aware of what combustible materials the army was composed, were alarmed at this intelligence. Such a combination, they knew, if not checked in its first appearance, must be attended with the most dangerous consequences, and must soon exalt the military above the civil authority. Besides summoning some officers to answer for this attempt, they immediately voted, that the petition tended to introduce mutiny, to put conditions upon the Parliament, and to obstruct the relief of Ireland. And they threatened to proceed against the promoters of it as enemies to the state, and disturbers of public peace. This declaration, which may be deemed violent, especially as the army had some ground for complaint, produced fatal effects. The soldiers lamented, that they were deprived of the privileges of Englishmen, that they were not allowed so much as to represent their grievances. That, while petitions from Essex and other places were openly encouraged against the army, their mouths were stopped. And that they, who were the authors of liberty to the nation, were reduced, by a faction in Parliament, to the most grievous servitude. In this disposition was the army found by Warwick, De Kers, Massey, and other commissioners, who were sent to make them proposals for entering into the service of Ireland. Instead of enlisting, the generality objected to the terms. Demanded an indemnity, were clamorous for their arrears, and, though they expressed no dissatisfaction against Skippon, who was appointed commander, they discovered much stronger inclination to serve under Fairfax and Cromwell. Some officers, who were of the Presbyterian party, having entered into engagements for this service, could prevail on very few of the soldiers to enlist under them. And, as these officers lay all under the grievous reproach of deserting the army, and betraying the interests of their companions, the rest were further confirmed in that confederacy which they had secretly formed. To petition and remonstrate being the most cautious method of conducting a confederacy, an application to Parliament was signed by near 200 officers, in which they made their apology with a very imperious air, asserted their right of petitioning, and complained of that imputation thrown upon them by the former declaration of the lower house. The private men, likewise, of some regiments sent a letter to Skippon, in which, together with insisting on the same topics, they lament that designs were formed against them and many of the godly party in the kingdom, and declare that they could not engage for Ireland, till they were satisfied in their expectations, and had their just desires granted. The army, in a word, felt their power, and resolved to be masters. The Parliament, too, resolved, if possible, to preserve their dominion, but being destitute of power, and not retaining much authority, it was not easy for them to employ any expedient which could contribute to their purpose. The expedient which they now made use of was the worst imaginable. They sent Skippon, Cromwell, Ireton, and Fleetwood, to the headquarters at Saffron Weldon, in Essex, and empowered them to make offers to the army, and inquire into the cause of its distempers. These very generals, at least the three last, were secretly the authors of all the discontents, and failed not to foment those disorders which they pretended to appease. By their suggestion, a measure was embraced which at once brought matters to extremity, and rendered the mutiny incurable. In opposition to the Parliament at Westminster, a military parliament was formed. Together with a council of the principal officers, which was appointed after the model of the House of Peers, a more free representative of the army was composed, by the election of 2 private men or inferior officers, under the title of agitators, from each troop or company. By this means, both the general humor of that time was gratified, intent on plans of imaginary republics, and an easy method contrived for conducting, underhand, and propagating the sedition of the army. This terrible court, when assembled, having first declared that they found no distempers in the army, but many grievances under which it labored, immediately voted the offers of the Parliament unsatisfactory. 8 weeks' pay alone, they said, was promised. A small part of 56 weeks, which they claimed as their due, no visible security was given for the remainder, and having been declared public enemies by the Commons, they might hereafter be prosecuted as such, unless the declaration were recalled. Before matters came to this height, Cromwell had posted up to London, on pretence of laying before the Parliament the rising discontents of the army. The Parliament made one vigorous effort more, to try the force of their authority. They voted, that all the troops which did not engage for Ireland, should instantly be disbanded in their quarters. At the same time, the Council of the Army ordered a general rendezvous of all the regiments, in order to provide for their common interests. And while they thus prepared themselves for opposition to the Parliament, they struck a blow which at once decided the victory in their favour. A party of 500 horse appeared at Holdenby, conducted by one Joyce, who had once been a tailor by profession, but was now advanced to the rank of cornet, and was an active agitator in the army. Without being opposed by the guard, whose affections were all on their side, Joyce came into the king's presence, armed with pistols, and told him, that he must immediately go along with him. "Whither?" said the king. "To the army," replied Joyce. "By what warrant?" asked the king. Joyce pointed to the soldiers whom he brought along, tall, handsome, and well accoutred. "Your warrant," said Charles, smiling, "is writ in fair characters, legible without spelling." The parliamentary commissioners came into the room. They asked Joyce whether he had any orders from the Parliament. He said, "No." From the general? "No." By what authority he came? He made the same reply as to the king. They would write, they said, to the Parliament to know their pleasure. "You may do so," replied Joyce, "but in the meantime, the king must immediately go with me." Resistance was vain. The king, after protracting the time as long as he could, went into his coach and was safely conducted to the army, who were hastening to their rendezvous at Triplo Heath, near Cambridge. The Parliament, informed of this event by their commissioners, were thrown into the utmost consternation. Fairfax himself was no less surprised at the king's arrival. That bold measure, executed by Joyce, had never been communicated to the general. The orders were entirely verbal, and nobody avowed them. And while every one affected astonishment at the enterprise, Cromwell, by whose counsel it had been directed, arrived from London, and put an end to their deliberations. This artful and audacious conspirator had conducted himself in the Parliament with such profound dissimulation, with such refined hypocrisy, that he had long deceived those who, being themselves very dexterous practitioners in the same arts, should naturally have entertained the more suspicion against others. At every intelligence of disorders in the army, he was moved to the highest pitch of grief and of anger. He wept bitterly, he lamented the misfortunes of his country, he advised every violent measure for suppressing the mutiny. And by these precipitate counsels at once seemed to evince his own sincerity, and inflamed those discontents of which he intended to make advantage. He opposed heaven and earth, that his devoted attachment to the Parliament had rendered him so odious in the army, that his life, while among them, was in the utmost danger, and he had very narrowly escaped a conspiracy formed to assassinate him. But information being brought that the most active officers and agitators were entirely his creatures, the parliamentary leaders secretly resolved, that, next day, when he should come to the House, an accusation should be entered against him, and he should be sent to the Tower. Cromwell, who, in the conduct of his desperate enterprises, frequently approached to the very brink of destruction, knew how to make the requisite turn with proper dexterity and boldness. Being informed of this design, he hastened to the camp, where he was received with acclamations, and was instantly invested with the supreme command both of general and army. Fairfax, having neither talents himself for cabal, nor penetration to discover the cabals of others, had given his entire confidence to Cromwell, who, by the best coloured pretences, and by the appearance of an open sincerity and a scrupulous conscience, imposed on the easy nature of this brave and virtuous man. The council of officers and the agitators were moved altogether by Cromwell's direction, and conveyed his will to the whole army. By his profound and artful conduct, he had now attained a situation where he could cover his enterprises from public view. And seeming either to obey the commands of his superior officer, or yield to the movements of the soldiers, could secretly pave the way for his future greatness. While the disorders of the army were yet in their infancy, he kept at a distance, lest his counterfeit aversion might throw a damp upon them, or his secret encouragement beget suspicion in the Parliament. As soon as they came to maturity, he openly joined the troops, and, in the critical moment, struck that important blow of seizing the king's person, and depriving the Parliament of any resource of an accommodation with him. Though one visor fell off, another still remained to cover his natural countenance. Where delay was requisite, he could employ the most indefatigable patience; where celerity was necessary, he flew to a decision. And by thus uniting in his person the most opposite talents, he was enabled to combine the most contrary interests in a subserviency to his secret purposes. The Parliament, though at present defenceless, was possessed of many resources. And time might easily enable them to resist that violence with which they were threatened. Without further deliberation, therefore, Cromwell advanced the army upon them, and arrived in a few days at St. Albans. Nothing could be more popular than this hostility which the army commenced against the Parliament. As much as that assembly was once the idol of the nation, as much was it now become the object of general hatred and aversion. The self-denying ordinance had no longer been put in execution, than till Essex, Manchester, Waller, and the other officers of that party, had resigned their commission. Immediately after, it was laid aside by tacit consent. And the members, sharing all offices of power and profit among them, proceeded with impunity in exercising acts of oppression on the helpless nation. Though the necessity of their situation might serve as an apology for many of their measures, the people, not accustomed to such a species of government, were not disposed to make the requisite allowances. A small supply of £100,000 a year could never be obtained by former kings from the jealous humour of parliaments, and the English, of all nations in Europe, were the least accustomed to taxes. But this Parliament, from the commencement of the war, according to some computations, had levied, in 5 years, above 40 millions, yet were loaded with debts and encumbrances, which, during that age, were regarded as prodigious. If these computations should be thought much exaggerated, as they probably are, the taxes and impositions were certainly far higher than in any former state of the English government. And such popular exaggerations are at least a proof of popular discontents. But the disposal of this money was no less the object of general complaint against the Parliament than the levying of it. The sum of £300,000 they openly took, it is affirmed, and divided among their own members. The committees, to whom the management of the different branches of revenue was entrusted, never brought in their accounts, and had unlimited power of secreting whatever sums they pleased from the public treasure. These branches were needlessly multiplied, in order to render the revenue more intricate, to share the advantages among greater numbers, and to conceal the frauds of which they were universally suspected. The method of keeping accounts practiced in the Exchequer was confessedly the exactest, the most ancient, the best known, and the least liable to fraud. The Exchequer was for that reason abolished, and the revenue put under the management of a committee, who were subject to no control. The excise was an odious tax, formerly unknown to the nation, and was now extended over provisions, and the common necessaries of life. Near 1/2 of the goods and chattels, and at least 1/2 of the lands, rents, and revenues of the kingdom, had been sequestered. To great numbers of loyalists, all redress from these sequestrations was refused; to the rest, the remedy could be obtained only by paying large compositions, and subscribing the covenant, which they abhorred. Besides pitying the ruin and desolation of so many ancient and honourable families, indifferent spectators could not but blame the hardship of punishing with such severity actions which the law, in its usual and most undisputed interpretation. Strictly required of every subject. The severities, too, exercised against the episcopal clergy naturally affected the royalists, and even all men of candor, in a sensible manner. By the most moderate computation, it appears, that above 1/2 of the established clergy had been turned out to beggary and want, for no other crime than their adhering to the civil and religious principles in which they had been educated, and for their attachment to those laws under whose countenance they had at first embraced that profession. To renounce episcopacy and the liturgy, and to subscribe the covenant, were the only terms which could save them from so rigorous a fate. And if the least mark of malignancy, as it was called, or affection to the king, who so entirely loved them, had ever escaped their lips, even this hard choice was not permitted. The sacred character, which gives the priesthood such authority over mankind, becoming more venerable from the sufferings endured for the sake of principle by these distressed royalists, aggravated the general indignation against their persecutors. But what excited the most universal complaint was, the unlimited tyranny and despotic rule of the country committees. During the war, the discretionary power of these courts was excused, from the plea of necessity. But the nation was reduced to despair, when it saw neither end put to their duration, nor bounds to their authority. These could sequester, fine, imprison, and corporally punish, without law or remedy. They interposed in questions of private property. Under color of malignancy, they exercised vengeance against their private enemies. To the obnoxious, and sometimes to the innocent, they sold their protection. And instead of one star chamber, which had been abolished, a great number were anew erected, fortified with better pretenses, and armed with more unlimited authority. Could anything have increased the indignation against that slavery into which the nation, from the too eager pursuit of liberty, had fallen, it must have been the reflection on the pretenses by which the people had so long been deluded. The sanctified hypocrites, who called their oppressions the spoiling of the Egyptians, and their rigid severity the dominion of the elect, interlarded all their iniquities with long and fervent prayers, saved themselves from blushing by their pious grimaces, and exercised, in the name of the Lord, all their cruelty on men. An undisguised violence could be forgiven, but such a mockery of the understanding, such an abuse of religion, were, with men of penetration, objects of peculiar resentment. The Parliament, conscious of their decay in popularity, seeing a formidable armed force advance upon them, were reduced to despair, and found all their resources much inferior to the present necessity. London still retained a strong attachment to Presbyterianism, and its militia, which was numerous, and had acquired reputation in the wars, had, by a late ordinance, been put into hands in whom the Parliament could entirely confide. This militia was now called out, and ordered to guard the lines which had been drawn round the city, in order to secure it against the king. A body of horse was ordered to be instantly levied. Many officers, who had been cashiered by the new model of the army, offered their service to the Parliament. An army of 5,000 men lay in the north under the command of General Points, who was of the Presbyterian faction. But these were too distant to be employed in so urgent a necessity. The forces destined for Ireland were quartered in the west, and, though deemed faithful to the Parliament, they also lay at a distance. Many inland garrisons were commanded by officer, of the same party, but their troops, being so much dispersed, could at present be of no manner of service. The Scots were faithful friends, and zealous for Presbytery and the Covenant. But a long time was required ere they could collect their forces and march to the assistance of the Parliament. In this situation it was thought more prudent to submit, and by compliance to stop the fury of the enraged army. The declaration by which the military petitioners had been voted public enemies was recalled, and erased from the journal book. This was the first symptom which the Parliament gave of submission. And the army, hoping by terror alone to effect all their purposes, stopped at St. Albans, and entered into negotiation with their masters. Here commenced the encroachments of the military upon the civil authority. The army, in their usurpations on the Parliament, copied exactly the model which the Parliament itself had set them in their recent usurpations on the crown. Every day they rose in their demands. If one claim was granted, they had another ready, still more enormous and exorbitant, and were determined never to be satisfied. At first, they pretended only to petition for what concerned themselves as soldiers. Next, they must have a vindication of their character. Then, it was necessary that their enemies be punished. At last, they claimed a right of modeling the whole government, and settling the nation. They preserved, in words, all deference and respect to the Parliament, but, in reality, insulted them and tyrannized over them. That assembly they pretended not to accuse, it was only evil counsellors, who seduced and betrayed it. They proceeded so far as to name 11 members, whom, in general terms, they charged with high treason, as enemies to the army and evil counsellors to the Parliament. Their names were Hollis, Sir Philip Stapleton, Sir William Lewis, Sir John Clotworthy, Sir William Waller, Sir John Maynard, Massey, Glynn, Long, Harley, and Nichols. These were the very leaders of the Presbyterian party. They insisted that these members should immediately be sequestered from Parliament, and be thrown into prison. The Commons replied, that they could not, upon a general charge, proceed so far. The army observed to them, that the cases of Strafford and Laud were direct precedents for that purpose. At last, the 11 members themselves, not to give occasion for discord, begged leave to retire from the House. And the army, for the present, seemed satisfied with this mark of submission. Pretending that the Parliament intended to levy war upon them, and to involve the nation again in blood and confusion, they required that all new levies should be stopped. The Parliament complied with this demand. There being no signs of resistance, the army, in order to save appearances, removed, at the desire of the Parliament, to a greater distance from London, and fixed their headquarters at Reading. They carried the king along with them in all their marches. That prince now found himself in a better situation than at Holdenby, and had attained some greater degree of freedom as well as of consideration with both parties. All his friends had access to his presence, his correspondence with the Queen was not interrupted, his chaplains were restored to him, and he was allowed the use of the liturgy. His children were once allowed to visit him, and they passed a few days at Caversham, where he then resided. He had not seen the Duke of Gloucester, his youngest son, and the Princess Elizabeth, since he left London, at the commencement of the civil disorders, nor the Duke of York, since he went to the Scottish army before Newark. No private man, unacquainted with the pleasures of a court and the tumult of a camp, more passionately loved his family, than did this good prince, and such an instance of indulgence in the army was extremely grateful to him. Cromwell, who was witness to the meeting of the royal family, confessed that he never had been present at so tender a scene, and he extremely applauded the benignity which displayed itself in the whole disposition and behavior of Charles. That artful politician, as well as the leaders of all parties, paid court to the king, and fortune, notwithstanding all his calamities, seemed again to smile upon him. The Parliament, afraid of his forming some accommodation with the army, addressed him in a more respectful style than formerly, and invited him to reside at Richmond, and contribute his assistance to the settlement of the nation. The chief officers treated him with regard, and spake on all occasions of restoring him to his just powers and prerogatives. In the public declarations of the army, the settlement of his revenue and authority was insisted on. The Royalists everywhere entertained hopes of the restoration of monarchy, and the favour which they universally bore to the army, contributed very much to discourage the Parliament, and to forward their submission. The king began to feel of what consequence he was. The more the national confusions increased, the more was he confident that all parties would at length have recourse to his lawful authority, as the only remedy for the public disorders. "You cannot be without me," said he. On several occasions, "You cannot settle the nation but by my assistance. A people without government and without liberty, a parliament without authority, an army without a legal master. Distractions everywhere, terrors, oppressions, convulsions, from this scene of confusion, which could not long continue, all men, he hoped, would be brought to reflect on that ancient government under which they and their ancestors had so long enjoyed happiness and tranquillity." Though Charles kept his ears open to all proposals, and expected to hold the balance between the opposite parties, he entertained more hopes of accommodation with the army. He had experienced the extreme rigor of the Parliament. They pretended totally to annihilate his authority, they had confined his person. In both these particulars, the army showed more indulgence. He had a free intercourse with his friends. And, in the proposals which the Council of Officers sent for the settlement of the nation, they insisted neither on the abolition of episcopacy, nor on the punishment of the royalists. The two points to which the king had the most extreme reluctance, and they demanded, that a period should be put to the present Parliament, the event for which he most ardently longed. His conjunction, too, seemed more natural with the generals, than with that usurping assembly who had so long assumed the entire sovereignty of the state, and who had declared their resolution still to continue masters. By gratifying a few persons with titles and preferments, he might draw over, he hoped, the whole military power, and in an instant reinstate himself in his civil authority. To Ireton he offered the lieutenancy of Ireland. To Cromwell the Garter, the title of Earl of Essex, and the command of the army. Negotiations to this purpose were secretly conducted. Cromwell pretended to hearken to them and was well pleased to keep the door open for an accommodation, if the course of events should at any time render it necessary. And the king, who had no suspicion that one born a private gentleman could entertain the daring ambition of seizing a sceptre, transmitted through a long line of monarchs, indulged hopes that he would at last embrace a measure which, by all the motives of duty, interest, and safety, seemed to be recommended to him. While Cromwell allured the king by these expectations, he still continued his scheme of reducing the Parliament to subjection, and depriving them of all means of resistance. To gratify the army, the Parliament invested Fairfax with the title of General-in-Chief of all the forces in England and Ireland, and entrusted the whole military authority to a person who, though well inclined to their service, was no longer at his own disposal. They voted, that the troops which, in obedience to them had enlisted for Ireland, and deserted the rebellious army, should be disbanded, or, in other words, be punished for their fidelity. The forces in the north, under Poynts, had already mutinied against their general, and had entered into an association with that body of the army which was so successfully employed in exalting the military above the civil authority. That no resource might remain to the Parliament, it was demanded, that the militia of London should be changed, the Presbyterian commissioners displaced, and the command restored to those who, during the course of the war, had constantly exercised it. The Parliament even complied with so violent a demand, and passed a vote in obedience to the army. By this unlimited patience, they purposed to temporize under their present difficulties. And they hoped to find a more favorable opportunity for recovering their authority and influence, but the impatience of the city lost them all the advantage of their cautious measures. A petition against the alteration of the militia was carried to Westminster, attended by the apprentices and seditious multitude, who besieged the door of the House of Commons, and by their clamour, noise, and violence, obliged them to reverse that vote which they had passed so lately. When gratified in this pretension, they immediately dispersed, and left the Parliament at liberty. No sooner was intelligence of this tumult conveyed to Reading, than the army was put in motion. The two houses being under restraint, they were resolved, they said, to vindicate, against the seditious citizens, the invaded privileges of Parliament, and restore that assembly to its just freedom of debate and counsel. In their way to London, they were drawn up on Hounslow Heath, a formidable body, 20,000 strong, and determined, without regard to laws or liberty, to pursue whatever measures their generals should dictate to them. Here the most favorable event happened to quicken and encourage their advance. The speakers of the two houses, Manchester and Lenthow, attended by 8 peers and about 60 commoners, having secretly retired from the city, presented themselves with their maces, and all the ensigns of their dignity. And complaining of the violence put upon them, applied to the army for defence and protection. They were received with shouts and acclamations, respect was paid to them, as to the Parliament of England, and the army, being provided with so plausible a pretence, which in all public transactions is of great consequence, advanced to chastise the rebellious city, and to reinstate the violated Parliament. Neither Lenthow nor Manchester were esteemed independents, and such a step in them was unexpected. But they probably foresaw that the army must in the end prevail. And they were willing to pay court in time to that authority which began to predominate in the nation. The Parliament, forced from their temporizing measures, and obliged to resign at once, or combat for their liberty and power, prepared themselves with vigor for defense, and determined to resist the violence of the army. The two houses immediately chose new speakers. Lord Hunsdon and Henry Pelham. They renewed their former orders for enlisting troops, they appointed Massey to be commander, they ordered the trained bands to man the lines, and the whole city was in a ferment. And resounded with military preparations. When any intelligence arrived, that the army stopped or retreated, the shout of "one and all" ran with alacrity, from street to street, among the citizens. When news came of their advancing, the cry of "treat and capitulate" was no less loud and vehement. The terror of a universal pillage, and even massacre, had seized the timid inhabitants. As the army approached, Rainsborough, being sent by the general over the river, presented himself before Southwark, and was gladly received by some soldiers who were quartered there for its defence, and who were resolved not to separate their interests from those of the army. It behoved then the Parliament to submit. The army marched in triumph through the city, but preserved the greatest order, decency, and appearance of humility. They conducted to Westminster the two speakers, who took their seats as if nothing had happened. The 11 impeached members, being accused as authors of the tumult, were expelled, and most of them retired beyond sea. 7 peers were impeached. The mayor, 1 sheriff, and 3 aldermen, sent to the Tower, several citizens and officers of the militia committed to prison, every deed of the Parliament annulled, from the day of the tumult till the return of the speakers. The lines about the city levelled, the militia restored to the Independents, regiments quartered in Whitehall and the Mews. And the Parliament being reduced to a regular formed servitude, a day was appointed of solemn thanksgiving for the restoration of its liberty. The Independent party among the Commons exulted in their victory. The whole authority of the nation, they imagined, was now lodged in their hands, and they had a near prospect of moulding the government into that imaginary republic which had long been the object of their wishes. They had secretly concurred in all encroachments of the military upon the civil power, and they expected, by the terror of the sword, to impose a more perfect system of liberty on the reluctant nation. All parties, the King, the Church, the Parliament, the Presbyterians, had been guilty of errors since the commencement of these disorders, but it must be confessed, that this delusion of the Independents and Republicans was, of all others, the most contrary to common sense and the established maxims of policy. Yet were the leaders of that party, Vane, Fiennes, St. John, Martin, the men in England the most celebrated for profound thought and deep contrivance, and by their well-coloured pretences and professions, they had overreached the whole nation. To deceive such men, would argue a superlative capacity in Cromwell. Were it not that besides the great difference there is between dark, crooked counsels and true wisdom, an exorbitant passion for rule and authority will make the most prudent overlook the dangerous consequences of such measures as seem to tend, in any degree, to their own advancement. The leaders of the army, having established their dominion over the Parliament and city, ventured to bring the King to Hampton Court, and he lived for some time in that palace, with an appearance of dignity and freedom. Such equability of temper did he possess, that, during all the variety of fortune which he underwent, no difference was perceived in his countenance or behaviour. And though a prisoner in the hands of his most inveterate enemies, he supported, towards all who approached him, the majesty of a monarch, and that neither with less nor greater state than he had been accustomed to maintain. His manner, which was not in itself popular nor gracious, now appeared amiable, from its great meekness and equality. The Parliament renewed their applications to him, and presented him with the same conditions which they had offered at Newcastle. The King declined accepting them, and desired the Parliament to take the proposals of the army into consideration, and make them the foundation of the public sentiment. He still entertained hopes that his negotiations with the generals would be crowned with success, though everything, in that particular, daily bore a worse aspect. Most historians have thought that Cromwell never was sincere in his professions, and that having by force rendered himself master of the King's person, and by fair pretences acquired the countenance of the royalists, he had employed these advantages to the enslaving of the Parliament. And afterwards thought of nothing but the establishment of his own unlimited authority, with which he esteemed the restoration, and even life, of the king altogether incompatible. This opinion, so much warranted by the boundless ambition and profound dissimulation of his character, meets with ready belief. Though it is more agreeable to the narrowness of human views, and the darkness of futurity, to suppose that this daring usurper was guided by events, and did not as yet foresee, with any assurance, that unparalleled greatness which he afterwards attained. Many writers of that age have asserted, that he really intended to make a private bargain with the king, a measure which carried the most plausible appearance both for his safety and advancement. But that he found insuperable difficulties in reconciling to it the wild humors of the army. The horror and antipathy of these fanatics had for many years been artfully fomented against Charles. And though their principles were, on all occasions, easily warped and eluded by private interest, yet was some colouring requisite, and a flat contradiction to all former professions and tenets could not safely be proposed to them. It is certain, at least, that Cromwell made use of this reason why he admitted rarely of visits from the king's friends, and showed less favour than formerly to the royal cause. The agitators, he said, had rendered him odious to the army, and had represented him as a traitor, who, for the sake of private interest, was ready to betray the cause of God to the great enemy of piety and religion. Desperate projects, too, he asserted to be secretly formed for the murder of the king. And he pretended much to dread lest all his authority, and that of the commanding officers, would not be able to restrain these enthusiasts from their bloody purposes. Intelligence being daily brought to the king of menaces thrown out by the agitators, he began to think of retiring from Hampton Court, and of putting himself in some place of safety. The guards were doubled upon him. The promiscuous concourse of people restrained, a more jealous care exerted in attending his person, all under colour of protecting him from danger, but really with a view of making him uneasy in his present situation. These artifices soon produced the intended effect. Charles, who was naturally apt to be swayed by counsel, and who had not then access to any good counsel, took suddenly a resolution of withdrawing himself, though without any concerted, at least, any rational scheme for the future disposal of his person. Attended only by Sir John Berkeley, Ashburnham, and Legge, he privately left Hampton Court, and his escape was not discovered till near an hour after. When those who entered his chamber, found on the table some letters directed to the Parliament, to the General, and to the officer who had attended him. All night he travelled through the forest, and arrived next day at Titchfield, a seat of the Earl of Southampton's, where the Countess Dowager resided, a woman of honour, to whom the king knew he might safely entrust his person. Before he arrived at this place, he had gone to the sea-coast, and expressed great anxiety that a ship which he seemed to look for, had not arrived. And thence, Berkeley and Legge, who were not in the secret, conjectured that his intention was to transport himself beyond sea. The king could not hope to remain long concealed at Titchfield. What measure should next be embraced, was the question. In the neighbourhood lay the Isle of Wight, of which Hammond was governor. This man was entirely dependent on Cromwell. At his recommendation, he had married a daughter of the famous Hampden, who during his lifetime had been an intimate friend of Cromwell's, and whose memory was ever respected by him. These circumstances were very unfavourable, yet, because the governor was nephew to Dr. Hammond, the king's favourite chaplain, and had acquired a good character in the army, it was thought proper to have recourse to him in the present exigence, when no other rational expedient could be thought of. Ashburnham and Berkeley were dispatched to the island. They had orders not to inform Hammond of the place where the king was concealed, till they had first obtained a promise from him not to deliver up his majesty, though the Parliament and the army should require him, but to restore him to his liberty, if he could not protect him. This promise, it is evident, would have been a very slender security, yet, even without exacting it, Ashburnham imprudently, if not treacherously, brought Hammond to Titchfield. And the king was obliged to put himself in his hands, and to attend him to Carisbrooke Castle, in the Isle of Wight where, though received with great demonstrations of respect and duty, he was in reality a prisoner. Lord Clarendon is positive, that the king, when he fled from Hampton Court, had no intention of going to this island, and indeed all the circumstances of that historian's narrative, which we have here followed, strongly favour this opinion. But there remains a letter of Charles's to the Earl of Loneric, Secretary of Scotland, in which he plainly intimates, that that measure was voluntarily embraced, and even insinuates, that if he had thought proper, he might have been in Jersey, or any other place of safety. Perhaps he still confided in the promises of the generals, and flattered himself, that if he were removed from the fury of the agitators, by which his life was immediately threatened, they would execute what they had so often promised in his favour. Whatever may be the truth in this matter, for it is impossible fully to ascertain the truth, Charles never took a weaker step, nor one more agreeable to Cromwell and all his enemies. He was now lodged in a place removed from his partisans, at the disposal of the army, whence it would be very difficult to deliver him either by force or artifice. And though it was always in the power of Cromwell, whenever he pleased, to have sent him thither, yet such a measure, without the king's consent, would have been very invidious, if not attended with some danger. That the king should voluntarily throw himself into the snare, and thereby gratify his implacable persecutors, was to them an incident peculiarly fortunate, and proved in the issue very fatal to him. Cromwell, being now entirely master of the Parliament and free from all anxiety with regard to the custody of the king's person, applied himself seriously to quell those disorders in the army, which he himself had so artfully raised, and so successfully employed, against both king and Parliament. In order to engage the troops into a rebellion against their masters, he had encouraged an arrogant spirit among the inferior officers and private men. And the camp, in many respects, carried more the appearance of civil liberty than of military obedience. The troops themselves were formed into a kind of republic. And the plans of imaginary republics, for the settlement of the state, were every day the topics of conversation among these armed legislators. Royalty it was agreed to abolish, nobility must be set aside, even all ranks of men be levelled. And the universal equality of property, as well as of power, be introduced among the citizens. The saints, they said, were the salt of the earth, an entire parity had place among the elect. And by the same rule that the apostles were exalted from the most ignoble professions, the meanest sentinel, if enlightened by the Spirit, was entitled to equal regard with the greatest commander. In order to wean the soldiers from these licentious maxims, Cromwell had issued orders for discontinuing the meetings of the agitators. And he pretended to pay entire obedience to the Parliament, whom being now fully reduced to subjection, he purposed to make for the future, the instruments of his authority. But the levellers, for so that party in the army was called, having experienced the sweets of dominion, would not so easily be deprived of it. They secretly continued their meetings. They asserted, that their officers, as much as any part of the church or state, needed reformation. Several regiments joined in seditious remonstrances and petitions, separate rendezvous were concerted. And everything tended to anarchy and confusion. But this distemper was soon cured by the rough but dexterous hand of Cromwell. He chose the opportunity of a review, that he might display the greater boldness, and spread the terror the wider. He seized the ringleaders before their companions, held in the field a council of war, shot one mutineer instantly, and struck such dread into the rest, that they presently threw down the symbols of sedition, which they had displayed, and thenceforth returned to their wonted discipline and obedience. Cromwell had great deference for the counsels of Ireton, a man who, having grafted the soldier on the lawyer, the statesman on the saint, had adopted such principles as were fitted to introduce the severest tyranny, while they seemed to encourage the most unbounded license in human society. Fierce in his nature, though probably sincere in his intentions, he purposed by arbitrary power to establish liberty, and, in prosecution of his imagined religious purposes, he thought himself dispensed from all the ordinary rules of morality, by which inferior mortals must allow themselves to be governed. From his suggestion, Cromwell secretly called at Windsor a council of the chief officers, in order to deliberate concerning the settlement of the nation, and the future disposal of the king's person. In this conference, which commenced with devout prayers, poured forth by Cromwell himself and other inspired persons, for the officers of this army received inspiration with their commission, was first opened the daring and unheard-of counsel of bringing the king to justice, and of punishing, by a judicial sentence, their sovereign, for his pretended tyranny in maladministration. While Charles lived, even though restrained to the closest prison, conspiracies, they knew, and insurrections would never be wanting in favor of a prince who was so extremely revered and beloved by his own party, and whom the nation in general began to regard with great affection and compassion. To murder him privately was exposed to the imputation of injustice and cruelty, aggravated by the baseness of such a crime. And every odious epithet of traitor and assassin would, by the general voice of mankind, be indisputably ascribed to the actors in such a villainy. Some unexpected procedure must be attempted, which would astonish the world by its novelty, would bear the semblance of justice, and would cover its barbarity by the audaciousness of the enterprise. Striking in with the fanatical notions of the entire equality of mankind, it would ensure the devoted obedience of the army, and serve as a general engagement against the royal family, whom, by their open and united deed, they would so heinously affront and injure. This measure, therefore, being secretly resolved on, it was requisite, by degrees, to make the Parliament adopt it, and to conduct them from violence to violence, till this last act of atrocious iniquity should seem in a manner wholly inevitable. The king, in order to remove those fears and jealousies, which were perpetually pleaded as reasons for every invasion of the constitution, had offered, by a message sent from Carisbrooke Castle, to resign, during his own life, the power of the militia and the nomination to all the great offices, provided that, after his demise, these prerogatives should revert to the crown. But the Parliament acted entirely as victors and enemies, and, in all their transactions with him, paid no longer any regard to equity or reason. At the instigation of the Independents and army, they neglected this offer, and framed 4 proposals, which they sent him as preliminaries, and before they would deign to treat, they demanded his positive assent to all of them. By 1, he was required to invest the Parliament with the military power for 20 years, together with an authority to levy whatever money should be necessary for exercising it. And even after the 20 years should be elapsed, they reserved a right of resuming the same authority, whenever they should declare the safety of the kingdom to require it. By the 2nd, he was to recall all his proclamations and declarations against the Parliament, and acknowledge that assembly to have taken arms in their just and necessary defence. By the 3rd, he was to annul all the acts, and void all the patents of peerage, which had passed the Great Seal since it had been carried from London by Lord Keeper Littleton. And at the same time, renounce for the future the power of making peers without consent of Parliament. By the 4th, he gave the 2 houses power to adjourn as they thought proper. A demand seemingly of no great importance, but contrived by the Independents, that they might be able to remove the Parliament to places where it should remain in perpetual subjection to the army. 1648. The king regarded the pretension as unusual and exorbitant, that he should make such concessions, while not secure of any settlement, and should blindly trust his enemies for the conditions which they were afterwards to grant him. He required, therefore, a personal treaty with the Parliament, and desired that all the terms on both sides should be adjusted, before any concession on either side should be insisted on. The Republican party in the House pretended to take fire at this answer, and openly inveighed, in violent terms, against the person and government of the king, whose name, hitherto, had commonly, in all debates, been mentioned with some degree of reverence. Ireton, seeming to speak the sense of the army, under the appellation of many thousand godly men, who had ventured their lives in defence of the Parliament, said, that the king, by denying the 4 bills, had refused safety and protection to his people. That their obedience to him was but a reciprocal duty for his protection of them. And that, as he had failed on his part, they were freed from all obligations to allegiance, and must settle the nation, without consulting any longer so misguided a prince. Cromwell, after giving an ample character of the valour, good affections, and godliness of the army, subjoined, that it was expected the Parliament should guide and defend the kingdom by their own power and resolutions. And not accustom the people any longer to expect safety and government from an obstinate man, whose heart God had hardened. That those who, at the expense of their blood, had hitherto defended the Parliament from so many dangers, would still continue, with fidelity and courage, to protect them against all opposition in this vigorous measure. Teach them not, added he, by your neglecting your own safety and that of the kingdom, in which theirs too is involved, to imagine themselves betrayed, and their interests abandoned to the rage and malice of an irreconcilable enemy, whom, for your sake, they have dared to provoke. Beware, and at these words he laid his hand on his sword, beware, lest despair cause them to seek safety by some other means than by adhering to you, who know not how to consult your own safety. Such arguments prevailed, though 91 members had still the courage to oppose. It was voted, that no more addresses be made to the king, nor any letters or messages be received from him. And that it be treason for any one, without leave of the two houses, to have any intercourse with him. The Lords concurred in the same ordinance. By this vote of non-addresses, so it was called, the king was in reality dethroned, and the whole constitution formally overthrown. So violent a measure was supported by a declaration of the Commons no less violent. The blackest calumnies were there thrown upon the king. Such as, even in their famous remonstrance, they thought proper to omit, as incredible and extravagant, the poisoning of his father, the betraying of Rochelle, the contriving of the Irish massacre. By blasting his fame, had that injury been in their power, they formed a very proper prelude to the executing of violence on his person. No sooner had the king refused his assent to the 4 bills, than Hammond, by orders from the army, removed all his servants, cut off his correspondence with his friends, and shut him up in close confinement. The king afterwards showed to Sir Philip Warwick a decrepit old man, who, he said, was employed to kindle his fire, and was the best company he enjoyed during several months that this rigorous confinement lasted. No amusement was allowed him, nor society, which might relieve his anxious thoughts. To be speedily poisoned or assassinated was the only prospect which he had every moment before his eyes. For he entertained no apprehension of a judicial sentence and execution, an event of which no history hitherto furnished an example. Meanwhile, the Parliament was very industrious in publishing, from time to time, the intelligence which they received from Hammond. How cheerful the king was, how pleased with every one that approached him, how satisfied in his present condition, as if the view of such benignity and constancy had not been more proper to inflame than allay the general compassion of the people. The great source whence the king derived consolation amidst all his calamities, was undoubtedly religion. A principle which, in him, seems to have contained nothing fierce or gloomy, nothing which enraged him against his adversaries, or terrified him with the dismal prospect of futurity. While everything around him bore a hostile aspect. While friends, family, relations, whom he passionately loved, were placed at a distance, and unable to serve him, he reposed himself with confidence in the arms of that being who penetrates and sustains all nature, and whose severities, if received with piety and resignation, he regarded as the surest pledges of unexhausted favor. The Parliament and army, meanwhile, enjoyed not in tranquillity that power which they had obtained with so much violence and injustice. Combinations and conspiracies, they were sensible, were everywhere forming around them. And Scotland, whence the king's cause had received the first fatal disaster, seemed now to promise its support and assistance. Before the surrender of the king's person at Newcastle, and much more since that event, the subjects of discontent had been daily multiplying between the two kingdoms. The Independents, who began to prevail, took all occasions of mortifying the Scots, whom the Presbyterians looked on with the greatest affection and veneration. When the Scottish commissioners, who, joined to a committee of English lords and commons, had managed the war, were ready to depart, it was proposed in Parliament to give them thanks for their civilities and good offices. The Independents insisted, that the words, good offices, should be struck out, and thus the whole brotherly friendship and intimate alliance with the Scots resolved itself into an acknowledgment of their being well-bred gentlemen. The advance of the army to London, the subjection of the Parliament, the seizing of the king at Holdenby, his confinement in Carisbrooke Castle, were so many blows sensibly felt by that nation, as threatening the final overthrow of Presbytery, to which they were so passionately devoted. The Covenant was profanely called, in the House of Commons, an almanac out of date, and that impiety, though complained of, had passed uncensured. Instead of being able to determine and establish orthodoxy by the sword and by penal statutes, they saw the sectarian army, who were absolute masters, claim an unbounded liberty of conscience, which the Presbyterians regarded with the utmost abhorrence. All the violences put on the king, they loudly blamed, as repugnant to the covenant by which they stood engaged to defend his royal person. And those very actions of which they themselves had been guilty, they denominated treason and rebellion, when executed by an opposite party. The Earls of Loudon, Lauderdale, and Loneric, who were sent to London, protested against the 4 bills, as containing too great a diminution of the king's civil power, and providing no security for religion. They complained that, notwithstanding this protestation, the bills were still insisted on, contrary to the Solemn League, and to the treaty between the two nations. And when they accompanied the English commissioners to the Isle of Wight, they secretly formed a treaty with the king for arming Scotland in his favour. 3 parties at that time prevailed in Scotland: the Royalists, who insisted upon the restoration of the king's authority, without any regard to religion, sects or tenets. Of these, Montrose, though absent, was regarded as the head. The rigid Presbyterians, who hated the king even more than they abhorred toleration, and who determined to give him no assistance, till he should subscribe the covenant, these were governed by Argyle. The moderate Presbyterians, who endeavoured to reconcile the interests of religion and of the crown, and hoped, by supporting the Presbyterian party in England, to suppress the sectarian army, and to reinstate the Parliament, as well as the king, in their just freedom and authority. The 2 brothers, Hamilton and Loneric, were leaders of this party. When Pendennis Castle was surrendered to the parliamentary army, Hamilton, who then obtained his liberty, returned into Scotland. And being generously determined to remember ancient favours more than recent injuries, he immediately embraced, with zeal and success, the protection of the royal cause. He obtained a vote from the Scottish Parliament to arm 40,000 men in support of the king's authority, and to call over a considerable body under Monro, who commanded the Scottish forces in Ulster. And though he openly protested that the covenant was the foundation of all his measures, he secretly entered into correspondence with the English royalists, Sir Marmaduke Langdale and Sir Philip Musgrave, who had levied considerable forces in the north of England. The General Assembly, who sat at the same time, and was guided by Argyle, dreaded the consequences of these measures, and foresaw that the opposite party, if successful, would effect the restoration of monarchy, without the establishment of presbytery in England. To join the king before he had subscribed the covenant, was, in their eyes, to restore him to his honour before Christ had obtained his, and they thundered out anathemas against every one who paid obedience to the Parliament. 2 supreme independent judicatures were erected in the kingdom, one threatening the people with damnation and eternal torments, the other with imprisonment, banishment, and military execution. The people were distracted in their choice. And the armament of Hamilton's party, though seconded by all the civil power, went on but slowly. The royalists he would not as yet allow to join him, lest he might give offence to the ecclesiastical party, though he secretly promised them trust and preferment as soon as his army should advance into England. While the Scots were making preparations for the invasion of England, every part of that kingdom was agitated with tumults, insurrections, conspiracies, discontents. It is seldom that the people gain anything by revolutions in government, because the new settlement, jealous and insecure, must commonly be supported with more expense and severity than the old, but on no occasion was the truth of this maxim more sensibly felt, than in the present situation of England. Complaints against the oppression of ship money, against the tyranny of the Star Chamber, had roused the people to arms, and having gained a complete victory over the crown, they found themselves loaded with a multiplicity of taxes, formerly unknown, and scarcely an appearance of law and liberty remained in the administration. The Presbyterians, who had chiefly supported the war, were enraged to find the prize, just when it seemed within their reach, snatched by violence from them. The Royalists, disappointed in their expectations by the cruel treatment which the king now received from the army, were strongly animated to restore him to liberty, and to recover the advantages which they had unfortunately lost. All orders of men were inflamed with indignation at seeing the military prevail over the civil power, and king and parliament at once reduced to subjection by a mercenary army. Many persons of family and distinction had, from the beginning of the war, adhered to the parliament, but all these were, by the new party, deprived of authority, and every office was entrusted to the most ignoble part of the nation. A base populace, exalted above their superiors, hypocrites, exercising iniquity under the visor of religion, these circumstances promised not much liberty or lenity to the people. And these were now found united in the same usurped and illegal administration. Though the whole nation seemed to combine in their hatred of military tyranny, the ends which the several parties pursued were so different, that little concert was observed in their insurrections. Langhorne, Poyer, and Powell, Presbyterian officers, who commanded bodies of troops in Wales, were the first that declared themselves, and they drew together a considerable army in those parts, which were extremely devoted to the royal cause. An insurrection was raised in Kent by young Hales and the Earl of Norwich. Lord Capel, Sir Charles Lucas, Sir George Lisle, excited commotions in Essex. The Earl of Holland, who had several times changed sides since the commencement of the civil wars, endeavoured to assemble forces in Surrey. Pomfret Castle, in Yorkshire, was surprised by Morris. Langdale and Musgrave were in arms, and masters of Berwick and Carlisle in the north. What seemed the most dangerous circumstance, the general spirit of discontent had seized the fleet. 17 ships, lying in the mouth of the river, declared for the king, and putting Rainsborough, their admiral, ashore, sailed over to Holland, where the Prince of Wales took the command of them. The English royalists exclaimed loudly against Hamilton's delays, which they attributed to a refined policy in the Scots, as if their intentions were, that all the king's party should first be suppressed. And the victory remained solely to the Presbyterians. Hamilton, with better reason, complained of the precipitate humour of the English royalists, who, by their ill-timed insurrections, forced him to march his army before his levies were completed, or his preparations in any forwardness. No commotions beyond a tumult of the apprentices, which was soon suppressed, were raised in London. The terror of the army kept the citizens in subjection. The Parliament was so overawed, that they declared the Scots to be enemies, and all who joined them traitors. 90 members, however, of the lower house had the courage to dissent from this vote. Cromwell and the military council prepared themselves with vigour and conduct for defence. The establishment of the army was at this time 26,000 men. But by enlisting supernumeraries the regiments were greatly augmented, and commonly consisted of more than double their stated complement. Colonel Horton first attacked the revolted troops in Wales, and gave them a considerable defeat. The remnants of the vanquished threw themselves into Pembroke, and were there closely besieged, and soon after taken by Cromwell. Lambert was opposed to Langdale and Musgrave in the north, and gained advantages over them. Sir Michael Livesey defeated the Earl of Holland at Kingston, and pursuing his victory, took him prisoner at St. Neots. Fairfax, having routed the Kentish royalists at Maidstone, followed the broken army. And when they joined the royalists of Essex, and threw themselves into Colchester, he laid siege to that place, which defended itself to the last extremity. A new fleet was manned, and sent out under the command of Warwick, to oppose the revolted ships, of which the prince had taken the command. While the forces were employed in all quarters, the Parliament regained its liberty, and began to act with its wonted courage and spirit. The members who had withdrawn from terror of the army, returned. And infusing boldness into their companions, restored to the Presbyterian party the ascendant which it had formerly lost. The 11 impeached members were recalled, and the vote by which they were expelled was reversed. The vote, too, of non-addresses was repealed, and commissioners, 5 peers and 10 commoners, were sent to Newport in the Isle of Wight, in order to treat with the king. He was allowed to summon several of his friends and old councillors, that he might have their advice in this important transaction. The theologians on both sides, armed with their syllogisms and quotations, attended as auxiliaries. By them the flame had first been raised, and their appearance was but a bad prognostic of its extinction. Any other instruments seemed better adapted for a treaty of pacification. When the king presented himself to this company, a great and sensible alteration was remarked in his aspect, from what had appeared the year before, when he resided at Hampton Court. The moment his servants had been removed, he had laid aside all care of his person, and had allowed his beard and hair to grow, and to hang dishevelled and neglected. His hair was become almost entirely grey, either from the decline of years, or from that load of sorrows under which he laboured, and which, though borne with constancy, preyed inwardly on his sensible and tender mind. His friends beheld with compassion, and perhaps even his enemies, that grey and discrowned head, as he himself terms it, in a copy of verses, which the truth of the sentiment, rather than any elegance of expression, renders very pathetic. Having in vain endeavoured by courage to defend his throne from his armed adversaries, it now behoved him, by reasoning and persuasion, to save some fragments of it from these peaceful, and no less implacable negotiators. The vigour of the king's mind, notwithstanding the seeming decline of his body, here appeared unbroken and undecayed. The parliamentary commissioners would allow none of his council to be present, and refused to enter into reasoning with any but himself. He alone, during the transactions of 2 months, was obliged to maintain the argument against 15 men of the greatest parts and capacity in both houses. And no advantage was ever obtained over him. This was the scene above all others in which he was qualified to excel. A quick conception, a cultivated understanding, a chaste conclusion, a dignified manner. By these accomplishments he triumphed in all discussions of cool and temperate reasoning. "The king is much changed," said the Earl of Salisbury to Sir Philip Warwick, "he is extremely improved of late." "No," replied Sir Philip, "he was always so, but you are now at last sensible of it." Sir Henry VII, discoursing with his fellow commissioners, drew an argument from the king's uncommon abilities, why the terms of pacification must be rendered more strict and rigid. But Charles's capacity shone not equally in action as in reasoning. The first point insisted on by the parliamentary commissioners, was the king's recalling all his proclamations and declarations against the parliament, and the acknowledging that they had taken arms in their own defence. He frankly offered the former concession, but long scrupled the latter. The falsehood, as well as indignity of that acknowledgment, begot in his breast an extreme reluctance against it. The king had, no doubt, in some particulars of moment, invaded, from a seeming necessity, the privileges of his people, but having renounced all claim to these usurped powers, having confessed his errors, and having repaired every breach in the constitution, and even erected new ramparts in order to secure it, he could no longer, at the commencement of the war, be represented as the aggressor. However it might be pretended, that the former display of his arbitrary inclinations, or rather his monarchical principles, rendered an offensive or preventive war in the Parliament prudent and reasonable, it could never in any propriety of speech make it be termed a defensive one. But the Parliament, sensible that the letter of the law condemned them as rebels and traitors, deemed this point absolutely necessary for their future security. And the king, finding that peace could be obtained on no other terms, at last yielded to it. He only entered a protest, which was admitted, that no concession made by him should be valid, unless the whole treaty of pacification were concluded. He agreed that the Parliament should retain, during the term of 20 years, the power over the militia and army, and that of levying what money they pleased for their support. He even yielded to them the right of resuming, at any time afterwards, this authority, whenever they should declare such a resumption necessary for public safety. In effect, the important power of the sword was forever ravished from him and his successors. He agreed that all the great offices, during 20 years should be filled by both Houses of Parliament. He relinquished to them the entire government of Ireland, and the conduct of the war there. He renounced the power of the wards, and accepted of £100,000 a year in lieu of it. He acknowledged the validity of their Great Seal, and gave up his own. He abandoned the power of creating peers without consent of Parliament. And he agreed, that all the debts contracted in order to support the war against him, should be paid by the people. So great were the alterations made on the English constitution by this treaty, that the king said, not without reason, that he had been more an enemy to his people by these concessions, could he have prevented them, than by any other action of his life. Of all the demands of the Parliament, Charles refused only two. Though he relinquished almost every power of the crown, he would neither give up his friends to punishment, nor desert what he esteemed his religious duty. The severe repentance which he had undergone for abandoning Strafford, had no doubt confirmed him in the resolution never again to be guilty of a like error. His long solitude and severe afflictions had contributed to rivet him the more in those religious principles which had ever a considerable influence over him. His desire, however, of finishing an accommodation, induced him to go as far in both these particulars as he thought anywise consistent with his duty. The estates of the Royalists being at that time almost entirely under sequestration, Charles, who could give them no protection, consented that they should pay such compositions as they and the Parliament should agree on, and only begged that they might be made as moderate as possible. He had not the disposal of offices, and it seemed but a small sacrifice to consent, that a certain number of his friends should be rendered incapable of public employments. But when the Parliament demanded a bill of attainder and banishment against 7 persons, the Marquis of Newcastle, Lord Digby, Lord Byron, Sir Marmaduke Langdale, Sir Richard Granville, Sir Francis Doddington, and Judge Jenkins, the king absolutely refused compliance. Their banishment for a limited time he was willing to agree to. Religion was the fatal point about which the differences had arisen, and of all others, it was the least susceptible of composition or moderation between the contending parties. The Parliament insisted on the establishment of presbytery, the sale of the chapter lands, the abolition of all forms of prayer, and strict laws against Catholics. The king offered to retrench everything which he did not esteem of apostolicat institution. He was willing to abolish archbishops, deans prebends, canons. He offered that the chapter lands should be let at low leases during 99 years. He consented that the present church government should continue during 3 years. After that time, he required not that anything should be restored to bishops but the power of ordination, and even that power to be exercised by advice of the presbyters. If the Parliament, upon the expiration of that period, still insisted on their demand, all other branches of episcopal jurisdiction were abolished, and a new form of church government must, by common consent, be established. The Book of Common Prayer he was willing to renounce, but required the liberty of using some other liturgy in his own chapel, a demand, which, though seemingly reasonable, was positively refused by the Parliament. In the dispute on these articles, one is not surprised that 2 of the parliamentary theologians should tell the king, that if he did not consent to the utter abolition of episcopacy he would be damned. But it is not without some indignation that we read the following vote of the Lords and Commons. The Houses, out of their detestation to that abominable idolatry used in the Mass, do declare, that they cannot admit of, or consent unto, any such indulgence in any law, as is desired by His Majesty, for exempting the Queen and her family from the penalties to be enacted against the exercise of the Mass. The treaty of marriage, the regard to the Queen's sex and high station, even common humanity, all considerations were undervalued, in comparison of their bigoted prejudices. It was evidently the interest, both of King and Parliament, to finish their treaty with all expedition, and endeavour by their combined force to resist, if possible, the usurping fury of the army. It seemed even the interest of the Parliament to leave in the King's hand a considerable share of authority, by which he might be enabled to protect them and himself from so dangerous an enemy. But the terms on which they insisted were so rigorous, that the King, fearing no worse from the most implacable enemies, was in no haste to come to a conclusion. And so great was the bigotry on both sides, that they were willing to sacrifice the greatest civil interests, rather than relinquish the most minute of their theological contentions. From these causes, assisted by the artifice of the Independents, the treaty was spun out to such a length, that the invasions and insurrections were everywhere subdued, and the army had leisure to execute their violent and sanguinary purposes. Hamilton, having entered England with a numerous though undisciplined army, durst not unite his forces with those of Langdale, because the English royalists had refused to take the covenant. And the Scottish Presbyterians, though engaged for the king, refused to join them on any other terms. The two armies marched together, though at some distance. Nor could even the approach of the parliamentary army under Cromwell oblige the Covenanters to consult their own safety by a close union with the royalists. When principles are so absurd and so destructive of human society, it may safely be averred, that the more sincere and the more disinterested they are, they only become the more ridiculous and the more odious. Cromwell feared not to oppose 8,000 men to the numerous armies of 20,000 commanded by Hamilton and Langdale. He attacked the latter by surprise near Preston, in Lancashire. And though the royalists made a brave resistance, yet, not being succoured in time by their confederates, they were almost entirely cut in pieces. Hamilton was next attacked, put to rout, and pursued to Uttoxeter, where he surrendered himself prisoner. Cromwell followed his advantage, and, marching into Scotland with a considerable body joined Argyle, who was also in arms. And having suppressed Loneric, Monro, and other moderate Presbyterians, he placed the power entirely in the hands of the violent party. The ecclesiastical authority, exalted above the civil, exercised the severest vengeance on all who had a share in Hamilton's engagement, as it was called. Nor could any of that party recover trust, or even live in safety, but by doing solemn and public penance for taking arms, by authority of Parliament in defence of their lawful sovereign. The Chancellor, Loudon, who had at first countenanced Hamilton's enterprise, being terrified with the menaces of the clergy, had some time before gone over to the other party. And he now openly in the church, though invested with the highest civil character in the kingdom, did penance for his obedience to the Parliament, which he termed a carnal self-seeking. He accompanied his penance with so many tears, and such pathetical addresses to the people for their prayers in this his uttermost sorrow and distress, that a universal weeping and lamentation took place among the deluded audience. The loan of great sums of money, often to the ruin of families, was exacted from all such as lay under any suspicion of favouring the king's party, though their conduct had been ever so inoffensive. This was a device fallen upon by the ruling party, in order, as they said, to reach heart malignants. Never in this island was known a more severe and arbitrary government, than was generally exercised by the patrons of liberty in both kingdoms. The siege of Colchester terminated in a manner no less unfortunate than Hamilton's engagement for the royal cause. After suffering the utmost extremities of famine, after feeding on the vilest aliments, the garrison desired at last to capitulate. Fairfax required them to surrender at discretion, and he gave such an explanation to these terms, as to reserve to himself power, if he pleased, to put them all instantly to the sword. The officers endeavoured, though in vain, to persuade the soldiers, by making a vigorous sally, to break through, at least to sell their lives as dear as possible. They were obliged to accept the conditions offered. And Fairfax, instigated by Ireton, to whom Cromwell in his absence had consigned over the government of the passive general, seized Sir Charles and resolved to make them instant sacrifices to military justice. This unusual severity was loudly exclaimed against by all the prisoners. Lord Capel, fearless of danger, reproached Ireton with it, and challenged him, as they were all engaged in the same honourable cause, to exercise the same impartial vengeance on all of them. Lucas was first shot. And he himself gave orders to fire, with the same alacrity as if he had commanded a platoon of his own soldiers. Lisle instantly ran and kissed the dead body, then cheerfully presented himself to a like fate. Thinking that the soldiers destined for his execution stood at too great a distance, he called to them to come nearer. One of them replied, "I'll warrant you, sir, we'll hit you." He answered, smiling, "Friends, I have been nearer you, when you have missed me." Thus perished this generous spirit, not less beloved for his modesty and humanity, than esteemed for his courage and military conduct. Soon after, a gentleman appearing in the king's presence clothed in mourning for Sir Charles Lucas, that humane prince, suddenly recollecting the hard fate of his friends, paid them a tribute which none of his own unparalleled misfortunes ever extorted from him. He dissolved into a flood of tears. By these multiplied successes of the army, they had subdued all their enemies, and none remained but the helpless king and parliament to oppose their violent measures. From Cromwell's suggestion, a remonstrance was drawn by the Council of General Officers, and sent to the Parliament. They there complain of the treaty with the king, demand his punishment for the blood spilt during the war. Require a dissolution of the present Parliament, and a more equal representative for the future. And assert that, though servants, they are entitled to represent these important points to their masters, who are themselves no better than servants and trustees of the people. At the same time, they advanced with the army to Windsor, and sent Colonel Ure to seize the king's person at Newport and convey him to Hurst Castle, in the neighbourhood, where he was detained in strict confinement. This measure being foreseen some time before, the king was exhorted to make his escape, which was conceived to be very easy, but having given his word to the Parliament not to attempt the recovery of his liberty during the treaty. And 3 weeks after, he would not, by any persuasion, be induced to hazard the reproach of violating that promise. In vain was it urged, that a promise given to the Parliament could no longer be binding, since they could no longer afford him protection from violence threatened him by other persons, to whom he was bound by no tie or engagement. The king would indulge no refinements of casuistry, however plausible, in such delicate subjects, and was resolved that, what depredation soever fortune should commit upon him, she never should bereave him of his honour. The Parliament lost not courage, notwithstanding the danger with which they were so nearly menaced. Though without any plan for resisting military usurpations, they resolved to withstand them to the uttermost. And rather to bring on a violent and visible subversion of government, than lend their authority to those illegal and sanguinary measures which were projected. They set aside the remonstrance of the army, without deigning to answer it. They voted the seizing of the king's person to be without their consent, and sent a message to the general, to know by what authority that enterprise had been executed, and they issued orders that the army should advance no nearer to London. Hollis, the present leader of the Presbyterians, was a man of unconquerable intrepidity, and many others of that party seconded his magnanimous spirit. It was proposed by them, that the generals and principal officers should, for their disobedience and usurpations, be proclaimed traitors by the Parliament. But the Parliament was dealing with men who would not be frightened by words, nor retarded by any scrupulous delicacy. The generals, under the name of Fairfax, for he still allowed them to employ his name, marched the army to London, and placing guards in Whitehall, the Mews, St. James's, Durham House, Covent Garden, and Palace Yard, surrounded the Parliament with their hostile armaments. The Parliament, destitute of all hopes of prevailing, retained, however, courage to resist. They attempted, in the face of the army, to close their treaty with the king. And, though they had formerly voted his concessions with regard to the church and delinquents to be unsatisfactory, they now took into consideration the final resolution with regard to the whole. After a violent debate of 3 days, it was carried, by a majority of 129 against 83, in the House of Commons. That the king's concessions were a foundation for the Houses to proceed upon in the settlement of the kingdom. Next day, when the Commons were to meet, Colonel Pride, formerly a drayman, had environed the House with 2 regiments. And, directed by Lord Grey of Groby, he seized in the passage 41 members of the Presbyterian party, and sent them to a low room, which passed by the appellation of Hell, whence they were afterwards carried to several inns. Above 160 members more were excluded, and none were allowed to enter but the most furious and the most determined of the Independents, and these exceeded not the number of 50 or 60. This invasion of the Parliament commonly passed under the name of Colonel Pride's Purge. So much disposed was the nation to make merry with the dethroning of those members who had violently arrogated the whole authority of government, and deprived the king of his legal prerogatives. The subsequent proceedings of the Parliament, if this diminutive assembly deserve that honourable name, retain not the least appearance of law, equity, or freedom. They instantly reversed the former vote, and declared the king's concessions unsatisfactory. They determined that no member absent at this last vote should be received till he subscribed it, as agreeable to his judgment. They renewed their former vote of non-addresses. And they committed to prison Sir William Waller, Sir John Clotworthy, the generals Massey, Brown, Copley, and other leaders of the Presbyterians. These men, by their credit and authority, which was then very high, had, at the commencement of the war, supported the Parliament, and thereby prepared the way for the greatness of the present leaders, who at that time were of small account in the nation. The secluded members having published a paper, containing a narrative of the violence which had been exercised upon them, and a protestation, that all acts were void, which from that time had been transacted in the House of Commons. The remaining members encountered it with a declaration, in which they pronounced it false, scandalous, seditious, and tending to the destruction of the visible and fundamental government of the kingdom. These sudden and violent revolutions held the whole nation in terror and astonishment. Every man dreaded to be trampled under foot, in the contention between those mighty powers which disputed for the sovereignty of the state. Many began to withdraw their effects beyond sea. Foreigners scrupled to give any credit to a people so torn by domestic faction and oppressed by military usurpation. Even the internal commerce of the kingdom began to stagnate, and in order to remedy these growing evils, the generals, in the name of the army, published a declaration, in which they expressed their resolution of supporting law and justice. The more to quiet the minds of men, the Council of Officers took into consideration a scheme called the Agreement of the People, being the plan of a republic, to be substituted in the place of that government which they so violently pulled in pieces. Many parts of this scheme for correcting the inequalities of the representative, are plausible. Had the nation been disposed to receive it, or had the army intended to impose it? Other parts are too perfect for human nature, and savor strongly of that fanatical spirit so prevalent throughout the kingdom. The height of all iniquity and fanatical extravagance yet remained, the public trial and execution of their sovereign. To this period was every measure precipitated by the zealous independents. The parliamentary leaders of that party had intended, that the army themselves should execute that daring enterprise, and they deemed so irregular and lawless a deed best fitted to such irregular and lawless instruments. But the generals were too wise to load themselves singly with the infamy which, they knew, must attend an action so shocking to the general sentiments of mankind. The Parliament, they were resolved, should share with them the reproach of a measure which was thought requisite for the advancement of their common ends of safety and ambition. In the House of Commons, therefore, a committee was appointed to bring in a charge against the king. On their report a vote passed, declaring it treason in a king to levy war against his Parliament, and appointing a high court of justice to try Charles for this new invented treason. This vote was sent up to the House of Peers. The House of Peers, during the civil wars, had all along been of small account, but it had lately, since the king's fall, become totally contemptible, and very few members would submit to the mortification of attending it. It happened that day to be fuller than usual, and they were assembled to the number of 16. Without one dissenting voice, and almost without deliberation, they instantly rejected the vote of the lower house, and adjourned themselves for 10 days, hoping that this delay would be able to retard the furious career of the Commons. 1649. The Commons were not to be stopped by so small an obstacle. Having first established a principle which is noble in itself, and seems specious, but is belied by all history and experience, that the people are the origin of all just power. They next declared, that the Commons of England, assembled in Parliament, being chosen by the people, and representing them, are the supreme authority of the nation, and that whatever is enacted and declared to be law by the Commons hath the force of law, without the consent of King or House of Peers. The ordinance for the trial of Charles Stuart, King of England, so they called him, was again read, and unanimously assented to. In proportion to the enormity of the violences and usurpations, were augmented the pretences of sanctity, among those regicides. Should any one have voluntarily proposed, said Cromwell in the House, to bring the king to punishment, I should have regarded him as the greatest traitor. But since providence and necessity have cast us upon it, I will pray to God for a blessing on your counsels, though I am not prepared to give you any advice on this important occasion. Even I myself, subjoined he, when I was lately offering up petitions for his Majesty's restoration, felt my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, and considered this preternatural movement as the answer which heaven, having rejected the king, had sent to my supplications. A woman of Hertfordshire, illuminated by prophetical visions, desired admittance into the military council, and communicated to the officers a revelation, which assured them that their measures were consecrated from above, and ratified by a heavenly sanction. This intelligence gave them great comfort, and much confirmed them in their present resolutions. Colonel Harrison, the son of a butcher, and the most furious enthusiast in the army, was sent with a strong party to conduct the king to London. At Windsor, Hamilton, who was there detained a prisoner, was admitted into the king's presence, and falling on his knees, passionately exclaimed, "My dear master." "I have indeed been so to you," replied Charles, embracing him. No further intercourse was allowed between them, the king was instantly hurried away. Hamilton long followed him with his eyes all suffused in tears, and prognosticated, that in this short salutation, he had given the last adieu to his sovereign and his friend. Charles himself was assured that the period of his life was now approaching. But notwithstanding all the preparations which were making, and the intelligence which he received, he could not even yet believe that his enemies really meant to conclude their violences by a public trial and execution. A private assassination he every moment looked for, and though Harrison assured him that his apprehensions were entirely groundless, it was by that catastrophe, so frequent with dethroned princes, that he expected to terminate his life. In appearance, as well as in reality, the king was now dethroned. All the exterior symbols of sovereignty were withdrawn, and his attendants had orders to serve him without ceremony. At first, he was shocked with instances of rudeness and familiarity, to which he had been so little accustomed. Nothing so contemptible as a despised prince, was the reflection which they suggested to him. But he soon reconciled his mind to this, as he had done to his other calamities. All the circumstances of the trial were now adjusted, and the High Court of Justice fully constituted. It consisted of 133 persons, as named by the Commons. But there scarcely ever sat above 70, so difficult was it, notwithstanding the blindness of prejudice and the allurements of interest, to engage men of any name or character in that criminal measure. Cromwell, Ireton, Harrison, and the chief officers of the army, most of them of mean birth, were members, together with some of the lower house, and some citizens of London. The 12 judges were at first appointed in the number, but as they had affirmed, that it was contrary to all the ideas of English law to try the king for treason, by whose authority all accusations for treason must necessarily be conducted. Their names, as well as those of some peers, were afterward struck out. Bradshaw, a lawyer, was chosen president. Coke was appointed solicitor for the people of England. Dorislaus, Steele, and Ark, were named assistants. The court sat in Westminster Hall. It is remarkable, that in calling over the court, when the crier pronounced the name of Fairfax, which had been inserted in the number, a voice came from one of the spectators, and cried, "He has more wit than to be here." When the charge was read against the king, in the name of the people of England, the same voice exclaimed, "Not a tenth part of them." Axtell, the officer who guarded the court, giving orders to fire into the box whence these insolent speeches came, it was discovered that Lady Fairfax was there, and that it was she who had had the courage to utter them. She was a person of noble extraction, daughter of Horace Lord Vere of Tilbury. But being seduced by the violence of the times, she had long seconded her husband's zeal against the royal cause, and was now, as well as he, struck with abhorrence at the fatal and unexpected consequence of all his boasted victories. The pomp, the dignity, the ceremony of this transaction corresponded to the greatest conception that is suggested in the annals of humankind. The delegates of a great people sitting in judgment upon their supreme magistrate, and trying him for his misgovernment and breach of trust. The solicitor, in the name of the Commons, represented, that Charles Stuart, being admitted King of England, and entrusted with a limited power, yet nevertheless, from a wicked design to erect an unlimited and tyrannical government, had traitorously and maliciously levied war against the present Parliament, and the people, whom they represented, and was therefore impeached as a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and a public and implacable enemy to the Commonwealth. After the charge was finished, the President directed his discourse to the King, and told him that the court expected his answer. The king, though long detained a prisoner, and now produced as a criminal, sustained, by his magnanimous courage, the majesty of a monarch. With great temper and dignity, he declined the authority of the court, and refused to submit himself to their jurisdiction. He represented, that having been engaged in treaty with his two houses of parliament, and having finished almost every article, he had expected to be brought to his capital in another manner, and ere this time to have been restored to his power, dignity, revenue, as well as to his personal liberty, that he could not now perceive any appearance of the upper house, so essential a member of the constitution. And had learned, that even the commons, whose authority was pretended, were subdued by lawless force, and were bereaved of their liberty, that he himself was their native, hereditary king. Nor was the whole authority of the state, though free and united, entitled to try him, who derived his dignity from the supreme majesty of heaven, that, admitting those extravagant principles which levelled all orders of men, the court could plead no power delegated by the people. Unless the consent of every individual, down to the meanest and most ignorant peasant, had been previously asked and obtained, that he acknowledged, without scruple, that he had a trust committed to him, and one most sacred and inviolable. He was entrusted with the liberties of his people, and would not now betray them by recognizing a power founded on the most atrocious violence and usurpation, that having taken arms, and frequently exposed his life in defense of public liberty, of the constitution, of the fundamental laws of the kingdom, he was willing in this last and most solemn scene, to seal with his blood those precious rights for which, though in vain, he had so long contended, that those who arrogated a title to sit as his judges, were born his subjects, and born subjects to those laws which determined that the king can do no wrong, that he was not reduced to the necessity of sheltering himself under this general maxim which guards every English monarch, even the least deserving, but was able, by the most satisfactory reasons, to justify those measures in which he had been engaged, that to the whole world, and even to them, his pretended judges, he was desirous, if called upon in another manner, to prove the integrity of his conduct, and assert the justice of those defensive arms to which, unwillingly and unfortunately, he had had recourse. But that, in order to preserve a uniformity of conduct, he must at present forego the apology of his innocence lest, by ratifying an authority no better founded than that of robbers and pirates, he be justly branded as the betrayer instead of being applauded as the martyr, of the Constitution. The President, in order to support the majesty of the people, and maintain the superiority of his court above the prisoner still inculcated, that he must not decline the authority of his judges, that they overruled his objections, that they were delegated by the people, the only source of every lawful power, and that kings themselves acted but in trust from that community which had invested this high court of justice with its jurisdiction. Even according to those principles, which, in his present situation, he was perhaps obliged to adopt, his behavior in general will appear not a little harsh and barbarous. But when we consider him as a subject, and one too of no high character, addressing himself to his unfortunate sovereign, his style will be esteemed to the last degree audacious and insolent. 3 times was Charles produced before the court, and as often declined their jurisdiction. On the 4th, the judges having examined some witnesses, by whom it was proved that the king had appeared in arms against the forces commissioned by the Parliament, they pronounced sentence against him. He seemed very anxious at this time to be admitted to a conference with the two houses, and it was supposed, that he intended to resign the crown to his son, but the court refused compliance, and considered that request as nothing but a delay of justice. It is confessed, that the king's behavior during this last scene of his life does honor to his memory, and that, in all appearances before his judges, he never forgot his part either as a prince or as a man. Firm and intrepid, he maintained, in each reply, the utmost perspicuity and justness both of thought and expression, mild and equable. He rose into no passion at that unusual authority which was assumed over him. His soul, without effort or affectation, seemed only to remain in the situation familiar to it, and to look down with contempt on all the efforts of human malice and iniquity. The soldiers, instigated by their superiors, were brought, though with difficulty, to cry aloud for justice. "Poor souls," said the king to one of his attendants, "for a little money they would do as much against their commanders." Some of them were permitted to go the utmost length of brutal insolence, and to spit in his face, as he was conducted along the passage to the court. To excite a sentiment of pity was the only effect which this inhuman insult was able to produce upon him. The people, though under the rod of lawless, unlimited power, could not forbear, with the most ardent prayers, pouring forth their wishes for his preservation. And in his present distress, they avowed him, by their generous tears, for their monarch, whom, in their misguided fury, they had before so violently rejected. The king was softened at this moving scene, and expressed his gratitude for their dutiful affection. One soldier, too, seized by contagious sympathy, demanded from heaven a blessing on oppressed and fallen majesty. His officer, overhearing the prayer, beat him to the ground in the king's presence. The punishment, methinks, exceeds the offense. This was the reflection which Charles formed on that occasion. As soon as the intention of trying the king was known in foreign countries, so enormous an action was exclaimed against by the general voice of reason and humanity. And all men, under whatever form of government they were born, rejected the example, as the utmost effort of undisguised usurpation, and the most heinous insult on law and justice. The French ambassador, by orders from his court, interposed in the king's behalf, the Dutch employed their good offices, the Scots exclaimed and protested against the violence, the Queen, the Prince, wrote pathetic letters to the Parliament. All solicitations were found fruitless with men whose resolutions were fixed and irrevocable. 4 of Charles's friends, persons of virtue and dignity, Richmond, Hertford, Southampton, Lindesay, applied to the Commons. They represented, that they were the king's counsellors, and had concurred by their advice in all those measures which were now imputed as crimes to their royal master, that, in the eye of the law, and according to the dictates of common reason, they alone were guilty, and were alone exposed to censure for every blamable action of the prince. And that they now presented themselves, in order to save, by their own punishment, that precious life which it became the commons themselves, and every subject, with the utmost hazard to protect and defend. Such a generous effort tended to their honor, but contributed nothing towards the king's safety. The people remained in that silence and astonishment, which all great passions, when they have not an opportunity of exerting themselves, naturally produce in the human mind. The soldiers, being incessantly plied with prayers, sermons and exhortations, were wrought up to a degree of fury, and imagined that in the acts of the most extreme disloyalty towards their prince consisted their greatest merit in the eye of heaven. 3 days were allowed the king between his sentence and his execution. This interval he passed with great tranquillity, chiefly in reading and devotion. All his family that remained in England were allowed access to him. It consisted only of the Princess Elizabeth and the Duke of Gloucester, for the Duke of York had made his escape. Gloucester was little more than an infant. The princess, notwithstanding her tender years, showed an advanced judgment. And the calamities of her family had made a deep impression upon her. After many pious consolations and advices, the king gave her in charge to tell the queen, that during the whole course of his life, he had never once, even in thought, failed in his fidelity towards her. And that his conjugal tenderness and his life should have an equal duration. To the young duke, too, he could not forbear giving some advice, in order to season his mind with early principles of loyalty in obedience towards his brother, who was so soon to be his sovereign. Holding him on his knee, he said, "Now they will cut off thy father's head." At these words, the child looked very steadfastly upon him. "Mark, child. What I say, they will cut off my head. And perhaps make thee a king, but mark what I say, thou must not be a king as long as thy brothers Charles and James are alive. They will cut off thy brothers' heads, when they can catch them. And thy head, too, they will cut off at last. Therefore I charge thee, do not be made a king by them." The duke, sighing, replied, "I will be torn in pieces first." So determined an answer, from one of such tender years, filled the king's eyes with tears of joy and admiration. Every night during this interval the king slept as sound as usual, though the noise of workmen employed in framing the scaffold, and other preparations for his execution, continually resounded in his ears. The morning of the fatal day he rose early, and calling Herbert, one of his attendants, he bade him employ more than usual care in dressing him, and preparing him for so great and joyful a solemnity. Bishop Juxon, a man endowed with the same mild and steady virtues by which the king himself was so much distinguished, assisted him in his devotions, and paid the last melancholy duties to his friend and sovereign. The street before Whitehall was the place destined for the execution, for it was intended, by choosing that very place, in sight of his own palace, to display more evidently the triumph of popular justice over royal majesty. When the king came upon the scaffold, he found it so surrounded with soldiers, that he could not expect to be heard by any of the people. He addressed, therefore, his discourse to the few persons who were about him. Particularly Colonel Tomlinson, to whose care he had lately been committed, and upon whom, as upon many others, his amiable deportment had wrought an entire conversion. He justified his own innocence in the late fatal wars, and observed, that he had not taken arms till after the Parliament had enlisted forces, nor had he any other object in his warlike operations, than to preserve that authority entire which his predecessors had transmitted to him. He threw not, however, the blame upon the Parliament, but was more inclined to think, that ill instruments had interposed, and raised in them fears and jealousies with regard to his intentions. Though innocent towards his people, he acknowledged the equity of his execution in the eyes of his Maker, and observed, that an unjust sentence which he had suffered to take effect, was now punished by an unjust sentence upon himself. He forgave all his enemies, even the chief instruments of his death, but exhorted them and the whole nation to return to the ways of peace, by paying obedience to their lawful sovereign, his son and successor. When he was preparing himself for the block, Bishop Juxon called to him, "There is, sir, but one stage more, which, though turbulent and troublesome, is yet a very short one. Consider, it will soon carry you a great way. It will carry you from earth to heaven, and there you shall find, to your great joy, the prize to which you hasten, a crown of glory." "I go," replied the king, "from a corruptible to an incorruptible crown, where no disturbance can have place." At one blow was his head severed from his body. A man in a visor performed the office of executioner, another, in a like disguise, held up to the spectators the head, streaming with blood, and cried aloud, "This is the head of a traitor." It is impossible to describe the grief, indignation, and astonishment which took place, not only among the spectators, who were overwhelmed with a flood of sorrow, but throughout the whole nation. As soon as the report of this fatal execution was conveyed to them, never monarch, in the full triumph of success and victory, was more dear to his people, than his misfortunes and magnanimity, his patience and piety, had rendered this unhappy prince. In proportion to their former delusions, which had animated them against him, was the violence of their return to duty and affection. While each reproached himself either with active disloyalty towards him, or with too indolent defense of his oppressed cause. On weaker minds, the effect of these complicated passions was prodigious. Women are said to have cast forth the untimely fruit of their womb, others fell into convulsions, or sunk into such a melancholy as attended them to their grave, nay, some, unmindful of themselves, as though they could not or would not survive their beloved prince, it is reported, suddenly fell down dead. The very pulpits were bedewed with unsuborned tears, those pulpits, which had formerly thundered out the most violent imprecations and anathemas against him. And all men united in their detestation of those hypocritical parricides, who, by sanctified pretenses, had so long disguised their treasons, and in this last act of iniquity had thrown an indelible stain upon the nation. A fresh instance of hypocrisy was displayed the very day of the king's death. The generous Fairfax, not content with being absent from the trial, had used all the interest which he yet retained to prevent the execution of the fatal sentence, and had even employed persuasion with his own regiment, though none else should follow him, to rescue the king from his disloyal murderers. Cromwell and Ireton, informed of this intention, endeavored to convince him that the Lord had rejected the king. And they exhorted him to seek by prayer some direction from heaven on this important occasion, but they concealed from him that they had already signed the warrant for the execution. Harrison was the person appointed to join in prayer with the unwary general. By agreement, he prolonged his doleful cant till intelligence arrived that the fatal blow was struck. He then rose from his knees, and insisted with Fairfax, that this event was a miraculous and providential answer which heaven had sent to their devout supplications. It being remarked, that the king, the moment before he stretched out his neck to the executioner, had said to Juxon with a very earnest accent, the single word, remember, great mysteries were supposed to be concealed under that expression. And the generals vehemently insisted with the prelate, that he should inform them of the king's meaning. Juxon told them that the king, having frequently charged him to inculcate on his son the forgiveness of his murderers, had taken this opportunity, in the last moment of his life, when his commands, he supposed would be regarded as sacred and inviolable, to reiterate that desire. And that his mild spirit thus terminated its present course by an act of benevolence towards his greatest enemies. The character of this prince, as that of most men, if not of all men, was mixed. But his virtues predominated extremely above his vices, or, more properly speaking, his imperfections, for scarce any of his faults rose to that pitch as to merit the appellation of vices. To consider him in the most favorable light, it may be affirmed, that his dignity was free from pride, his humanity from weakness, his bravery from rashness, his temperance from austerity, his frugality from avarice. All these virtues in him maintained their proper bounds, and merited unreserved praise. To speak the most harshly of him, we may affirm, that many of his good qualities were attended with some latent frailty, which, though seemingly inconsiderable, was able, when seconded by the extreme malevolence of his fortune, to disappoint them of all their influence. His beneficent disposition was clouded by a manner not very gracious. His virtue was tinctured with superstition, his good sense was disfigured by a deference to persons of a capacity inferior to his own, and his moderate temper exempted him not from hasty and precipitate resolutions. He deserves the epithet of a good, rather than of a great man, and was more fitted to rule in a regular established government, than either to give way to the encroachments of a popular assembly, or finally to subdue their pretensions. He wanted suppleness and dexterity sufficient for the first measure, he was nor endowed with the vigor requisite for the second. Had he been born an absolute prince, his humanity and good sense had rendered his reign happy and his memory precious. Had the limitations on prerogative been in his time quite fixed and certain, his integrity had made him regard as sacred the boundaries of the constitution. Unhappily, his fate threw him into a period, when the precedents of many former reigns savored strongly of arbitrary power, and the genius of the people ran violently towards liberty. And if his political prudence was not sufficient to extricate him from so perilous a situation, he may be excused. Since, even after the event, when it is commonly easy to correct all errors, one is at a loss to determine what conduct, in his circumstances, could have maintained the authority of the crown, and preserved the peace of the nation. Exposed, without revenue, without arms, to the assault of furious, implacable, and bigoted factions, it was never permitted him, but with the most fatal consequences, to commit the smallest mistake. A condition too rigorous to be imposed on the greatest human capacity. Some historians have rashly questioned the good faith of this prince. But, for this reproach, the most malignant scrutiny of his conduct, which in every circumstance is now thoroughly known, affords not any reasonable foundation. On the contrary, if we consider the extreme difficulties to which he was so frequently reduced, and compare the sincerity of his professions and declarations, we shall avow that probity and honor ought justly to be numbered among his most shining qualities. In every treaty, those concessions which he thought he could not in conscience maintain, he never could, by any motive or persuasion, be induced to make. And though some violations of the petition of right may perhaps be imputed to him, these are more to be ascribed to the necessity of his situation, and to the lofty ideas of royal prerogative, which, from former established precedents, he had imbibed, than to any failure in the integrity of his principles. This prince was of a comely presence, of a sweet, but melancholy aspect. His face was regular, handsome, and well complexioned, his body strong, healthy, and justly proportioned. And being of a middle stature, he was capable of enduring the greatest fatigues. He excelled in horsemanship and other exercises, and he possessed all the exterior, as well as many of the essential qualities which form an accomplished prince. The tragical death of Charles begot a question, whether the people, in any case, were entitled to judge and to punish their sovereign. And most men, regarding chiefly the atrocious usurpation of the pretended judges, and the merit of the virtuous prince who suffered, were inclined to condemn the republican principle as highly seditious and extravagant, but there still were a few who, abstracting from the particular circumstances of this case, were able to consider the question in general, and were inclined to moderate, not contradict, the prevailing sentiment. Such might have been their reasoning. If ever, on any occasion, it were laudable to conceal truth from the populace, it must be confessed, that the doctrine of resistance affords such an example. And that all speculative reasoners ought to observe, with regard to this principle, the same cautious silence which the laws, in every species of government, have ever prescribed to themselves. Government is instituted in order to restrain the fury and injustice of the people. And being always founded on opinion, not on force, it is dangerous to weaken, by these speculations, the reverence which the multitude owe to authority, and to instruct them beforehand. That the case can ever happen when they may be freed from their duty of allegiance. Or should it be found impossible to restrain the license of human disquisitions, it must be acknowledged, that the doctrine of obedience ought alone to be inculcated. And that the exceptions, which are rare, ought seldom or never to be mentioned in popular reasonings and discourses. Nor is there any danger that mankind, by this prudent reserve, should universally degenerate into a state of abject servitude. When the exception really occurs, even though it be not previously expected and descanted on, it must, from its very nature, be so obvious and undisputed, as to remove all doubt, and overpower the restraint, however great, imposed by teaching the general doctrine of obedience. But between resisting a prince and dethroning him, there is a wide interval, and the abuses of power which can warrant the latter violence, are greater and more enormous than those which will justify the former. History, however, supplies us with examples even of this kind, and the reality of the supposition, though for the future it ought ever to be little looked for, must, by all candid inquirers, be acknowledged in the past. But between dethroning a prince and punishing him, there is another very wide interval. And it were not strange, if even men of the most enlarged thought should question, whether human nature could ever, in any monarch, reach that height of depravity, as to warrant, in revolted subjects, this last act of extraordinary jurisdiction. That illusion, if it be an illusion, which teaches us to pay a sacred regard to the persona of princes, is so salutary, that to dissipate it by the formal trial and punishment of a sovereign, will have more pernicious effects upon the people. Then the example of justice can be supposed to have a beneficial influence upon princes, by checking their career of tyranny. It is dangerous also, by these examples, to reduce princes to despair, or bring matters to such extremities against persons endowed with great power as to leave them no resource, but in the most violent and most sanguinary counsels. This general position being established, it must, however, be observed, that no reader, almost of any party or principle, was ever shocked, when he read in ancient history, that the Roman Senate voted Nero, their absolute sovereign, to be a public enemy, and, even without trial, condemned him to the severest and most ignominious punishment. A punishment from which the meanest Roman citizen was, by the laws, exempted. The crimes of that bloody tyrant are so enormous, that they break through all rules. And extort a confession, that such a dethroned prince is no longer superior to his people, and can no longer plead, in his own defense, laws which were established for conducting the ordinary course of administration. But when we pass from the case of Nero to that of Charles, the great disproportion, or rather total contrariety, of character immediately strikes us. And we stand astonished, that, among a civilized people, so much virtue could ever meet with so fatal a catastrophe. History, the great mistress of wisdom, furnishes examples of all kinds. And every prudential, as well as moral precept, may be authorized by those events which her enlarged mirror is able to present to us. From the memorable revolutions which passed in England during this period, we may naturally deduce the same useful lesson which Charles himself, in his later years, inferred. That it is dangerous for princes, even from the appearance of necessity, to assume more authority than the laws have allowed them. But it must be confessed, that these events furnish us with another instruction, no less natural and no less useful, concerning the madness of the people, the furies of fanaticism, and the danger of mercenary armies. In order to close this part of British history, it is also necessary to relate the dissolution of the monarchy in England. That event soon followed upon the death of the monarch. When the peers met, on the day appointed in their adjournment, they entered upon business, and sent down some votes to the Commons, of which the latter deigned not to take the least notice. In a few days, the lower house passed a vote, that they would make no more addresses to the House of Peers nor receive any front them, and that house was useless and dangerous, and was therefore to be abolished. A like vote passed with regard to the monarchy, and it is remarkable, that Martin, a zealous Republican, in the debate on this question, confessed, that if they desired a king, the last was as proper as any gentleman in England. The Commons ordered a new Great Seal to be engraved, on which that assembly was represented, with this legend, on the first year of freedom, by God's blessing, restored, 1648. The forms of all public business were changed, from the king's name, to that of the keepers of the liberties of England. And it was declared high treason to proclaim, or any otherwise acknowledge Charles Stuart, commonly called Prince of Wales. The Commons intended, it is said, to bind the Princess Elizabeth apprenticed to a button-maker. The Duke of Gloucester was to be taught some other mechanical employment. But the former soon died of grief, as is supposed, for her father's tragical end. The latter was, by Cromwell, sent beyond sea. The king's statue, in the Exchange, was thrown down, and on the pedestal these words were inscribed, Exit Tyrannus, Regum Ultimus. The tyrant is gone, the last of the kings. Duke Hamilton was tried by a new High Court of Justice, as Earl of Cambridge, in England, and condemned for treason. This sentence, which was certainly hard, but which ought to save his memory from all imputations of treachery to his master, was executed on a scaffold erected before Westminster Hall. Lord Capel underwent the same fate. Both these noblemen had escaped from prison, but were afterwards discovered and taken. To all the solicitations of their friends for pardon, the generals and parliamentary leaders still replied, that it was certainly the intention of Providence they should suffer, since it had permitted them to fall into the hands of their enemies, after they had once recovered their liberty. The Earl of Holland lost his life by a like sentence. Though of a polite and courtly behavior, he died lamented by no party. His ingratitude to the king, and his frequent changing of sides, were regarded as great stains on his memory. The Earl of Norwich and Sir John Owen, being condemned by the same court, were pardoned by the Commons. The king left 6 children, 3 males, Charles, born in 1630, James, Duke of York, born in 1633, Henry, Duke of Gloucester, born in 1641, and 3 females, Mary, Princess of Orange, born 1631, Elizabeth, born 1635. And Henrietta, afterwards Duchess of Orleans, born at Exeter, 1644. The Archbishops of Canterbury in this reign were Abbot and Laud, the Lord Keepers, Williams Bishop of Lincoln, Lord Coventry, Lord Finch, Lord Littleton, and Sir Richard Lane. The High Admirals, the Duke of Buckingham and the Earl of Northumberland, the Treasurers, the Earl of Marlborough, the Earl of Portland, Juxon Bishop of London, and Lord Coddington. The Secretaries of State, Lord Conway, Sir Albertus Moreton, Coke, Sir Henry Vane, Lord Falkland, Lord Digby, and Sir Edward Nicholas. It may be expected that we should here mention the Icon Basilique, a work published in the king's name a few days after his execution. It seems almost impossible, in the controverted parts of history, to say anything which will satisfy the zealots of both parties, but with regard to the genuineness of that production. It is not easy for an historian to fix any opinion which will be entirely to his own satisfaction. The proofs brought to evince that this work is or is not the king's, are so convincing, that if an impartial reader peruse any one side apart, he will think it impossible that arguments could be produced sufficient to counterbalance so strong an evidence, and when he compares both sides, he will be sometime at a loss to fix any determination. Should an absolute suspense of judgment be found difficult or disagreeable in so interesting a question, I must confess, that I much incline to give the preference to the arguments of the Royalists. The testimonies which prove that performance to be the King's, are more numerous, certain, and direct, than those on the other side. This is the case, even if we consider the external evidence, but when we weigh the internal, derived from the style and composition, there is no manner of comparison. These meditations resemble, in elegance, purity, neatness, and simplicity, the genius of those performances which we know with certainty to have flowed from the royal pen, but are so unlike the bombast, perplexed, rhetorical, and corrupt style of Dr. Gauden, to whom they are ascribed, that no human testimony seems sufficient to convince us that he was the author. Yet all the evidences which would rob the king of that honor, tend to prove that Dr. Gauden had the merit of writing so fine a performance, and the infamy of imposing it on the world for the kings. It is not easy to conceive the general compassion excited towards the king, by the publishing, at so critical a juncture, a work so full of piety, meekness, and humanity. Many have not scrupled to ascribe to that book the subsequent restoration of the royal family. Milton compares its effects to those which were wrought on the tumultuous Romans by Anthony's reading to them the will of Caesar. The icon passed through 50 editions in a 12-month. And, independent of the great interest taken in it by the nation, as the supposed production of their murdered sovereign, it must be acknowledged the best prose composition which, at the time of its publication, was to be found in the English language. Chapter 61. The Commonwealth. 1649. The confusions which overspread England after the murder of Charles I. proceeded as well from the spirit of refinement and innovation which agitated the ruling party, as from the dissolution of all that authority, both civil and ecclesiastical, by which the nation had ever been accustomed to be governed. Every man had framed the model of a republic, and, however new it was, or fantastical, he was eager in recommending it to his fellow citizens, or even imposing it by force upon them. Every man had adjusted a system of religion, which, being derived from no traditional authority, was peculiar to himself. And being founded on supposed inspiration, not on any principles of human reason, had no means, besides cant and low rhetoric, by which it could recommend itself to others. The levellers insisted on an equal distribution of power and property, and disclaimed all dependence and subordination. The millenarians, or fifth monarchy men, required, that government itself should be abolished, and all human powers be laid in the dust, in order to pave the way for the dominion of Christ, whose second coming they suddenly expected. The antinomians even insisted, that the obligations of morality and natural law were suspended, and that the elect, guided by an internal principle more perfect and divine, were superior to the beggarly elements of justice and humanity. A considerable party declaimed against tithes and a hireling priesthood, and were resolved that the magistrate should not support by power or revenue any ecclesiastical establishment. Another party inveighed against the law and its professors, and, on pretence of rendering more simple the distribution of justice, were desirous of abolishing the whole system of English jurisprudence, which seemed interwoven with monarchical government. Even those among the republicans who adopted not such extravagancies, were so intoxicated with their saintly character, that they supposed themselves possessed of peculiar privileges. And all professions, oaths, laws, and engagements, had, in a great measure, lost their influence over them. The bands of society were everywhere loosened, and the irregular passions of men were encouraged by speculative principles, still more unsocial and irregular. The Royalists, consisting of the nobles and more considerable gentry, being degraded from their authority and plundered of their property, were inflamed with the highest resentment and indignation against those ignoble adversaries who had reduced them to subjection. The Presbyterians, whose credit had first supported the arms of the Parliament, were enraged to find that, by the treachery or superior cunning of then associates, the fruits of all their successful labors were ravished from them. The former party, from inclination and principle, zealously attached themselves to the son of their unfortunate monarch, whose memory they respected, and whose tragical death they deplored. The latter cast their eye towards the same object. But they had still many prejudices to overcome, many fears and jealousies to be allayed, ere they could cordially entertain thoughts of restoring the family which they had so grievously offended, and whose principles they regarded with such violent abhorrence. The only solid support of the Republican independent faction, which, though it formed so small a part of the nation, had violently usurped the government of the whole, was a numerous army of near 50,000 men. But this army, formidable from its discipline and courage, as well as its numbers, was actuated by a spirit that rendered it dangerous to the assembly which had assumed the command over it. Accustomed to indulge every chimera in politics, every frenzy in religion, the soldiers knew little of the subordination of citizens, and had only learned, from apparent necessity, some maxims of military obedience. And while they still maintained, that all those enormous violations of law and equity, of which they had been guilty, were justified by the success with which Providence had blessed them, they were ready to break out into any new disorder, wherever they had the prospect of a like sanction and authority. What alone gave some stability to all these unsettled humors was the great influence, both civil and military, acquired by Oliver Cromwell. This man, suited to the age in which he lived, and to that alone, was equally qualified to gain the affection and confidence of men, by what was mean, vulgar, and ridiculous in his character, as to command their obedience by what was great, daring, and enterprising. Familiar even to buffoonery with the meanest sentinel, he never lost his authority. Transported to a degree of madness with religious ecstasies, he never forgot the political purposes to which they might serve. Hating monarchy while a subject, despising liberty while a citizen, though he retained for a time all orders of men under a seeming obedience to the Parliament, he was secretly paving the way, by artifice and courage, to his own unlimited authority. The Parliament, for so we must henceforth call a small and inconsiderable part of the House of Commons, having murdered their sovereign with so many appearing circumstances of solemnity and justice, and so much real violence, and even fury, began to assume more the air of a civil legal power, and to enlarge a little the narrow bottom upon which they stood. They admitted a few of the excluded and absent members, such as were liable to least exception, but on condition that these members should sign an approbation of whatever had been done in their absence with regard to the king's trial. And some of them were willing to acquire a share of power on such terms, the greater part disdained to lend their authority to such apparent usurpations. They issued some writs for new elections, in places where they hoped to have interest enough to bring in their own friends and dependents. They named a council of state, 38 in number, to whom all addresses were made, who gave orders to all generals and admirals, who executed the laws, and who digested all business before it was introduced into Parliament. They pretended to employ themselves entirely in adjusting the laws, forms, and plan of a new representative. And as soon as they should have settled the nation, they professed their intention of restoring the power to the people, from whom they acknowledged they had entirely derived it. The Commonwealth found everything in England composed into a seeming tranquillity by the terror of their arms. Foreign powers, occupied in wars among themselves, had no leisure or inclination to interpose in the domestic dissensions of this island. The young king, poor and neglected, living sometimes in Holland, sometimes in France, sometimes in Jersey, comforted himself amidst his present distresses with the hopes of better fortune. The situation alone of Scotland and Ireland gave any immediate inquietude to the new republic. After the successive defeats of Montrose and Hamilton, and the ruin of their parties, the whole authority in Scotland fell into the hands of Argyle and the rigid churchmen, that party which was most averse to the interests of the royal family. Their enmity, however, against the Independents, who had prevented the settlement of Presbyterian discipline in England, carried them to embrace opposite maxims in their political conduct. Though invited by the English Parliament to model their government into a republican form, they resolved still to adhere to monarchy, which had ever prevailed in their country, and which, by the express terms of their covenant they had engaged to defend. They considered, besides, that as the property of the kingdom lay mostly in the hands of great families, it would be difficult to establish a commonwealth, or without some chief magistrate, invested with royal authority, to preserve peace or justice in the community. The execution, therefore, of the king, against which they had always protested, having occasioned a vacancy of the throne, they immediately proclaimed his son and successor, Charles II. But upon condition of his good behavior, and strict observance of the covenant, and his entertaining no other persons about him but such as were godly men, and faithful to that obligation. These unusual clauses, inserted in the very first acknowledgment of their prince, sufficiently showed their intention of limiting extremely his authority. And the English Commonwealth, having no pretence to interpose in the affairs of that kingdom, allowed the Scots, for the present, to take their own measures in settling their government. The dominion which England claimed over Ireland, demanded more immediately their efforts for subduing that country. In order to convey a just notion of Irish affairs, it will be necessary to look backward some years, and to relate briefly those transactions which had passed during the memorable revolutions in England. When the late king agreed to that cessation of arms with the popish rebels, which was become so requisite, as well for the security of the Irish Protestants as for promoting his interests in England, the Parliament, in order to blacken his conduct, reproached him with favouring that odious rebellion, and exclaimed loudly against the terms of the cessation. They even went so far as to declare it entirely null and invalid, because finished without their consent, and in this declaration the Scots in Ulster, and the Earl of Inchiquin, a nobleman of great authority in Munster, professed to adhere. By their means the war was still kept alive. But as the dangerous distractions in England hindered the Parliament from sending any considerable assistance to their allies in Ireland, the Marquis of Ormond, Lord Lieutenant, being a native of Ireland, and a person endowed with great prudence and virtue, formed a scheme for composing the disorders of his country, and for engaging the rebel Irish to support the cause of his royal master. There were many circumstances which strongly invited the natives of Ireland to embrace the king's party. The maxims of that prince had always led him to give a reasonable indulgence to the Catholics throughout all his dominions. And one principal ground of that enmity which the Puritans professed against him, was this tacit toleration. The Parliament, on the contrary, even when unprovoked, had ever menaced the Papists with the most rigid restraint, if not a total extirpation. And immediately after the commencement of the Irish rebellion, they put to sale all the estates of the rebels, and had engaged the public faith for transferring them to the adventurers, who had already advanced money upon that security. The success, therefore, which the arms of the Parliament met with at Naseby, struck a just terror into the Irish, and engaged the Council of Kilkenny, composed of deputies from all the Catholic counties and cities, to conclude a peace with the Marquis of Ormond. They professed to return to their duty and allegiance, engaged to furnish 10,000 men for the support of the king's authority in England, and were content with stipulating, in return, indemnity for their rebellion, and toleration of their religion. Ormond, not doubting but a peace, so advantageous and even necessary to the Irish, would be strictly observed, advanced with a small body of troops to Kilkenny, in order to concert measures for common defence with his new allies. The Pope had sent over to Ireland a nuncio, Rinuccini, an Italian. And this man, whose commission empowered him to direct the spiritual concerns of the Irish, was emboldened, by their ignorance and bigotry, to assume the chief authority in the civil government. Foreseeing that a general submission to the Lord Lieutenant would put an end to his own influence, he conspired with Owen O'Neill, who commanded the native Irish, in Ulster, and who bore a great jealousy to Preston, the general chiefly trusted by the Council of Kilkenny. By concert, these two malcontents secretly drew forces together, and were ready to fall on Ormond, who remained in security, trusting to the pacification so lately concluded with the rebels. He received intelligence of their treachery, made his retreat with celerity in conduct, and sheltered his small army in Dublin and the other fortified towns, which still remained in the hands of the Protestants. The nuncio, full of arrogance, levity, and ambition, was not contented with this violation of treaty. He summoned an assembly of the clergy at Waterford, and engaged them to declare against that pacification which the civil council had concluded with their sovereign. He even thundered out a sentence of excommunication against all who should adhere to a peace so prejudicial, as he pretended, to the Catholic religion. And the deluded Irish, terrified with his spiritual menaces, ranged themselves everywhere on his side, and submitted to his authority. Without scruple, he carried on war against the Lord Lieutenant, and threatened with a siege the Protestant garrisons, which were all of them very ill provided for defence. Meanwhile, the unfortunate king was necessitated to take shelter in the Scottish army. And being there reduced to close confinement, and secluded from all commerce with his friends, despaired that his authority, or even his liberty, would ever be restored to him. He sent orders to Ormond, if he could not defend himself, rather to submit to the English than to the Irish rebels. And accordingly the Lord Lieutenant, being reduced to extremities, delivered up Dublin, Tredah, Dundalk and other garrisons, to Colonel Michael Jones, who took possession of them in the name of the English Parliament. Ormond himself went over to England, was admitted into the king's presence, received a grateful acknowledgment for his past services, and during some time lived in tranquillity near London. But being banished, with the other royalists, to a distance from that city, and seeing every event turn out unfortunately for his royal master, and threaten him with a catastrophe still more direful, he thought proper to retire into France, where he joined the Queen and the Prince of Wales. In Ireland, during these transactions, the authority of the nuncio prevailed without control among all the Catholics, and that prelate, by his indiscretion and insolence, soon made them repent of the power with which they had entrusted him. Prudent men likewise were sensible of the total destruction which was hanging over the nation from the English Parliament, and saw no resource or safety but in giving support to the declining authority of the king. The Earl of Clanricarde, a nobleman of an ancient family, a person too of merit, who had ever preserved his loyalty, was sensible of the ruin which threatened his countrymen, and was resolved, if possible, to prevent it. He secretly formed a combination among the Catholics. He entered into a correspondence with Inchiquin, who preserved great authority over the Protestants in Munster. He attacked the nuncio, whom he chased out of the island. And he sent to Paris a deputation, inviting the Lord Lieutenant to return and take possession of his government. Ormond, on his arrival in Ireland, found the kingdom divided into many factions, among which either open war or secret enmity prevailed. The authority of the English Parliament was established in Dublin, and the other towns which he himself had delivered into their hands. O'Neill maintained his credit in Ulster. And having entered into a secret correspondence with the parliamentary generals, was more intent on schemes for his own personal safety, than anxious for the preservation of his country or religion. The other Irish, divided between their clergy, who were averse to Ormond, and their nobility, who were attached to him, were very uncertain in their motions and feeble in their measures. The Scots in the north, enraged, as well as their other countrymen, against the usurpations of the sectarian army, professed their adherence to the king, but were still hindered by many prejudices from entering into a cordial union with his lieutenant. All these distracted counsels and contrary humours checked the progress of Ormond, and enabled the parliamentary forces in Ireland to maintain their ground against him. The Republican faction, meanwhile, in England, employed in subduing the revolted royalists, in reducing the Parliament to subjection, in the trial, condemnation, and execution of their sovereign, totally neglected the supplying of Ireland, and allowed Jones and the forces in Dublin to remain in the utmost weakness and necessity. The Lord Lieutenant, though surrounded with difficulties, neglected not the favourable opportunity of promoting the royal cause. Having at last assembled an army of 16,000 men, he advanced upon the parliamentary garrisons. Dundalk, where Monk commanded, was delivered up by the troops, who mutinied against their governor. Tredah, Newry, and other forts, were taken. Dublin was threatened with a siege. And the affairs of the lieutenant appeared in so prosperous a condition, that the young king entertained thoughts of coming in person into Ireland. When the English Commonwealth was brought to some tolerable settlement, men began to cast their eyes towards the neighbouring island. During the contest of the two parties, the government of Ireland had remained a great object of intrigue. And the Presbyterians endeavoured to obtain the lieutenancy for Waller, the independence for Lambert. After the execution of the king, Cromwell himself began to aspire to a command, where so much glory, he saw, might be won, and so much authority acquired. In his absence, he took care to have his name proposed to the Council of State. And both friends and enemies concurred immediately to vote him into that important office. The former suspected that the matter had not been proposed merely by chance, without his own concurrence. The latter desired to remove him to a distance, and hoped, during his absence, to gain the ascendant over Fairfax, whom he had so long blinded by his hypocritical professions. Cromwell himself, when informed of his election, feigned surprise, and pretended at first to hesitate with regard to the acceptance of the command. And Lambert, either deceived by his dissimulation, or, in his turn, feigning to be deceived, still continued, notwithstanding this disappointment, his friendship and connections with Cromwell. The new lieutenant immediately applied himself with his wonted vigilance to make preparations for his expedition. Many disorders in England it behoved him previously to compose. All places were full of danger and inquietude. Though men, astonished with the successes of the army, remained in seeming tranquillity, symptoms of the greatest discontent everywhere appeared. The English, long accustomed to a mild administration, and unacquainted with dissimulation, could not conform their speech and countenance to the present necessity, or pretend attachment to a form of government which they generally regarded with such violent abhorrence. It was requisite to change the magistracy of London, and to degrade, as well as punish, the mayor and some of the aldermen, before the proclamation for the abolition of monarchy could be published in the city. An engagement being framed to support the Commonwealth without king or House of Peers, the army was with some difficulty brought to subscribe it. But though it was imposed upon the rest of the nation under severe penalties, no less than putting all who refused out of the protection of law, such obstinate reluctance was observed in the people, that even the imperious Parliament was obliged to desist from it. The spirit of fanaticism, by which that assembly had at first been strongly supported, was now turned, in a great measure, against them. The pulpits, being chiefly filled with Presbyterians or disguised Royalists, and having long been the scene of news and politics, could by no penalties be restrained from declarations unfavourable to the established government. Numberless were the extravagancies which broke out among the people. Everard, a disbanded soldier, having preached that the time was now come when the community of goods would be renewed among Christians, led out his followers to take possession of the land. And being carried before the general, he refused to salute him, because he was but his fellow creature. What seemed more dangerous, the army itself was infected with like humours. Though the levellers had for a time been suppressed by the audacious spirit of Cromwell, they still continued to propagate their doctrines among the private men and inferior officers, who pretended a right to be consulted, as before, in the administration of the Commonwealth. They now practised against their officers the same lesson which they had been taught against the Parliament. They framed a remonstrance, and sent 5 agitators to present it to the General and Council of War. These were cashiered with ignominy by sentence of a court-martial. One Lockyer, having carried his sedition further, was sentenced to death. But this punishment was so far from quelling the mutinous spirit, that above 1,000 of his companions showed their adherence to him, by attending his funeral, and wearing in their hats black and sea-green ribbons by way of favours. About 4,000 assembled at Burford, under the command of Thomson, a man formerly condemned for sedition by a court-martial, but pardoned by the general. Colonel Reynolds, and afterwards Fairfax and Cromwell, fell upon them, while unprepared for defence, and seduced by the appearance of a treaty. 400 were taken prisoners, some of them capitally punished, the rest pardoned. And this tumultuous spirit, though it still lurked in the army, and broke out from time to time, seemed for the present to be suppressed. Petitions, framed in the same spirit of opposition, were presented to the Parliament by Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne, the person who, for dispersing seditious libels, had formerly been treated with such severity by the Star Chamber. His liberty was at this time as ill-relished by the Parliament, and he was thrown into prison, as a promoter of sedition and disorder in the Commonwealth. The women applied by petition for his release, but were now desired to mind their household affairs, and leave the government of the state to the men. From all quarters the Parliament was harassed with petitions of a very free nature, which strongly spoke the sense of the nation, and proved how ardently all men longed for the restoration of their laws and liberties. Even in a feast which the city gave to the Parliament in Council of State, it was deemed a requisite precaution, if we may credit Walker and Dugdale, to swear all the cooks, that they would serve nothing but wholesome food to them. The Parliament judged it necessary to enlarge the laws of high treason beyond those narrow bounds within which they had been confined during the monarchy. They even comprehended verbal offences, nay, intentions, though they had never appeared in any overt act against the state. To affirm the present government to be a usurpation, to assert that the Parliament or Council of State were tyrannical or illegal, to endeavour subverting their authority, or stirring up sedition against them, these offences were declared to be high treason. The power of imprisonment, of which the petition of right had bereaved the king, it was now found necessary to restore to the Council of State. And all the jails in England were filled with men whom the jealousies and fears of the ruling party had represented as dangerous. The taxes continued by the new government, and which, being unusual, were esteemed heavy, increased the general ill will under which it laboured. Besides the customs and excise, £90,000 a month were levied on land for the subsistence of the army. The sequestrations and compositions of the royalists, the sale of the crown lands, and of the dean and chapter lands, though they yielded great sums, were not sufficient to support the vast expenses, and, as was suspected, the great depredations of the Parliament and of their creatures. Amidst all these difficulties and disturbances, the steady mind of Cromwell, without confusion or embarrassment, still pursued its purpose. While he was collecting an army of 12,000 men in the west of England, he sent to Ireland, under Reynolds and Venables, a reinforcement of 4,000 horse and foot, in order to strengthen Jones, and enable him to defend himself against the Marquis of Ormond, who lay at Finglas, and was making preparations for the attack of Dublin. Inchiquin, who had now made a treaty with the king's lieutenant, having, with a separate body, taken Tredah and Dundalk, gave a defeat to Offarel, who served under O'Neill, and to young Coote, who commanded some parliamentary forces. After he had joined his troops to the main army, with whom for some time he remained united, Ormond passed the river Liffey, and took post at Rathmines, 2 miles from Dublin, with a view of commencing the siege of that city. In order to cut off all further supply from Jones, he had begun the reparation of an old fort which lay at the gates of Dublin. And being exhausted with continual fatigue for some days, he had retired to rest, after leaving orders to keep his forces under arms. He was suddenly awaked with the noise of firing, and starting from his bed, saw everything already in tumult and confusion. Jones, an excellent officer, formerly a lawyer, had sallied out with the reinforcement newly arrived. And attacking the party employed in repairing the fort, he totally routed them, pursued the advantage, and fell in with the army, which had neglected Ormond's orders. These he soon threw into disorder, put them to flight, in spite of all the efforts of the Lord Lieutenant, chased them off the field, seized all their tents, baggage, ammunition, and returned victorious to Dublin, after killing 1,000 men, and taking above 2,000 prisoners. This loss, which threw some blemish on the military character of Ormond, was irreparable to the royal cause. That numerous army, which, with so much pains and difficulty, the Lord Lieutenant had been collecting for more than a year, was dispersed in a moment. Cromwell soon after arrived in Dublin, where he was welcomed with shouts and rejoicings. He hastened to Tredah. That town was well fortified. Ormond had thrown into it a good garrison of 3,000 men, under Sir Arthur Aston, an officer of reputation. He expected that Tredah, lying in the neighbourhood of Dublin, would first be attempted by Cromwell, and he was desirous to employ the enemy some time in that siege, while he himself should repair his broken forces. But Cromwell knew the importance of dispatch. Having made a breach, he ordered a general assault. Though twice repulsed with loss, he renewed the attack, and himself, along with Ireton, led on his men. All opposition was overborne by the furious valor of the troops. The town was taken sword in hand, and orders being issued to give no quarter, a cruel slaughter was made of the garrison. Even a few, who were saved by the soldiers, satiated with blood, were next day miserably butchered by orders from the general. One person alone of the garrison escaped to be a messenger of this universal havoc and destruction. Cromwell pretended to retaliate by this severe execution the cruelty of the Irish massacre, but he well knew that almost the whole garrison was English. And his justice was only a barbarous policy, in order to terrify all other garrisons from resistance. His policy, however, had the desired effect. Having led the army without delay to Wexford, he began to batter the town. The garrison, after a slight defense, offered to capitulate, but before they obtained a cessation, they imprudently neglected their guards, and the English army rushed in upon them. The same severity was exercised as at Tredah. Every town before which Cromwell presented himself, now opened its gates without resistance. Ross, though strongly garrisoned, was surrendered by Lord Taaffe. Having taken Eschenage, Cromwell threw a bridge over the Barrow, and made himself master of Passage and Kerry. The English had no further difficulties to encounter than what arose from fatigue and the advanced season. Fluxes and contagious distempers crept in among the soldiers, who perished in great numbers. Jones himself, the brave governor of Dublin, died at Wexford. And Cromwell had so far advanced with his decayed army, that he began to find it difficult either to subsist in the enemy's country, or retreat to his own garrisons. But while he was in these straits, Cork, Kinsale, and all the English garrisons in Munster deserted to him, and opening their gates, resolved to share the fortunes of their victorious countrymen. This desertion of the English put an end to Ormond's authority, which was already much diminished by the misfortunes at Dublin, Tredah, and Wexford. The Irish, actuated by national and religious prejudices, could no longer be kept in obedience by a Protestant governor, who was so unsuccessful in all his enterprises. The clergy renewed their excommunications against him and his adherents, and added the terrors of superstition to those which arose from a victorious enemy. Cromwell, having received a reinforcement from England, again took the field early in the spring. He made himself master of Kilkenny and Clonmel, the only places where he met with any vigorous resistance. The whole frame of the Irish Union being in a manner dissolved, Ormond soon after left the island, and delegated his authority to Clanricarde, who found affairs so desperate as to admit of no remedy. The Irish were glad to embrace banishment as a refuge. Above 40,000 men passed into foreign service. And Cromwell, well pleased to free the island from enemies who never could be cordially reconciled to the English, gave them full liberty and leisure for their embarkation. While Cromwell proceeded with such uninterrupted success in Ireland, which in the space of 9 months he had almost entirely subdued, fortune was preparing for him a new scene of victory and triumph in Scotland. Charles was at the Hague, when Sir Joseph Douglas brought him intelligence, that he was proclaimed king by the Scottish Parliament. At the same time, Douglas informed him of the hard conditions annexed to the proclamation, and extremely damped that joy which might arise from his being recognized sovereign in one of his kingdoms. Charles too considered, that those who pretended to acknowledge his title, were at that very time in actual rebellion against his family, and would be sure to entrust very little authority in his hands, and scarcely would afford him personal liberty and security. As the prospect of affairs in Ireland was at that time not unpromising, he intended rather to try his fortune in that kingdom, from which he expected more dutiful submission and obedience. Meanwhile he found it expedient to depart from Holland. The people in the United Provinces were much attached to his interests. Besides his connection with the family of Orange, which was extremely beloved by the populace, all men regarded with compassion his helpless condition, and expressed the greatest abhorrence against the murder of his father. A deed to which nothing, they thought, but the rage of fanaticism and faction could have impelled the Parliament. But though the public in general bore great favour to the king, the states were uneasy at his presence. They dreaded the Parliament, so formidable by their power, and so prosperous in all their enterprises. They apprehended the most precipitate resolutions from men of such violent and haughty dispositions. And after the murder of Dorislaus, they found it still more necessary to satisfy the English Commonwealth, by removing the king to a distance from them. 1650. Dorislaus, though a native of Holland, had lived long in England. And being employed as assistant to the High Court of Justice which condemned the late king, he had risen to great credit and favour with the ruling party. They sent him envoy to Holland. But no sooner had he arrived at the Hague, than he was set upon by some royalists, chiefly retainers to Montrose. They rushed into the room where he was sitting with some company, dragged him from the table, put him to death as the first victim to their murdered sovereign, very leisurely and peaceably separated themselves. And though orders were issued by the magistrates to arrest them, these were executed with such slowness and reluctance, that the criminals had all of them the opportunity of making their escape. Charles, having passed some time at Paris, where no assistance was given him, and even few civilities were paid him, made his retreat into Jersey, where his authority was still acknowledged. Here Winram, Laird of Librarian, came to him as deputy from the Committee of Estates in Scotland, and informed him of the conditions to which he must necessarily submit before he could be admitted to the exercise of his authority. Conditions more severe were never imposed by subjects upon their sovereign. But as the affairs of Ireland began to decline, and the king found it no longer safe to venture himself in that island, he gave a civil answer to Winram, and desired commissioners to meet him at Breda, in order to enter into a treaty with regard to these conditions. The Earls of Cassilis and Lothian, Lord Burleigh, the Laird of Librarian, and other commissioners, arrived at Breda, but without any power of treating. The king must submit without reserve to the terms imposed upon him. The terms were, that he should issue a proclamation, banishing from court all excommunicated persons, that is, all those who, either under Hamilton or Montrose, had ventured their lives for his family. That no English subject who had served against the Parliament, should be allowed to approach him, that he should bind himself by his royal promise to take the covenant. That he should ratify all acts of Parliament by which Presbyterian government, the Directory of Worship, the Confession of Faith, and the Catechism were established. And that in civil affairs he should entirely conform himself to the direction of Parliament, and in ecclesiastical to that of the Assembly. These proposals the commissioners, after passing some time in sermons and prayers, in order to express the more determined resolution, very solemnly delivered to the king. The king's friends were divided with regard to the part which he should act in this critical conjuncture. Most of his English counsellors dissuaded him from accepting conditions so disadvantageous and dishonourable. They said, that the men who now governed Scotland were the most furious and bigoted of that party which, notwithstanding his gentle government, had first excited a rebellion against the late king. After the most unlimited concessions, had renewed their rebellion, and stopped the progress of his victories in England. And after he had entrusted his person to them in his uttermost distress, had basely sold him, together with their own honour, to his barbarous enemies, that they had as yet shown no marks of repentance. And even in the terms which they now proposed, displayed the same anti-monarchical principles, and the same jealousy of their sovereign, by which they had ever been actuated, that nothing could be more dishonourable, than that the king, in his first enterprise, should sacrifice, merely for the empty name of royalty, those principles for which his father had died a martyr, and in which he himself had been strictly educated, that by this hypocrisy he might lose the royalists, who alone were sincerely attached to him, but never would gain the Presbyterians, who were averse to his family and his cause, and would ascribe his compliance merely to policy and necessity, that the Scots had refused to give him any assurances of their intending to restore him to the throne of England. And could they even be brought to make such an attempt, it had sufficiently appeared, by the event of Hamilton's engagement, how unequal their force was to so great an enterprise, that on the first check which they should receive, Argyle and his partisans would lay hold of the quickest expedient for reconciling themselves to the English Parliament, and would betray the king, as they had done his father, into the hands of his enemies, and that, however desperate the royal cause, it must still be regarded as highly imprudent in the king to make a sacrifice of his honour, where the sole purchase was to endanger his life or liberty. The Earl of Loneric, now Duke of Hamilton, the Earl of Lauderdale, and others of that party who had been banished their country for the late engagement, were then with the king. And being desirous of returning home in his retinue, they joined the opinion of the young Duke of Buckingham, and earnestly pressed him to submit to the conditions required of him. It was urged, that nothing would more gratify the king's enemies than to see him fall into the snare laid for him, and by so scrupulous a nicety leave the possession of his dominions to those who desired but a pretence for excluding him, that Argyle, not daring so far to oppose the bent of the nation as to throw off all allegiance to his sovereign, had embraced this expedient, by which he hoped to make Charles dethrone himself and refuse a kingdom which was offered him, that it was not to be doubted but the same national spirit, assisted by Hamilton and his party, would rise still higher in favor of their prince after he had entrusted himself to their fidelity, and would much abate the rigor of the conditions now imposed upon him, that whatever might be the present intentions of the ruling party, they must unavoidably be engaged in a war with England, and must accept the assistance of the king's friends of all parties, in order to support themselves against a power so much superior, that how much soever a steady, uniform conduct might have been suitable to the advanced age and strict engagements of the late king, no one would throw any blame on a young prince for complying with conditions which necessity had extorted from him, that even the rigor of those principles professed by his father, though with some it had exalted his character, had been extremely prejudicial to his interests. Nor could anything be more serviceable to the royal cause, than to give all parties room to hope for more equal and more indulgent maxims of government. And that where affairs were reduced to so desperate a situation, dangers ought little to be regarded. And the king's honor lay rather in showing some early symptoms of courage and activity, than in choosing strictly a party among theological controversies, with which, it might be supposed, he was as yet very little acquainted. These arguments, seconded by the advice of the Queen Mother and of the Prince of Orange, the king's brother-in-law, who both of them thought it ridiculous to refuse a kingdom merely from regard to episcopacy, had great influence on Charles. But what chiefly determined him to comply, was the account brought him of the fate of Montrose, who, with all the circumstances of rage and contumely, had been put to death by his zealous countrymen. Though in this instance the king saw more evidently the furious spirit by which the Scots were actuated, he had now no further resource, and was obliged to grant whatever was demanded of him. Montrose, having laid down his arms at the command of the late king, had retired into France, and, contrary to his natural disposition, had lived for some time inactive at Paris. He there became acquainted with the famous Cardinal de Retz, and that penetrating judge celebrates him in his memoirs as one of those heroes, of whom there are no longer any remains in the world, and who are only to be met with in Plutarch. Desirous of improving his martial genius, he took a journey to Germany, was caressed by the emperor, received the rank of mareschal, and proposed to levy a regiment for the imperial service. While employed for that purpose in the Low Countries, he heard of the tragical death of the king, and at the same time received from his young master a renewal of his commission of Captain General in Scotland. His ardent and daring spirit needed but this authority to put him in action. He gathered followers in Holland and the north of Germany whom his great reputation allured to him. The King of Denmark and Duke of Holstein sent him some small supply of money, the Queen of Sweden furnished him with arms, the Prince of Orange with ships. And Montrose, hastening his enterprise, lest the king's agreement with the Scots should make him revoke his commission, set out for the Orkneys with about 500 men, most of them Germans. These were all the preparations which he could make against a kingdom, settled in domestic peace, supported by a disciplined army, fully apprised of his enterprise, and prepared against him. Some of his retainers having told him of a prophecy, that to him and him alone it was reserved to restore the king's authority in all his dominions, he lent a willing ear to suggestions which, however ill-grounded or improbable, were so conformable to his own daring character. He armed several of the inhabitants of the Orkneys, though an unwarlike people, and carried them over with him to Caithness, hoping that the general affection to the king's service, and the fame of his former exploits, would make the Highlanders flock to his standard. But all men were now harassed and fatigued with wars and disorders. Many of those who formerly adhered to him had been severely punished by the Covenanters, and no prospect of success was entertained in opposition to so great a force as was drawn together against him. But however weak Montrose's army, the memory of past events struck a great terror into the Committee of Estates. They immediately ordered Leslie and Holborn to march against him with an army of 4,000 men. Strahan was sent before with a body of cavalry to check his progress. He fell unexpectedly on Montrose, who had no horse to bring him intelligence. The royalists were put to flight, all of them either killed or taken prisoners. And Montrose himself, having put on the disguise of a peasant, was perfidiously delivered into the hands of his enemies by a friend to whom he had entrusted his person. All the insolence which success can produce in ungenerous minds, was exercised by the Covenanters against Montrose, whom they so much hated and so much dreaded. Theological antipathy further increased their indignities towards a person, whom they regarded as impious on account of the excommunication which had been pronounced against him. Leslie led him about for several days in the same low habit under which he had disguised himself. The vulgar, wherever he passed, were instigated to reproach and vilify him. When he came to Edinburgh, every circumstance of elaborate rage and insult was put in practice by order of the Parliament. At the gate of the city he was met by the magistrates, and put into a new cart, purposely made with a high chair or bench, where he was placed, that the people might have a full view of him. He was bound with a cord, drawn over his breast and shoulders, and fastened through holes made in the cart. The hangman then took off the hat of the noble prisoner, and rode himself before the cart in his livery, and with his bonnet on. The other officers, who were taken prisoners with the Marquis, walking 2 and 2 before them. The populace, more generous and humane, when they saw so mighty a change of fortune in this great man, so lately their dread and terror, into whose hands the magistrates, a few years before, had delivered on their knees the keys of the city, were struck with compassion, and viewed him with silent tears and admiration. The preachers next Sunday exclaimed against this movement of rebel nature, as they termed it, and reproached the people with their profane tenderness towards the capital enemy of piety and religion. When he was carried before the Parliament, which was then sitting, Loudon, the Chancellor, in a violent declamation, reproached him with the breach of the national covenant, which he had subscribed. His rebellion against God, the King, and the kingdom, and the many horrible murders, treasons, and impieties for which he was now to be brought to condign punishment. Montrose, in his answer, maintained the same superiority above his enemies, to which, by his fame and great actions, as well as by the consciousness of a good cause, he was justly entitled. He told the Parliament, that since the King, as he was informed, had so far avowed their authority as to enter into a treaty with them, he now appeared uncovered before their tribunal, a respect which, while they stood in open defiance to their sovereign, they would in vain have required of him, that he acknowledged, with infinite shame and remorse, the errors of his early conduct. When their plausible pretenses had seduced him to tread with them the paths of rebellion, and bear arms against his prince and country, that his following services, he hoped, had sufficiently testified his repentance. And his death would now atone for that guilt, the only one with which he could justly reproach himself. That in all his warlike enterprises he was warranted by that commission which he had received from his and their master, against whose lawful authority they had erected their standard, that to venture his life for his sovereign was the least part of his merit, he had even thrown down his arms in obedience to the sacred commands of the King, and had resigned to them the victory, which, in defiance of all their efforts, he was still enabled to dispute with them, that no blood had ever been shed by him but in the field of battle. And many persons were now in his eye, many now dared to pronounce sentence of death upon him, whose life, forfeited by the laws of war, he had formerly saved from the fury of the soldiers, that he was sorry to find no better testimony of their return to allegiance than the murder of so faithful a subject, in whose death the King's commission must be at once so highly injured and affronted, that as to himself, they had in vain endeavored to vilify and degrade him by all their studied indignities. The justice of his cause, he knew, would ennoble any fortune. Nor had he other affliction than to see the authority of his prince, with which he was invested, treated with so much ignominy, and that he now joyfully followed, by a like unjust sentence, his late sovereign, and should be happy, if in his future destiny he could follow him to the same blissful mansions, where his piety and humane virtues had already, without doubt, secured him an eternal recompense. Montrose's sentence was next pronounced against him, that he James Graham, for this was the only name they vouchsafed to give him, should next day be carried to Edinburgh Cross, and there be hanged on a gibbet, 30 feet high. For the space of 3 hours, then be taken down, his head, he cut off upon a scaffold. And affixed to the prison, his legs and arms be stuck up on the 4 chief towns of the kingdom, his body be buried in the place appropriated for common malefactors. Except the church, upon his repentance, should take off his excommunication. The clergy, hoping that the terrors of immediate death had now given them an advantage over their enemy, flocked about him, and insulted over his fallen fortunes. They pronounced his damnation, and assured him that the judgment which he was so soon to suffer, would prove but an easy prologue to that which he must undergo hereafter. They next offered to pray with him. But he was too well acquainted with those forms of imprecation which they called prayers. Lord, vouchsafe yet to touch the obdurate heart of this proud, incorrigible sinner. This wicked, perjured, traitorous, and profane person, who refuses to hearken to the voice of thy church. Such were the petitions which he expected they would, according to custom, offer up for him. He told them, that they were a miserably deluded and deluding people, and would shortly bring their country under the most insupportable servitude to which any nation had ever been reduced. For my part, added he, I am much prouder to have my head affixed to the place where it is sentenced to stand, than to have my picture hang in the king's bedchamber. So far from being sorry that my quarters are to be sent to 4 cities of the kingdom, I wish I had limbs enow to be dispersed into all the cities of Christendom, there to remain as testimonies in favor of the cause for which I suffer. This sentiment, that very evening, while in prison, he threw into verse. The poem remains, a single monument of his heroic spirit, and no despicable proof of his poetical genius. Now was led forth, amidst the insults of his enemies, and the tears of the people, this man of illustrious birth, and of the greatest renown in the nation, to suffer, for his adhering to the laws of his country, and the rights of his sovereign. The ignominious death destined to the meanest malefactor. Every attempt which the insolence of the governing party had made to subdue his spirit, had hitherto proved fruitless. They made yet one effort more, in this last and melancholy scene, when all enmity, arising from motives merely human, is commonly softened and disarmed. The executioner brought that book which had been published in elegant Latin, of his great military actions, and tied it with a cord about his neck. Montrose smiled at this new instance of their malice. He thanked them, however, for their officious zeal, and said, that he bore this testimony of his bravery and loyalty with more pride than he had ever worn the garter. Having asked whether they had any more indignities to put upon him, and renewing some devout ejaculations, he patiently endured the last act of the executioner. Thus perished, in the 38th year of his age, the gallant Marquis of Montrose. The man whose military genius both by valor and conduct had shone forth beyond any which, during these civil disorders, had appeared in the 3 kingdoms. The finer arts, too, he had in his youth successfully cultivated. And whatever was sublime, elegant, or noble touched his great soul. Nor was he insensible to the pleasures either of society or of love. Something, however, of the vast and unbounded characterized his actions and deportment. And it was merely by an heroic effort of duty, that he brought his mind, impatient of superiority, and even of equality, to pay such unlimited submission to the will of his sovereign. The vengeance of the Covenanters was not satisfied with Montrose's execution. Uri, whose inconstancy now led him to take part with the king, suffered about the same time. Spotiswood of Darcy, a youth of 18, Sir Francis Hay of Dalgety, and Colonel Sibbald, all of them of birth and character, underwent a like fate. These were taken prisoners with Montrose. The Marquis of Huntly, about a year before, had also fallen a victim to the severity of the Covenanters. The past scene displays in a full light the barbarity of this theological faction, the sequel will sufficiently display their absurdity. The king, in consequence of his agreement with the commissioners of Scotland, set sail for that country. And being escorted by 7 Dutch ships of war, who were sent to guard the herring fishery, he arrived in the Frith of Cromarty. Before he was permitted to land, he was required to sign the covenant. And many sermons and lectures were made him, exhorting him to persevere in that holy confederacy. Hamilton, Lauderdale, Dunfermline, and other noblemen of that party whom they called engagers, were immediately separated from him, and obliged to retire to their houses, where they lived in a private manner, without trust or authority. None of his English friends, who had served his father, were allowed to remain in the kingdom. The king himself found that he was considered as a mere pageant of state, and that the few remains of royalty which he possessed, served only to draw on him the greater indignities. One of the quarters of Montrose, his faithful servant, who had borne his commission, had been sent to Aberdeen, and was still allowed to hang over the gates when he passed by that place. The General Assembly, and afterwards the Committee of Estates and the Army, who were entirely governed by the Assembly, set forth a public declaration, in which they protested, that they did not espouse any malignant quarrel or party, but fought merely on their former grounds or principles. That they disclaimed all the sins and guilt of the king, and of his house. Nor would they own him or his interest, otherwise than with a subordination to God, and so far as he owned and prosecuted the cause of God, and acknowledged the sins of his house, and of his former ways. The king, lying entirely at mercy, and having no assurance of life or liberty further than was agreeable to the fancy of these austere zealots, was constrained to embrace a measure which nothing but the necessity of his affairs and his great youth and inexperience could excuse. He issued a declaration, such as they required of him. He there gave thanks for the merciful dispensations of Providence, by which he was recovered from the snare of evil counsel, had attained a full persuasion of the righteousness of the covenant, and was induced to cast himself and his interests wholly upon God. He desired to be deeply humbled and afflicted in spirit, because of his father's following wicked measures, opposing the covenant and the work of reformation, and shedding the blood of God's people throughout all his dominions. He lamented the idolatry of his mother, and the toleration of it in his father's house. A matter of great offense, he said, to all the Protestant churches, and a great provocation to him who is a jealous God, visiting the sins of the father upon the children. He professed, that he would have no enemies but the enemies of the covenant, and that he detested all popery, superstition, prelacy, heresy, schism, and profaneness, and was resolved not to tolerate, much less to countenance, any of them in any of his dominions. He declared that he should never love or favor those who had so little conscience as to follow his interests, in preference to the gospel and the kingdom of Jesus Christ. And he expressed his hope, that whatever ill success his former guilt might have drawn upon his cause, yet now, having obtained mercy to be on God's side, and to acknowledge his own cause subordinate to that of God, divine providence would crown his arms with victory. Still the Covenanters and the clergy were diffident of the king's sincerity. The facility which he discovered in yielding whatever was required of him, made them suspect, that he regarded all his concessions merely as ridiculous farces, to which he must of necessity submit. They had another trial prepared for him. Instead of the solemnity of his coronation, which was delayed, they were resolved, that he should pass through a public humiliation, and do penance before the whole people. They sent him 12 articles of repentance, which he was to acknowledge. And the king had agreed that he would submit to this indignity. The various transgressions of his father and grandfather, together with the idolatry of his mother, are again enumerated and aggravated in these articles. And further declarations were insisted on, that he sought the restoration of his rights, for the sole advancement of religion, and in subordination to the kingdom of Christ. In short, having exalted the altar above the throne, and brought royalty under their feet, the clergy were resolved to trample on it and vilify it, by every instance of contumely which their present influence enabled them to impose upon their unhappy prince. Charles, in the meantime, found his authority entirely annihilated, as well as his character degraded. He was consulted in no public measure. He was not called to assist at any councils. His favor was sufficient to discredit any pretender to office or advancement. All efforts which he made to unite the opposite parties, increased the suspicion which the Covenanters had entertained of him, as if he were not entirely their own Argyle, who, by subtleties and compliances, partly led and partly was governed by this wild faction, still turned a deaf ear to all advances which the king made to enter into confidence with him. Malignants and engagers continued to be the objects of general hatred and persecution, and whoever was obnoxious to the clergy, failed not to have one or other of these epithets affixed to him. The fanaticism which prevailed, being so full of sour and angry principles, and so overcharged with various antipathies, had acquired a new object of abhorrence. These were the sorcerers. So prevalent was the opinion of witchcraft, that great numbers, accused of that crime, were burnt by sentence of the magistrates throughout all parts of Scotland. In a village near Berwick, which contained only 14 houses, 14 persons were punished by fire, and it became a science, everywhere much studied and cultivated, to distinguish a true witch by proper trials and symptoms. The advance of the English army under Cromwell was not able to appease or soften the animosities among the parties in Scotland. The clergy were still resolute to exclude all but their most zealous adherents. As soon as the English Parliament found that the treaty between the king and the Scots would probably terminate in an accommodation, they made preparations for a war, which, they saw, would in the end prove inevitable. Cromwell, having broken the force and courage of the Irish, was sent for. And he left the command of Ireland to Ireton, who governed that kingdom in the character of deputy, and with vigilance and industry persevered in the work of subduing and expelling the natives. It was expected that Fairfax, who still retained the name of general, would continue to act against Scotland, and appear at the head of the forces, a station for which he was well qualified, and where alone he made any figure. But Fairfax, though he had allowed the army to make use of his name in murdering their sovereign, and offering violence to the Parliament, had entertained unsurmountable scruples against invading the Scots, whom he considered as zealous Presbyterians, and united to England by the sacred bands of the Covenant. He was further disgusted at the extremities into which he had already been hurried, and was confirmed in his repugnance by the exhortations of his wife, who had great influence over him, and was herself much governed by the Presbyterian clergy. A committee of Parliament was sent to reason with him, and Cromwell was of the number. In vain did they urge, that the Scots had first broken the covenant by their invasion of England under Hamilton, and that they would surely renew their hostile attempts, if not prevented by the vigorous measures of the Commonwealth. Cromwell, who knew the rigid inflexibility of Fairfax, in everything which he regarded as matter of principle, ventured to solicit him with the utmost earnestness, and he went so far as to shed tears of grief and vexation on the occasion. No one could suspect any ambition in the man who labored so zealously to retain his general in that high office, which, he knew, he himself was alone entitled to fill. The same warmth of temper which made Cromwell a frantic enthusiast, rendered him the most dangerous of hypocrites, and it was to this turn of mind, as much as to his courage and capacity, that he owed all his wonderful successes. By the contagious ferment of his zeal, he engaged every one to cooperate with him in his measures. And entering easily and affectionately into every part which he was disposed to act, he was enabled, even after multiplied deceits, to cover, under a tempest of passion, all his crooked schemes and profound artifices. Fairfax having resigned his commission, it was bestowed on Cromwell, who was declared Captain General of all the forces in England. This command, in a commonwealth which stood entirely by arms, was of the utmost importance, and was the chief step which this ambitious politician had yet made towards sovereign power. He immediately marched his forces, and entered Scotland with an army of 16,000 men. The command of the Scottish army was given to Leslie, an experienced officer, who formed a very proper plan of defence. He entrenched himself in a fortified camp between Edinburgh and Leith, and took care to remove from the counties of Merse and the Lothians everything which could serve to the subsistence of the English army. Cromwell advanced to the Scotch camp, and endeavoured by every expedient to bring Leslie to a battle. The prudent Scotchman knew that, though superior in numbers, his army was much inferior in discipline to the English, and he carefully kept himself within his entrenchments. By skirmishes and small rencounters he tried to confirm the spirits of his soldiers, and he was successful in these enterprises. His army daily increased both in numbers and courage. The king came to the camp, and having exerted himself in an action, gained on the affections of the soldiery, who were more desirous of serving under a young prince of spirit and vivacity, than under a committee of talking-gown men. The clergy were alarmed. They ordered Charles immediately to leave the camp. They also purged it carefully of about 4,000 malignants and engagers whose zeal had led them to attend the king, and who were the soldiers of chief credit and experience in the nation. They then concluded that they had an army composed entirely of saints, and could not be beaten. They murmured extremely, not only against their prudent general, but also against the Lord, on account of his delays in giving them deliverance. And they plainly told him, that if he would not save them from the English sectaries, he should no longer be their God. An advantage having offered itself on a Sunday, they hindered the general from making use of it, lest he should involve the nation in the guilt of Sabbath breaking. Cromwell found himself in a very bad situation. He had no provisions but what he received by sea. He had not had the precaution to bring these in sufficient quantities, and his army was reduced to difficulties. He retired to Dunbar. Leslie followed him, and encamped on the heights of Lammermuir, which overlooked that town. There lay many difficult passes between Dunbar and Berwick, and of these Leslie had taken possession. The English general was reduced to extremities. He had even embraced a resolution of sending by sea all his foot and artillery to England, and of breaking through, at all hazards, with his cavalry. The madness of the Scottish ecclesiastics saved him from this loss and dishonor. Night and day the ministers had been wrestling with the Lord in prayer, as they termed it, and they fancied that they had at last obtained the victory. Revelations, they said, were made them, that the sectarian and heretical army, together with Agag, meaning Cromwell, was delivered into their hands. Upon the faith of these visions, they forced their general, in spite of his remonstrances, to descend into the plain with a view of attacking the English in their retreat. Cromwell, looking through a glass, saw the enemy's camp in motion, and foretold, without the help of revelations, that the Lord had delivered them into his hands. He gave orders immediately for an attack. In this battle it was easily observed, that nothing in military actions can supply the place of discipline and experience. And that, in the presence of real danger, where men are not accustomed to it, the fumes of enthusiasm presently dissipate, and lose their influence. The Scots, though double in number to the English, were soon put to flight, and pursued with great slaughter. The chief, if not only resistance, was made by one regiment of Highlanders, that part of the army which was the least infected with fanaticism. No victory could be more complete than this which was obtained by Cromwell. About 3,000 of the enemy were slain, and 9,000 taken prisoners. Cromwell pursued his advantage, and took possession of Edinburgh and Leith. The remnant of the Scottish army fled to Stirling. The approach of the winter season, and an ague which seized Cromwell, kept him from pushing the victory any further. The clergy made great lamentations, and told the Lord that to them it was little to sacrifice their lives and estates, but to him it was a great loss to suffer his elect to be destroyed. They published a declaration containing the cause of their late misfortunes. These visitations they ascribed to the manifold provocations of the king's house, of which, they feared, he had not yet thoroughly repented. The secret intrusion of malignants into the king's family, and even into the camp. The leaving of a most malignant and profane guard of horse, who, being sent for to be purged, came 2 days before the defeat, and were allowed to fight with the army. The owning of the king's quarrel by many without subordination to religion and liberty, and the carnal self-seeking of some, together with the neglect of family prayers by others. Cromwell, having been so successful in the war of the sword, took up the pen against the Scottish ecclesiastics. He wrote them some polemical letters, in which he maintained the chief points of the independent theology. He took care likewise, to retort on them their favorite argument of providence, and asked them, whether the Lord had not declared against them. But the ministers thought that the same events which to their enemies were judgments, to them were trials, and they replied, that the Lord had only hid his face for a time from Jacob. But Cromwell insisted that the appeal had been made to God in the most express and solemn manner, and that, in the fields of Dunbar, an irrevocable decision had been awarded in favor of the English army. 1651. The defeat of the Scots was regarded by the king as a fortunate event. The armies which fought on both sides, were almost equally his enemies, and the vanquished were now obliged to give him some more authority, and apply to him for support. The Parliament was summoned to meet at St. John Stones. Hamilton, Lauderdale, and all the engagers were admitted into court and camp, on condition of doing public penance, and expressing repentance for their late transgressions. Some malignants also crept in under various pretenses. The intended humiliation or penance of the king was changed into the ceremony of his coronation, which was performed at Scone with great pomp and solemnity. But amidst all this appearance of respect, Charles remained in the hands of the most rigid Covenanters. And though treated with civility and courtesy by Argyle, a man of parts and address, he was little better than a prisoner, and was still exposed to all the rudeness and pedantry of the ecclesiastics. This young prince was in a situation which very ill suited his temper and disposition. All those good qualities which he possessed, his affability, his wit, his gaiety, his gentlemanlike, disengaged behavior, were here so many vices. And his love of ease, liberty, and pleasure, was regarded as the highest enormity. Though artful in the practice of courtly dissimulation, the sanctified style was utterly unknown to him. And he never could mould his deportment into that starched grimace which the Covenanters required as an infallible mark of conversion. The Duke of Buckingham was the only English courtier allowed to attend him. And by his ingenious talent for ridicule, he had rendered himself extremely agreeable to his master. While so many objects of derision surrounded them, it was difficult to be altogether insensible to the temptation, and wholly to suppress the laugh. Obliged to attend from morning to night at prayers and sermons, they betrayed evident symptoms of weariness or contempt. The clergy never could esteem the king sufficiently regenerated. And by continual exhortations, remonstrances, and reprimands, they still endeavored to bring him to a juster sense of his spiritual duty. The king's passion for the fair could not altogether be restrained. He had once been observed using some familiarities with a young woman, and a committee of ministers was appointed to reprove him for a behavior so unbecoming a covenanted monarch. The spokesman of the committee, one Douglas, began with a severe aspect, informed the king, that great scandal had been given to the godly, enlarged on the heinous nature of sin, and concluded with exhorting his majesty, whenever he was disposed to amuse himself, to be more careful for the future in shutting the windows. This delicacy, so unusual to the place and to the character of the man, was remarked by the king, and he never forgot the obligation. The king, shocked at all the indignities, and perhaps still more tired with all the formalities to which he was obliged to submit, made an attempt to regain his liberty. General Middleton, at the head of some royalists, being proscribed by the Covenanters, kept in the mountains, expecting some opportunity of serving his master. The king resolved to join this body. He secretly made his escape from Argyle, and fled towards the Highlands. Colonel Montgomery, with a troop of horse, was sent in pursuit of him. He overtook the king, and persuaded him to return. The royalists being too weak to support him, Charles was the more easily induced to comply. This incident procured him afterwards better treatment and more authority. The Covenanters being afraid of driving him, by their rigors, to some desperate resolution. Argyle renewed his courtship to the king, and the king, with equal dissimulation, pretended to repose great confidence in Argyle. He even went so far as to drop hints of his intention to marry that nobleman's daughter, but he had to do with a man too wise to be seduced by such gross artifices. As soon as the season would permit, the Scottish army was assembled under Hamilton and Leslie, and the king was allowed to join the camp. The forces of the western counties, notwithstanding the imminent danger which threatened their country, were resolute not to unite their cause with that of an army which admitted any engagers or malignants among them. And they kept in a body apart under Ker. They called themselves the Protesters, and their frantic clergy declaimed equally against the king and against Cromwell. The other party were denominated Resolutioners. And these distinctions continued long after to divide and agitate the kingdom. Charles encamped at the Torwood. And his generals resolved to conduct themselves by the same cautious maxims, which so long as they were embraced, had been successful during the former campaign. The town of Stirling lay at his back, and the whole north supplied him with provisions. Strong entrenchments defended his front, and it was in vain that Cromwell made every attempt to bring him to an engagement. After losing much time, the English general sent Lambert over the Frith into Fife, with an intention of cutting off the provisions of the enemy. Lambert fell upon Holborn and Brown, who commanded a party of the Scots, and put them to rout with great slaughter. Cromwell also passed over with his whole army, and lying at the back of the king, made it impossible for him to keep his post any longer. Charles, reduced to despair, embraced a resolution worthy of a young prince contending for empire. Having the way open, he resolved immediately to march into England, where he expected that all his friends, and all those who were discontented with the present government, would flock to his standard. He persuaded the generals to enter into the same views, and with one consent the army, to the number of 14,000 men, rose from their camp, and advanced by great journeys towards the south. Cromwell was surprised at this movement of the royal army. Wholly intent on offending his enemy, he had exposed his friends to imminent danger, and saw the king with numerous forces marching into England, where his presence, from the general hatred which prevailed against the Parliament, was capable of producing some great revolution. But if this conduct was an oversight in Cromwell, he quickly repaired it by his vigilance and activity. He dispatched letters to the Parliament, exhorting them not to be dismayed at the approach of the Scots. He sent orders everywhere for assembling forces to oppose the king. He ordered Lambert with a body of cavalry to hang upon the rear of the royal army, and infest their march. And he himself, leaving Monk with 7,000 men to complete the reduction of Scotland, followed the king with all the expedition possible. Charles found himself disappointed in his expectations of increasing his army. The Scots, terrified at the prospect of so hazardous an enterprise, fell off in great numbers. The English Presbyterians, having no warning given them of the king's approach, were not prepared to join him. To the Royalists, this measure was equally unexpected. And they were further deterred from joining the Scottish army by the orders which the Committee of Ministers had issued, not to admit any, even in this desperate extremity, who would not subscribe the covenant. The Earl of Derby, leaving the Isle of Man, where he had hitherto maintained his independence, was employed in levying forces in Cheshire and Lancashire, but was soon suppressed by a party of the parliamentary army. And the king, when he arrived at Worcester, found that his forces, extremely harassed by a hasty and fatiguing march, were not more numerous than when he rose from his camp in the Torwood. Such is the influence of established government, that the Commonwealth, though founded in usurpation the most unjust and unpopular, had authority sufficient to raise everywhere the militia of the counties. And these, united with the regular forces, bent all their efforts against the king. With an army of about 30,000 men, Cromwell fell upon Worcester. And attacking it on all sides, and meeting with little resistance, except from Duke Hamilton and General Middleton, broke in upon the disordered royalists. The streets of the city were strewed with dead. Hamilton, a nobleman of bravery and honor, was mortally wounded, Massey wounded and taken prisoner. The king himself, having given many proofs of personal valor, was obliged to fly. The whole Scottish army was either killed or taken prisoners. The country people, inflamed with national antipathy, put to death the few that escaped from the field of battle. The king left Worcester at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and without halting, travelled about 26 miles, in company with 50 or 60 of his friends. To provide for his safety, he thought it best to separate himself from his companions. And he left them without communicating his intentions to any of them. By the Earl of Derby's directions, he went to Boscobel, a lone house in the borders of Staffordshire, inhabited by one Pendrell, a farmer. To this man Charles entrusted himself. The man had dignity of sentiments much above his condition, and though death was denounced against all who concealed the king, and a great reward promised to any one who should betray him, he professed and maintained unshaken fidelity. He took the assistance of his 4 brothers, equally honorable with himself, and having clothed the king in a garb like their own, they led him into the neighboring wood, put a bill in his hand, and pretended to employ themselves in cutting faggots. Some nights he lay upon straw in the house, and fed on such homely fare as it afforded. For a better concealment, he mounted upon an oak, where he sheltered himself among the leaves and branches for 24 hours. He saw several soldiers pass by. All of them were intent in search of the king, and some expressed in his hearing their earnest wishes of seizing him. This tree was afterwards denominated the Royal Oak, and for many years was regarded by the neighborhood with great veneration. Charles was in the middle of the kingdom, and could neither stay in his retreat, nor stir a step from it, without the most imminent danger. Fears, hopes, and party zeal interested multitudes to discover him. And even the smallest indiscretion of his friends might prove fatal. Having joined Lord Wilmot, who was skulking in the neighborhood, they agreed to put themselves into the hands of Colonel Lane, a zealous royalist, who lived at Bentley, not many miles distant. The king's feet were so hurt by walking about in heavy boots or countrymen's shoes which did not fit him, that he was obliged to mount on horseback. And he travelled in this situation to Bentley, attended by the Penderells, who had been so faithful to him. Lane formed a scheme for his journey to Bristol, where, it was hoped, he would find a ship in which he might transport himself. He had a near kinswoman, Mrs. Norton, who lived within 3 miles of that city, and was with child, very near the time of her delivery. He obtained a pass, for during those times of confusion this precaution was requisite, for his sister, Jane Lane, and a servant, to travel towards Bristol, under pretence of visiting and attending her relation. The king rode before the lady, and personated the servant. When they arrived at Norton's, Mrs. Lane pretended that she had brought along, as her servant, a poor lad, a neighboring farmer's son, who was ill of an ague. And she begged a private room for him, where he might be quiet. Though Charles kept himself retired in this chamber, the butler, one Pope, soon knew him. The king was alarmed, but made the butler promise that he would keep the secret from every mortal, even from his master, and he was faithful to his engagement. No ship, it was found, would for a month set sail from Bristol, either for France or Spain, and the king was obliged to go elsewhere for a passage. He entrusted himself to Colin Wyndham of Dorsetshire, an affectionate partisan of the royal family. The natural effect of the long civil wars, and of the furious rage to which all men were wrought up in their different factions, was, that everyone's inclinations and affections were thoroughly known. And even the courage and fidelity of most men, by the variety of incidents, had been put to trial. The royalists, too, had, many of them, been obliged to make concealments in their houses for themselves, their friends, or more valuable effects. And the arts of eluding the enemy had been frequently practiced. All these circumstances proved favorable to the king in the present exigency. As he often passed through the hands of Catholics, the priest's hole, as they called it, the place where they were obliged to conceal their persecuted priests, was sometimes employed for sheltering their distressed sovereign. Wyndham, before he received the king, asked leave to entrust the important secret to his mother, his wife, and 4 servants, on whose fidelity he could rely. Of all these, no one proved wanting either in honor or discretion. The venerable old matron, on the reception of her royal guest, expressed the utmost joy, that having lost, without regret, 3 sons and 1 grandchild in defense of his father, she was now reserved, in her declining years, to be instrumental in the preservation of himself. Wyndham told the king, that Sir Thomas, his father, in the year 1636, a few days before his death, called to him his 5 sons. "My children," said he, "we have hitherto seen serene and quiet times under our 3 last sovereigns, but I must now warn you to prepare for clouds and storms. Factions arise on every side, and threaten the tranquility of your native country. But whatever happen, do you faithfully honor and obey your prince, and adhere to the crown. I charge you never to forsake the crown, though it should hang upon a bush." These last words, added Wyndham, made such impressions on all our breasts, that the many afflictions of these sad times could never efface their indelible characters. From innumerable instances, it appears how deep-rooted, in the minds of the English gentry of that age, was the principle of loyalty to their sovereign. That noble and generous principle, inferior only in excellence to the more enlarged and more enlightened affection towards a legal constitution. But during those times of military usurpation, these passions were the same. The king continued several days in Wyndham's house, and all his friends in Britain, and in every part of Europe, remained in the most anxious suspense with regard to his fortunes. No one could conjecture whether he were dead or alive. And the report of his death, being generally believed, happily relaxed the vigilant search of his enemies. Trials were made to procure a vessel for his escape, but he still met with disappointments. Having left Wyndham's house, he was obliged again to return to it. He passed through many other adventures, assumed different disguises, in every step was exposed to imminent perils and received daily proofs of uncorrupted fidelity and attachment. The sagacity of a smith, who remarked that his horse's shoes had been made in the north, not in the west, as he pretended, once detected him, and he narrowly escaped. At Shoreham, in Sussex, a vessel was at last found, in which he embarked. He had been known to so many, that if he had not set sail in that critical moment, it had been impossible for him to escape. After 41 days' concealment, he arrived safely at Fescamp, in Normandy. No less than 40 men and women had at different times been privy to his concealment and escape. The Battle of Worcester afforded Cromwell what he called his crowning mercy. So elated was he, that he intended to have knighted in the field 2 of his generals, Lambert and Fleetwood, but was dissuaded by his friends from exerting this act of regal authority. His power and ambition were too great to brook submission to the empty name of a republic, which stood chiefly by his influence, and was supported by his victories. How early he entertained thoughts of taking into his hand the reins of government, is uncertain. We are only assured, that he now discovered to his intimate friends these aspiring views. And even expressed a desire of assuming the rank of king, which he had contributed with such seeming zeal to abolish. The little popularity and credit acquired by the Republicans, further stimulated the ambition of this enterprising politician. These men had not that large thought, nor those comprehensive views, which might qualify them for acting the part of legislators. Selfish aims and bigotry chiefly engrossed their attention. They carried their rigid austerity so far as to enact a law declaring fornication, after the first act, to be felony, without benefit of clergy. They made small progress in that important work which they professed to have so much at heart, the settling of a new model of representation, and a bill was introduced into the House against painting, patches, and other immodest dress of women. But it did not pass. The nation began to apprehend that they intended to establish themselves as a perpetual legislature, and to confine the whole power to 60 or 70 persons, who called themselves the Parliament of the Commonwealth of England. And while they pretended to bestow new liberties upon the nation, they found themselves obliged to infringe even the most valuable of those which, through time immemorial, had been transmitted from their ancestors. Not daring to entrust the trials of treason to juries, who, being chosen indifferently from among the people, would have been little favorable to the Commonwealth, and would have formed their verdict upon the ancient laws. They eluded that noble institution, by which the government of this island has ever been so much distinguished. They had evidently seen in the trial of Lilburne what they could expect from juries. This man, the most turbulent, but the most upright and courageous of humankind, was tried for a transgression of the new statute of treasons, but though he was plainly guilty, he was acquitted, to the great joy of the people. Westminster Hall, nay, the whole city, rang with shouts and acclamations. Never did any established power receive so strong a declaration of its usurpation and invalidity. And from no institution, besides the admirable one of juries, could be expected this magnanimous effort. That they might not for the future be exposed to affronts which so much lessened their authority, the Parliament erected a High Court of Justice, which was to receive indictments from the Council of State. This court was composed of men devoted to the ruling party, without name or character, determined to sacrifice everything to their own safety or ambition. Colonel Eusebius Andrews and Colonel Walter Slingsby were tried by this court for conspiracies, and condemned to death. They were royalists, and refused to plead before so illegal a jurisdiction. Love, Gibbons, and other Presbyterians, having entered into a plot against the Republic, were also tried, condemned, and executed. The Earl of Derby, Sir Timothy Featherstone, Bembo, being taken prisoners after the Battle of Worcester, were put to death by sentence of a court-martial. A method of proceeding declared illegal by that very petition of right, for which a former Parliament had so strenuously contended, and which, after great efforts, they had extorted from the King. Accepting their principles of toleration, the maxims by which the Republicans regulated ecclesiastical affairs no more prognosticated any durable settlement, than those by which they conducted their civil concerns. The Presbyterian model of congregations, classes, and assemblies was not allowed to be finished. It seemed even the intention of many leaders in the Parliament to admit of no established church, and to leave every one, without any guidance of the magistrate, to embrace whatever sect and to support whatever clergy were most agreeable to him. The Parliament went so far as to make some approaches, in one province, to their independent model. Almost all the clergy of Wales being ejected as malignants, itinerant preachers with small salaries were settled, not above 4 or 5 in each county. And these, being furnished with horses at the public expense, hurried from place to place, and carried, as they expressed themselves, the glad tidings of the gospel. They were all of them men of the lowest birth and education, who had deserted mechanical trades, in order to follow this new profession. And in this particular, as well as in their wandering life, they pretended to be more truly apostolical. The Republicans, both by the turn of their disposition, and by the nature of the instruments which they employed, were better qualified for acts of force and vigor, than for the slow and deliberate work of legislation. Notwithstanding the late wars and bloodshed, and the present factions, the power of England had never, in any period, appeared so formidable to the neighbouring kingdoms as it did at this time, in the hands of the Commonwealth. A numerous army served equally to retain every one in implicit subjection to established authority, and to strike a terror into foreign nations. The power of peace and war was lodged in the same hands with that of imposing taxes. And no difference of views, among the several members of the legislature, could any longer be apprehended. The present impositions, though much superior to what had ever formerly been experienced, were in reality moderate, and what a nation so opulent could easily bear. The military genius of the people had, by the civil contests, been roused from its former lethargy, and excellent officers were formed in every branch of service. The confusion into which all things had been thrown, had given opportunity to men of low stations to break through their obscurity, and to raise themselves by their courage to commands which they were well qualified to exercise, but to which their birth could never have entitled them. And while so great a power was lodged in such active hands, no wonder the Republic was successful in all its enterprises. Blake, a man of great courage and a generous disposition, the same person who had defended Lyme and Taunton with such unshaken obstinacy against the late king, was made an admiral. And though he had hitherto been accustomed only to land service, into which, too, he had not entered till past 50 years of age, he soon raised the naval glory of the nation to a greater height than it had ever attained in any former period. A fleet was put under his command, and he received orders to pursue Prince Rupert, to whom the king had entrusted that squadron which had deserted to him. Rupert took shelter in Kinsale, and escaping thence, fled towards the coast of Portugal. Blake pursued, and chased him into the Tagus, where he intended to make an attack upon him. But the King of Portugal, moved by the favour which throughout all Europe attended the royal cause, refused Blake admittance, and aided Prince Rupert in making his escape. To be revenged of this partiality, the English admiral made prize of 20 Portuguese ships, richly laden, and he threatened still further vengeance. The King of Portugal, dreading so dangerous a foe to his newly acquired dominion, and sensible of the unequal contest in which he was engaged, made all possible submissions to the haughty Republic, and was at last admitted to negotiate the renewal of his alliance with England. Prince Rupert, having lost a great part of his squadron on the coast of Spain, made sail towards the West Indies. His brother, Prince Maurice, was there shipwrecked in a hurricane. Everywhere this squadron subsisted by privateering, sometimes on English, sometimes on Spanish vessels. And Rupert at last returned to France, where he disposed of the remnants of his fleet, together with his prizes. All the settlements in America, except New England, which had been planted entirely by the Puritans, adhered to the royal party, even after the settlement of the Republic, and Sir George Ayscue was sent with a squadron to reduce them. Bermudas, Antigua, and Virginia were soon subdued. Barbados, commanded by Lord Willoughby of Parham, made some resistance, but was at last obliged to submit. With equal ease were Jersey, Guernsey, Scilly, and the Isle of Man brought under subjection to the Republic, and the sea, which had been much infested by privateers from these islands, was rendered safe to the English commerce. The Countess of Derby defended the Isle of Man, and with great reluctance yielded to the necessity of surrendering to the enemy. This lady, a daughter of the illustrious House of Tudor, in France, had, during the Civil War, displayed a manly courage by her obstinate defence of Latham House against the parliamentary forces. And she retained the glory of being the last person in the three kingdoms, and in all their dependent dominions, who submitted to the victorious Commonwealth. Ireland and Scotland were now entirely subjected, and reduced to tranquillity. Ireton, the new deputy of Ireland, at the head of a numerous army, 30,000 strong, prosecuted the work of subduing the revolted Irish. And he defeated them in many rencounters, which, though of themselves of no great moment, proved fatal to their declining cause. He punished without mercy all the prisoners who had any hand in the massacres. Sir Philem O'Neill, among the rest, was some time after brought to the gibbet, and suffered an ignominious death, which he had so well merited by his inhuman cruelties. Limerick, a considerable town, still remained in the hands of the Irish. And Ireton, after a vigorous siege, made himself master of it. He was here infected with the plague, and shortly after died. A memorable personage, much celebrated for his vigilance, industry, capacity even for the strict execution of justice in that unlimited command which he possessed in Ireland. He was observed to be inflexible in all his purposes. And it was believed by many that he was animated with a sincere and passionate love of liberty, and never could have been induced by any motive to submit to the smallest appearance of regal government. Cromwell appeared to be much affected by his death, and the Republicans, who reposed great confidence in him, were inconsolable. To show their regard for his merit and services, they bestowed an estate of £2,000 a year on his family, and honoured him with a magnificent funeral at the public charge. Though the established government was but the mere shadow of a commonwealth, yet was it beginning by proper arts, to encourage that public spirit, which no other species of civil polity is ever able fully to inspire. The command of the army in Ireland devolved on Lieutenant General Ludlow. The civil government of the island was entrusted to commissioners. Ludlow continued to push the advantages against the Irish, and everywhere obtained an easy victory. That unhappy people, disgusted with the king on account of those violent declarations against them and their religion which had been extorted by the Scots, applied to the King of Spain, to the Duke of Lorraine, and found assistance nowhere. Clanricarde, unable to resist the prevailing power, made submissions to the Parliament, and retired into England, where he soon after died. He was a steady Catholic, but a man much respected by all parties. The successes which attended Monk in Scotland were no less decisive. That able general laid siege to Stirling Castle, and though it was well provided for defence, it was soon surrendered to him. He there became master of all the records of the kingdom, and he sent them to England. The Earl of Leven, the Earl of Crawford, Lord Ogilvy, and other noblemen, having met near Perth, in order to concert measures for raising a new army, were suddenly set upon by Colonel Alyard, and most of them taken prisoners. Sir Philip Musgrave, with some Scots, being engaged at Dumfries in a like enterprise, met with a like fate. Dundee was a town well fortified, supplied with a good garrison under Lumiston, and full of all the rich furniture, the plate and money of the kingdom, which had been sent thither as to a place of safety. Monk appeared before it, and having made a breach, gave a general assault. He carried the town, and following the example and instructions of Cromwell, put all the inhabitants to the sword, in order to strike a general terror into the kingdom. Warned by this example, Aberdeen, St. Andrews, Inverness, and other towns and forts, yielded of their own accord to the enemy. Argyle made his submissions to the English Commonwealth. And excepting a few royalists, who remained some time in the mountains, under the Earl of Glencairn, Lord Balcarres, and General Middleton, that kingdom, which had hitherto, through all ages, by means of its situation, poverty, and valour, maintained its independence, was reduced to total subjection. The English Parliament sent Sir Harry Vane, St. John, and other commissioners to settle Scotland. These men, who possessed little of the true spirit of liberty, knew how to maintain the appearance of it. And they required the voluntary consent of all the counties and towns of this conquered kingdom, before they would unite them into the same Commonwealth with England. The clergy protested. Because, they said, this incorporating union would draw along with it a subordination of the Church to the State in the things of Christ. English judges, joined to some Scottish, were appointed to determine all causes. Justice was strictly administered, order and peace maintained, and the Scots, freed from the tyranny of the ecclesiastics, were not much dissatisfied with the present government. The prudent conduct of Monk, a man who possessed a capacity for the arts both of peace and war, served much to reconcile the minds of men, and to allay their prejudices. 1652. By the total reduction and pacification of the British dominions, the Parliament had leisure to look abroad, and to exert their vigour in foreign enterprises. The Dutch were the first that felt the weight of their arms. During the life of Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, the Dutch Republic had maintained a neutrality in the civil wars of England, and had never interposed, except by her good offices, between the contending parties. When William, who had married an English princess, succeeded to his father's commands and authority, the States, both before and after the execution of the late king, were accused of taking steps more favourable to the royal cause, and of betraying a great prejudice against that of the Parliament. It was long before the envoy of the English Commonwealth could obtain an audience of the States General. The murderers of Dorislaus were not pursued with such vigour as the Parliament expected. And much regard had been paid to the king, and many good offices performed to him, both by the public, and by men of all ranks, in the United Provinces. After the death of William, Prince of Orange, which was attended with the depression of his party and the triumph of the Dutch Republicans, the Parliament thought that the time was now favourable for cementing a closer confederacy with the States. St. John, Chief Justice, who was sent over to The Hague, had entertained the idea of forming a kind of coalition between the two republics, which would have rendered their interests totally inseparable. But fearing that so extraordinary a project would not be relished, he contented himself with dropping some hints of it, and openly went no further than to propose a strict defensive alliance between England and the United Provinces, such as has now for near 70 years taken place between these friendly powers. But the States, who were unwilling to form a nearer confederacy with a government whose measures were so obnoxious, and whose situation seemed so precarious, offered only to renew the former alliances with England. And the haughty St. John, disgusted with this disappointment, as well as incensed at many affronts which had been offered him with impunity by the retainers of the Palatine and Orange families, and indeed by the populace in general, returned into England, and endeavoured to foment a quarrel between the republics. The movement of great states are often directed by as slender springs as those of individuals. Though war with so considerable a naval power as the Dutch, who were in peace with all their other neighbours, might seem dangerous to the yet unsettled Commonwealth, there were several motives which at this time induced the English Parliament to embrace hostile measures. Many of the members thought that a foreign war would serve as a pretence for continuing the same Parliament, and delaying the new model of a representative, with which the nation had so long been flattered. Others hoped that the war would furnish a reason for maintaining, some time longer, that numerous standing army, which was so much complained of. On the other hand, some, who dreaded the increasing power of Cromwell, expected that the great expense of naval armaments would prove a motive for diminishing the military establishment. To divert the attention of the public from domestic quarrels towards foreign transactions, seemed, in the present disposition of men's minds, to be good policy. The superior power of the English Commonwealth, together with its advantages of situation, promised success. And the parliamentary leaders hoped to gain many rich prizes from the Dutch, to distress and sink their flourishing commerce, and by victories to throw a lustre on their own establishment, which was so new and unpopular. All these views, enforced by the violent spirit of St. John, who had great influence over Cromwell, determined the Parliament to change the purposed alliance into a furious war against the United Provinces. To cover these hostile intentions, the Parliament, under pretence of providing for the interests of commerce, embraced such measures as they knew would give disgust to the States. They framed the famous Act of Navigation, which prohibited all nations from importing into England in their bottoms any commodity which was not the growth and manufacture of their own country. By this law, though the terms in which it was conceived were general, the Dutch were principally affected, because their country produces few commodities, and they subsist chiefly by being the general carriers and factors of Europe. Letters of reprisal were granted to several merchants, who complained of injuries which, they pretended, they had received from the States, and above 80 Dutch ships fell into their hands, and were made prizes. The cruelties committed on the English at Amboina, which were certainly enormous, but which seemed to be buried in oblivion by a 30 years' silence, were again made the ground of complaint. And the allowing the murderers of Dorislaus to escape, and the conniving at the insults to which St. John had been exposed, were represented as symptoms of an unfriendly, if not a hostile disposition in the States. The States, alarmed at all these steps, sent orders to their ambassadors to endeavor the renewal of the Treaty of Alliance, which had been broken off by the abrupt departure of St. John. Not to be unprepared, they equipped a fleet of 150 sail, and took care, by their ministers at London, to inform the Council of the state of that armament. This intelligence, instead of striking terror into the English Republic, was considered as a menace, and further confirmed the Parliament in their hostile resolutions. The minds of men in both states were every day more irritated against each other. And it was not long before these humours broke forth into action. Tromp, an admiral of great renown, received from the States the command of a fleet of 42 sail, in order to protect the Dutch navigation against the privateers of the English. He was forced by stress of weather, as he alleged, to take shelter in the road of Dover, where he met with Blake, who commanded an English fleet much inferior in number. Who was the aggressor in the action which ensued between these two admirals, both of them men of such prompt and fiery dispositions, it is not easy to determine. Since each of them sent to his own state a relation totally opposite in all its circumstances to that of the other, and yet supported by the testimony of every captain in his fleet. Blake pretended, that having given a signal to the Dutch admiral to strike, Tromp, instead of complying, fired a broadside at him. Tromp asserted, that he was preparing to strike, and that the English admiral, nevertheless, began hostilities. It is certain that the Admiralty of Holland, who are distinct from the Council of State, had given Tromp no orders to strike, but had left him to his own discretion with regard to that vain but much contested ceremonial. They seemed willing to introduce the claim of an equality with the new Commonwealth, and to interpret the former respect paid the English flag as a deference due only to the monarchy. This circumstance forms a strong presumption against the narrative of the Dutch admiral. The whole Orange party, it must be remarked, to which Tromp was suspected to adhere, was desirous of a war with England. Blake, though his squadron consisted only of 15 vessels, reinforced, after the battle began, by 8 under Captain Bourne, maintained the fight with bravery for 5 hours, and sunk one ship of the enemy, and took another. Night parted the combatants, and the Dutch fleet retired towards the coast of Holland. The populace of London were enraged, and would have insulted the Dutch ambassadors, who lived at Chelsea, had not the Council of State sent guards to protect them. When the States heard of this action, of which the consequences were easily foreseen, they were in the utmost consternation. They immediately dispatched Paw, Pensionary of Holland, as their ambassador extraordinary to London, and ordered him to lay before the Parliament the narrative which Tromp had sent of the late rencounter. They entreated them, by all the bands of their common religion and common liberties, not to precipitate themselves into hostile measures, but to appoint commissioners, who should examine every circumstance of the action, and clear up the truth, which lay in obscurity. And they pretended, that they had given no orders to their admiral to offer any violence to the English, but would severely punish him, if they found, upon inquiry, that he had been guilty of an action which they so much disapproved. The imperious Parliament would hearken to none of these reasons or remonstrances. Elated by the numerous successes which they had obtained over their domestic enemies, they thought that everything must yield to their fortunate arms. And they gladly seized the opportunity, which they sought, of making war upon the states. They demanded that, without any further delay or inquiry, reparation should be made for all the damages which the English had sustained. And when this demand was not complied with, they dispatched orders for commencing war against the United Provinces. Blake sailed northwards with a numerous fleet, and fell upon the herring busses, which were escorted by 12 men of war. All these he either took or dispersed. Tromp followed him with a fleet of above 100 sail. When these two admirals were within sight of each other, and preparing for battle, a furious storm attacked them. Blake took shelter in the English harbours. The Dutch fleet was dispersed, and received great damage. Sir George Ayscue, though he commanded only 40 ships, according to the English accounts, engaged near Plymouth the famous De Ruyter, who had under him 50 ships of war, with 30 merchantmen. The Dutch ships were indeed of inferior force to the English. De Ruyter, the only admiral in Europe who has attained a renown equal to that of the greatest general, defended himself so well, that Ayscue gained no advantage over him. Night parted them in the greatest heat of the action. De Ruyter next day sailed off with his convoy. The English fleet had been so shattered in the fight, that it was not able to pursue. Near the coast of Kent, Blake, seconded by Bourne and Penn, met a Dutch squadron, nearly equal in numbers, commanded by De Witt and De Ruyter. A battle was fought, much to the disadvantage of the Dutch. Their rear admiral was boarded and taken. 2 other vessels were sunk, and 1 blown up. The Dutch next day made sail towards Holland. The English were not so successful in the Mediterranean. Van Galen, with much superior force, attacked Captain Baddeley, and defeated him. He bought, however, his victory with the loss of his life. Sea fights are seldom so decisive as to disable the vanquished from making head in a little time against the victors. Tromp, seconded by De Ruyter, met near the Goodwins, with Blake, whose fleet was inferior to the Dutch, but who resolved not to decline the combat. A furious battle commenced where the admirals on both sides, as well as the inferior officers and seamen, exerted great bravery. In this action the Dutch had the advantage. Blake himself was wounded. The Garland and Bonaventure were taken. 2 ships were burned, and 1 sunk, and night came opportunely to save the English fleet. After this victory, Tromp, in a bravado fixed a broom to his mainmast, as if he were resolved to sweep the sea entirely of all English vessels. 1653. Great preparations were made in England, in order to wipe off this disgrace. A gallant fleet of 80 sail was fitted out. Blake commanded, and Dean under him, together with Monk, who had been sent for from Scotland. When the English lay off Portland, they descried, near break of day, a Dutch fleet of 76 vessels, sailing up the Channel, along with a convoy of 300 merchantmen, who had received orders, to wait at the Isle of Rhe, till the fleet should arrive to escort them. Tromp, and under him De Ruyter, commanded the Dutch. This battle was the most furious that had yet been fought between these warlike and rival nations. 3 days was the combat continued with the utmost rage and obstinacy. And Blake, who was victor, gained not more honor than Tromp, who was vanquished. The Dutch admiral made a skillful retreat, and saved all the merchant ships, except 30. He lost, however, 11 ships of war, had 2,000 men slain, and near 1,500 taken prisoners. The English, though many of their ships were extremely shattered, had but 1 sunk. Their slain were not much inferior in number to those of the enemy. All these successes of the English were chiefly owing to the superior size of their vessels. An advantage which all the skill and bravery of the Dutch admirals could not compensate. By means of ship money, an imposition which had been so much complained of, and in some respects with reason, the late king had put the navy into a situation which it had never attained in any former reign. And he ventured to build ships of a size which was then unusual. But the misfortunes which the Dutch met with in battle, were small in comparison of those which their trade sustained from the English. Their whole commerce by the Channel was cut off, even that to the Baltic was much infested by English privateers. Their fisheries were totally suspended. A great number of their ships, above 1,600, had fallen into the hands of the enemy. And all this distress they suffered, not for any national interests or necessity, but from vain points of honor and personal resentments, of which it was difficult to give a satisfactory account to the public. They resolved therefore to gratify the pride of the Parliament, and to make some advances towards peace. They met not, however, with a favourable reception. And it was not without pleasure that they learned the dissolution of that haughty assembly by the violence of Cromwell, and even from which they expected a more prosperous turn to their affairs. The zealous Republicans in the Parliament had not been the chief or first promoters of the war, but, when it was once entered upon, they endeavoured to draw from it every possible advantage. On all occasions, they set up the fleet in opposition to the army, and celebrated the glory and successes of their naval armaments. They insisted on the intolerable expense to which the nation was subjected, and urged the necessity of diminishing it by a reduction of the land forces. They had ordered some regiments to serve on board the fleet in the quality of marines. And Cromwell, by the whole train of their proceedings, evidently saw that they had entertained a jealousy of his power and ambition, and were resolved to bring him to a subordination under their authority. Without scruple or delay, he resolved to prevent them. On such firm foundations was built the credit of this extraordinary man, that though a great master of fraud and dissimulation, he judged it superfluous to employ any disguise in conducting this bold enterprise. He summoned a general council of officers, and immediately found, that they were disposed to receive whatever impressions he was pleased to give them. Most of them were his creatures, had owed their advancement to his favour, and relied entirely upon him for their future preferment. The breach being already made between the military and civil powers, when the late king was seized at Holdenby, the general officers regarded the Parliament as at once their creature and their rival. And thought, that they themselves were entitled to share among them those offices and riches, of which its members had so long kept possession. Harrison, Rich, Overton, and a few others, who retained some principle, were guided by notions so extravagant, that they were easily deluded into measures the most violent and most criminal. And the whole army had already been guilty of such illegal and atrocious actions, that they could entertain no further scruple with regard to any enterprise which might serve their selfish or fanatical purposes. In the Council of Officers it was presently voted to frame a remonstrance to the Parliament. After complaining of the arrears due to the army, they there desired the Parliament to reflect how many years they had sitten, and what professions they had formerly made of their intentions to new model the representative. And establish successive parliaments, who might bear the burden of national affairs, from which they themselves would gladly, after so much danger and fatigue, be at last relieved. They confessed that the Parliament had achieved great enterprises, and had surmounted mighty difficulties, yet was it an injury, they said, to the rest of the nation to be excluded from bearing any part in the service of their country. It was now full time for them to give place to others. And they therefore desired them, after settling a council, who might execute the laws during the interval, to summon a new Parliament, and establish that free and equal government which they had so long promised to the people. The Parliament took this remonstrance in ill part, and made a sharp reply to the Council of Officers. The officers insisted on their advice. And by mutual altercation and opposition, the breach became still wider between the army and the Commonwealth. Cromwell, finding matters ripe for his purpose, called a council of officers, in order to come to a determination with regard to the public settlement. As he had here many friends, so had he also some opponents. Harrison having assured the council, that the general sought only to pave the way for the government of Jesus and his saints, Major Streeter briskly replied, that Jesus ought then to come quickly, for if he delayed it till after Christmas, he would come too late. He would find his place occupied. While the officers were in debate, Colonel Ingoldsby informed Cromwell, that the Parliament was sitting, and had come to a resolution not to dissolve themselves, but to fill up the House by new elections. And was at that very time engaged in deliberations with regard to this expedient. Cromwell in a rage immediately hastened to the house, and carried a body of 300 soldiers along with him. Some of them he placed at the door, some in the lobby, some on the stairs. He first addressed himself to his friend Street John, and told him that he had come with a purpose of doing what grieved him to the very soul, and what he had earnestly with tears besought the Lord not to impose upon him, but there was a necessity. In order to the glory of God and good of the nation. He sat down for some time, and heard the debate. He beckoned Harrison, and told him that he now judged the Parliament ripe for a dissolution. "Sir," said Harrison, "the work is very great and dangerous. I desire you seriously to consider, before you engage in it." "You say well," replied the general, and thereupon sat still about a quarter of an hour. When the question was ready to be put, he said again to Harrison, "This is the time, I must do it." And suddenly starting up, he loaded the Parliament with the vilest reproaches, for their tyranny, ambition, oppression, and robbery of the public. Then stamping with his foot, which was a signal for the soldiers to enter, "For shame," said he to the Parliament, "get you gone, give place to honester men, to those who will more faithfully discharge their trust. You are no longer a Parliament. I tell you, you are no longer a Parliament. The Lord has done with you, he has chosen other instruments for carrying on his work." Sir Harry Vane exclaiming against this proceeding, he cried with a loud voice, "Oh! Sir Harry Vane, Sir Harry Vane! The Lord deliver me from Sir Harry Vane!" Taking hold of Martin by the cloak, "Thou art a whoremaster," said he, to another, "Thou art an adulterer," to a third, "Thou art a drunkard and a glutton, and thou an extortioner," to a fourth. He commanded a soldier to seize the mace. "What shall we do with this bauble? Here, take it away. It is you," said he, addressing himself to the house, "that have forced me upon this. I have sought the Lord night and day, that he would rather slay me than put me upon this work." Having commanded the soldiers to clear the hall, he himself went out the last, and ordering the doors to be locked, departed to his lodgings in Whitehall. In this furious manner, which so well denotes his genuine character, did Cromwell, without the least opposition, or even murmur, annihilate that famous assembly, which had filled all Europe with the renown of its actions, and with astonishment at its crimes, and whose commencement was not more ardently desired by the people than was its final dissolution. All parties now reaped successively the melancholy pleasure of seeing the injuries which they had suffered, revenged on their enemies, and that too by the same arts which had been practiced against them. The king had, in some instances, stretched his prerogative beyond its just bounds, and aided by the Church, had well nigh put an end to all the liberties and privileges of the nation. The Presbyterians checked the progress of the court and clergy, and excited, by cant and hypocrisy, the populace, first to tumults, then to war against the king, the peers, and all the royalists. No sooner had they reached the pinnacle of grandeur, than the Independents, under the appearance of still greater sanctity, instigated the army against them, and reduced them to subjection. The Independents, amidst their empty dreams of liberty, or rather of dominion, were oppressed by the rebellion of their own servants, and found themselves at once exposed to the insults of power and hatred of the people. By recent, as well as all ancient example, it was become evident, that illegal violence, with whatever preferences it may be covered, and whatever object it may pursue, must inevitably end at last in the arbitrary and despotic government of a single person. Chapter 62. The Commonwealth. 1653. Oliver Cromwell, in whose hands the dissolution of the Parliament had left the whole power, civil and military, of 3 kingdoms, was born at Huntingdon, the last year of the former century, of a good family. Though he himself, being the son of a second brother, inherited but a small estate from his father. In the course of his education, he had been sent to the university. But his genius was found little fitted for the calm and elegant occupations of learning, and he made small proficiency in his studies. He even threw himself into a dissolute and disorderly course of life. And he consumed, in gaming, drinking, debauchery, and country riots, the more early years of his youth, and dissipated part of his patrimony. All of a sudden, the spirit of reformation seized him. He married, affected a grave and composed behavior, entered into all the zeal and rigor of the puritanical party, and offered to restore to every one whatever sums he had formerly gained by gaming. The same vehemence of temper which had transported him into the extremes of pleasure, now distinguished his religious habits. His house was the resort of all the zealous clergy of the party. And his hospitality, as well as his liberalities to the silenced and deprived ministers, proved as chargeable as his former debaucheries. Though he had acquired a tolerable fortune by a maternal uncle, he found his affairs so injured by his expenses, that he was obliged to take a farm at St. Ives, and apply himself for some years to agriculture as a profession. But this expedient served rather to involve him in further debts and difficulties. The long prayers which he said to his family in the morning, and again in the afternoon, consumed his own time and that of his ploughmen. And he reserved no leisure for the care of his temporal affairs. His active mind, superior to the low occupations to which he was condemned, preyed upon itself, and he indulged his imagination in visions, illuminations, revelations. The great nourishment of that hypochondriacal temper to which he was ever subject. Urged by his wants and his piety, he had made a party with Hampden, his near kinsman, who was pressed only by the latter motive, to transport himself into New England, now become the retreat of the more zealous among the puritanical party. And it was an order of council which obliged them to disembark and remain in England. The Earl of Bedford, who possessed a large estate in the fen country near the Isle of Ely, having undertaken to drain these morasses, was obliged to apply to the king. And by the powers of the prerogative, he got commissioners appointed, who conducted that work, and divided the new acquired land among the several proprietors. He met with opposition from many, among whom Cromwell distinguished himself. And this was the first public opportunity which he had met with, of discovering the factious zeal and obstinacy of his character. From accident and intrigue he was chosen by the town of Cambridge member of the Long Parliament. His domestic affairs were then in greater disorder, and he seemed not to possess any talents which could qualify him to rise in that public sphere into which he was now at last entered. His person was ungraceful, his dress slovenly, his voice untonable, his elocution homely, tedious, obscure, and embarrassed. The fervor of his spirit frequently prompted him to rise in the House. But he was not heard with attention. His name, for above 2 years, is not to be found oftener than twice in any committee. And those committees into which he was admitted, were chosen for affairs which would more interest the zealots than the men of business. In comparison of the eloquent speakers and fine gentlemen of the House, he was entirely overlooked. And his friend Hampden alone was acquainted with the depth of his genius, and foretold that, if a civil war should ensue, he would soon rise to eminence and distinction. Cromwell himself seems to have been conscious where his strength lay. And partly from that motive, partly from the uncontrollable fury of his zeal, he always joined that party which pushed everything to extremities against the king. He was active in promoting the famous Remonstrance, which was the signal for all the ensuing commotions. And when, after a long debate, it was carried by a small majority, he told Lord Falkland, that if the question had been lost, he was resolved next day to have converted into ready money the remains of his fortune, and immediately to have left the kingdom. Nor was this resolution, he said, peculiar to himself, many others of his party he knew to be equally determined. He was no less than 43 years of age when he first embraced the military profession. And by force of genius, without any master, he soon became an excellent officer, though perhaps he never reached the fame of a consummate commander. He raised a troop of horse, fixed his quarters in Cambridge, exerted great severity towards that university which zealously adhered to the royal party, and showed himself a man who would go all lengths in favor of that cause which he had espoused. He would not allow his soldiers to perplex their heads with those subtleties of fighting by the king's authority against his person, and of obeying his majesty's commands signified by both houses of parliament. He plainly told them that if he met the king in battle, he would fire a pistol in his face as readily as against any other man. His troop of horse he soon augmented to a regiment, and he first instituted that discipline, and inspired that spirit, which rendered the parliamentary armies in the end victorious. "Your troops," said he to Hampden, according to his own account, "are most of them old, decayed serving men and tapsters, and such kind of fellows. The king's forces are composed of gentlemen's younger sons and persons of good quality. And do you think that the mean spirits of such base and low fellows as ours will ever be able to encounter gentlemen, that have honor, and courage, and resolution in them? You must get men of spirit. And take it not ill that I say, of a spirit that is likely to go as far as gentlemen will go, or else I am sure you will still be beaten, as you have hitherto been, in every encounter." He did as he proposed. He enlisted the sons of freeholders and farmers. He carefully invited into his regiment all the zealous fanatics throughout England. When they were collected in a body, their enthusiastic spirit still rose to a higher pitch. Their colonel, from his own natural character, as well as from policy, was sufficiently inclined to increase the flame. He preached, he prayed, he fought, he punished, he rewarded. The wild enthusiasm, together with valor and discipline, still propagated itself, and all men cast their eyes on so pious and so successful a leader. From low commands, he rose with great rapidity to be really the first, though in appearance only the second, in the army. By fraud and violence, he soon rendered himself the first in the state. In proportion to the increase of his authority, his talents always seemed to expand themselves, and he displayed every day new abilities, which had lain dormant till the very emergence by which they were called forth into action. All Europe stood astonished to see a nation, so turbulent and unruly, who, for some doubtful encroachments on their privileges, had dethroned and murdered an excellent prince, descended from a long line of monarchs. Now at last subdued and reduced to slavery by one who, a few years before, was no better than a private gentleman, whose name was not known in the nation, and who was little regarded even in that low sphere to which he had always been confined. The indignation entertained by the people against an authority founded on such manifest usurpation, was not so violent as might naturally be expected. Congratulatory addresses, the first of the kind, were made to Cromwell by the fleet, by the army, even by many of the chief corporations and counties of England, but especially by the several congregations of saints dispersed throughout the kingdom. The Royalists, though they could not love the man who had imbrued his hands in the blood of their sovereign, expected more lenity from him than from the jealous and imperious Republicans, who had hitherto governed. The Presbyterians were pleased to see those men by whom they had been outwitted and expelled, now in their turn expelled and outwitted by their own servant, and they applauded him for this last act of violence upon the Parliament. These two parties composed the bulk of the nation, and kept the people in some tolerable temper. All men, likewise, harassed with wars and factions, were glad to see any prospect of settlement. And they deemed it less ignominious to submit to a person of such admirable talents and capacity, than to a few ignoble, enthusiastic hypocrites, who, under the name of a republic, had reduced them to a cruel subjection. The Republicans, being dethroned by Cromwell, were the party whose resentment he had the greatest reason to apprehend. That party, besides the Independents, contained two sets of men who are seemingly of the most opposite principles, but who were then united by a similitude of genius and of character. The first and most numerous were the millenarians, or Fifth Monarchy men, who insisted that, dominion being founded in grace, all distinction in magistracy must be abolished, except what arose from piety and holiness. Who expected suddenly the second coming of Christ upon earth, and who pretended, that the saints in the meanwhile, that is, themselves, were alone entitled to govern. The second were the deists, who had no other object than political liberty, who denied entirely the truth of revelation, and insinuated, that all the various sects, so heated against each other, were alike founded in folly and in error. Men of such daring geniuses were not contented with the ancient and legal forms of civil government, but challenged a degree of freedom beyond what they expected ever to enjoy under any monarchy. Martin, Challoner, Harrington, Sidney, Wildman, Neville, were esteemed the heads of this small division. The deists were perfectly hated by Cromwell, because he had no hold of enthusiasm by which he could govern or overreach them. He therefore treated them with great rigor and disdain, and usually denominated them the heathens. As the millenarians had a great interest in the army, it was much more important for him to gain their confidence. And their size of understanding afforded him great facility in deceiving them. Of late years, it had been so usual a topic of conversation to discourse of parliaments, and councils, and senates, and the soldiers themselves had been so much accustomed to enter into that spirit, that Cromwell thought it requisite to establish something which might bear the face of a commonwealth. He supposed that God, in his providence, had thrown the whole right, as well as power, of government into his hands. And without any more ceremony, by the advice of his council of officers, he sent summons to 128 persons of different towns and counties of England, to 5 of Scotland, to 6 of Ireland. He pretended by his sole act and deed, to devolve upon these the whole authority of the state. This legislative power they were to exercise during 15 months. And they were afterwards to choose the same number of persons, who might succeed them in that high and important office. There were great numbers at that time who made it a principle always to adhere to any power which was uppermost, and to support the established government. This maxim is not peculiar to the people of that age. But what may be esteemed peculiar to them is, that there prevailed a hypocritical phrase for expressing so prudential a conduct. It was called a waiting upon Providence. When Providence, therefore, was so kind as to bestow on these men, now assembled together, the supreme authority, they must have been very ungrateful, if, in their turn, they had been wanting in complaisance towards it. They immediately voted themselves a parliament, and having their own consent, as well as that of Oliver Cromwell, for their legislative authority, they now proceeded very gravely to the exercise of it. In this notable assembly were some persons of the rank of gentlemen, but the far greater part were low mechanics, Fifth Monarchy men, Anabaptists, Antinomians, Independents, the very dregs of the fanatics. They began with seeking God by prayer. This office was performed by 8 or 10 gifted men of the assembly. And with so much success, that, according to the confession of all, they had never before, in any of their devotional exercises, enjoyed so much of the Holy Spirit as was then communicated to them. Their hearts were, no doubt, dilated when they considered the high dignity to which they supposed themselves exalted. They had been told by Cromwell, in his first discourse, that he never looked to see such a day, when Christ should be so owned. They thought it, therefore, their duty to proceed to a thorough reformation, and to pave the way for the reign of the Redeemer, and for that great work which, it was expected, the Lord was to bring forth among them. All fanatics, being consecrated by their own fond imaginations, naturally hear an antipathy to the ecclesiastics, who claim a peculiar sanctity, derived merely from their office and priestly character. This Parliament took into consideration the abolition of the clerical function, as savouring of popery, and the taking away of tithes, which they called a relic of Judaism. Learning also and the universities were deemed heathenish and unnecessary. The common law was denominated a badge of the conquest and of Norman slavery, and they threatened the lawyers with a total abrogation of their profession. Some steps were even taken towards an abolition of the Chancery, the highest court of judicature in the kingdom, and the Messical law was intended to be established as the sole system of English jurisprudence. Of all the extraordinary schemes adopted by these legislators, they had not leisure to finish any, except that which established the legal solemnization of marriage by the civil magistrate alone, without the interposition of the clergy. They found themselves exposed to the derision of the public. Among the fanatics of the House, there was an active member much noted for his long prayers, sermons, and harangues. He was a leather seller in London, his name praise God Barebone. This ridiculous name, which seems to have been chosen by some poet or allegorist to suit so ridiculous a personage, struck the fancy of the people, and they commonly affixed to this assembly the appellation of Barebone's Parliament. The Dutch ambassadors endeavoured to enter into negotiation with this Parliament, but though Protestants, and even Presbyterians, they met with a bad reception from those who pretended to a sanctity so much superior. The Hollanders were regarded as worldly-minded men, intent only on commerce and industry. whom it was fitting the saints should first extirpate, ere they undertook that great work, to which they believed themselves destined by providence, of subduing Antichrist, the man of sin, and extending to the uttermost bounds of the earth the kingdom of the Redeemer. The ambassadors, finding themselves proscribed, not as enemies of England but of Christ, remained in astonishment, and knew not which was most to be admired, the implacable spirit or egregious folly of these pretended saints. Cromwell began to be ashamed of his legislature. If he ever had any design in summoning so preposterous an assembly beyond amusing the populace and the army, he had intended to alarm the clergy and lawyers. And he had so far succeeded as to make them desire any other government, which might secure their professions, now brought in danger by these desperate fanatics. Cromwell himself was dissatisfied, that the Parliament, though they had derived all their authority from him, began to pretend power from the Lord, and to insist already on their divine commission. He had been careful to summon in his writs several persons entirely devoted to him. By concert, these met early, and it was mentioned by some among them, that the sitting of this Parliament any longer would be of no service to the nation. They hastened, therefore, to Cromwell, along with Rouse, their speaker, and, by a formal deed or assignment, restored into his hands that supreme authority which they had so lately received from him. General Harrison and about 20 more remained in the house, and that they might prevent the reign of the saints from coming to an untimely end, they placed one Moyer in the chair, and began to draw up protests. They were soon interrupted by Colonel White, with a party of soldiers. He asked them what they did there. "We are seeking the Lord," said they. "Then you may go elsewhere," replied he. "For to my certain knowledge, he has not been here these many years." The military being now, in appearance, as well as in reality the sole power which prevailed in the nation, Cromwell thought fit to indulge a new fancy. For he seems not to have had any deliberate plan in all these alterations. Lambert, his creature, who, under the appearance of obsequiousness to him, indulged in unbounded ambition, proposed, in a council of officers, to adopt another scheme of government, and to temper the liberty of a commonwealth by the authority of a single person, who should be known by the appellation of Protector. Without delay, he prepared what was called the Instrument of Government, containing the plan of this new legislature, and as it was supposed to be agreeable to the general, it was immediately voted by the council of officers. Cromwell was declared Protector, and with great solemnity installed in that high office. So little were these men endowed with the spirit of legislation, that they confessed, or rather boasted, that they had employed only 4 days in drawing this instrument, by which the whole government of 3 kingdoms was pretended to be regulated and adjusted to all succeeding generations. There appears no difficulty in believing them, when it is considered how crude and undigested a system of civil polity they endeavored to establish. The chief articles of the instrument are these: a council was appointed, which was not to exceed 21, nor be less than 13 persons. These were to enjoy their office during life or good behavior. And in case of a vacancy, the remaining members named 3, of whom the Protector chose 1. The Protector was appointed supreme magistrate of the Commonwealth, in his name was all justice to be administered. From him were all magistracy and honours derived, he had the power of pardoning all crimes, excepting murder and treason, to him the benefit of all forfeitures devolved. The right of peace, war, and alliance, rested in him, but in these particulars he was to act by the advice and with the consent of his council. The power of the sword was vested in the Protector jointly with the Parliament, while it was sitting, or with the Council of State in the intervals. He was obliged to summon a Parliament every 3 years, and allow them to sit 5 months, without adjournment, prorogation, or dissolution. The bills which they passed were to be presented to the Protector for his assent. But if within 20 days it were not obtained, they were to become laws by the authority alone of Parliament. A standing army for Great Britain and Ireland was established, of 20,000 foot and 10,000 horse. And funds were assigned for their support. These were not to be diminished without consent of the Protector. And in this article alone he assumed the negative. During the intervals of Parliament, the Protector and Council had the power of enacting laws, which were to be valid till the next meeting of Parliament. The Chancellor, Treasurer, Admiral, Chief Governors of Ireland and Scotland, and the Chief Justices of both the benches, must be chosen with the approbation of Parliament. And in the intervals, with the approbation of the Council, to be afterwards ratified by Parliament. The Protector was to enjoy his office during life, and on his death, the place was immediately to be supplied by the Council. This was the instrument of government enacted by the Council of Officers, and solemnly sworn to by Oliver Cromwell. The Council of State named by the instrument, were 15. Men entirely devoted to the Protector, and by reason of the opposition among themselves in party and principles, not likely ever to combine against him. Cromwell said, that he accepted the dignity of Protector, merely that he might exert the duty of a constable, and preserve peace in the nation. Affairs indeed were brought to that pass, by the furious animosities of the several factions, that the extensive authority and even arbitrary power of some first magistrate was become a necessary evil, in order to keep the people from relapsing into blood and confusion. The Independents were too small a party ever to establish a popular government, or entrust the nation, where they had so little interest, with the free choice of its representatives. The Presbyterians had adopted the violent maxims of persecution, incompatible at all times with the peace of society, much more with the wild zeal of those numerous sects which prevailed among the people. The Royalists were so much enraged by the injuries which they had suffered, that the other prevailing parties would never submit to them, who, they knew, were enabled, merely by the execution of the ancient laws, to take severe vengeance upon them. Had Cromwell been guilty of no crime but this temporary usurpation, the plea of necessity and public good, which he alleged, might be allowed, in every view, a reasonable excuse for his conduct. During the variety of ridiculous and distracted scenes which the civil government exhibited in England, the military force was exerted with vigor, conduct, and unanimity, and never did the kingdom appear more formidable to all foreign nations. The English fleet, consisting of 100 sail, and commanded by Monk and Dean, and under them by Penn and Lauson, met near the coast of Flanders with the Dutch fleet equally numerous, and commanded by Tromp. The two republics were not inflamed by any national antipathy, and their interests very little interfered, yet few battles have been disputed with more fierce and obstinate courage than were those many naval combats which were fought during this short but violent war. The desire of remaining sole lords of the ocean animated these states to an honorable emulation against each other. After a battle of 2 days, in the first of which Dean was killed, the Dutch, inferior in the size of their ships, were obliged, with great loss, to retire into their harbours. Blake, towards the end of the fight, joined his countrymen with 18 sail. The English fleet lay off the coast of Holland, and totally interrupted the commerce of that republic. The ambassadors whom the Dutch had sent over to England, gave them hopes of peace. But as they could obtain no cessation of hostilities, the states, unwilling to suffer any longer the loss and dishonor of being blockaded by the enemy, made the utmost efforts to recover their injured honor. Never, on any occasion, did the power and vigor of that republic appear in a more conspicuous light. In a few weeks, they had repaired and manned their fleet. And they equipped some ships of a larger size than any which they had hitherto sent to sea. Tromp issued out, determined again to fight the victors, and to die rather than to yield the contest. He met with the enemy, commanded by Monk. And both sides immediately rushed into the combat. Tromp, gallantly animating his men, with his sword drawn, was shot through the heart with a musket ball. This event alone decided the battle in favor of the English. Though near 30 ships of the Dutch were sunk and taken, they little regarded this loss compared with that of their brave admiral. Meanwhile the negotiations of peace were continually advancing. The states, overwhelmed with the expense of the war, terrified by their losses, and mortified by their defeats, were extremely desirous of an accommodation with an enemy whom they found by experience too powerful for them. The king having shown an inclination to serve on board their fleet, though they expressed their sense of the honor intended them, they declined an offer which might inflame the quarrel with the English Commonwealth. The great obstacle to the peace was found, not to be any animosity on the part of the English, but, on the contrary, a desire too earnest of union and confederacy. Cromwell had revived the chimerical scheme of a coalition with the United Provinces. A total conjunction of government, privileges, interests, and councils. 1654. This project appeared so wild to the states, that they wondered any man of sense could ever entertain it. And they refused to enter into conferences with regard to a proposal which could serve only to delay any practicable scheme of accommodation. The peace was at last signed by Cromwell, now invested with the dignity of Protector, and it proved sufficiently, that the war had been impolitic, since, after the most signal victories, no terms more advantageous could be obtained. A defensive league was made between the two republics. They agreed, each of them, to banish the enemies of the other. Those who had been concerned in the massacre of Amboina were to be punished, if any remained alive. The honour of the flag was yielded to the English. £85,000 were stipulated to be paid by the Dutch East India Company for losses which the English company had sustained. And the island of Polrone, in the East Indies, was promised to be ceded to the latter. Cromwell, jealous of the connections between the royal family and that of Orange, insisted on a separate article. That neither the young prince nor any of his family should ever be invested with the dignity of stadtholder. The province of Holland, strongly prejudiced against that office, which they esteemed dangerous to liberty, secretly ratified this article. The Protector, knowing that the other provinces would not be induced to make such a concession, was satisfied with this security. The Dutch war, being successful, and the peace reasonable, brought credit to Cromwell's administration. An act of justice, which he exercised at home, gave likewise satisfaction to the people, though the regularity of it may perhaps appear somewhat doubtful. Don Pantaleon, brother to the Portuguese ambassador, and joined with him in the same commission, fancying himself to be insulted, came upon the exchange, armed and attended by several servants. By mistake, he fell on a gentleman whom he took for the person that had given him the offence. And having butchered him with many wounds, he and all his attendants took shelter in the house of the Portuguese ambassador, who had connived at this base enterprise. The populace surrounded the house, and threatened to set fire to it. Cromwell sent a guard, who seized all the criminals. They were brought to trial, and notwithstanding the opposition of the ambassador, who pleaded the privileges of his office, Don Pantaleon was executed on Tower Hill. The laws of nations were here plainly violated, but the crime committed by the Portuguese gentleman was to the last degree atrocious. And the vigorous chastisement of it, suiting so well the undaunted character of Cromwell, was universally approved of at home, and admired among foreign nations. The situation of Portugal obliged that court to acquiesce. And the ambassador soon after signed, with the Protector, a treaty of peace and alliance, which was very advantageous to the English commerce. Another act of severity, but necessary in his situation, was, at the very same time, exercised by the Protector, in the capital punishment of Gerard and Vowel, two royalists, who were accused of conspiring against his life. He had erected a high court of justice for their trial, an infringement of the ancient laws which at this time was become familiar, but one to which no custom or precedent could reconcile the nation. Juries were found altogether unmanageable. The restless Lilburne, for new offences, had been brought to a new trial, and had been acquitted with new triumph and exultation. If no other method of conviction had been devised during this illegal and unpopular government, all its enemies were assured of entire impunity. The Protector had occasion to observe the prejudices entertained against his government, by the disposition of the Parliament, which he summoned on the 3rd of September. That day of the year on which he gained his two great victories of Dunbar and Worcester, and which he always regarded as fortunate for him. It must be confessed that, if we are left to gather Cromwell's intentions from his instrument of government, it is such a motley piece, that we cannot easily conjecture whether he seriously meant to establish a tyranny or a republic. On one hand, a first magistrate in so extensive a government seemed necessary both for the dignity and tranquillity of the state. And the authority which he assumed as Protector was, in some respects, inferior to the prerogatives which the laws entrusted and still entrust to the king. On the other hand, the legislative power which he reserved to himself and council, together with so great an army, independent of the Parliament, were bad prognostics of his intention to submit to a civil and legal constitution. But if this were not his intention, the method in which he distributed and conducted the elections, being so favorable to liberty, form an inconsistency which is not easily accounted for. He deprived of their right of election all the small boroughs, places the most exposed to influence and corruption. Of 400 members which represented England, 270 were chosen by the counties. The rest were elected by London, and the more considerable corporations. The lower populace too, so easily guided or deceived, were excluded from the elections. An estate of £200 value was necessary to entitle any one to a vote. The elections of this Parliament were conducted with perfect freedom. And, excepting that such of the Royalists as had borne arms against the Parliament and all their sons were excluded, a more fair representation of the people could not be desired or expected. 30 members were returned from Scotland. As many from Ireland. The Protector seems to have been disappointed, when he found that all these precautions, which were probably nothing but covers to his ambition, had not procured him the confidence of the public. Though Cromwell's administration was less odious to every party than that of any other party, yet was it entirely acceptable to none. The Royalists had been instructed by the king to remain quiet, and to cover themselves under the appearance of Republicans. And they found in this latter faction such inveterate hatred against the Protector, that they could not wish for more zealous adversaries to his authority. It was maintained by them, that the pretence of liberty and a popular election was but a new artifice of this great deceiver, in order to lay asleep the deluded nation, and give himself leisure to rivet their chains more securely upon them, that in the instrument of government he openly declared his intention of still retaining the same mercenary army, by whose assistance he had subdued the ancient established government, and who would with less scruple obey him in overturning, whenever he should please to order them, that new system which he himself had been pleased to model, that being sensible of the danger and uncertainty of all military government, he endeavored to intermix some appearance, and but an appearance, of civil administration. And to balance the army by a seeming consent of the people, that the absurd trial which he had made of a Parliament, elected by himself, appointed perpetually to elect their successors, plainly proved that he aimed at nothing but temporary expedients, was totally averse to a free republican government, and possessed not that mature and deliberate reflection which could qualify him to act the part of a legislator, that his imperious character, which had betrayed itself in so many incidents, could never seriously submit to legal limitations. Nor would the very image of popular government be longer upheld than while conformable to his arbitrary will and pleasure, and that the best policy was to oblige him to take off the mask at once, and either submit entirely to that Parliament which he had summoned, or, by totally rejecting its authority, leave himself no resource but in his seditious and enthusiastic army. In prosecution of these views, the Parliament, having heard the Protector's speech, 3 hours long, and having chosen Lenthal for their speaker, immediately entered into a discussion of the pretended instrument of government, and of that authority which Cromwell, by the title of Protector, had assumed over the nation. The greatest liberty was used in arraigning this new dignity, and even the personal character and conduct of Cromwell escaped not without censure. The utmost that could be obtained by the officers and by the court party, for so they were called, was to protract the debate by arguments and long speeches, and prevent the decision of a question which, they were sensible, would be carried against them by a great majority. The Protector, surprised and enraged at this refractory spirit in the Parliament, which, however, he had so much reason to expect, sent for them to the Painted Chamber, and with an air of great authority inveighed against their conduct. He told them, that nothing could be more absurd than for them to dispute his title, since the same instrument of government which made them a Parliament, had invested him with the Protectorship, that some points in the new constitution were supposed to be fundamentals, and were not, on any pretence, to be altered or disputed, that among these were the government of the nation by a single person and a Parliament, their joint authority over the army and militia, the succession of new parliaments, and liberty of conscience, and that, with regard to these particulars, there was reserved to him a negative voice, to which, in the other circumstances of government, he confessed himself nowise entitled. The Protector now found the necessity of exacting a security, which, had he foreseen the spirit of the House, he would with better grace have required at their first meeting. He obliged the members to sign a recognition of his authority, and an engagement not to propose or consent to any alteration in the government, as it was settled in a single person and a parliament. And he placed guards at the door of the House, who allowed none but subscribers to enter. Most of the members, after some hesitation, submitted to this condition, but retained the same refractory spirit which they had discovered in their first debates. The instrument of government was taken in pieces, and examined, article by article, with the most scrupulous accuracy. Very free topics were advanced with the general approbation of the House, and during the whole course of their proceedings. They neither sent up one bill to the Protector, nor took any notice of him. Being informed that conspiracies were entered into between the members and some malcontent officers, he hastened to the dissolution of so dangerous an assembly. By the instrument of government, to which he had sworn, no parliament could be dissolved till it had sitten 5 months. But Cromwell pretended, that a month contained only 28 days, according to the method of computation practiced in paying the fleet and army. The full time, therefore, according to this reckoning, being elapsed, the Parliament was ordered to attend the Protector, who made them a tedious, confused, angry harangue, and dismissed them. 1655. Were we to judge of Cromwell's capacity by this, and indeed by all his other compositions, we should be apt to entertain no very favourable idea of it. But in the great variety of human geniuses, there are some which, though they see their object clearly and distinctly in general, yet, when they come to unfold its parts by discourse or writing, lose that luminous conception which they had before attained. All accounts agree in ascribing to Cromwell a tiresome, dark, unintelligible elocution, even when he had no intention to disguise his meaning, yet no man's actions were ever, in such a variety of difficult incidents, more decisive and judicious. The electing of a discontented Parliament is a proof of a discontented nation. The angry and abrupt dissolution of that Parliament is always sure to increase the general discontent. The members of this assembly, returning to their counties, propagated that spirit of mutiny which they had exerted in the House. Sir Harry Vane and the old Republicans, who maintained the indissoluble authority of the Long Parliament, encouraged the murmurs against the present usurpation, though they acted so cautiously as to give the Protector no handle against them. Wildman and some others of that party carried still further their conspiracies against the Protector's authority. The Royalists, observing this general ill will towards the establishment, could no longer be retained in subjection, but fancied that every one who was dissatisfied like them, had also embraced the same views and inclinations. They did not consider, that the old parliamentary party, though many of them were displeased with Cromwell, who had dispossessed them of their power, were still more apprehensive of any success to the royal cause. Whence, besides a certain prospect of the same consequence, they had so much reason to dread the severest vengeance for their past transgressions. In concert with the king, a conspiracy was entered into by the Royalists throughout England, and a day of general rising appointed. Information of this design was conveyed to Cromwell. The Protector's administration was extremely vigilant. Thurlow, his secretary, had spies everywhere. Manning, who had access to the king's family, kept a regular correspondence with him. And it was not difficult to obtain intelligence of a confederacy so generally diffused, among a party who valued themselves more on zeal and courage, than on secrecy and sobriety. Many of the Royalists were thrown into prison. Others, on the approach of the day, were terrified with the danger of the undertaking, and remained at home. In one place alone the conspiracy broke into action. Penruddock, Groves, Jones, and other gentlemen of the West, entered Salisbury with about 200 horse, at the very time when the sheriff and judges were holding the assizes. These they made prisoners, and they proclaimed the king. Contrary to their expectations, they received no accession of force. So prevalent was the terror of the established government. Having in vain wandered about for some time, they were totally discouraged. And one troop of horse was able at last to suppress them. The leaders of the conspiracy, being taken prisoners, were capitally punished. The rest were sold for slaves, and transported to Barbados. The easy subduing of this insurrection, which, by the boldness of the undertaking, struck at first a great terror into the nation, was a singular felicity to the Protector. Who could not, without danger, have brought together any considerable body of his mutinous army in order to suppress it? The very insurrection itself he regarded as a fortunate event, since it proved the reality of those conspiracies which his enemies on every occasion represented as mere fictions, invented to color his tyrannical severities. He resolved to keep no longer any terms with the Royalists, who, though they were not perhaps the most implacable of his enemies, were those whom he could oppress under the most plausible pretenses, and who met with least countenance and protection from his adherents. He issued an edict, with the consent of his council, for exacting the 10th penny from that whole party, in order, as he pretended, to make them pay the expenses to which their mutinous disposition continually exposed the public. Without regard to compositions, articles of capitulation, or acts of indemnity, all the Royalists, however harassed with former oppressions, were obliged anew to redeem themselves by great sums of money. And many of them were reduced by these multiplied disasters to extreme poverty. Whoever was known to be disaffected, or even lay under any suspicion, though no guilt could be proved against him, was exposed to the new exaction. In order to raise this imposition, which commonly passed by the name of decimation, the Protector instituted 12 major generals, and divided the whole kingdom of England into so many military jurisdictions. These men, assisted by commissioners, had power to subject whom they pleased to decimation, to levy all the taxes imposed by the Protector and his council, and to imprison any person who should be exposed to their jealousy or suspicion. Nor was there any appeal from them but to the Protector himself and his council. Under color of these powers, which were sufficiently exorbitant, the major generals exercised an authority still more arbitrary, and acted as if absolute masters of the property and person of every subject. All reasonable men now concluded, that the very mask of liberty was thrown aside, and that the nation was forever subjected to military and despotic government, exercised not in the legal manner of European nations, but according to the maxims of Eastern tyranny. Not only the supreme magistrate owed his authority to illegal force and usurpation. He had parcelled out the people into so many subdivisions of slavery, and had delegated to his inferior ministers the same unlimited authority which he himself had so violently assumed. A government totally military and despotic, is almost sure, after some time, to fall into impotence and languor, but when it immediately succeeds a legal constitution, it may, at first, to foreign nations appear very vigorous and active, and may exert with more unanimity that power, spirit, and riches, which had been acquired under a better form. It seems now proper, after so long an interval, to look abroad to the general state of Europe, and to consider the measures which England at this time embraced in its negotiations with the neighbouring princes. The moderate temper and unwarlike genius of the two last princes, the extreme difficulties under which they laboured at home, and the great security which they enjoyed from foreign enemies, had rendered them negligent of the transactions on the continent. And England, during their reigns, had been, in a manner, overlooked in the general system of Europe. The bold and restless genius of the Protector led him to extend his alliances and enterprises to every part of Christendom. And partly from the ascendant of his magnanimous spirit, partly from the situation of foreign kingdoms, the weight of England, even under its most legal and bravest princes, was never more sensibly felt than during this unjust and violent usurpation. A war of 30 years, the most signal and most destructive that had appeared in modern annals, was at last finished in Germany, and by the Treaty of Westphalia were composed those fatal quarrels which had been excited by the Palatine's precipitate acceptance of the crown of Bohemia. The young Palatine was restored to part of his dignities and of his dominions. The rights, privileges, and authority of the several members of the Germanic body were fixed and ascertained. Sovereign princes and free states were in some degree reduced to obedience under laws, and by the valor of the heroic Gustavus. The enterprises of the active Richelieu, the intrigues of the artful Mazarin, was in part effected, after an infinite expense of blood and treasure, which had been fondly expected and loudly demanded from the feeble efforts of the pacific James. seconded by the scanty supplies of his jealous parliaments. Sweden, which had acquired by conquest large dominions in the north of Germany, was engaged in enterprises which promised her, from her success and valor, still more extensive acquisitions on the side both of Poland and of Denmark. Charles X, who had mounted the throne of that kingdom after the voluntary resignation of Christina, being stimulated by the fame of Gustavus, as well as by his own martial disposition, carried his conquering arms to the south of the Baltic, and gained the celebrated Battle of Warsaw, which had been obstinately disputed during the space of 3 days. The Protector, at the time his alliance was courted by every power in Europe, anxiously courted the alliance of Sweden. And he was fond of forming a confederacy with a Protestant power of such renown, even though it threatened the whole north with conquest and subjection. The transactions of the Parliament and Protector with France had been various and complicated. The emissaries of Richelieu had furnished fuel to the flame of rebellion, when it first broke out in Scotland. But after the conflagration had diffused itself, the French court, observing the materials to be of themselves sufficiently combustible, found it unnecessary any longer to animate the British malcontents to an opposition of their sovereign. On the contrary, they offered their mediation for composing these intestine disorders. And their ambassadors, from decency, pretended to act in concert with the court of England, and to receive directions from a prince with whom their master was connected by so near an affinity. Meanwhile Richelieu died, and soon after him the French king, Louis XIII, leaving his son, an infant 4 years old, and his widow, Anne of Austria, regent of the kingdom. Cardinal Mazarin succeeded Richelieu in the ministry. And the same general plan of policy, though by men of such opposite characters, was still continued in the French councils. The establishment of royal authority, the reduction of the Austrian family, were pursued with ardor and success. And every year brought an accession of force and grandeur to the French monarchy. Not only battles were won, towns and fortresses taken. The genius too of the nation seemed gradually to improve, and to compose itself to the spirit of dutiful obedience and of steady enterprise. A Condé, a Turenne were formed. And the troops, animated by their valor, and guided by their discipline, acquired every day a greater ascendant over the Spaniards. All of a sudden, from some intrigues of the court, and some discontents in the courts of judicature, intestine commotions were excited, and everything relapsed into confusion. But these rebellions of the French, neither ennobled by the spirit of liberty, nor disgraced by the fanatical extravagancies which distinguished the British civil wars, were conducted with little bloodshed, and made but a small impression on the minds of the people. Though seconded by the force of Spain, and conducted by the Prince of Condé, the malcontents in a little time were either expelled or subdued. And the French monarchy, having lost a few of its conquests, returned with fresh vigor to the acquisition of new dominion. The Queen of England and her son Charles, during these commotions, passed most of their time at Paris. And notwithstanding their near connection of blood, received but few civilities, and still less support, from the French court. Had the Queen Regent been ever so much inclined to assist the English prince, the disorders of her own affairs would, for a long time, have rendered such intentions impracticable. The banished Queen had a moderate pension assigned her. But it was so ill paid, and her credit ran so low, that, one morning, when the Cardinal de Retz waited on her, she informed him that her daughter, the Princess Henrietta, was obliged to lie abed for want of a fire to warm her. To such a condition was reduced, in the midst of Paris, a Queen of England, and daughter of Henry IV. of France. The English Parliament, however, having assumed the sovereignty of the state, resented the countenance, cold as it was, which the French court gave to the unfortunate monarch. On pretence of injuries of which the English merchants complained, they issued letters of reprisal upon the French. And Blake went so far as to attack and seize a whole squadron of ships which were carrying supplies to Dunkirk, then closely besieged by the Spaniards. That town, disappointed of these supplies, fell into the hands of the enemy. The French ministers soon found it necessary to change their measures. They treated Charles with such affected indifference, that he thought it more decent to withdraw, and prevent the indignity of being desired to leave the kingdom. He went first to Spa, thence he retired to Cologne, where he lived 2 years, on a small pension, about £6,000 a year, paid him by the court of France, and on some contributions sent him by his friends in England. In the management of his family he discovered a disposition to order and economy, and his temper, cheerful, careless, and sociable, was more than a sufficient compensation for that empire of which his enemies had bereaved him. Sir Edward Hyde, created Lord Chancellor, and the Marquis of Ormond, were his chief friends and confidants. If the French ministry had thought it prudent to bend under the English Parliament, they deemed it still more necessary to pay deference to the Protector, when he assumed the reins of government. Cardinal Mazarin, by whom all the councils of France were directed, was artful and vigilant, supple and patient, false and intriguing. Desirous rather to prevail by dexterity than violence, and placing his honor more in the final success of his measures, than in the splendor and magnanimity of the means which he employed. Cromwell, by his imperious character, rather than by the advantage of his situation, acquired an ascendant over this man. And every proposal made by the Protector, however unreasonable in itself, and urged with whatever insolence, met with a ready compliance from the politic and timid cardinal. Bordeaux was sent over to England as minister. And all circumstances of respect were paid to the daring usurper, who had imbrued his hands in the blood of his sovereign, a prince so nearly related to the royal family of France. With indefatigable patience did Bordeaux conduct this negotiation, which Cromwell seemed entirely to neglect. And though privateers with English commission committed daily depredations on the French commerce, Mazarin was content, in hopes of a fortunate issue, still to submit to these indignities. The court of Spain, less connected with the unfortunate royal family, and reduced to greater distress than the French monarchy, had been still more forward in her advances to the prosperous Parliament and Protector. Don Alonso de Cardenas, the Spanish envoy, was the first public minister who recognized the authority of the new republic, and in return for this civility, Ascom was sent envoy into Spain by the Parliament. No sooner had this minister arrived in Madrid, than some of the banished royalists, inflamed by that inveterate hatred which animated the English factions, broke into his chamber, and murdered him together with his secretary. Immediately they took sanctuary in the churches, and, assisted by the general favor which everywhere attended the royal cause, were enabled, most of them, to make their escape. Only one of the criminals suffered death. And the Parliament seemed to rest satisfied with this atonement. Spain, at this time, assailed everywhere by vigorous enemies from without, and laboring under many internal disorders, retained nothing of her former grandeur, except the haughty pride of her councils, and the hatred and jealousy of her neighbors. Portugal had rebelled, and established her monarchy in the House of Braganza. Catalonia, complaining of violated privileges, had revolted to France. Naples was shaken with popular convulsions, the Low Countries were invaded with superior forces, and seemed ready to change their master. The Spanish infantry, anciently so formidable, had been annihilated by Condé in the fields of Rocroi, and though the same prince, banished France. Sustained by his activity and valor the falling fortunes of Spain, he could only hope to protract, not prevent, the ruin with which that monarchy was visibly threatened. Had Cromwell understood and regarded the interests of his country, he would have supported the declining condition of Spain against the dangerous ambition of France, and preserved that balance of power on which the greatness and security of England so much depend. Had he studied only his own interests, he would have maintained an exact neutrality between those great monarchies. Nor would he have hazarded his ill-acquired and unsettled power by provoking foreign enemies who might lend assistance to domestic faction, and overturn his tottering throne. But his magnanimity undervalued danger. His active disposition and avidity of extensive glory made him incapable of repose, and as the policy of men is continually warped by their temper, no sooner was peace made with Holland than he began to deliberate what new enemy he should invade with his victorious arms. The extensive empire and yet extreme weakness of Spain in the West Indies, the vigorous courage and great naval power of England, were circumstances which, when compared, excited the ambition of the enterprising Protector, and made him hope that he might, by some gainful conquest, render forever illustrious that dominion which he had assumed over his country. Should he fail of these durable acquisitions, the Indian treasures, which must every year cross the ocean to reach Spain, were, he thought, a sure prey to the English navy, and would support his military force without his laying new burdens on the discontented people. From France a vigorous resistance must be expected, no plunder, no conquests could be hoped for, the progress of his arms, even if attended with success, must there be slow and gradual. And the advantages acquired, however real, would be less striking to the multitude, whom it was his interest to allure. The royal family, so closely connected with the French monarch, might receive great assistance from that neighboring kingdom. And an army of French Protestants landed in England would be able, he dreaded, to unite the most opposite factions against the present usurpation. These motives of policy were probably seconded by his bigoted prejudices. As no human mind ever contained so strange a mixture of sagacity and absurdity as that of this extraordinary personage. The Swedish alliance, though much contrary to the interests of England, he had contracted merely from his zeal for Protestantism. And Sweden being closely connected with France, he could not hope to maintain the confederacy, in which he so much prided himself, should a rupture ensue between England and this latter kingdom. The Huguenots, he expected, would meet with better treatment while he engaged in a close union with their sovereign. And as the Spaniards were much more papists than the French, were much more exposed to the old puritanical hatred, and had even erected the bloody tribunal of the Inquisition, whose rigors they had refused to mitigate on Cromwell's solicitation. He hoped that a holy and meritorious war with such idolaters could not fail of protection from heaven. A preacher, likewise, inspired as was supposed by a prophetic spirit, bid him go and prosper. Calling him a stone cut out of the mountains without hands, that would break the pride of the Spaniard, crush Antichrist, and make way for the purity of the gospel over the whole world. Actuated equally by these bigoted, these ambitious, and these interested motives, the Protector equipped 2 considerable squadrons. And while he was making those preparations, the neighboring states, ignorant of his intentions, remained in suspense, and looked with anxious expectation on what side the storm should discharge itself. One of these squadrons, consisting of 30 capital ships, was sent into the Mediterranean under Blake, whose fame was now spread over Europe. No English fleet, except during the Crusades, had ever before sailed in those seas. And from one extremity to the other there was no naval force, Christian or Mahometan, able to resist them. The Roman pontiff, whose weakness and whose pride equally provoked attacks, dreaded invasion from a power which professed the most inveterate enmity against him, and which so little regulated its movements by the usual motives of interest and prudence. Blake, casting anchor before Leghorn, demanded and obtained from the Duke of Tuscany reparation for some losses which the English commerce had formerly sustained from him. He next sailed to Algiers, and compelled the Dey to make peace, and to restrain his piratical subjects from further violences on the English. He presented himself before Tunis. And having there made the same demands, the Dey of that republic bade him look to the castles of Portoferino and Goletta, and do his utmost. Blake needed not to be roused by such a bravado, he drew his ships close up to the castles, and tore them in pieces with his artillery. He sent a numerous detachment of sailors in their long boats into the harbor, and burned every ship which lay there. This bold action, which its very temerity perhaps rendered safe, was executed with little loss, and filled all that part of the world with the renown of English valor. The other squadron was not equally successful. It was commanded by Penn, and carried on board 4,000 men under the command of Venables. About 5,000 more joined them from Barbados and St. Christopher's. Both these officers were inclined to the king's service. And it is pretended that Cromwell was obliged to hurry the soldiers on board, in order to prevent the execution of a conspiracy which had been formed among them in favor of the exiled family. The ill success of this enterprise may justly be ascribed as much to the injudicious schemes of the Protector who planned it, as to the bad execution of the officers by whom it was conducted. The soldiers were the refuse of the whole army, the forces enlisted in the West Indies were the most profligate of mankind, Penn and Venables were of incompatible tempers, the troops were not furnished with arms fit for such an expedition, their provisions were defective both in quantity and quality, all hopes of pillage. The best incentive to valor among such men, were refused the soldiers and seamen, no directions or intelligence were given to conduct the officers in then enterprise, and at the same time they were tied down to follow the advice of commissioners, who disconcerted them in all their projects. It was agreed by the admiral and general to attempt Street Domingo, the only place of strength in the island of Hispaniola. On the approach of the English, the Spaniards in a fright deserted their houses, and fled into the woods. Contrary to the opinion of Venables, the soldiers were disembarked without guides 10 leagues distant from the town. They wandered 4 days through the woods without provisions, and was still more intolerable in that sultry climate, without water. The Spaniards recovered spirit and attacked them. The English, discouraged with the bad conduct of their officers and scarcely alive from hunger, thirst, and fatigue, were unable to resist. An inconsiderable number of the enemy put the whole army to rout, killed 600 of them, and chased the rest on board their vessels. The English commanders, in order to atone as much as possible for this unprosperous attempt, bent their course to Jamaica, which was surrendered to them without a blow. Penn and Venables returned to England, and were both of them sent to the Tower by the Protector, who, though commonly master of his fiery temper, was thrown into a violent passion at this disappointment. He had made a conquest of greater importance than he was himself at that time aware of, yet was it much inferior to the vast projects which he had formed. He gave orders, however, to support it by men and money. And that island has ever since remained in the hands of the English, the chief acquisition which they owe to the enterprising spirit of Cromwell. 1656. As soon as the news of this expedition, which was an unwarrantable violation of treaty, arrived in Europe, the Spaniards declared war against England, and seized all the ships and goods of English merchants, of which they could make themselves masters. The commerce with Spain, so profitable to the English, was cut off, and near 1,500 vessels, it is computed, fell in a few years into the hands of the enemy. Blake, to whom Montague was now joined in command, after receiving new orders, prepared himself for hostilities against the Spaniards. Several sea officers, having entertained scruples of conscience with regard to the justice of the Spanish war, threw up their commissions, and retired. No commands, they thought, of their superiors could justify a war which was contrary to the principles of natural equity, and which the civil magistrate had no right to order. Individuals, they maintained, in resigning to the public their natural liberty, could bestow on it only what they themselves were possessed of, a right of performing lawful actions, and could invest it with no authority of commanding what is contrary to the decrees of heaven. Such maxims, though they seem reasonable, are perhaps too perfect for human nature, and must be regarded as one effect, though of the most innocent and even honorable kind, of that spirit, partly fanatical, partly republican, which predominated in England. Blake lay some time off Cadiz, in expectation of intercepting the Plate fleet, but was at last obliged, for want of water, to make sail towards Portugal. Captain Stainer, whom he had left on the coast with a squadron of 7 vessels, came in sight of the galleons, and immediately set sail to pursue them. The Spanish admiral ran his ship ashore, 2 others followed his example. The English took 2 ships, valued at near 2 millions of pieces of 8. 2 galleons were set on fire. And the Marquis of Badajoz, Viceroy of Peru, with his wife, and his daughter, betrothed to the young Duke of Medina Kelly, were destroyed in them. The Marquis himself might have escaped. But seeing these unfortunate women, astonished with the danger, fall in a swoon, and perish in the flames, he rather chose to die with them, than drag out a life embittered with the remembrance of such dismal scenes. When the treasures gained by this enterprise arrived at Portsmouth, the Protector, from a spirit of ostentation, ordered them to be transported by land to London. The next action against the Spaniards was more honorable, though less profitable, to the nation. Blake, having heard that a Spanish fleet of 16 ships, much richer than the former, had taken shelter in the Canaries, immediately made sail towards them. He found them in the Bay of Santa Cruz, disposed in a formidable posture. The bay was secured with a strong castle, well provided with cannon, besides 7 forts in several parts of it, all united by a line of communication, manned with musketeers. Don Diego Diaz, the Spanish admiral, ordered all his smaller vessels to moor close to the shore, and posted the larger galleons farther off, at anchor, with their broadsides to the sea. Blake was rather animated than daunted with this appearance. The wind seconded his courage, and blowing full into the bay, in a moment brought him among the thickest of his enemies. After a resistance of 4 hours, the Spaniards yielded to English valor, and abandoned their ships, which were set on fire, and consumed with all their treasure. The greatest danger still remained to the English. They lay under the fire of the castle and all the forts, which must in a little time have torn them in pieces. But the wind, suddenly shifting, carried them out of the bay, where they left the Spaniards in astonishment at the happy temerity of their audacious victors. This was the last and greatest action of the gallant Blake. He was consumed with a dropsy and scurvy, and hastened home, that he might yield up his breath in his native country, which he had so much adorned by his valor. As he came within sight of land, he expired. Never man, so zealous for a faction, was so much respected and esteemed even by the opposite factions. He was by principle an inflexible republican. And the late usurpations, amidst all the trust and caresses which he received from the ruling powers, were thought to be very little grateful to him. "It is still our duty," he said to the seamen, "to fight for our country, into what hands soever the government may fall. Disinterested, generous, liberal, ambitious only of true glory, dreadful only to his avowed enemies. He forms one of the most perfect characters of the age, and the least stained with those errors and violences which were then so predominant." The Protector ordered him a pompous funeral at the public charge, but the tears of his countrymen were the most honorable panegyric on his memory. The conduct of the Protector in foreign affairs, though imprudent and impolitic, was full of vigor and enterprise, and drew a consideration to his country, which, since the reign of Elizabeth, it seemed to have totally lost. The great mind of this successful usurper was intent on spreading the renown of the English nation. And while he struck mankind with astonishment at his extraordinary fortune, he seemed to ennoble instead of debasing, that people whom he had reduced to subjection. It was his boast, that he would render the name of an Englishman as much feared and revered as ever was that of a Roman. And as his countrymen found some reality in these pretensions, their national vanity, being gratified, made them bear with more patience all the indignities and calamities under which they labored. It must also be acknowledged, that the Protector, in his civil and domestic administration, displayed as great regard both to justice and clemency, as his usurped authority, derived from no law, and founded only on the sword, could possibly permit. All the chief offices in the courts of judicature were filled with men of integrity. Amidst the virulence of faction, the decrees of the judges were upright and impartial. And to every man but himself, and to himself, except where necessity required the contrary, the law was the great rule of conduct and behavior. Vane and Lilburne, whose credit with the Republicans and Levellers he dreaded, were indeed for some time confined to prison. Coney, who refused to pay illegal taxes, was obliged by menaces to depart from his obstinacy. High courts of justice were erected to try those who had engaged in conspiracies and insurrections against the Protector's authority, and whom he could not safely commit to the verdict of juries. But these irregularities were deemed inevitable consequences of his illegal authority. And though often urged by his officers, as is pretended, to attempt a general massacre of the Royalists, he always with horror rejected such sanguinary counsels. In the army was laid the sole basis of the Protector's power, and in managing it consisted the chief art and delicacy of his government. The soldiers were held in exact discipline, a policy which both accustomed them to obedience, and made them less hateful and burdensome to the people. He augmented their pay, though the public necessities sometimes obliged him to run in arrears to them. Their interests, they were sensible, were closely connected with those of their general and protector. And he entirely commanded their affectionate regard, by his abilities and success in almost every enterprise which he had hitherto undertaken. But all military government is precarious, much more where it stands in opposition to civil establishments, and still more where it encounters religious prejudices. By the wild fanaticism which he had nourished in the soldiers, he had seduced them into measures, for which, if openly proposed to them, they would have entertained the utmost aversion. But this same spirit rendered them more difficult to be governed, and made their caprices terrible even to that hand which directed their movements. So often taught, that the office of king was a usurpation upon Christ, they were apt to suspect a protector not to be altogether compatible with that divine authority. Harrison, though raised to the highest dignity, and possessed of Cromwell's confidence, became his most inveterate enemy as soon as the authority of a single person was established, against which that usurper had always made such violent protestations. Overton, Rich, Oakey, officers of rank in the army, were actuated with like principles, and Cromwell was obliged to deprive them of their commissions. Their influence, which was before thought unbounded among the troops, seemed from that moment to be totally annihilated. The more effectually to curb the enthusiastic and seditious spirit of the troops, Cromwell established a kind of militia in the several counties. Companies of infantry and cavalry were enlisted under proper officers, regular pay distributed among them, and a resource by that means provided both against the insurrections of the royalists and mutiny of the army. Religion can never be deemed a point of small consequence in civil government, but during this period, it may be regarded as the great spring of men's actions and determinations. Though transported himself with the most frantic whimsies, Cromwell had adopted a scheme for regulating this principle in others, which was sagacious and political. Being resolved to maintain a national church, yet determined neither to admit episcopacy nor presbytery, he established a number of commissioners, under the name of triers, partly laymen, partly ecclesiastics, some Presbyterians, some Independents. These presented to all livings which were formerly in the gift of the crown, they examined and admitted such persons as received holy orders, and they inspected the lives, doctrine, and behavior of the clergy. Instead of supporting that union between learning and theology, which has so long been attempted in Europe, these triers embraced the latter principle in its full purity, and made it the sole object of their examination. The candidates were no more perplexed with questions concerning their progress in Greek and Roman erudition. Concerning their talent for profane arts and sciences, the chief object of scrutiny regarded their advances in grace, and fixing the critical moment of their conversion. With the pretended saints of all denominations Cromwell was familiar and easy. Laying aside the state of protector, which on other occasions he well knew how to maintain, he insinuated to them, that nothing but necessity could ever oblige him to invest himself with it. He talked spiritually to them. He sighed, he wept, he canted, he prayed. He even entered with them into an emulation of ghostly gifts, and these men, instead of grieving to be outdone in their own way, were proud that His Highness, by his princely example, had dignified those practices in which they themselves were daily occupied. If Cromwell might be said to adhere to any particular form of religion, they were the Independents who could chiefly boast of his favor. And it may be affirmed, that such pastors of that sect as were not passionately addicted to civil liberty, were all of them devoted to him. The Presbyterian clergy, also saved from the ravages of the Anabaptists and Millenarians, and enjoying their establishments and tithes, were not averse to his government. Though he still entertained a great jealousy of that ambitious and restless spirit by which they were actuated. He granted an unbounded liberty of conscience to all but Catholics and Prelatists. And by that means he both attached the wild sectaries to his person, and employed them in curbing the domineering spirit of the Presbyterians. "I am the only man," he was often heard to say, "who has known how to subdue that insolent sect, which can suffer none but itself." The Protestant zeal which possessed the Presbyterians and Independents, was highly gratified by the haughty manner in which the Protector so successfully supported the persecuted Protestants throughout all Europe. Even the Duke of Savoy, so remote a power, and so little exposed to the naval force of England, was obliged, by the authority of France, to comply with his mediation, and to tolerate the Protestants of the valleys, against whom that prince had commenced a furious persecution. France itself was constrained to bear, not only with the religion, but even, in some instances, with the seditious insolence of the Huguenots. And when the French court applied for a reciprocal toleration of the Catholic religion in England, the Protector, who arrogated in everything the superiority, would hearken to no such proposal. He had entertained a project of instituting a college, in imitation of that at Rome, for the propagation of the faith, and his apostles, in zeal, though not in unanimity, had certainly been a full match for the Catholics. Cromwell retained the Church of England in constraint, though he permitted its clergy a little more liberty than the Republican Parliament had formerly allowed. He was pleased that the superior lenity of his administration should in everything be remarked. He bridled the Royalists, both by the army which he retained, and by those secret spies which he found means to intermix in all their councils. Manning being detected, and punished with death, he corrupted Sir Richard Willis, who was much trusted by Chancellor Hyde and all the Royalists, and by means of this man he was let into every design and conspiracy of the party. He could disconcert any project, by confining the persons who were to be the actors in it. And as he restored them afterwards to liberty, his severity passed only for the result of general jealousy and suspicion. The secret source of his intelligence remained still unknown and unsuspected. Conspiracies for an assassination he was chiefly afraid of, these being designs which no prudence or vigilance could evade. Colonel Titus, under the name of Allen, had written a spirited discourse, exhorting every one to embrace this method of vengeance. And Cromwell knew, that the inflamed minds of the royal party were sufficiently disposed to put the doctrine in practice against him. He openly told them, that assassinations were base and odious, and he never would commence hostilities by so shameful an expedient, but if the first attempt or provocation came from them, he would retaliate to the uttermost. He had instruments, he said, whom he could employ, and he never would desist till he had totally exterminated the royal family. This menace, more than all his guards, contributed to the security of his person. There was no point about which the Protector was more solicitous than to procure intelligence. This article alone, it is said, cost him £60,000 a year. Postmasters, both at home and abroad, were in his pay, carriers were searched or bribed, secretaries and clerks were corrupted. The greatest zealots in all parties were often these who conveyed private information to him, and nothing could escape his vigilant inquiry. Such at least is the representation made by historians of Cromwell's administration, but it must be confessed, that, if we may judge by those volumes of Thellow's papers which have been lately published, this affair, like many others, has been greatly magnified. We scarcely find by that collection, that any secret councils of foreign states, except those of Holland, which are not expected to be concealed, were known to the Protector. The general behavior and deportment of this man, who had been raised from a very private station, who had passed most of his youth in the country, and who was still constrained so much to frequent bad company, was such as might befit the greatest monarch. He maintained a dignity without either affectation or ostentation, and supported with all strangers that high idea with which his great exploits and prodigious fortune had impressed them. Among his ancient friends, he could relax himself. And by trifling and amusement, jesting and making verses, he feared not exposing himself to their most familiar approaches. With others he sometimes pushed matters to the length of rustic buffoonery. And he would amuse himself by putting burning coals into the boots and hose of the officers who attended him. Before the king's trial, a meeting was agreed on between the chiefs of the Republican party and the general officers, in order to concert the model of that free government which they were to substitute in the room of the monarchical constitution now totally subverted. After debates on this subject, the most important that could fall under the discussion of human creatures, Ludlow tells us that Cromwell, by way of frolic, threw a cushion at his head. And when Ludlow took up another cushion, in order to return the compliment, the general ran downstairs, and had almost fallen in the hurry. When the High Court of Justice was signing the warrant for the execution of the king, a matter, if possible, still more serious, Cromwell, taking the pen in his hand, before he subscribed his name, bedaubed with ink the face of Martin, who sat next him. And the pen being delivered to Martin, he practiced the same frolic upon Cromwell. He frequently gave feasts to his inferior officers, and when the meat was set upon the table, a signal was given, the soldiers rushed in upon them, and with much noise, tumult, and confusion, ran away with all the dishes, and disappointed the guests of their expected meal. That vein of frolic and pleasantry which made a part, however inconsistent, of Cromwell's character, was apt sometimes to betray him into other inconsistencies, and to discover itself even where religion might seem to be a little concerned. It is a tradition, that one day, sitting at table, the Protector had a bottle of wine brought him, of a kind which he valued so highly, that he must needs open the bottle himself, but in attempting it, the corkscrew dropped from his hand. Immediately his courtiers and generals flung themselves on the floor to recover it. Cromwell burst out a-laughing. "Should any fool," said he, "put in his head at the door, he would fancy, from your posture, that you were seeking the Lord. And you are only seeking a corkscrew." Amidst all the unguarded play and buffoonery of this singular personage, he took the opportunity of remarking the characters, designs, and weaknesses of men. And he would sometimes push them, by an indulgence in wine, to open to him the most secret recesses of their bosom. Great regularity, however, and even austerity of manners, were always maintained in his court. And he was careful never by any liberties to give offence to the most rigid of the godly. Some state was upheld, but with little expense, and without any splendor. The nobility, though courted by him, kept at a distance, and disdained to intermix with those mean persons who were the instruments of his government. Without departing from economy, he was generous to those who served him. And he knew how to find out and engage in his interests every man possessed of those talents which any particular employment demanded. His generals, his admirals, his judges, his ambassadors, were persons who contributed, all of them, in their several spheres, to the security of the Protector, and to the honor and interest of the nation. Under pretence of uniting Scotland and Ireland in one Commonwealth with England, Cromwell had reduced those kingdoms to a total subjection, and he treated them entirely as conquered provinces. The civil administration of Scotland was placed in a council, consisting mostly of English, of which Lord Broghile was president. Justice was administered by 7 judges, 4 of whom were English. In order to cure the tyrannical nobility, he both abolished all vassalage, and revived the office of Justice of Peace, which King James had introduced, but was not able to support. A long line of forts and garrisons was maintained throughout the kingdom. An army of 10,000 men kept everything in peace and obedience. And neither the banditti of the mountains nor the bigots of the Low Countries could indulge their inclination to turbulence and disorder. He courted the Presbyterian clergy, though he nourished that intestine enmity which prevailed between the resolutioners and protesters, and he found that very little policy was requisite to foment quarrels among theologians. He permitted no church assemblies, being sensible that from thence had proceeded many of the past disorders. And in the main, the Scots were obliged to acknowledge, that never before, while they enjoyed their irregular, factious liberty, had they attained so much happiness as at present, when reduced to subjection under a foreign nation. The Protector's administration of Ireland was more severe and violent. The government of that island was first entrusted to Fleetwood, a notorious fanatic, who had married Ireton's widow. Then to Henry Cromwell, second son of the Protector, a young man of an amiable, mild disposition, and not destitute of vigor and capacity. Above 5 millions of acres, forfeited either by the popish rebels or by the adherents of the king, were divided, partly among the adventurers, who had advanced money to the Parliament, partly among the English soldiers, who had arrears due to them. Examples of a more sudden and violent change of property are scarcely to be found in any history. An order was even issued to confine all the native Irish to the province of Connaught, where they would be shut up by rivers, lakes, and mountains, and could not, it was hoped, be any longer dangerous to the English government, but this barbarous and absurd policy, which, from an impatience of attaining immediate security, must have depopulated all the other provinces, and rendered the English estates of no value, was soon abandoned as impracticable. Cromwell began to hope that, by his administration, attended with so much lustre and success abroad, so much order and tranquillity at home, he had now acquired such authority as would enable him to meet the representatives of the nation, and would assure him of their dutiful compliance with his government. He summoned a parliament, but not trusting altogether to the good will of the people, he used every art which his new model of representation allowed him to employ, in order to influence the elections, and fill the House with his own creatures. Ireland, being entirely in the hands of the army, chose few but such officers as were most acceptable to him. Scotland showed a like compliance. And as the nobility and gentry of that kingdom regarded their attendance on English parliaments as an ignominious badge of slavery, it was on that account more easy for the officers to prevail in the elections. Notwithstanding all these precautions, the Protector still found that the majority would not be favourable to him. He set guards, therefore, on the door, who permitted none to enter but such as produced a warrant from his council. And the council rejected about 100, who either refused a recognition of the Protector's government, or were on other accounts obnoxious to him. These protested against so egregious a violence, subversive of all liberty. But every application for redress was neglected both by the council and the Parliament. The majority of the Parliament, by means of these arts and violences, was now at last either friendly to the Protector, or resolved, by their compliance, to adjust, if possible, this military government to their laws and liberties. They voted a renunciation of all title in Charles Stuart, or any of his family, and this was the first act, dignified with the appearance of national consent, which had ever had that tendency. Colonel Jephson, in order to sound the inclinations of the House, ventured to move, that the Parliament should bestow the crown on Cromwell, and no surprise or reluctance was discovered on the occasion. When Cromwell afterwards asked Jephson what induced him to make such a motion, "As long," said Jephson, "as I have the honour to sit in Parliament, I must follow the dictates of my own conscience. Whatever offence I may be so unfortunate as to give you." "Get thee gone," said Cromwell, giving him a gentle blow on the shoulder, "get thee gone, for a mad fellow as thou art." In order to pave the way to this advancement, for which he so ardently longed, Cromwell resolved to sacrifice his major generals, whom he knew to be extremely odious to the nation. That measure was also become necessary for his own security. All government, purely military, fluctuates perpetually between a despotic monarchy and a despotic aristocracy, according as the authority of the chief commander prevails, or that of the officers next him in rank and dignity. The major generals, being possessed of so much distinct jurisdiction, began to establish a separate title to power, and had rendered themselves formidable to the Protector himself. And for this inconvenience, though he had not foreseen it, he well knew, before it was too late, to provide a proper remedy. Claypole, his son-in-law, who possessed his confidence, abandoned them to the pleasure of the House. And though the name was still retained, it was agreed to abridge, or rather entirely annihilate, the power of the major generals. At length, a motion in form was made by Alderman Pack, one of the city members, for investing the Protector with the dignity of king. This motion at first excited great disorder, and divided the whole House into parties. The chief opposition came from the usual adherents of the Protector, the major generals, and such officers as depended on them. Lambert, a man of deep intrigue, and of great interest in the army, had long entertained the ambition of succeeding Cromwell in the Protectorship. And he foresaw, that if the monarchy were restored, hereditary right would also be established, and the crown be transmitted to the posterity of the prince first elected. He pleaded, therefore, conscience. And rousing all those civil and religious jealousies against kingly government, which had been so industriously encouraged among the soldiers, and which served them as a pretence for so many violences, he raised a numerous and still more formidable party against the motion. On the other hand, the motion was supported by every one who was more particularly devoted to the Protector, and who hoped, by so acceptable a measure, to pay court to the prevailing authority. Many persons also, attached to their country, despaired of ever being able to subvert the present illegal establishment, and were desirous, by fixing it on ancient foundations, to induce the Protector, from views of his own safety, to pay a regard to the ancient laws and liberties of the kingdom. Even the Royalists imprudently joined in the measure, and hoped that, when the question regarded only persons, not forms of government, no one would any longer balance between the ancient royal family and an ignoble usurper, who, by blood, treason, and perfidy, had made his way to the throne. 1657. The bill was voted by a considerable majority, and a committee was appointed to reason with the Protector, and to overcome those scruples which he pretended against accepting so liberal an offer. The conference lasted for several days. The committee urged, that all the statutes and customs of England were founded on the supposition of regal authority, and could not, without extreme violence, be adjusted to any other form of government, that a Protector, except during the minority of a king, was a name utterly unknown to the laws. And no man was acquainted with the extent or limits of his authority, that if it were attempted to define every part of his jurisdiction, many years, if not ages, would be required for the execution of so complicated a work. If the whole power of the king were at once transferred to him, the question was plainly about a name, and the preference was indisputably due to the ancient title, that the English constitution was more anxious concerning the form of government than concerning the birthright of the first magistrate, and had provided, by an express law of Henry VII, for the security of those who act in defense of the king in being, by whatever means he might have acquired possession, that it was extremely the interest of all his Highness's friends to seek the shelter of this statute. And even the people in general were desirous of such a settlement. And in all juries were with great difficulty induced to give their verdict in favor of a Protector, that the great source of all the late commotions had been the jealousy of liberty, and that a republic, together with a Protector, had been established in order to provide further securities for the freedom of the constitution. But that by experience the remedy had been found insufficient, even dangerous and pernicious, since every indeterminate power, such as that of a Protector, must be arbitrary. And the more arbitrary, as it was contrary to the genius and inclination of the people. The difficulty consisted not in persuading Cromwell. He was sufficiently convinced of the solidity of these reasons. And his inclination, as well as judgment, was entirely on the side of the committee. But how to bring over the soldiers to the same way of thinking, was the question. The office of king had been painted to them in such horrible colors, that there were no hopes of reconciling them suddenly to it, even though bestowed upon their general, to whom they were so much devoted. A contradiction, open and direct, to all past professions, would make them pass, in the eyes of the whole nation, for the most shameless hypocrites, enlisted, by no other than mercenary motives, in the cause of the most perfidious traitor. Principles, such as they were, had been encouraged in them by every consideration, human and divine. And though it was easy, where interest concurred, to deceive them by the thinnest disguises, it might be found dangerous at once to pull off the mask, and to show them in a full light the whole crime and deformity of their conduct. Suspended between these fears and his own most ardent desires, Cromwell protracted the time, and seemed still to oppose the reasonings of the committee, in hopes that by artifice he might be able to reconcile the refractory minds of the soldiers to his new dignity. While the Protector argued so much in contradiction both to his judgment and inclination, it is no wonder that his elocution, always confused, embarrassed, and unintelligible, should be involved in tenfold darkness, and discover no glimmering of common sense or reason. An exact account of this conference remains, and may be regarded as a great curiosity. The members of the committee in their reasonings discover judgment, knowledge, elocution. Lord Broghill in particular exerts himself on this memorable occasion. But what a contrast when we pass to the Protector's replies! After so singular a manner does nature distribute her talents, that, in a nation abounding with sense and learning, a man who, by superior personal merit alone, had made his way to supreme dignity, and had even obliged the Parliament to make him a tender of the crown, was yet incapable of expressing himself on this occasion, but in a manner which a peasant of the most ordinary capacity would justly be ashamed of. The opposition which Cromwell dreaded, was not that which came from Lambert and his adherents, whom he now regarded as capital enemies, and whom he was resolved, on the first occasion, to deprive of all power and authority. It was that which he met with in his own family, and from men who, by interest as well as inclination, were the most devoted to him. Fleetwood had married his daughter, Desborough his sister. Yet these men, actuated by principle alone, could by no persuasion, artifice, or entreaty be induced to consent that their friend and patron should be invested with regal dignity. They told him, that if he accepted of the crown, they would instantly throw up their commissions, and never afterwards should have it in their power to serve him. Colonel Pride procured a petition against the office of king, signed by a majority of the officers who were in London and the neighbourhood. Several persons, it is said, had entered into an engagement to murder the Protector within a few hours after he should have accepted the offer of the Parliament. Some sudden mutiny in the army was justly dreaded. And upon the whole, Cromwell, after the agony and perplexity of long doubt, was at last obliged to refuse that crown which the representatives of the nation, in the most solemn manner, had tendered to him. Most historians are inclined to blame his choice, but he must be allowed the best judge of his own situation. And in such complicated subjects, the alteration of a very minute circumstance, unknown to the spectator, will often be sufficient to cast the balance, and render a determination, which in itself may be uneligible, very prudent. Or even absolutely necessary to the actor. A dream or prophecy, Lord Clarendon mentions, which, he affirms, and he must have known the truth, was universally talked of almost from the beginning of the civil wars. And long before Cromwell was so considerable a person as to bestow upon it any degree of probability. In this prophecy, it was foretold that Cromwell should be the greatest man in England, and would nearly, but never would fully, mount the throne. Such a prepossession probably arose from the heated imagination either of himself or of his followers. And as it might be one cause of the great progress which he had already made, it is not an unlikely reason which may be assigned for his refusing at this time any further elevation. The Parliament, when the regal dignity was rejected by Cromwell, found themselves obliged to retain the name of a Commonwealth and Protector. And as the government was hitherto a manifest usurpation, it was thought proper to sanctify it by a seeming choice of the people and their representatives. Instead of the instrument of government, which was the work of the general officers alone, an humble petition and advice was framed, and offered to the Protector, by the Parliament. This was represented as the great basis cf. The Republican establishment, regulating and limiting the powers of each member of the Constitution, and securing the liberty of the people to the most remote posterity. By this deed, the authority of Protector was in some particulars enlarged, in others, it was considerably diminished. He had the power of nominating his successor. He had a perpetual revenue assigned him, £1,000,000 a year for the pay of the fleet and army, £300,000 for the support of civil government. And he had authority to name another house, who should enjoy their seats during life, and exercise some functions of the former House of Peers. But he abandoned the power, assumed in the intervals of Parliament, of framing laws with the consent of his council, and he agreed, that no members of either house should be excluded but by the consent of that house of which they were members. The other articles were in the main the same as in the instrument of government. The instrument of government Cromwell had formerly extolled as the most perfect work of human invention, he now represented it as a rotten plank, upon which no man could trust himself without sinking. Even the humble petition and advice, which he extolled in its turn, appeared so lame and imperfect, that it was found requisite, this very session, to mend it by a supplement. And after all, it may be regarded as a crude and undigested model of government. It was, however, accepted for the voluntary deed of the whole people in the 3 United Nations. And Cromwell, as if his power had just commenced from this popular consent, was anew inaugurated in Westminster Hall, after the most solemn and most pompous manner. The Parliament having adjourned itself, the Protector deprived Lambert of all his commissions, but still allowed him a considerable pension of £2,000 a year, as a bribe for his future peaceable deportment. Lambert's authority in the army, to the surprise of every body, was found immediately to expire with the loss of his commission. Packet and some other officers, whom Cromwell suspected, were also displaced. Richard, eldest son of the Protector, was brought to court, introduced into public business, and thenceforth regarded by many as his heir in the Protectorship. Though Cromwell sometimes employed the gross artifice of flattering others with hopes of the succession. Richard was a person possessed of the most peaceable, inoffensive, unambitious character. And had hitherto lived contentedly in the country, on a small estate which his wife had brought him. All the activity which he discovered, and which never was great, was, however, exerted to beneficent purposes, at the time of the king's trial, he had fallen on his knees before his father, and had conjured him, by every tie of duty and humanity, to spare the life of that monarch. Cromwell had 2 daughters unmarried. One of them he now gave in marriage to the grandson and heir of his great friend the Earl of Warwick, with whom he had, in every fortune, preserved an uninterrupted intimacy in good correspondence. The other he married to the Viscount Fauconberg of a family formerly devoted to the royal party. He was ambitious of forming connections with the nobility. And it was one chief motive for his desiring the title of king, that he might replace everything in its natural order, and restore to the ancient families the trust and honor of which he now found himself obliged, for his own safety, to deprive them. 1658. The Parliament was again assembled, consisting, as in the times of monarchy, of 2 houses, the Commons and the other House. Cromwell, during the interval, had sent writs to his House of Peers, which consisted of 60 members. They were composed of 5 or 6 ancient peers, of several gentlemen of fortune and distinction, and of some officers who had risen from the meanest stations. None of the ancient peers, however, though summoned by writ, would deign to accept of a seat which they must share with such companions as were assigned them. The Protector endeavored at first to maintain the appearance of a legal magistrate. He placed no guard at the door of either house, but soon found how incompatible liberty is with military usurpations. By bringing so great a number of his friends and adherents into the other house he had lost the majority among the national representatives. In consequence of a clause in the humble petition and advice the Commons assumed the power of readmitting those members whom the Council had formerly excluded. Sir Arthur Hazelrig and some others, whom Cromwell had created lords, rather chose to take their seat with the Commons. An incontestable majority now declared themselves against the Protector. And they refused to acknowledge the jurisdiction of that other house which he had established. Even the validity of the humble petition and advice was questioned, as being voted by a parliament which lay under force, and which was deprived by military violence of a considerable number of its members. The Protector, dreading combinations between the parliament and the malcontents in the army, resolved to allow no leisure for forming any conspiracy against him, and, with expressions of great displeasure, he dissolved the parliament. When urged by Fleetwood and others of his friends not to precipitate himself into this rash measure, he swore by the living God that they should not sit a moment longer. These distractions at home were not able to take off the Protector's attention from foreign affairs, and in all his measures, he proceeded with the same vigor and enterprise, as if secure of the duty and attachment of the 3 kingdoms. His alliance with Sweden he still supported, and he endeavored to assist that crown in its successful enterprises for reducing all its neighbors to subjection, and rendering itself absolute master of the Baltic. As soon as Spain declared war against him, he concluded a peace and an alliance with France, and united himself in all his counsels with that potent and ambitious kingdom. Spain, having long courted in vain the friendship of the successful usurper, was reduced at last to apply to the unfortunate prince. Charles formed a league with Philip, removed his small court to Bruges in the Low Countries, and raised 4 regiments of his own subjects, whom he employed in the Spanish service. The Duke of York, who had with applause served some campaigns in the French army, and who had merited the particular esteem of Marshal Turenne, now joined his brother, and continued to seek military experience under Don John of Austria and the Prince of Condé. The scheme of foreign politics adopted by the Protector was highly imprudent, but was suitable to that magnanimity and enterprise with which he was so signally endowed. He was particularly desirous of conquest and dominion on the continent. And he sent over into Flanders 6,000 men under Reynolds, who joined the French army commanded by Turenne. In the former campaign, Mardyke was taken, and put into the hands of the English. Early this campaign, siege was laid to Dunkirk. And when the Spanish army advanced to relieve it, the combined armies of France and England marched out of their trenches, and fought the Battle of the Dunes, where the Spaniards were totally defeated. The valor of the English was much remarked on this occasion. Dunkirk, being soon after surrendered, was by agreement delivered to Cromwell. He committed the government of that important place to Lockhart, a Scotchman of abilities, who had married his niece, and was his ambassador at the court of France. This acquisition was regarded by the Protector as the means only of obtaining further advantages. He was resolved to concert measures with the French court for the final conquest and partition of the Low Countries. Had he lived much longer, and maintained his authority in England, so chimerical, or rather so dangerous, a project would certainly have been carried into execution. And this first and principal step towards more extensive conquest, which France during a whole century has never yet been able, by an infinite expense of blood and treasure, fully to attain, had at once been accomplished by the enterprising, though unskilful politics of Cromwell. During these transactions, great demonstrations of mutual friendship and regard passed between the French king and the Protector. Lord Fauconberg, Cromwell's son-in-law, was dispatched to Lewis, then in the camp before Dunkirk, and was received with the regard usually paid to foreign princes by the French court. Mazarin sent to London his nephew Mancini, along with the Duke of Crequi, and expressed his regret that his urgent affairs should deprive him of the honor which he had long wished for, of paying in person his respects to the greatest man in the world. The Protector reaped little satisfaction from the success of his arms abroad. The situation in which he stood at home kept him in perpetual uneasiness and inquietude. His administration, so expensive both by military enterprises and secret intelligence, had exhausted his revenue, and involved him in a considerable debt. The Royalists, he heard, had renewed their conspiracies for a general insurrection, and Ormond was secretly come over with a view of concerting measures for the execution of this project. Lord Fairfax, Sir William Waller, and many heads of the Presbyterians, had secretly entered into the engagement. Even the army was infected with the general spirit of discontent, and some sudden and dangerous eruption was every moment to be dreaded from it. No hopes remained, after his violent breach with the last Parliament, that he should ever be able to establish, with general consent, a legal settlement, or temper the military with any mixture of civil authority. All his arts and policy were exhausted, and having so often, by fraud and false pretenses, deceived every party, and almost every individual, he could no longer hope, by repeating the same professions, to meet with equal confidence and regard. However zealous the Royalists, their conspiracy took not effect. Willis discovered the whole to the Protector. Ormond was obliged to fly, and he deemed himself fortunate to have escaped so vigilant an administration. Great numbers were thrown into prison. A High Court of Justice was anew erected for the trial of those criminals whose guilt was most apparent. Notwithstanding the recognition of his authority by the last Parliament, the Protector could not as yet trust to an unbiased jury. Sir Henry Slingsby and Dr. Hute were condemned and beheaded. Mordaunt, brother to the Earl of Peterborough, narrowly escaped. The numbers for his condemnation and his acquittal were equal, and just as the sentence was pronounced in his favour, Colonel Pride, who was resolved to condemn him, came into court. Ashton, Story, and Bestley were hanged in different streets of the city. The conspiracy of the millenarians in the army struck Cromwell with still greater apprehensions. Harrison and the other discarded officers of that party could not remain at rest. Stimulated equally by revenge, by ambition, and by conscience, they still harbored in their breast some desperate project. And there wanted not officers in the army who, from like motives, were disposed to second all their undertakings. The levellers and agitators had been encouraged by Cromwell to interpose with their advice in all political deliberations. And he had even pretended to honour many of them with his intimate friendship, while he conducted his daring enterprises against the king and the Parliament. It was a usual practice with him, in order to familiarize himself the more with the agitators, who were commonly corporals or sergeants, to take them to bed with him, and there, after prayers and exhortations, to discuss together their projects and principles, political as well as religious. Having assumed the dignity of Protector, he excluded them from all his councils, and had neither leisure nor inclination to indulge them any further in their wonted familiarities. Among those who were enraged at this treatment was Saxby, an active agitator, who now employed against him all that restless industry which had formerly been exerted in his favour. He even went so far as to enter into a correspondence with Spain, and Cromwell, who knew the distempers of the army, was justly afraid of some mutiny, to which a day, an hour, an instant, might provide leaders. Of assassinations, likewise, he was apprehensive, from the zealous spirit which actuated the soldiers. Sindercombe had undertaken to murder him, and by the most unaccountable accidents, had often been prevented from executing his bloody purpose. His design was discovered, but the Protector could never find the bottom of the enterprise, nor detect any of his accomplices. He was tried by a jury. And, notwithstanding the general odium attending that crime, notwithstanding the clear and full proof of his guilt, so little conviction prevailed of the Protector's right to the supreme government. It was with the utmost difficulty that this conspirator was condemned. When everything was prepared for his execution, he was found dead, from poison, as is supposed, which he had voluntarily taken. The Protector might better have supported those fears and apprehensions which the public distempers occasioned, had he enjoyed any domestic satisfaction, or possessed any cordial friend of his own family, in whose bosom he could safely have unloaded his anxious and corroding cares. But Fleetwood, his son-in-law, actuated by the wildest zeal, began to estrange himself from him, and was enraged to discover, that Cromwell, in all his enterprises, had entertained views of promoting his own grandeur, more than of encouraging piety in religion, of which he made such fervent professions. His eldest daughter, married to Fleetwood, had adopted republican principles so vehement, that she could not with patience behold power lodged in a single person, even in her indulgent father. His other daughters were no less prejudiced in favor of the royal cause, and regretted the violences and iniquities into which, they thought, their family had so unhappily been transported. Above all, the sickness of Mrs. Claypole, his peculiar favorite, a lady endued with many humane virtues and amiable accomplishments, depressed his anxious mind, and poisoned all his enjoyments. She had entertained a high regard for Dr. Hute, lately executed. And being refused his pardon, the melancholy of her temper, increased by her distempered body, had prompted her to lament to her father all his sanguinary measures, and urge him to compunction for those heinous crimes into which his fatal ambition had betrayed him. Her death, which followed soon after, gave new edge to every word which she had uttered. All composure of mind was now forever fled from the Protector. He felt that the grandeur which he had attained with so much guilt and courage, could not ensure him that tranquillity which it belongs to virtue alone, and moderation, fully to ascertain. Overwhelmed with the load of public affairs, dreading perpetually some fatal accident in his distempered government, seeing nothing around him but treacherous friends or enraged enemies, possessing the confidence of no party, resting his title on no principle, civil or religious, he found his power to depend on so delicate a poise of factions and interests, as the smallest event was able, without any preparation, in a moment to overturn. Death, too, which with such signal intrepidity he had braved in the field, being incessantly threatened by the poniards of fanatical or interested assassins, was ever present to his terrified apprehension, and haunted him in every scene of business or repose. Each action of his life betrayed the terrors under which he labored. The aspect of strangers was uneasy to him, with a piercing and anxious eye he surveyed every face to which he was not daily accustomed. He never moved a step without strong guards attending him, he wore armor under his clothes, and further secured himself by offensive weapons, a sword, falchion, and pistols, which he always carried about him. He returned from no place by the direct road, or by the same way which he went. Every journey he performed with hurry and precipitation. Seldom he slept above 3 nights together in the same chamber. And he never let it be known beforehand what chamber he intended to choose, nor entrusted himself in any which was not provided with back doors, at which sentinels were carefully placed. Society terrified him, while he reflected on his numerous, unknown, and implacable enemies. Solitude astonished him, by withdrawing that protection which he found so necessary for his security. His body, also, from the contagion of his anxious mind, began to be affected, and his health seemed sensibly to decline. He was seized with a slow fever, which changed into a tertian ague. For the space of a week, no dangerous symptoms appeared, and in the intervals of the fits he was able to walk abroad. At length the fever increased, and he himself began to entertain some thoughts of death, and to cast his eye towards that future existence, whose idea had once been intimately present to him. Though since, in the hurry of affairs, and the shock of wars and factions, it had, no doubt, been considerably obliterated. He asked Goodwin, one of his preachers, if the doctrine were true, that the elect could never fall, or suffer a final reprobation. "Nothing more certain," replied the preacher. "Then I am safe," said the protector. "For I am sure that once I was in a state of grace." His physicians were sensible of the perilous condition to which his distemper had reduced him. But his chaplains, by their prayers, visions, and revelations, so buoyed up his hopes, that he began to believe his life out of all danger. A favorable answer, it was pretended, had been returned by heaven to the petitions of all the godly, and he relied on their asseverations much more than on the opinion of the most experienced physicians. "I tell you," he cried with confidence to the latter, "I tell you, I shall not die of this distemper, I am well assured of my recovery. It is promised by the Lord, not only to my supplications, but to those of men who hold a stricter commerce and more intimate correspondence with him. Ye may have skill in your profession. But nature can do more than all the physicians in the world, and God is far above nature." Nay, to such a degree of madness did their enthusiastic assurances mount, that, upon a fast day, which was observed on his account both at Hampton Court and at Whitehall, they did not so much pray for his health, as give thanks for the undoubted pledges which they had received of his recovery. He himself was overheard offering up his addresses to heaven. And so far had the illusions of fanaticism prevailed over the plainest dictates of natural morality, that he assumed more the character of a mediator, in interceding for his people, than that of a criminal, whose atrocious violation of social duty had, from every tribunal, human and divine, merited the severest vengeance. Meanwhile, all the symptoms began to wear a more fatal aspect, and the physicians were obliged to break silence, and to declare that the protector could not survive the next fit with which he was threatened. The council was alarmed. A deputation was sent to know his will with regard to his successor. His senses were gone, and he could not now express his intentions. They asked him whether he did not mean that his eldest son, Richard, should succeed him in the protectorship. A simple affirmative was, or seemed to be, extorted from him. Soon after, on the 3rd of September, that very day which he had always considered as the most fortunate for him, he expired. A violent tempest, which immediately succeeded his death, served as a subject of discourse to the vulgar. His partisans, as well as his enemies, were fond of remarking this event, and each of them endeavored, by forced inferences, to interpret it as a confirmation of their particular prejudices. The writers attached to the memory of this wonderful person, make his character, with regard to abilities, bear the air of the most extravagant panegyric. His enemies form such a representation of his moral qualities as resembles the most virulent invective. Both of them, it must be confessed, are supported by such striking circumstances in his conduct and fortune, as bestow on their representation a great air of probability. What can be more extraordinary, it is said, than that a person of private birth and education, no fortune, no eminent qualities of body, which have sometimes, nor shining talents of mind, which have often, raised men to the highest dignities, should have the courage to attempt, and the abilities to execute, so great a design as the subverting one of the most ancient and best established monarchies in the world. That he should have the power and boldness to put his prince and master to an open and infamous death, should banish that numerous and strongly allied family, cover all these temerities under a seeming obedience to a parliament, in whose service he pretended to be retained, trample, too, upon that parliament in their turn, and scornfully expel them as soon as they gave him ground of dissatisfaction, erect in their place the dominion of the saints, and give reality to the most visionary idea which the heated imagination of any fanatic was ever able to entertain, suppress again that monster in its infancy, and openly set up himself above all things that ever were called sovereign in England, overcome first all his enemies by arms, and all his friends afterwards by artifice, serve all parties patiently for a while, and command them victoriously at last, overrun each corner of the three nations, and subdue, with equal facility, both the riches of the south and the poverty of the north. Be feared and courted by all foreign princes, and be adopted a brother to the gods of the earth. Call together parliaments with a word of his pen, and scatter them again with the breath of his mouth. Reduce to subjection a warlike and discontented nation, by means of a mutinous army. Command a mutinous army by means of seditious and factious officers. Be humbly and daily petitioned, that he would be pleased, at the rate of millions a year, to be hired as master of those who had hired him before to be their servant. Have the estates and lives of 3 nations as much at his disposal as was once the little inheritance of his father, and be as noble and liberal in the spending of them. And lastly, for there is no end of enumerating every particular of his glory, with one word bequeath all this power and splendor to his posterity. He possessed of peace at home and triumph abroad. Be buried among kings, and with more than regal solemnity, and leave a name behind him not to be extinguished but with the whole world. Which as it was too little for his praise, so might it have been for his conquests, if the short line of his mortal life could have stretched out to the extent of his immortal designs. My intention is not to disfigure this picture, drawn by so masterly a hand. I shall only endeavor to remove from it somewhat of the marvelous, a circumstance which, on all occasions, gives much ground for doubt and suspicion. It seems to me, that the circumstance of Cromwell's life in which his abilities are principally discovered, is his rising from a private station, in opposition to so many rivals, so much advanced before him, to a high command and authority in the army. His great courage, his signal military talents, his eminent dexterity in address, were all requisite for this important acquisition. Yet will not this promotion appear the effect of supernatural abilities, when we consider, that Fairfax himself, a private gentleman, who had not the advantage of a seat in Parliament, had, through the same steps, attained even a superior rank, and, if endued with common capacity and penetration, had been able to retain it. To incite such an army to rebellion against the Parliament, required no uncommon art or industry. To have kept them in obedience had been the more difficult enterprise. When the breach was once formed between the military and civil powers, a supreme and absolute authority, from that moment, is devolved on the general. And if he be afterwards pleased to employ artifice or policy, it may be regarded, on most occasions, as great condescension, if not as superfluous caution. That Cromwell was ever able really to blind or overreach either the king or the republicans, does not appear, as they possessed no means of resisting the force under his command. They were glad to temporize with him, and, by seeming to be deceived, wait for opportunities of freeing themselves from his dominion. If he seduced the military fanatics, it is to be considered, that their interests and his evidently concurred, that their ignorance and low education exposed them to the grossest imposition. And that he himself was at bottom as frantic an enthusiast as the worst of them, and, in order to obtain their confidence, needed but to display those vulgar and ridiculous habits which he had early acquired, and on which he set so high a value. An army is so forcible, and at the same time so coarse a weapon, that any hand which wields it, may, without much dexterity, perform any operation, and attain any ascendant, in human society. The domestic administration of Cromwell, though it discovers great abilities, was conducted without any plan either of liberty or arbitrary power. Perhaps his difficult situation admitted of neither. His foreign enterprises, though full of intrepidity, were pernicious to national interest, and seem more the result of impetuous fury or narrow prejudices, than of cool foresight and deliberation. An eminent personage, however, he was in many respects, and even a superior genius, but unequal and irregular in his operations. And though not defective in any talent, except that of elocution, the abilities which in him were most admirable, and which most contributed to his marvelous success, were the magnanimous resolution of his enterprises, and his peculiar dexterity in discovering the characters, and practicing on the weaknesses, of mankind. If we survey the moral character of Cromwell with that indulgence which is due to the blindness and infirmities of the human species, we shall not be inclined to load his memory with such violent reproaches as those which his enemies usually throw upon it. Amidst the passions and prejudices of that period, that he should prefer the parliamentary to the royal cause, will not appear extraordinary. Since, even at present, some men of sense and knowledge are disposed to think, that the question, with regard to the justice of the quarrel, may be regarded as doubtful and uncertain. The murder of the king, the most atrocious of all his actions, was to him covered under a mighty cloud of republican and fanatical illusions. And it is not impossible, but he might believe it, as many others did, the most meritorious action that he could perform. His subsequent usurpation was the effect of necessity, as well as of ambition. Nor is it easy to see how the various factions could at that time have been restrained, without a mixture of military and arbitrary authority. The private deportment of Cromwell, as a son, a husband, a father, a friend, is exposed to no considerable censure, if it does not rather merit praise. And, upon the whole, his character does not appear more extraordinary and unusual by the mixture of so much absurdity with so much penetration, than by his tempering such violent ambition and such enraged fanaticism with so much regard to justice and humanity. Cromwell was in the 59th year of his age when he died. He was of a robust frame of body, and of a manly, though not of an agreeable aspect. He left only 2 sons, Richard and Henry, and 3 daughters. One married to General Fleetwood, another to Lord Fauconberg, a third to Lord Rich. His father died when he was very young. His mother lived till after he was Protector. And, contrary to her orders, he buried her with great pomp in Westminster Abbey. She could not be persuaded that his power or person was ever in safety. At every noise which she heard, she exclaimed that her son was murdered, and was never satisfied that he was alive, if she did not receive frequent visits from him. She was a decent woman, and by her frugality and industry had raised and educated a numerous family upon a small fortune. She had even been obliged to set up a brewery at Huntingdon, which she managed to good advantage. Hence Cromwell, in the invectives of that age, is often stigmatized with the name of the brewer. Ludlow, by way of insult, mentions the great accession which he would receive to his royal revenues upon his mother's death, who possessed a jointure of £60 a year upon his estate. She was of a good family, of the name of Stuart, remotely allied, as is by some supposed, to the royal family. Chapter 63. The Commonwealth. 1658. All the arts of Cromwell's policy had been so often practiced, that they began to lose their effect. And his power, instead of being confirmed by time and success, seemed every day to become more uncertain and precarious. His friends the most closely connected with him, and his counsellors the most trusted, were entering into cabals against his authority, and with all his penetration into the characters of men, he could not find any ministers on whom he could rely. Men of probity and honor, he knew, would not submit to be the instruments of a usurpation violent and illegal. Those who were free from the restraint of principle, might betray, from interest, that cause in which, from no better motives, they had enlisted themselves. Even those on whom he conferred any favor, never deemed the recompense an equivalent for the sacrifices which they made to obtain it. Whoever was refused any demand, justified his anger by the specious colors of conscience and of duty. Such difficulties surrounded the Protector, that his dying at so critical a time is esteemed by many the most fortunate circumstance that ever attended him. And it was thought, that all his courage and dexterity could not much longer have extended his usurped administration. But when that potent hand was removed which conducted the government, every one expected a sudden dissolution of the unwieldy and ill-jointed fabric. Richard, a young man of no experience, educated in the country, accustomed to a retired life, unacquainted with the officers, and unknown to them, recommended by no military exploits, endeared by no familiarities, could not long, it was thought, maintain that authority which his father had acquired by so many valorous achievements and such signal successes. And when it was observed, that he possessed only the virtues of private life, which in his situation were so many vices, that indolence, incapacity, irresolution, attended his facility and good nature, the various hopes of men were excited by the expectation of some great event or revolution. For some time, however, the public was disappointed in this opinion. The council recognized the succession of Richard, Fleetwood, in whose favour it was supposed, Cromwell had formerly made a will, renounced all claim or pretension to the protectorship, Henry, Richard's brother, who governed Ireland with popularity, ensured him the obedience of that kingdom. Monk, whose authority was well established in Scotland, being much attached to the family of Cromwell, immediately proclaimed the new protector. The army, everywhere, the fleet, acknowledged his title. Above 90 addresses, from the counties and most considerable corporations, congratulated him on his accession. In all the terms of dutiful allegiance, foreign ministers were forward in paying him the usual compliments, and Richard, whose moderate, unambitious character never would have led him to contend for empire, was tempted to accept of so rich an inheritance, which seemed to be tendered to him by the consent of all mankind. It was found necessary to call a parliament, in order to furnish supplies, both for the ordinary administration, and for fulfilling those engagements with foreign princes, particularly Sweden, into which the late protector had entered. In hopes of obtaining greater influence in elections, the ancient right was restored to all the small boroughs, and the counties were allowed no more than their usual members. 1659. The House of Peers, or the other House, consisted of the same persons that had been appointed by Oliver. All the Commons, at first, signed without hesitation an engagement not to alter the present government. They next proceeded to examine the humble petition and advice, and after great opposition and many vehement debates, it was at length, with much difficulty, carried by the court party to confirm it. An acknowledgment, too, of the authority of the other House, was extorted from them, though it was resolved not to treat this House of Peers with any greater respect than they should return to the Commons. A declaration was also made, that the establishment of the other House should nowise prejudice the right of such of the ancient peers as had from the beginning of the war adhered to the Parliament. But in all these proceedings, the opposition among the Commons was so considerable, and the debates were so much prolonged, that all business was retarded, and great alarm given to the partisans of the young Protector. But there was another quarter from which greater dangers were justly apprehended. The most considerable officers of the army, and even Fleetwood, brother-in-law to the Protector, were entering into cabals against him. No character in human society is more dangerous than that of the fanatic, because, if attended with weak judgment, he is exposed to the suggestions of others. If supported by more discernment, he is entirely governed by his own illusions, which sanctify his most selfish views and passions. Fleetwood was of the former species. And as he was extremely addicted to a republic, and even to the fifth monarchy or dominion of the saints, it was easy for those who had insinuated themselves into his confidence, to instill disgusts against the dignity of Protector. The whole Republican party in the army, which was still considerable, Fitz, Mason, Moss, Farley, united themselves to that general. The officers, too, of the same party, whom Cromwell had discarded, Overton, Ludlow, Rich, Okey, Alyard, began to appear, and to recover that authority which had been only for a time suspended. A party, likewise, who found themselves eclipsed in Richard's favour, Sydenham, Kelsey, Berry, Haynes, joined the cabal of the others. Even Disborough, the Protector's uncle, lent his authority to that faction. But above all, the intrigues of Lambert, who was now roused from his retreat, inflamed all those dangerous humours, and threatened the nation with some great convulsion. The discontented officers established their meetings in Fleetwood's apartments. And because he dwelt in Wallingford House, the party received a denomination from that place. Richard, who possessed neither resolution nor penetration, was prevailed on to give an unguarded consent for calling a general council of officers, who might make him proposals, as they pretended, for the good of the army. No sooner were they assembled than they voted a remonstrance. They there lamented, that the good old cause, as they termed it, that is, the cause for which they had engaged against the late king, was entirely neglected. And they proposed as a remedy, that the whole military power should be entrusted to some person in whom they might all confide. The city militia, influenced by two aldermen, Tichburn and Ireton, expressed the same resolution of adhering to the good old cause. The Protector was justly alarmed at those movements among the officers. The persons in whom he chiefly confided, were all of them, excepting Broghill, men of civil characters and professions, Fiennes, Thurlow, Whitlock, Wolseley, who could only assist him with their advice and opinion. He possessed none of those arts which were proper to gain an enthusiastic army. Murmurs being thrown out against some promotions which he had made, "Would you have me," said he, "prefer none but the godly? Here is Dick Ingoldsby," continued he, "who can neither pray nor preach, yet will I trust him before ye all." This imprudence gave great offence to the pretended saints. The other qualities of the Protector were correspondent to these sentiments. He was of a gentle, humane, and generous disposition. Some of his party offering to put an end to those intrigues by the death of Lambert, he declared that he would not purchase power or dominion by such sanguinary measures. The Parliament was no less alarmed at the military cabals. They voted that there should be no meeting or general council of officers, except with the Protector's consent, or by his orders. This vote brought affairs immediately to a rupture. The officers hastened to Richard, and demanded of him the dissolution of the Parliament. Desborough, a man of a clownish and brutal nature, threatened him, if he should refuse compliance. The Protector wanted the resolution to deny, and possessed little ability to resist. The Parliament was dissolved, and by the same act, the Protector was by every one considered as effectually dethroned. Soon after, he signed his demission in form. Henry, the Deputy of Ireland, was endowed with the same moderate disposition as Richard, but as he possessed more vigor and capacity, it was apprehended that he might make resistance. His popularity in Ireland was great. And even his personal authority, notwithstanding his youth, was considerable. Had his ambition been very eager, he had, no doubt, been able to create disturbance, but being threatened by Sir Hardress Waller, Colonel John Jones, and other officers, he very quietly resigned his command, and retired to England. He had once entertained thoughts, which he had not resolution to execute, of proclaiming the king in Dublin. Thus fell, suddenly and from an enormous height, but, by a rare fortune, without any hurt or injury, the family of the Cromwells. Richard continued to possess an estate, which was moderate, and burdened too with a large debt, which he had contracted for the interment of his father. After the Restoration, though he remained unmolested, he thought proper to travel for some years, and at Pézenas, in Languedoc, he was introduced under a borrowed name to the Prince of Conti. That prince, talking of English affairs, broke out into admiration of Cromwell's courage and capacity. "But as for that poor, pitiful fellow Richard," said he, "what has become of him? How could he be such a blockhead as to reap no greater benefit from all his father's crimes and successes?" Richard extended his peaceful and quiet life to an extreme old age, and died not till the latter end of Queen Anne's reign. His social virtues, more valuable than the greatest capacity, met with a recompense more precious than noisy fame, and more suitable, contentment and tranquillity. The Council of Officers, now possessed of supreme authority, deliberated what form of government they should establish. Many of them seemed inclined to exercise the power of the sword in the most open manner. But as it was apprehended, that the people would with great difficulty be induced to pay taxes levied by arbitrary will and pleasure, it was agreed to preserve the shadow of civil administration, and to revive the Long Parliament, which had been expelled by Cromwell. That assembly could not be dissolved, it was asserted, but by their own consent, and violence had interrupted, but was not able to destroy, their right to government. The officers also expected, that as these members had sufficiently felt their own weakness, they would be contented to act in subordination to the military commanders, and would thenceforth allow all the authority to remain where the power was so visibly vested. The officers applied to Lenthow, the Speaker, and proposed to him, that the Parliament should resume their seats. Lenthow was of a low, timid spirit, and being uncertain what issue might attend these measures, was desirous of evading the proposal. He replied, that he could by no means comply with the desire of the officers, being engaged in a business of far greater importance to himself, which he could not omit on any account, because it concerned the salvation of his own soul. The officers pressed him to tell what it might be. He was preparing, he said, to participate of the Lord's Supper, which he resolved to take next Sabbath. They insisted, that mercy was preferable to sacrifice. And that he could not better prepare himself for that great duty, than by contributing so the public service. All their remonstrances had no effect. However, on the appointed day, the Speaker, being informed that a quorum of the House was likely to meet, thought proper, notwithstanding the salvation of his soul, as Ludlow observes, to join them. And the House immediately proceeded upon business. The secluded members attempted, but in vain, to resume their seats among them. The numbers of this Parliament were small, little exceeding 70 members. The authority in the nation, ever since they had been purged by the army, was extremely diminished, and, after their expulsion, had been totally annihilated. But being all of them men of violent ambition, some of them men of experience and capacity, they were resolved, since they enjoyed the title of the supreme authority, and observed that some appearance of a Parliament was requisite for the purposes of the army, not to act a subordinate part to those who acknowledged themselves their servants. They chose a council, in which they took care that the officers of Wallingford House should not be the majority. They appointed Fleetwood Lieutenant General, but inserted in his commission that it should only continue during the pleasure of the House. They chose 7 persons, who should nominate to such commands as became vacant. And they voted, that all commissions should be received from the Speaker, and be signed by him in the name of the House. These precautions, the tendency of which was visible, gave great disgust to the general officers. And their discontent would immediately have broken out into some resolution fatal to the Parliament, had it not been checked by the apprehensions of danger from the common enemy. The bulk of the nation consisted of Royalists and Presbyterians. And to both these parties the dominion of the pretended Parliament had ever been to the last degree odious. When that assembly was expelled by Cromwell, contempt had succeeded to hatred. And no reserve had been used in expressing the utmost derision against the impotent ambition of these usurpers. Seeing them reinstated in authority, all orders of men felt the highest indignation, together with apprehensions, lest such tyrannical rulers should exert their power by taking vengeance upon their enemies, who had so openly insulted them. A secret reconciliation, therefore, was made between the rival parties. And it was agreed, that, burying former enmities in oblivion, all efforts should be used for the overthrow of the rump, so they called the Parliament, in allusion to that part of the animal body. The Presbyterians, sensible from experience that their passion for liberty, however laudable, had carried them into unwarrantable excesses, were willing to lay aside ancient jealousies, and at all hazards to restore the royal family. The nobility, the gentry, bent their passionate endeavors to the same enterprise, by which alone they could be redeemed from slavery. And no man was so remote from party, so indifferent to public good, as not to feel the most ardent wishes for the dissolution of that tyranny, which, whether the civil or the military part of it were considered, appeared equally oppressive and ruinous to the nation. Mordaunt, who had so narrowly escaped on his trial before the High Court of Justice, seemed rather animated than daunted with past danger. And having by his resolute behavior obtained the highest confidence of the royal party, he was now become the centre of all their conspiracies. In many counties, a resolution was taken to rise in arms. Lord Willoughby of Parham and Sir Horatio Townshend undertook to secure Lynn. General Massey engaged to seize Gloucester. Lord Newport, Littleton, and other gentlemen, conspired to take possession of Shrewsbury. Sir George Booth of Chester, Sir Thomas Middleton of North Wales, Arundel, Polar, Granville, Trelawney, of Plymouth and Exeter. A day was appointed for the execution of all these enterprises. And the king, attended by the Duke of York, had secretly arrived at Calais, with a resolution of putting himself at the head of his loyal subjects. The French court had promised to supply him with a small body of forces, in order to countenance the insurrections of the English. This combination was disconcerted by the infidelity of Sir Richard Willis. That traitor continued with the Parliament the same correspondence which he had begun with Cromwell. He had engaged to reveal all conspiracies, so far as to destroy their effect, but reserved to himself, if he pleased, the power of concealing the conspirators. He took care never to name any of the old genuine Cavaliers, who had zealously adhered, and were resolved still to adhere, to the royal cause in every fortune. These men he esteemed, these he even loved. He betrayed only the new converts among the Presbyterians, or such lukewarm royalists as, discouraged with their disappointments, were resolved to expose themselves to no more hazards. A lively proof how impossible it is, even for the most corrupted minds, to divest themselves of all regard to morality and social duty. Many of the conspirators in the different counties were thrown into prison, others, astonished at such symptoms of secret treachery, left their houses. Or remained quiet. The most tempestuous weather prevailed during the whole time appointed for the rendezvous. Insomuch that some found it impossible to join their friends, and others were dismayed with fear and superstition at an incident so unusual during the summer season. Of all the projects, the only one which took effect, was that of Sir George Booth for the seizing of Chester. The Earl of Derby, Lord Herbert of Cherbury, Mr. Lee, Colonel Morgan, entered into this enterprise. Sir William Middleton joined Booth with some troops from North Wales, and the malcontents were powerful enough to subdue all in that neighbourhood who ventured to oppose them. In their declaration they made no mention of the king. They only demanded a free and full parliament. The parliament was justly alarmed. How combustible the materials, they well knew, and the fire was now fallen among them. Booth was of a family eminently Presbyterian. And his conjunction with the royalists they regarded as a dangerous symptom. They had many officers whose fidelity they could more depend on than that of Lambert, but there was no one in whose vigilance and capacity they reposed such confidence. They commissioned him to suppress the rebels. He made incredible haste. Booth imprudently ventured himself out of the walls of Chester, and exposed, in the open field, his raw troops against these hardy veterans. He was soon routed and taken prisoner. His whole army was dispersed. And the Parliament had no further occupation than to fill all the jails with their open or secret enemies. Designs were even entertained of transporting the loyal families to Barbados, Jamaica, and the other colonies, lest they should propagate in England children of the same malignant affections with themselves. This success hastened the ruin of the Parliament. Lambert, at the head of a body of troops, was no less dangerous to them than Booth. £1,000, which they sent him to buy a jewel, were employed by him in liberalities to his officers. At his instigation, they drew up a petition, and transmitted it to Fleetwood, a weak man, and an honest, if sincerity and folly deserve that honourable name. The import of this petition was, that Fleetwood should be made commander-in-chief, Lambert major-general, Desborough lieutenant-general of the horse, Monk major-general of the foot. To which a demand was added, that no officer should be dismissed from his command but by a court-martial. The Parliament, alarmed at the danger, immediately cashiered Lambert, Desborough, Berry, Clark, Barrow, Kelsey, Cobbett. Sir Arthur Hazelrigg proposed the impeachment of Lambert for high treason. Fleetwood's commission was vacated, and the command of the army was vested in 7 persons, of whom that general was one. The Parliament voted, that they would have no more general officers. And they declared it high treason to levy any money without consent of Parliament. But these votes were feeble weapons in opposition to the swords of the soldiery. Lambert drew some troops together, in order to decide the controversy. Okey, who was leading his regiment to the assistance of the Parliament, was deserted by them. Morley and Moss brought their regiments into Palace Yard, resolute to oppose the violence of Lambert. But that artful general knew an easy way of disappointing them. He placed his soldiers in the streets which led to Westminster Hall. When the Speaker came in his coach, he ordered the horses to be turned, and very civilly conducted him home. The other members were in like manner intercepted. And the 2 regiments in Palace Yard, observing that they were exposed to derision, peaceably retired to their quarters. A little before this bold enterprise, a solemn fast had been kept by the army. And it is remarked, that this ceremony was the usual prelude to every signal violence which they committed. The officers found themselves again invested with supreme authority, of which they intended forever to retain the substance, however they might bestow on others the empty shadow or appearance. They elected a committee of 23 persons, of whom 7 were officers. These they pretended to invest with sovereign authority, and they called them a Committee of Safety. They spoke everywhere of summoning a parliament chosen by the people, but they really took some steps towards assembling a military parliament, composed of officers elected from every regiment in the service. Throughout the three kingdoms there prevailed nothing but the melancholy fears, to the nobility and gentry, of a bloody massacre and extermination. To the rest of the people, of perpetual servitude beneath those sanctified robbers, whose union and whose divisions would be equally destructive, and who, under pretense of superior illuminations, would soon extirpate, if possible, all private morality, as they had already done all public law and justice, from the British dominions. During the time that England continued in this distracted condition, the other kingdoms of Europe were hastening towards a composure of those differences by which they had so long been agitated. The Parliament, while it preserved authority, instead of following the imprudent politics of Cromwell, and lending assistance to the conquering Swede, embraced the maxims of the Dutch Commonwealth, and resolved, in conjunction with that state, to mediate by force and accommodation between the northern crowns. Montague was sent with a squadron to the Baltic, and carried with him, as ambassador, Algernon Sidney, the celebrated Republican. Sidney found the Swedish monarch employed in the siege of Copenhagen, the capital of his enemy, and was highly pleased that, with a Roman arrogance, he could check the progress of royal victories, and display in so signal a manner the superiority of freedom above tyranny. With the highest indignation, the ambitious prince was obliged to submit to the imperious mediation of the two commonwealths. "It is cruel," said he, "that laws should be prescribed me by parricides and peddlers." But his whole army was enclosed in an island, and might be starved by the combined squadrons of England and Holland. He was obliged therefore to quit his prey, when he had so nearly gotten possession of it. And having agreed to a pacification with Denmark, he retired into his own country, where he soon after died. The wars between France and Spain were also concluded by the Treaty of the Pyrenees. These animosities had long been carried on between the rival states, even while governed by a sister and brother, who cordially loved and esteemed each other. But politics, which had so long prevailed over these friendly affections, now at last yielded to their influence, and never was the triumph more full and complete. The Spanish Low Countries, if not every part of that monarchy, lay almost entirely at the mercy of its enemy. Broken armies, disordered finances, slow and irresolute councils, by these resources alone were the dispersed provinces of Spain defended against the vigorous power of France. But the Queen Regent, anxious for the fate of her brother, employed her authority with the cardinal to stop the progress of the French conquests, and put an end to a quarrel which, being commenced by ambition, and attended with victory, was at last concluded with moderation. The young monarch of France, though aspiring and warlike in his character, was at this time entirely occupied in the pleasures of love and gallantry, and had passively resigned the reins of empire into the hands of his politic minister. And he remained an unconcerned spectator, while an opportunity for conquest was parted with, which he never was able, during the whole course of his active reign, fully to retrieve. The ministers of the two crowns, Mazarin and Don Luis de Haro, met at the foot of the Pyrenees, in the Isle of Pheasants, a place which was supposed to belong to neither kingdom. The negotiation being brought to an issue by frequent conferences between the ministers, the monarchs themselves agreed to a congress, and these two splendid courts appeared in their full luster amidst those savage mountains. Philip brought his daughter, Mary Therese, along with him, and giving her in marriage to his nephew Louis, endeavored to cement by this new tie the incompatible interests of the two monarchies. The French king made a solemn renunciation of every succession which might accrue to him in right of his consort, a vain formality, too weak to restrain the ungoverned ambition of princes. The affairs of England were in so great disorder, that it was not possible to comprehend that kingdom in the treaty, or adjust measures with a power which was in such incessant fluctuation. The king, reduced to despair by the failure of all enterprises for his restoration, was resolved to try the weak resource of foreign succors, and he went to the Pyrenees at the time when the two ministers were in the midst of their negotiations. Don Luis received him with that generous civility peculiar to his nation, and expressed great inclination, had the low condition of Spain allowed him, to give assistance to the distressed monarch. The cautious Mazarin, pleading the alliance of France with the English Commonwealth, refused even to see him. And though the king offered to marry the cardinal's niece, he could for the present obtain nothing but empty profusions of respect and protestations of services. The condition of that monarch, to all the world, seemed totally desperate. His friends had been baffled in every attempt for his service, the scaffold had often streamed with the blood of the more active royalists, the spirits of many were broken with tedious imprisonments, the estates of all were burdened by the fines and confiscations which had been levied upon them, no one durst openly avow himself of that party, and so small did their number seem to a superficial view, that, even should the nation recover its liberty, which was deemed nowise probable, it was judged uncertain what form of government it would embrace. But amidst all these gloomy prospects, fortune, by a surprising revolution, was now paving the way for the king to mount, in peace and triumph, the throne of his ancestors. It was by the prudence and loyalty of General Monk that this happy change was at last accomplished. George Monk, to whom the fate was reserved of re-establishing monarchy, and finishing the bloody dissensions of 3 kingdoms, was the second son of a family in Devonshire, ancient and honourable, but lately, from too great hospitality and expense, somewhat fallen to decay. He betook himself in early youth to the profession of arms, and was engaged in the unfortunate expeditions to Cadiz and the Isle of Arichi. After England had concluded peace with all her neighbours, he sought military experience in the Low Countries, the great school of war to all the European nations, and he rose to the command of a company under Lord Goring. This company consisted of 200 men, of whom 100 were volunteers, often men of family and fortune, sometimes noblemen, who lived upon their own income in a splendid manner. Such a military turn at that time prevailed among the English. When the sound of war was first heard in this island, Monk returned to England, partly desirous of promotion in his native country, partly disgusted with some ill usage from the States, of which he found reason to complain. Upon the Scottish pacification, he was employed by the Earl of Leicester against the Irish rebels, and having obtained a regiment, was soon taken notice of for his military skill, and for his calm and deliberate valour. Without ostentation, expense, or caresses, merely by his humane and equal temper, he gained the goodwill of the soldiery, who, with a mixture of familiarity and affection, usually called him Honest George Monk, an honourable appellation, which they still continued to him even during his greatest elevation. He was remarkable for his moderation in party. And while all around him were inflamed into rage against the opposite faction, he fell under suspicion from the candour and tranquillity of his behaviour. When the Irish army was called over into England, surmises of this kind had been so far credited, that he had even been suspended from his command, and ordered to Oxford, that he might answer the charge laid against him. His established character for truth and sincerity here stood him in great stead, and upon his earnest protestations and declarations, he was soon restored to his regiment, which he joined at the siege of Nantwich. The day after his arrival, Fairfax attacked and defeated the Royalists commanded by Byron, and took Colonel Monk prisoner. He was sent to the Tower, where he endured, above 2 years, all the rigours of poverty and confinement. The king, however, was so mindful as to send him, notwithstanding his own difficulties, a present of 100 guineas, but it was not till after the Royalists were totally subdued that he recovered his liberty. Monk, however distressed, had always refused the most inviting offers from the Parliament, but Cromwell, sensible of his merit, having solicited him to engage in the wars against the Irish, who were considered as rebels both by King and Parliament. He was not unwilling to repair his broken fortunes by accepting a command which, he flattered himself, was reconcilable to the strictest principles of honour. Having once engaged with the Parliament, he was obliged to obey orders, and found himself necessitated to fight both against the Marquis of Ormond in Ireland, and against the King himself in Scotland. Upon the reduction of the latter kingdom, Monk was left with the supreme command, and by the equality and justice of his administration, he was able to give contentment to that restless people, now reduced to subjection by a nation whom they hated. No less acceptable was his authority to the officers and soldiers, and foreseeing that the goodwill of the army under his command might some time be of great service to him, he had with much care and success cultivated their friendship. The connections which he had formed with Cromwell, his benefactor, preserved him faithful to Richard, who had been enjoined by his father to follow in everything the directions of General Monk. When the Long Parliament was restored, Monk, who was not prepared for opposition, acknowledged their authority, and was continued in his command, from which it would not have been safe to attempt dislodging him. After the army had expelled the Parliament, he protested against the violence, and resolved, as he pretended, to vindicate their invaded privileges. Deeper designs, either in the king's favour or his own, were from the beginning suspected to be the motive of his actions. A rivalship had long subsisted between him and Lambert. And everybody saw the reason why he opposed the elevation of that ambitious general, by whose success his own authority, he knew, would soon be subverted. But little friendship had ever subsisted between him and the parliamentary leaders. And it seemed nowise probable that he intended to employ his industry, and spend his blood, for the advancement of e'en enemy above another. How early he entertained designs for the king's restoration, we know not with certainty. It is likely that, as soon as Richard was deposed, he foresaw that, without such an expedient, it would be impossible ever to bring the nation to a regular settlement. His elder and younger brothers were devoted to the royal cause, the Granvilles, his near relations, and all the rest of his kindred, were in the same interests. He himself was intoxicated with no fumes of enthusiasm, and had maintained no connections with any of the fanatical tribe. His early engagements had been with the king, and he had left that service without receiving any disgust from the royal family. Since he had enlisted himself with the opposite party, he had been guilty of no violence or rigor which might render him obnoxious. His return, therefore, to loyalty, was easy and open. And nothing could be supposed to counterbalance his natural propensity to that measure, except the views of his own elevation, and the prospect of usurping the same grandeur and authority which had been assumed by Cromwell. But from such exorbitant, if not impossible projects, the natural tranquillity and moderation of his temper, the calmness and solidity of his genius, not to mention his age, now upon the decline, seem to have set him at a distance. Cromwell himself, he always asserted, could not long have maintained his usurpation. And any other person, even equal to him in genius, it was obvious, would now find it more difficult to practice arts of which every one from experience was sufficiently aware. It is more agreeable, therefore, to reason as well as candor, to suppose, that Monk, as soon as he put himself in motion, had entertained views of effecting the king's restoration. Nor ought any objections, derived from his profound silence even to Charles himself, to be regarded as considerable. His temper was naturally reserved, his circumstances required dissimulation. The king, he knew, was surrounded with spies and traitors, and, upon the whole, it seems hard to interpret that conduct which ought to exalt our idea of his prudence, as a disparagement of his probity. Sir John Granville, hoping that the general would engage in the king's service, sent into Scotland his younger brother, a clergyman, Dr. Monk, who carried him a letter and invitation from the king. When the doctor arrived, he found that his brother was then holding a council of officers, and was not to be seen for some hours. In the meantime, he was received and entertained by Price, the general's chaplain, a man of probity, as well as a partisan of the king's. The doctor, having an entire confidence in the chaplain, talked very freely to him about the object of his journey, and engaged him, if there should be occasion, to second his applications. At last, the general arrives, the brothers embrace. And after some preliminary conversation, the doctor opens his business. Monk interrupted him, to know whether he had ever before to any body mentioned the subject. To nobody, replied his brother, but to Price, whom I know to be entirely in your confidence. The general, altering his countenance, turned the discourse. And would enter into no further confidence with him, but sent him away with the first opportunity. He would not trust his own brother the moment he knew that he had disclosed the secret, though to a man whom he himself could have trusted. His conduct in all other particulars was full of the same reserve and prudence, and no less was requisite for effecting the difficult work which he had undertaken. All the officers in his army of whom he entertained any suspicion, he immediately cashiered. Cobbett, who had been sent by the Committee of Safety, under pretence of communicating their resolutions to Monk, but really with a view of debauching his army, he committed to custody. he drew together the several scattered regiments, he summoned an assembly somewhat resembling a convention of states. And having communicated to them his resolution of marching into England, he received a seasonable, though no great supply of money. Hearing that Lambert was advancing northward with his army, Monk sent Cloberry and 2 other commissioners to London, with large professions of his inclination to peace, and with offers of terms for an accommodation. His chief aim was to gain time, and relax the preparations of his enemies. The Committee of Safety fell into the snare. A treaty was signed by Monk's commissioners, but he refused to ratify it, and complained that they had exceeded their powers. He desired, however, to enter into a new negotiation at Newcastle. The committee willingly accepted this fallacious offer. Meanwhile these military sovereigns found themselves surrounded on all hands with inextricable difficulties. The nation had fallen into total anarchy, and by refusing the payment of all taxes, reduced the army to the greatest necessities. While Lambert's forces were assembling at Newcastle, Hazelrig and Morley took possession of Portsmouth, and declared for the Parliament. A party, sent to suppress them, was persuaded by their commander to join in the same declaration. The city apprentices rose in a tumult, and demanded a free Parliament. Though they were suppressed by Colonel Hewson, a man who from the profession of a cobbler had risen to a high rank in the army, the city still discovered symptoms of the most dangerous discontent. It even established a kind of separate government, and assumed the supreme authority within itself. Admiral Lawson with his squadron came into the river, and declared for the Parliament. Hazelrig and Morley, hearing of this important event, left Portsmouth, and advanced towards London. The regiments near that city, being solicited by their old officers, who had been cashiered by the Committee of Safety, revolted again to the Parliament. Disborow's regiment, being sent by Lambert to support his friends, no sooner arrived at St. Albans, than it declared for the same assembly. Fleetwood's hand was found too weak and unstable to support this ill-founded fabric, which everywhere around him was falling into ruins. When he received intelligence of any murmurs among the soldiers, he would prostrate himself in prayer, and could hardly be prevailed with to join the troops. Even when among them, he would, in the midst of any discourse, invite them all to prayer, and put himself on his knees before them. If any of his friends exhorted him to more vigor, they could get no other answer than, that God had spit 10 in his face, and would not hear him. Men now ceased to wonder why Lambert had promoted him to the office of general, and had contented himself with the second command in the army. Lent Howe, the speaker, being invited by the officers, again assumed authority, and summoned together the Parliament, which twice before had been expelled with so much reproach and ignominy. As soon as assembled, they repealed their act against the payment of excise and customs. They appointed commissioners for assigning quarters to the army. And, without taking any notice of Lambert, they sent orders to the forces under his command immediately to repair to those quarters which were appointed them. 1660. Lambert was now in a very disconsolate condition. Monk, he saw, had passed the Tweed at Coldstream, and was advancing upon him. His own soldiers deserted him in great multitudes, and joined the enemy. Lord Fairfax, too, he heard, had raised forces behind him, and had possessed himself of York, without declaring his purpose. The last orders of the Parliament so entirely stripped him of his army, that there remained not with him above 100 horse, all the rest went to their quarters with quietness and resignation. And he himself was, some time after, arrested and committed to the Tower. The other officers, who had formerly been cashiered by the Parliament, and who had resumed their commands that they might subdue that assembly, were again cashiered and confined to their houses. Sir Harry Vane and some members who had concurred with the Committee of Safety, were ordered into a like confinement. And the Parliament now seemed to be again possessed of more absolute authority than ever, and to be without any danger of opposition or control. The Republican party was at this time guided by 2 men, Hazelrig and Vane, who were of opposite characters, and mortally hated each other. Hazelrig, who possessed greater authority in the Parliament, was haughty, imperious, precipitate, vainglorious, without civility, without prudence, qualified only by his noisy, pertinacious obstinacy to acquire an ascendant in public assemblies. Vane was noted in all civil transactions for temper, insinuation, address, and a profound judgment, in all religious speculations, for folly and extravagance. He was a perfect enthusiast. And fancying that he was certainly favored with inspiration, he deemed himself, to speak in the language of the times, to be a man above ordinances, and, by reason of his perfection, to be unlimited and unrestrained by any rules which govern inferior mortals. These whimsies, mingling with pride, had so corrupted his excellent understanding, that sometimes he thought himself the person deputed to reign on earth for 1,000 years over the whole congregation of the faithful. Monk, though informed of the restoration of the Parliament, from whom he received no orders, still advanced with his army, which was near 6,000 men. The scattered forces in England were above 5 times more numerous. Fairfax, who had resolved to declare for the king, not being able to make the general open his intentions, retired to his own house in Yorkshire. In all counties through which Monk passed, the prime gentry flocked to him with addresses, expressing their earnest desire that he would be instrumental in restoring the nation to peace and tranquility, and to the enjoyment of those liberties which by law were their birthright, but of which, during so many years, they had been fatally bereaved. And that, in order to this salutary purpose, he would prevail, either for the restoring of those members who had been secluded before the king's death, or for the election of a new parliament, who might legally and by general consent again govern the nation. Though Monk pretended not to favor these addresses, that ray of hope which the knowledge of his character and situation afforded, mightily animated all men. The tyranny and the anarchy which now equally oppressed the kingdom, the experience of past distractions, the dread of future convulsions, the indignation against military usurpation, against sanctified hypocrisy. All these motives had united every party, except the most desperate, into ardent wishes for the king's restoration, the only remedy for all these fatal evils. Scott and Robinson were sent as deputies by the Parliament, under pretence of congratulating the general, but in reality to serve as spies upon him. The city dispatched 4 of their principal citizens to perform like compliments, and at the same time to confirm the general in his inclination to a free parliament, the object of all men's prayers and endeavors. The authority of Monk could scarcely secure the parliamentary deputies from those insults which the general hatred and contempt towards their masters drew from men of every rank and denomination. Monk continued his march with few interruptions till he reached St. Albans. He there sent a message to the Parliament, desiring them to remove from London those regiments which, though they now professed to return to their duty, had so lately offered violence to that assembly. This message was unexpected, and exceedingly perplexed the House. Their fate, they found, must still depend on a mercenary army, and they were as distant as ever from their imaginary sovereignty. However, they found it necessary to comply. The soldiers made more difficulty. A mutiny arose among them. One regiment in particular, quartered in Somerset House, expressly refused to yield their place to the Northern army. But those officers who would gladly on such an occasion have inflamed the quarrel, were absent or in confinement, and for want of leaders, the soldiers were at last, with great reluctance, obliged to submit. Monk with his army took quarters in Westminster. The general was introduced to the House, and thanks were given him by Lenthow, for the eminent services which he had done his country. Monk was a prudent, not an eloquent speaker. He told the House, that the services which he had been enabled to perform were no more than his duty, and merited not such praises as those with which they were pleased to honor him, that among many persons of greater worth who bore their commission, he had been employed as the instrument of Providence for effecting their restoration. But he considered this service as a step only to more important services, which it was their part to render to the nation, that while on his march, he observed all ranks of men, in all places, to be in earnest expectation of a settlement, after the violent convulsions to which they had been exposed, and to have no prospect of that blessing but from the dissolution of the present Parliament, and from the summoning of a new one, free and full, who, meeting without oaths or engagements, might finally give contentment to the nation, that applications had been made to him for that purpose. But that he, sensible of his duty, had still told the petitioners, that the Parliament itself, which was now free, and would soon be full, was the best judge of all these measures. And that the whole community ought to acquiesce in their determination, that though he expressed himself in this manner to the people, he must now freely inform the House, that the fewer engagements were exacted, the more comprehensive would their plan prove, and the more satisfaction would it give to the nation, and that it was sufficient for public security, if the fanatical party and the royalists were excluded. Since the principles of these factions were destructive either of government or of liberty. This speech, containing matter which was both agreeable and disagreeable to the House, as well as to the nation, still kept every one in suspense, and upheld that uncertainty in which it seemed the general's interest to retain the public. But it was impossible for the kingdom to remain long in this doubtful situation. The people, as well as the Parliament, pushed matters to a decision. During the late convulsions, the payment of taxes had been interrupted. And though the Parliament, upon their assembling, renewed the ordinances for impositions, yet so little reverence did the people pay to those legislators, that they gave very slow and unwilling obedience to their commands. The Common Council of London flatly refused to submit to an assessment required of them, and declared that, till a free and lawful Parliament imposed taxes, they never should deem it their duty to make any payment. This resolution, if yielded to, would immediately have put an end to the dominion of the Parliament. They were determined, therefore, upon this occasion, to make at once a full experiment of their own power, and of their general's obedience. Monk received orders to march into the city, to seize 12 persons, the most obnoxious to the Parliament, to remove the posts and chains from all the streets, and to take down and break the portcullises and gates of the city. And very few hours were allowed him to deliberate upon the execution of these violent orders. To the great surprise and consternation of all men, Monk prepared himself for obedience. Neglecting the entreaties of his friends, the remonstrances of his officers, the cries of the people, he entered the city in a military manner. He apprehended as many as he could of the proscribed persons, whom he sent to the Tower. With all the circumstances of contempt, he broke the gates and portcullises, and having exposed the city to the scorn and derision of all who hated it, he returned in triumph to his quarters in Westminster. No sooner had the general leisure to reflect, than he found that this last measure, instead of being a continuation of that cautious ambiguity which he had hitherto maintained, was taking party without reserve, and laying himself, as well as the nation, at the mercy of that tyrannical Parliament, whose power and long been odious, as their persons contemptible, to all men. He resolved, therefore, before it were too late, to repair the dangerous mistake into which he had been betrayed, and to show the whole world, still more without reserve, that he meant no longer to be the minister of violence and usurpation. After complaining of the odious service in which Ha had been employed, he wrote a letter to the House, reproaching them, as well with the new cabals which they had formed with Vane and Lambert, as with the encouragement given to a fanatical petition presented by Praise God Barebone. And he required them, in the name of the citizens, soldiers, and whole Commonwealth, to issue writs within a week, for the filling of their House, and to fix the time for their own dissolution and the assembling of a new Parliament. Having dispatched this letter, which might be regarded, he thought, as an undoubted pledge of his sincerity, he marched with his army into the city, and desired Allen, the mayor, to summon a common council at Guildhall. He there made many apologies for the indignity which 2 days before he had been obliged to put upon them, assured them of his perseverance in the measures which he had adopted, and desired that they might mutually plight their faith for a strict union between city and army, in every enterprise for the happiness and settlement of the Commonwealth. It would be difficult to describe the joy and exultation which displayed itself throughout the city, as soon as intelligence was conveyed of this happy measure embraced by the general. The prospect of peace, concord, liberty, justice, broke forth at once from amidst the deepest darkness in which the nation had ever been involved. The view of past calamities no longer presented dismal prognostics of the future, it tended only to enhance the general exultation for those scenes of happiness and tranquillity which all men now confidently promised themselves. The Royalists, the Presbyterians, forgetting all animosities, mingled in common joy and transport, and vowed never more to gratify the ambition of false and factious tyrants by their calamitous divisions. The populace, more outrageous in their festivity, made the air resound with acclamations, and illuminated every street with signals of jollity and triumph. Applauses of the general were everywhere intermingled with detestation against the Parliament. The most ridiculous inventions were adopted, in order to express this latter passion. At every bonfire rumps were roasted. And where these could no longer be found, pieces of flesh were cut into that shape, and the funeral of the Parliament, the populace exclaimed, was celebrated by these symbols of hatred and derision. The Parliament, though in the agonies of despair, made still one effort for the recovery of their dominion. They sent a committee with offers to gain the general. He refused to hear them, except in the presence of some of the secluded members. Those several persons, desperate from guilt and fanaticism, promised to invest him with the dignity of supreme magistrate, and to support his government. He would not hearken to such wild proposals. Having fixed a close correspondence with the city, and established its militia in hands whose fidelity could be relied on, he returned with his army to Westminster, and pursued every proper measure for the settlement of the nation. While he still pretended to maintain republican principles, he was taking large steps towards the re-establishment of the ancient monarchy. The secluded members, upon the general's invitation, went to the house, and finding no longer any obstruction, they entered, and immediately appeared to be the majority. Most of the independents left the place. The restored members first repealed all the ordinances by which they had been excluded. They gave Sir George Booth and his party their liberty and estates. They renewed the general's commission, and enlarged his powers. They fixed an assessment for the support of the fleet and army, and having passed these votes for the present composure of the kingdom, they dissolved themselves, and issued writs for the immediate assembling of a new parliament. This last measure had been previously concerted with the general, who knew that all men, however different in affections, expectations, and designs, united in their detestation of the long Parliament. A Council of State was established, consisting of men of character and moderation, most of whom, during the civil wars, had made a great figure among the Presbyterians. The militia of the kingdom was put into such hands as would promote order and settlement. These, conjoined with Monk's army, which lay united at London, were esteemed a sufficient check on the more numerous, though dispersed army, of whose inclinations there was still much reason to be diffident. Monk, however, was every day removing the more obnoxious officers, and bringing the troops to a state of discipline and obedience. Overton, governor of Hull, had declared his resolution to keep possession of that fortress till the coming of King Jesus, but when Alliard produced the authority of Parliament for his delivering the place to Colonel Fairfax, he thought proper to comply. Montague, who commanded the fleet in the Baltic, had entered into the conspiracy with Sir George Booth, and pretending want of provisions, had sailed from the Sound towards the coast of England, with an intention of supporting that insurrection of the Royalists. On his arrival, he received the news of Booth's defeat, and the total failure of the enterprise. The great difficulties to which the Parliament was then reduced, allowed them no leisure to examine strictly the reasons which he gave for quitting his station, and they allowed him to retire peaceably to his country house. The Council of State now conferred on him, in conjunction with Monk, the command of the fleet, and secured the naval, as well as military force, in hands favorable to the public settlement. Notwithstanding all these steps which were taking towards the re-establishment of monarchy, Monk still maintained the appearance of zeal for a commonwealth, and hitherto allowed no canal of correspondence between himself and the king to be opened. To call a free parliament, and to restore the royal family, were visibly, in the present disposition of the kingdom, one and the same measure, yet would not the general declare, otherwise than by his actions, that he had adopted the king's interests. And nothing but necessity extorted at last the confession from him. His silence in the commencement of his enterprise ought to be no objection to his sincerity, since he maintained the same reserve at a time when, consistent with common sense, he could have entertained no other purpose. There was one Morris, a gentleman of Devonshire, of a sedentary, studious disposition, nearly related to Monk, and one who had always maintained the strictest intimacy with him. With this friend alone did Monk deliberate concerning that great enterprise which he had projected. Sir John Granville, who had a commission from the king, applied to Morris for access to the general, but received for answer, that the general desired him to communicate his business to Morris. Granville, though importunately urged, twice refused to deliver his message to any but Monk himself. And this cautious politician, finding him now a person whose secrecy could be safely trusted, admitted him to his presence, and opened to him his whole intentions. Still he scrupled to commit anything to writing. He delivered only a verbal message by Granville assuring the king of his services, giving advice for his conduct, and exhorting him instantly to leave the Spanish territories and retire into Holland. He was apprehensive lest Spain might detain him as a pledge for the recovery of Dunkirk and Jamaica. Charles followed these directions, and very narrowly escaped to Breda. Had he protracted his journey a few hours, he had certainly, under pretence of honor and respect, been arrested by the Spaniards. Lockhart, who was governor of Dunkirk, and nowise averse to the king's service, was applied to on this occasion. The state of England was set before him, the certainty of the restoration represented, and the prospect of great favour displayed, if he would anticipate the vows of the kingdom, and receive the king into his fortress. Lockhart still replied, that his commission was derived from an English parliament, and he would not open his gates but in obedience to the same authority. This scruple, though in the present emergence it approaches towards superstition, it is difficult for us entirely to condemn. The elections for the new parliament went everywhere in favour of the king's party. This was one of those popular torrents, where the most indifferent, or even the most averse, are transported with the general passion, and zealously adopt the sentiments of the community to which they belong. The enthusiasts themselves seemed to be disarmed of their fury, and, between despair and astonishment, gave way to those measures which they found it would be impossible for them, by their utmost efforts, to withstand. The Presbyterians and the Royalists, being united, formed the voice of the nation, which, without noise, but with infinite ardour, called for the king's restoration. The kingdom was almost entirely in the hands of the former party. And some zealous leaders among them began to renew the demand of those conditions which had been required of the late king in the Treaty of Newport, but the general opinion seemed to condemn all those rigorous and jealous capitulations with their sovereign. Harassed with convulsions and disorders, men ardently longed for repose, and were terrified at the mention of negotiations or delays, which might afford opportunity to the seditious army still to breed new confusion. The passion too for liberty, having been carried to such violent extremes, and having produced such bloody commotions, began, by a natural movement, to give place to a spirit of loyalty in obedience. And the public was less zealous in a cause which was become odious, on account of the calamities which had so long attended it. After the legal concessions made by the late king, the constitution seemed to be sufficiently secured. And the additional conditions insisted on, as they had been framed during the greatest ardour of the contest, amounted rather to annihilation than a limitation of monarchy. Above all, the general was averse to the mention of conditions, and resolved, that the crown, which he intended to restore, should be conferred on the king entirely free and unencumbered. Without further scruple, therefore, or jealousy, the people gave their voice in elections for such as they knew to entertain sentiments favourable to monarchy, and all paid court to a party, which they foresaw was soon to govern the nation. Though the Parliament had voted, that no one should be elected who had himself, or whose father, had borne arms for the late king, little regard was anywhere paid to this ordinance. The leaders of the Presbyterians, the Earl of Manchester, Lord Fairfax, Lord Robarts, Hollis, Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, Annesley, Lewis, were determined to atone for past transgressions by their present zeal for the royal interests. And from former merits, successes, and sufferings, they had acquired with their party the highest credit and authority. The affairs of Ireland were in a condition no less favourable to the king. As soon as Monk declared against the English army, he dispatched emissaries into Ireland, and engaged the officers in that kingdom to concur with him in the same measures. Lord Broghill, President of Munster, and Sir Charles Coote, President of Connaught, went so far as to enter into a correspondence with the king, and to promise their assistance for his restoration. In conjunction with Sir Theophilus Jones and other officers, they took possession of the government, and excluded Ludlow, who was zealous for the Rump Parliament, but whom they pretended to be in a confederacy with the Committee of Safety. They kept themselves in readiness to serve the king, but made no declarations, till they should see the turn which affairs took in England. But all these promising views had almost been blasted by an untoward accident. Upon the admission of the secluded members, the Republican party, particularly the late king's judges, were seized with the justest despair, and endeavored to infuse the same sentiment into the army. By themselves or their emissaries, they represented to the soldiers, that all those brave actions which had been performed during the war, and which were so meritorious in the eyes of the Parliament, would, no doubt, be regarded as the deepest crimes by the Royalists, and would expose the army to the severest vengeance, that in vain did that party make professions of moderation and lenity. The king's death, the execution of so many of the nobility and gentry, the sequestration and imprisonment of the rest, were in their eyes crimes so deep, and offences so personal, as must be prosecuted with the most implacable resentment, that the loss of all arrears, and the cashiering of every officer and soldier, were the lightest punishment which must be expected. After the dispersion of the army, no further protection remained to them either for life or property, but the clemency of enraged victors, and that, even if the most perfect security could be obtained, it were inglorious to be reduced by treachery and deceit to subjection under a foe, who, in the open field, had so often yielded to their superior valor. After these suggestions had been infused into the army, Lambert suddenly made his escape from the Tower, and threw Monk and the Council of State into great consternation. They knew Lambert's vigor and activity. They were acquainted with his popularity in the army. They were sensible that, though the soldiers had lately deserted him, they sufficiently expressed their remorse, and their detestation of those who, by false professions, they found had so egregiously deceived them. It seemed necessary, therefore, to employ the greatest celerity in suppressing so dangerous a foe. Colonel Ingoldsby, who had been one of the late king's judges, but who was now entirely engaged in the royal cause, was dispatched after him. He overtook him at Daventry, while he had yet assembled but 4 troops of horse. One of them deserted him. Another quickly followed the example. He himself, endeavoring to make his escape, was seized by Ingoldsby, to whom he made submissions not suitable to his former character of spirit and valor. Okey, Axtell, Cobbett, Creed, and other officers of that party, were taken prisoners with him. All the roads were full of soldiers hastening to join them. In a few days, they had been formidable. And it was thought, that it might prove dangerous for Monk himself to have assembled any considerable body of his Republican army for their suppression, so that nothing could be more happy than the sudden extinction of this rising flame. When the Parliament met, they chose Sir Harbottle Grimstone Speaker, a man who, though he had for some time concurred with the late Parliament, had long been esteemed affectionate to the king's service. The great dangers incurred during former usurpations, joined to the extreme caution of the general, kept everyone in awe, and none dared for some days to make any mention of the king. The members exerted their spirit chiefly in bitter invectives against the memory of Cromwell, and in execrations against the inhuman murder of their late sovereign. At last, the general, having sufficiently sounded their inclinations, gave directions to Annesley, President of the Council, to inform them, that one Sir John Granville, a servant of the king's, had been sent over by his Majesty, and was now at the door with a letter to the Commons. The loudest acclamations were excited by this intelligence. Granville was called in. The letter, accompanied with a declaration, greedily read, without one moment's delay, and without a contradictory vote. A committee was appointed to prepare an answer, and in order to spread the same satisfaction throughout the kingdom, it was voted that the letter and declaration should immediately be published. The people, freed from the state of suspense in which they had so long been held, now changed their anxious hope for the unmixed effusions of joy, and displayed a social triumph and exultation, which no private prosperity, even the greatest, is ever able fully to inspire. Traditions remain of men, particularly of Oughtred, the mathematician, who died of pleasure, when informed of this happy and surprising event. The king's declaration was well calculated to uphold the satisfaction inspired by the prospect of public settlement. It offered a general amnesty to all persons whatsoever, and that without any exceptions but such as should afterwards be made by Parliament. It promised liberty of conscience, and a concurrence in any act of Parliament which, upon mature deliberation, should be offered. For ensuring that indulgence, it submitted to the arbitration of the same assembly, the inquiry into all grants, purchases, and alienations. And it assured the soldiers of all their arrears, and promised them, for the future, the same pay which they then enjoyed. The Lords, perceiving the spirit by which the kingdom as well as the Commons was animated, hastened to reinstate themselves in their ancient authority, and to take their share in the settlement of the nation. They found the doors of their house open, and all were admitted, even such as had formerly been excluded on account of their pretended delinquency. The two houses attended. While the king was proclaimed, with great solemnity, in Palace Yard, at Whitehall, and at Temple Bar. The Commons voted £500 to buy a jewel for Granville, who had brought them the king's gracious messages. A present of £50,000 was conferred on the king, £10,000 on the Duke of York, £5,000 on the Duke of Gloucester. A committee of Lords and Commons was dispatched to invite His Majesty to return and take possession of the government. The rapidity with which all these events were conducted was marvellous, and discovered the passionate zeal and entire unanimity of the nation. Such an impatience appeared, and such an emulation, in Lords, and Commons, and City, who should make the most lively expressions of their joy and duty, that, as the noble historian expresses it, a man could not but wonder where those people dwelt who had done all the mischief, and kept the king so many years from enjoying the comfort and support of such excellent subjects. The king himself said, that it must surely have been his own fault, that he had not sooner taken possession of the throne, since he found everybody so zealous in promoting his happy restoration. The respect of foreign powers soon followed the submission of the king's subjects. Spain invited him to return to the Low Countries, and embark in some of her maritime towns. France made protestations of affection and regard, and offered Calais for the same purpose. The States General sent deputies with a like friendly invitation. The king resolved to accept of this last offer. The people of the Republic bore him a cordial affection, and politics no longer restrained their magistrates from promoting and expressing that sentiment. As he passed from Breda to The Hague, he was attended by numerous crowds, and was received with the loudest acclamations, as if themselves, not their rivals in power and commerce, were now restored to peace and security. The States General in a body, and afterwards the States of Holland apart, performed their compliments with the greatest solemnity. Every person of distinction was ambitious of being introduced to His Majesty. All ambassadors and public ministers of kings, princes, or states, repaired to him, and professed the joy of their masters in his behalf. So that one would have thought, that from the united efforts of Christendom had been derived this revolution, which diffused everywhere such universal satisfaction. The English fleet came in sight of Scheveling. Montague had not waited for orders from the Parliament, but had persuaded the officers of themselves to tender their duty to His Majesty. The Duke of York immediately went on board, and took the command of the fleet as High Admiral. When the king disembarked at Dover, he was met by the general, whom he cordially embraced. Never subject in fact, probably in his intentions, had deserved better of his king and country. In the space of a few months, without effusion of blood, by his cautious and disinterested conduct alone, he had bestowed settlement on 3 kingdoms, which had long been torn with the most violent convulsions. And having obstinately refused the most inviting conditions offered him by the king, as well as by every party in the kingdom, he freely restored his injured master to the vacant throne. The king entered London on the 29th of May, which was also his birthday. The fond imaginations of men interpreted as a happy omen the concurrence of 2 such joyful periods. At this era, it may be proper to stop a moment, and take a general survey of the age, so far as regards manners, finances, arms, commerce, arts, and sciences. The chief use of history is, that it affords materials for disquisitions of this nature. And it seems the duty of an historian to point out the proper inferences and conclusions. No people could undergo a change more sudden and entire in their manners, than did the English nation during this period. From tranquility, concord, submission, sobriety, they passed in an instant to a state of faction, fanaticism, rebellion, and almost frenzy. The violence of the English parties exceeded anything which we can now imagine. Had they continued but a little longer, there was just reason to dread all the horrors of the ancient massacres and proscriptions. The military usurpers, whose authority was founded on palpable injustice, and was supported by no national party, would have been impelled by rage and despair into such sanguinary measures. And if these furious expedients had been employed on one side, revenge would naturally have pushed the other party, after a return of power, to retaliate upon their enemies. No social intercourse was maintained between the parties. No marriages or alliances contracted. The Royalists, though oppressed, harassed, persecuted, disdained all affinity with their masters. The more they were reduced to subjection, the greater superiority did they affect above those usurpers, who, by violence and injustice, had acquired an ascendant over them. The manners of the two factions were as opposite as those of the most distant nations. "Your friends, the Cavaliers," said a parliamentarian to a Royalist, "are very dissolute and debauched." "True," replied the Royalist, "they have the infirmities of men, but your friends, the Roundheads, have the vices of devils, tyranny, rebellion, and spiritual pride." Riot and disorder, it is certain, notwithstanding the good example set them by Charles I, prevailed very much among his partisans. Being commonly men of birth and fortune, to whom excesses are less pernicious than to the vulgar, they were too apt to indulge themselves in all pleasures, particularly those of the table. Opposition to the rigid preciseness of their antagonists increased their inclination to good fellowship, and the character of a man of pleasure was affected among them, as a sure pledge of attachment to the Church and monarchy. Even when ruined by confiscations and sequestrations, they endeavored to maintain the appearance of a careless and social jollity. "As much as hope is superior to fear," said a poor and merry Cavalier, "so much is our situation preferable to that of our enemies. We laugh while they tremble." The gloomy enthusiasm which prevailed among the parliamentary party, is surely the most curious spectacle presented by any history, and the most instructive, as well as entertaining, to a philosophical mind. All recreations were in a manner suspended by the rigid severity of the Presbyterians and Independents. Horse races and cock matches were prohibited as the greatest enormities. Even bear baiting was esteemed heathenish and unchristian. The sport of it, not the inhumanity, gave offence. Colonel Hume, from his pious zeal, marched with his regiment into London, and destroyed all the bears which were kept there for the diversion of the citizens. This adventure seems to have given birth to the fiction of Hudibras. Though the English nation be naturally candid and sincere, hypocrisy prevailed among them beyond any example in ancient or modern times. The religious hypocrisy, it may be remarked, is of a peculiar nature. And being generally unknown to the person himself, though more dangerous, it implies less falsehood than any other species of insincerity. The Old Testament, preferably to the New, was the favorite of all the sectaries. The Eastern poetical style of that composition made it more easily susceptible of a turn which was agreeable to them. We have had occasion, in the course of this work, to speak of the many sects which prevailed in England. To enumerate them all would be impossible. The Quakers, however, are so considerable, at least so singular, as to merit some attention. And as they renounced by principle the use of arms, they never made such a figure in public transactions as to enter into any part of our narrative. The religion of the Quakers, like most others, began with the lowest vulgar, and, in its progress, came at last to comprehend people of better quality and fashion. George Fox, born at Drayton, in Lancashire, in 1624, was the founder of this sect. He was the son of a weaver, and was himself bound apprentice to a shoemaker. Feeling a stronger impulse towards spiritual contemplations than towards that mechanical profession, he left his master, and went about the country clothed in a leathern doublet, a dress which he long affected. As well for its singularity as its cheapness. That he might wean himself from sublunary objects, he broke off all connections with his friends and family, and never dwelt a moment in one place, lest habit should beget new connections, and depress the sublimity of his aerial meditations. He frequently wandered into the woods, and passed whole days in hollow trees without company, or any other amusement than his Bible. Having reached that pitch of perfection as to need no other book, he soon advanced to another state of spiritual progress, and began to pay less regard even to that divine composition itself. His own breast, he imagined, was full of the same inspiration which had guided the prophets and apostles themselves, and by this inward light must every spiritual obscurity be cleared, by this living spirit must the dead letter be animated. When he had been sufficiently consecrated in his own imagination, he felt that the fumes of self-applause soon dissipate, if not continually supplied by the admiration of others, and he began to seek proselytes. Proselytes were easily gained, at a time when all men's affections were turned towards religion, and when the most extravagant modes of it were sure to be most popular. All the forms of ceremony, invented by pride and ostentation, Fox and his disciples, from a superior pride and ostentation, carefully rejected. Even the ordinary rites of civility were shunned, as the nourishment of carnal vanity and self-conceit. They would bestow no titles of distinction, the name of friend was the only salutation, with which they indiscriminately accosted every one. To no person would they make a bow, or move their hat, or give any signs of reverence. Instead of that affected adulation introduced into modern tongues, of speaking to individuals as if they were a multitude, they returned to the simplicity of ancient languages. And thou, and thee were the only expressions which, on any consideration, they could be brought to employ. Dress too, a material circumstance, distinguished the members of this sect. Every superfluity in ornament was carefully retrenched, no plates to their coat, no buttons to their sleeves, no lace, no ruffles, no embroidery. Even a button to the hat, though sometimes useful, yet not being always so, was universally rejected by them with horror and detestation. The violent enthusiasm of this sect, like all high passions, being too strong for the weak nerves to sustain, threw the preachers into convulsions, and shakings, and distortions in their limbs, and they thence received the appellation of Quakers. Amidst the great toleration which was then granted to all sects, and even encouragement given to all innovations, this sect alone suffered persecution. From the fervor of their zeal, the Quakers broke into churches, disturbed public worship, and harassed the minister and audience with railing and reproaches. When carried before a magistrate, they refused him all reverence, and treated him with the same familiarity as if he had been their equal. Sometimes they were thrown into madhouses, sometimes into prisons, sometimes whipped, sometimes pilloried. The patience and fortitude with which they suffered, begot compassion, admiration, esteem. A supernatural spirit was believed to support them under those sufferings, which the ordinary state of humanity, freed from the illusions of passion, is unable to sustain. The Quakers crept into the army. But as they preached universal peace, they seduced the military zealots from their profession, and would soon, had they been suffered, have put an end, without any defeat or calamity, to the dominion of the saints. These attempts became a fresh ground of persecution, and a new reason for their progress among the people. Morals with this sect were carried, or affected to be carried to the same degree of extravagance as religion. Give a Quaker a blow on one cheek, he held up the other, ask his cloak, he gave you his coat also. The greatest interest could not engage him, in any court of judicature, to swear even to the truth. He never asked more for his wares than the precise sum which he was determined to accept. This last maxim is laudable, and continues still to be religiously observed by the sect. No fanatics ever carried further the hatred to ceremonies, forms, orders, rites, and positive institutions. Even baptism and the Lord's Supper, by all other sects believed to be interwoven with the very vitals of Christianity, were disdainfully rejected by them. The very Sabbath they profaned. The holiness of churches they derided. And they would give to these sacred edifices no other appellation than that of shops or steeple-houses. No priests were admitted in their sect, every one had received from immediate illumination a character much superior to the sacerdotal. When they met for divine worship, each rose up in his place, and delivered the extemporary inspirations of the Holy Ghost. Women also were admitted to teach the brethren, and were considered as proper vehicles to convey the dictates of the Spirit. Sometimes a great many preachers were moved to speak at once, sometimes a total silence prevailed in their congregations. Some Quakers attempted to fast 40 days, in imitation of Christ, and one of them bravely perished in the experiment. A female Quaker came naked into the church where the Protector sat, being moved by the Spirit, as she said, to appeal as a sign to the people. A number of them fancied that the renovation of all things had commenced, and that clothes were to be rejected, together with other superfluities. The sufferings which followed the practice of this doctrine were a species of persecution not well calculated for promoting it. James Naylor was a Quaker, noted for blasphemy, or rather madness, in the time of the Protectorship. He fancied that he himself was transformed into Christ, and was become the real Saviour of the world, and in consequence of this frenzy, he endeavored to imitate many actions of the Messiah related in the evangelists. As he bore a resemblance to the common pictures of Christ, he allowed his beard to grow in a like form, he raised a person from the dead, he was ministered unto by women, he entered Bristol mounted on a horse, I suppose. From the difficulty in that place of finding an ass, his disciples spread their garments before him, and cried, Hosanna to the highest. Holy, holy is the Lord God of Sabaoth. When carried before the magistrate, he would give no other answer to all questions than, Thou hast said it. What is remarkable, the Parliament thought that the matter deserved their attention. Near 10 days they spent in inquiries and debates about him. They condemned him to be pilloried, whipped, burned in the face, and to have his tongue bored through with a red-hot iron. All these severities he bore with the usual patience. So far his delusion supported him. But the sequel spoiled all. He was sent to Bridewell, confined to hard labor, fed on bread and water, and debarred from all his disciples, male and female. His illusions dissipated. And after some time, he was contented to come out an ordinary man, and return to his usual occupations. The chief taxes in England, during the time of the Commonwealth, were the monthly assessments, the excise, and the customs. The assessments were levied on personal estates as well as on land, and commissioners were appointed in each county for rating the individuals. The highest assessment amounted to £120,000 a month in England. The lowest was £35,000. The assessments in Scotland were sometimes £10,000 a month, commonly £6,000. Those on Ireland £9,000. At a medium, this tax might have afforded about £1 million a year. The excise, during the civil wars, was levied on bread, flesh meat, as well as beer, ale, strong waters and many other commodities. After the king was subdued, bread and flesh meat were exempted from excise. The customs on exportation were lowered in 1656. In 1650, commissioners were appointed to levy both customs and excises. Cromwell, in 1657, returned to the old practice of farming. £1,100,000 were then offered, both for customs and excise, a greater sum than had ever been levied by the commissioners. The whole of the taxes during that period might at a medium amount to above £2 millions a year. A sum which, though moderate, much exceeded the revenue of any former king, sequestrations, compositions, sale of crown and church lands, and of the lands of delinquents, yielded also considerable sums, but very difficult to be estimated. Church lands are said to have been sold for £1 million. None of these were ever valued at above 10 or 11 years' purchase. The estates of delinquents amounted to above £200,000 a year. Cromwell died more than £2 millions in debt, though the Parliament had left him in the treasury above £500,000, and in stores, the value of £700,000. The Committee of Danger, in April, 1648, voted to raise the army to 40,000 men. The same year, the pay of the army was estimated at £80,000 a month. The establishment of the army, in 1652, was, in Scotland, 15,000 foot, 2,580 horse, 560 dragoons. In England, 4,700 foot, 2,520 horse, garrison 6,154. In all, 31,514, besides officers. The army in Scotland was afterwards considerably reduced. The army in Ireland was not much short of 20,000 men, so that, upon the whole, the Commonwealth maintained, in 1652, a standing army of more than 50,000 men. Its pay amounted to a yearly sum of £1,047,715. Afterwards the Protector reduced the establishment to 30,000 men. As appears by the Instrument of Government and Humble Petition and Advice. His frequent enterprises obliged him from time to time to augment them. Richard had on foot in England an army of 13,258 men, in Scotland 9,506, in Ireland about 10,000 men. The foot soldiers had commonly a shilling a day. The horse had 2 shillings and 6pence, so that many gentlemen and younger brothers of good family enlisted in the Protector's cavalry. No wonder that such men were averse from the re-establishment of civil government, by which, they well knew, they must be deprived of so gainful a profession. At the time of the Battle of Worcester the Parliament had on foot about 80,000 men, partly militia, partly regular forces. The vigour of the Commonwealth, and the great capacity of those members who had assumed the government, never at any time appeared so conspicuous. The whole revenue of the public during the protectorship of Richard was estimated at £1,868,717. His annual expenses at £2,201,540. An additional revenue was demanded from Parliament. The commerce and industry of England increased extremely during the peaceable period of Charles's reign. The trade to the East Indies and to Guinea became considerable. The English possessed almost the sole trade with Spain. 20,000 cloths were annually sent to Turkey. Commerce met with interruption, no doubt, from the civil wars and convulsions which afterwards prevailed, though it soon recovered after the establishment of the Commonwealth. The war with the Dutch, by distressing the commerce of so formidable a rival, served to encourage trade in England. The Spanish War was to an equal degree pernicious. All the effects of the English merchants, to an immense value, were confiscated in Spain. The prevalence of democratical principles engaged the country gentlemen to bind their sons apprentices to merchants. And commerce has ever since been more honourable in England than in any other European kingdom. The exclusive companies, which formerly confined trade, were never expressly abolished by any ordinance of Parliament during the Commonwealth. But as men paid no regard to the prerogative whence the charters of these companies were derived, the monopoly was gradually invaded, and commerce increased by the increase of liberty. Interest in 1650 was reduced to 6%. The customs in England, before the civil wars, are said to have amounted to £500,000 a year, a sum 10 times greater than during the best period in Queen Elizabeth's reign, but there is probably some exaggeration in this matter. The post house, in 1653, was farmed at £10,000 a year, which was deemed a considerable sum for the 3 kingdoms. Letters paid only about half the present postage. From 1619 to 1638, there had been coined £6,900,042. From 1638 to 1657, the coinage amounted to £7,733,521. Dar. Davenant has told us, from the registers of the Mint, that, between 1558 and 1659, there had been coined £19,832,476 in gold and silver. The first mention of tea, coffee, and chocolate, is about 1660. Asparagus, artichokes, cauliflower, and a variety of salads, were about the same time introduced into England. The colony of New England increased by means of the Puritans, who fled thither in order to free themselves from the constraint which Laud and the Church party had imposed upon them. And, before the commencement of the Civil Wars, it is supposed to have contained 25,000 souls. For a like reason, the Catholics, afterwards, who found themselves exposed to many hardships, and dreaded still worse treatment, went over to America in great numbers, and settled the colony of Maryland. Before the civil wars, learning and the fine arts were favored at court, and a good taste began to prevail in the nation. The king loved pictures, sometimes handled the pencil himself, and was a good judge of the art. The pieces of foreign masters were bought up at a vast price, and the value of pictures doubled in Europe by the emulation between Charles and Philip IV. Of Spain, who were touched with the same elegant passion. Van Dyck was caressed and enriched at court. Inigo Jones was master of the king's buildings, though afterwards persecuted by the Parliament, on account of the part which he had in rebuilding St. Paul's, and for obeying some orders of council, by which he was directed to pull down houses, in order to make room for that edifice. Laws, who had not been surpassed by any musician before him, was much beloved by the king, who called him the father of music. Charles was a good judge of writing, and was thought by some more anxious with regard to purity of style than became a monarch. Notwithstanding his narrow revenue, and his freedom from all vanity, he lived in such magnificence, that he possessed 24 palaces, all of them elegantly and completely furnished. Insomuch that, when he removed from one to another, he was not obliged to transport anything along with him. Cromwell, though himself a barbarian, was not insensible to literary merit. Usher, notwithstanding his being a bishop, received a pension from him. Marvell and Milton were in his service. Waller, who was his relation, was caressed by him. That poet always said, that the Protector himself was not so wholly illiterate as was commonly imagined. He gave £100 a year to the divinity professor at Oxford. And an historian mentions this bounty as an instance of his love of literature. He intended to have erected a college at Durham for the benefit of the northern counties. Civil wars, especially when founded on principles of liberty, are not commonly unfavorable to the arts of elocution and composition. Or rather, by presenting nobler and more interesting objects, they amply compensate the tranquillity of which they bereave the muses. The speeches of the parliamentary orators, during this period, are of a strain much superior to what any former age had produced in England, and the force and compass of our tongue were then first put to trial. It must, however, be confessed, that the wretched fanaticism, which so much infected the parliamentary party, was no less destructive of taste and science, than of all law and order. Gaiety and wit were proscribed, human learning despised. Freedom of inquiry detested, cant and hypocrisy alone encouraged. It was an article positively insisted on in the preliminaries to the Treaty of Uxbridge, that all playhouses should forever be abolished. Sir John Davenant, says Whitlock, speaking of the year 1658, published an opera, notwithstanding the nicety of the times. All the king's furniture was put to sale, his pictures, disposed of at very low prices, enriched all the collections in Europe. The cartoons, when complete, were only appraised at £300. Though the whole collection of the king's curiosities was sold at above 50,000. Even the royal palaces were pulled in pieces, and the materials of them sold. The very library and medals at St. James's were intended by the generals to be brought to auction, in order to pay the arrears of some regiments of cavalry quartered near London. But, Sidon, apprehensive of the loss, engaged his friend Whitlock, then Lord Keeper for the Commonwealth, to apply for the office of librarian. This expedient saved that valuable collection. It is, however, remarkable, that the greatest genius by far that shone out in England during this period, was deeply engaged with these fanatics, and even prostituted his pen in theological controversy, in factious disputes, and in justifying the most violent measures of the party. This was John Milton, whose poems are admirable, though liable to some objections, his prose writings disagreeable, though not altogether defective in genius. Nor are all his poems equal. His Paradise Lost, his Comus, and a few others, shine out amidst some flat and insipid compositions. Even in the Paradise Lost, his capital performance, there are very long passages, amounting to near a third of the work, almost wholly destitute of harmony and elegance, nay, of all vigor of imagination. This natural inequality in Milton's genius was much increased by the inequalities in his subject, of which some parts are of themselves the most lofty that can enter into human conception. Others would have required the most labored elegance of composition to support them. It is certain that this author, when in a happy mood, and employed on a noble subject, is the most wonderfully sublime of any poet in any language, Homer, and Lucretius, and Tasso not excepted. More concise than Homer, more simple than Tasso, more nervous than Lucretius, had he lived in a later age, and learned to polish some rudeness in his verses. Had he enjoyed better fortune, and possessed leisure to watch the returns of genius in himself, he had attained the pinnacle of perfection, and borne away the palm of epic poetry. It is well known, that Milton never enjoyed in his lifetime the reputation which he deserved. His Paradise Lost was long neglected, prejudices against an apologist for the regicides, and against a work not wholly purged from the cant of former times, kept the ignorant world from perceiving the prodigious merit of that performance. Lord Somers, by encouraging a good edition of it, about 20 years after the author's death, first brought it into request, and Tunson, in his dedication of a smaller edition, speaks of it as a work just beginning to be known. Even during the prevalence of Milton's party, he seems never to have been much regarded, and Whitlock talks of one Milton, as he calls him, a blind man, who was employed in translating a treaty with Sweden into Latin. These forms of expression are amusing to posterity, who consider how obscure Whitlock himself, though Lord Keeper and Ambassador, and indeed a man of great abilities and merit, has become in comparison of Milton. It is not strange that Milton received no encouragement after the Restoration, it is more to be admired that he escaped with his life. Many of the Cavaliers blamed extremely that lenity towards him, which was so honourable in the king, and so advantageous to posterity. It is said, that he had saved Davenant's life during the Protectorship. And Davenant in return afforded him like protection after the Restoration. Being sensible that men of letters ought always to regard their sympathy of taste as a more powerful band of union, than any difference of party or opinion as a source of animosity. It was during a state of poverty, blindness, disgrace, danger, and old age, that Milton composed his wonderful poem, which not only surpassed all the performances of his contemporaries, but all the compositions which had flowed from his pen during the vigor of his age and the height of his prosperity. This circumstance is not the least remarkable of all those which attend that great genius. He died in 1674, aged 66. Waller was the first refiner of English poetry, at least of English rhyme. But his performances still abound with many faults, and, what is more material, they contain but feeble and superficial beauties. Gaiety, wit, and ingenuity are their ruling character, they aspire not to the sublime, still less to the pathetic. They treat of love, without making us feel any tenderness, and abound in panegyric, without exciting admiration. The panegyric, however, on Cromwell, contains more force than we should expect, from the other compositions of this poet. Waller was born to an ample fortune, was early introduced to the court, and lived in the best company. He possessed talents for eloquence as well as poetry. Until his death, which happened in a good old age, he was the delight of the House of Commons. The errors of his life proceeded more from want of courage, than of honour or integrity. He died in 1687, aged 82. Cowley is an author extremely corrupted by the bad taste of his age, but had he lived even in the purest times of Greece nor Rome, he must always have been a very indifferent poet. He had no ear for harmony. And his verses are only known to be such by the rhyme which terminates them. In his rugged untenable numbers are conveyed sentiments the most strained and distorted, long-spun allegories, distant allusions, and forced conceits. Great ingenuity, however, and vigor of thought, sometimes break out amidst those unnatural conceptions. A few Anacreontics surprise us by their ease and gaiety, his prose writings please by the honesty and goodness which they express, and even by their spleen and melancholy. This author was much more praised and admired during his lifetime, and celebrated after his death, than the great Milton. He died in 1667, aged 49. Sir John Denham, in his Cooper's Hill, for none of his other poems merit attention, has a loftiness and vigour which had not before him been attained by any English poet who wrote in rhyme. The mechanical difficulties of that measure retarded its improvement. Shakespeare, whose tragic scenes are sometimes so wonderfully forcible and expressive, is a very indifferent poet when he attempts to rhyme. Precision and neatness are chiefly wanting in Denham. He died in 1688, aged 73. No English author in that age was more celebrated, both abroad and at home, than Hobbes. In our time, he is much neglected. A lively instance how precarious all reputations founded on reasoning and philosophy. A pleasant comedy, which paints the manners of the age, and exposes a faithful picture of nature, is a durable work, and is transmitted to the latest posterity. But a system, whether physical or metaphysical, commonly owes its success to its novelty, and is no sooner canvassed with impartiality than its weakness is discovered. Hobbes's politics are fitted only to promote tyranny, and his ethics to encourage licentiousness. Though an enemy to religion, he partakes nothing of the spirit of skepticism, but is as positive and dogmatical as if human reason, and his reason in particular, could attain a thorough conviction in these subjects. Clearness and propriety of style are the chief excellencies of Hobbes's writings. In his own person, he is represented to have been a man of virtue, a character nowise surprising, notwithstanding his libertine system of ethics. Timidity is the principal fault with which he is reproached. He lived to an extreme old age, yet could never reconcile himself to the thoughts of death. The boldness of his opinions and sentiments form a remarkable contrast to this part of his character. He died in 1679, aged 91. Harrington's Oceana was well adapted to that age, when the plans of imaginary republics were the daily subjects of debate and conversation, and even in our time, it is justly admired as a work of genius and invention. The idea, however, of a perfect and immortal Commonwealth, will always be found as chimerical as that of a perfect and immortal man. The style of this author wants ease and fluency, but the good matter which his work contains, makes compensation. He died in 1677, aged 66. Harvey is entitled to the glory of having made, by reasoning alone, without any mixture of accident, a capital discovery in one of the most important branches of science. He had also the happiness of establishing at once his theory on the most solid and convincing proofs, and posterity has added little to the arguments suggested by his industry and ingenuity. His treatise of the circulation of the blood is further embellished by that warmth and spirit which so naturally accompany the genius of invention. This great man was much favored by Charles I, who gave him the liberty of using all the deer in the royal forests for perfecting his discoveries on the generation of animals. It was remarked, that no physician in Europe, who had reached 40 years of age, ever, to the end of his life, adopted Harvey's doctrine of the circulation of the blood. And that his practice in London diminished extremely, from the reproach drawn upon him by that great and signal discovery. So slow is the progress of truth in every science, even when not opposed by factious or superstitious prejudices. He died in 1657, aged 79. This age affords great materials for history, but did not produce any accomplished historian. Clarendon, however, will always be esteemed an entertaining writer, even independent of our curiosity to know the facts which he relates. His style is prolix and redundant, and suffocates us by the length of its periods, but it discovers imagination and sentiment, and pleases us at the same time that we disapprove of it. He is more partial in appearance than in reality, for he seems perpetually anxious to apologize for the king, but his apologies are often well grounded. He is less partial in his relation of facts, than in his account of characters. He was too honest a man to falsify the former, his affections were easily capable, unknown to himself, of disguising the latter. An air of probity and goodness runs through the whole work, as these qualities did in reality embellish the whole life of the author. He died in 1674, aged 66. These are the chief performances which engaged the attention of posterity. Those numberless productions with which the press then abounded, the cant of the pulpit, the declamations of party, the subtleties of theology, all these have long ago sunk in silence and oblivion. Even a writer such as Selden, whose learning was his chief excellency, or Chillingworth, an acute disputant against the papists, will scarcely be ranked among the classics of our language or country. Chapter 64. Charles II. 1660. Charles II, when he ascended the throne of his ancestors, was 30 years of age. He possessed a vigorous constitution, a fine shape, a manly figure, a graceful air. And though his features were harsh, yet was his countenance in the main lively and engaging. He was in that period of life when there remains enough of youth to render the person amiable, without preventing that authority and regard which attend the years of experience and maturity. Tenderness was excited by the memory of his recent adversities. His present prosperity was the object rather of admiration than of envy. And as the sudden and surprising revolution which restored him to his regal rights, had also restored the nation to peace, law, order, and liberty, no prince ever obtained a crown in more favorable circumstances, or was more blessed with the cordial affection and attachment of his subjects. This popularity the king, by his whole demeanor and behavior, was well qualified to support and to increase. To a lively wit and quick comprehension, he united a just understanding and a general observation both of men and things. The easiest manners, the most unaffected politeness, the most engaging gaiety, accompanied his conversation and address. Accustomed during his exile, to live among his courtiers rather like a companion than a monarch, he retained, even while on the throne, that open affability which was capable of reconciling the most determined republicans to his royal dignity. Totally devoid of resentment, as well from the natural lenity as carelessness of his temper, he ensured pardon to the most guilty of his enemies, and left hopes of favor to his most violent opponents. From the whole tenor of his actions and discourse, he seemed desirous of losing the memory of past animosities, and of uniting every party in an affection for their prince and their native country. Into his council were admitted the most eminent men of the nation, without regard to former distinctions. The Presbyterians, equally with the Royalists, shared this honor. Annesley was also created Earl of Anglesey, Ashley Cooper, Lord Ashley. Denzil Hollis, Lord Hollis. The Earl of Manchester was appointed Lord Chamberlain, and Lord Say, Privy Seal. Calamy and Baxter, Presbyterian clergymen, were even made chaplains to the king. Admiral Montague, created Earl of Sandwich, was entitled from his recent services to great favour, and he obtained it. Monk, created Duke of Albemarle, had performed such signal services, that, according to a vulgar and malignant observation, he ought rather to have expected hatred and ingratitude, yet was he ever treated by the king with great marks of distinction. Charles's disposition, free from jealousy, and the prudent behavior of the general, who never overrated his merits, prevented all those disgusts which naturally arise in so delicate a situation. The capacity, too, of Albemarle was not extensive, and his parts were more solid than shining. Though he had distinguished himself in inferior stations, he was imagined, upon familiar acquaintance, not to be wholly equal to those great achievements which fortune, united to prudence, had enabled him to perform. And he appeared unfit for the court, a scene of life to which he had never been accustomed. Morris, his friend, was created Secretary of State, and was supported more by his patron's credit than by his own abilities or experience. But the choice which the king at first made of his principal ministers and favourites, was the circumstance which chiefly gave contentment to the nation, and prognosticated future happiness and tranquillity. Sir Edward Hyde, created Earl of Clarendon, was Chancellor and Prime Minister. The Marquis, created Duke of Ormond, was Steward of the Household. The Earl of Southampton, High Treasurer. Sir Edward Nicholas, Secretary of State. These men, united together in friendship, and combining in the same laudable inclinations, supported each other's credit, and pursued the interests of the public. Agreeable to the present prosperity of public affairs was the universal joy and festivity diffused throughout the nation. The melancholy austerity of the fanatics fell into discredit together with their principles. The Royalists, who had ever affected a contrary disposition, found in their recent success new motives for mirth and gaiety, and it now belonged to them to give repute and fashion to their manners. From past experience it had sufficiently appeared, that gravity was very distinct from wisdom, formality from virtue, and hypocrisy from religion. The king himself, who bore a strong propensity to pleasure, served, by his powerful and engaging example, to banish those sour and malignant humors which had hitherto engendered such confusion. And though the just bounds were undoubtedly passed, when men returned from their former extreme, yet was the public happy in exchanging vices pernicious to society, for disorders hurtful chiefly to the individuals themselves who were guilty of them. It required some time before the several parts of the state, disfigured by war and faction, could recover their former arrangement, but the Parliament immediately fell into good correspondence with the king. And they treated him with the same dutiful regard which had usually been paid to his predecessors. Being summoned without the king's consent, they received, at first, only the title of a convention. And it was not till he passed an act for that purpose, that they were called by the appellation of Parliament. All judicial proceedings, transacted in the name of the Commonwealth or Protector, were ratified by a new law. And both houses, acknowledging the guilt of the former rebellion, gratefully received, in their own name, and in that of all the subjects, His Majesty's gracious pardon and indemnity. The king, before his restoration, being afraid of reducing any of his enemies to despair, and at the same time unwilling that such enormous crimes as had been committed should receive a total impunity, had expressed himself very cautiously in his declaration of Breda, and had promised an indemnity to all criminals, but such as should be accepted by Parliament. He now issued a proclamation declaring that such of the late king's judges as did not yield themselves prisoners within 14 days, should receive no pardon. 19 surrendered themselves, some were taken in their flight. Others escaped beyond sea. The Commons seem to have been more inclined to lenity than the Lords. The Upper House, inflamed by the ill usage which they had received, were resolved, besides the late king's judges, to accept every one who had sitten in any high court of justice. Nay, the Earl of Bristol moved, that no pardon might be granted to those who had anywise contributed to the king's death. So wide an exception, in which every one who had served the Parliament might be comprehended, gave a general alarm. And men began to apprehend, that this motion was the effect of some court artifice or intrigue. But the king soon dissipated these fears. He came to the House of Peers, and in the most earnest terms passed the Act of General Indemnity. He urged both the necessity of the thing, and the obligation of his former promise, a promise, he said, which he would ever regard as sacred, since to it he probably owed the satisfaction which at present he enjoyed of meeting his people in Parliament. This measure of the king's was received with great applause and satisfaction. After repeated solicitations, the Act of Indemnity passed both houses, and soon received the royal assent. Those who had an immediate hand in the late king's death, were there accepted, even Cromwell, Ireton, Bradshaw, and others now dead, were attainted, and their estates forfeited. Vane and Lambert, though none of the regicides, were also accepted. St. John and 17 persons more were deprived of all benefit from this act, if they ever accepted any public employment. All who had sitten in any illegal high court of justice were disabled from bearing offices. These were all the severities which followed such furious civil wars and convulsions. The next business was the settlement of the king's revenue. In this work, the Parliament had regard to public freedom, as well as to the support of the crown. The tenures of wards and liveries had long been regarded as a grievous burden by the nobility and gentry. Several attempts had been made during the reign of James to purchase this prerogative, together with that of purveyance, and £200,000 a year had been offered that prince in lieu of them. Wardships and purveyance had been utterly abolished by the Republican Parliament, and even in the present Parliament before the king arrived in England, a bill had been introduced offering him a compensation for the emolument of these prerogatives. £100,000 a year was the sum agreed to, and half of the excise was settled in perpetuity upon the crown as the fund whence this revenue should be levied. Though that impost yielded more profit, the bargain might be esteemed hard. And it was chiefly the necessity of the king's situation which induced him to consent to it. No request of the Parliament, during the present joy, could be refused them. Tonnage and poundage and the other half of the excise, were granted to the king during life. The Parliament even proceeded so far as to vote, that the settled revenue of the crown for all charges should be £1,200,000 a year, a sum greater than any English monarch had ever before enjoyed. But as all the princes of Europe were perpetually augmenting their military force, and consequently their expense, it became requisite that England, from motives both of honor and security, should bear some proportion to them, and adapt its revenue to the new system of politics which prevailed. According to the Chancellor's computation, a charge of £800,000 a year was at present requisite for the fleet and other articles, which formerly cost the Crown but £80,000. Had the Parliament, before restoring the King, insisted on any further limitations than those which the Constitution already imposed, besides the danger of reviving former quarrels among parties, it would seem that their precaution had been entirely superfluous. By reason of its slender and precarious revenue, the Crown in effect was still totally dependent. Not a fourth part of this sum, which seemed requisite for public expenses, could be levied without consent of Parliament. And any concessions, had they been thought necessary, might, even after the Restoration, be extorted by the Commons from their necessitous prince. This Parliament showed no intention of employing at present that engine to any such purposes. But they seemed still determined not to part with it entirely, or to render the revenues of the Crown fixed and independent. Though they voted in general, that £1,200,000 a year should be settled on the King, they scarcely assigned any funds which could yield 2/3 of that sum. And they left the care of fulfilling their engagements to the future consideration of Parliament. In all the temporary supplies which they voted, they discovered the same cautious frugality. To disband the army, so formidable in itself, and so much accustomed to rebellion and changes of government, was necessary for the security both of King and Parliament. Yet the Commons showed great jealousy in granting the sums requisite for that end. An assessment of £70,000 a month was imposed, but it was at first voted to continue only 3 months. And all the other sums which they levied for that purpose, by a poll bill and new assessments, were still granted by parcels, as if they were not as yet well assured of the fidelity of the hand to which the money was entrusted. Having proceeded so far in the settlement of the nation, the Parliament adjourned itself for some time. During the recess of Parliament, the object which chiefly interested the public, was the trial and condemnation of the regicides. The general indignation attending the enormous crime of which these men had been guilty, made their sufferings the subject of joy to the people, but in the peculiar circumstances of that action, in the prejudices of the times, as well as in the behavior of the criminals, a mind seasoned with humanity will find a plentiful source of compassion and indulgence. Can any one, without concern for human blindness and ignorance, consider the demeanor of General Harrison, who was first brought to his trial? With great courage and elevation of sentiment, he told the court, that the pretended crime of which he stood accused, was not a deed performed in a corner, the sound of it had gone forth to most nations. And in the singular and marvellous conduct of it, had chiefly appeared the sovereign power of heaven, that he himself, agitated by doubts, had often, with passionate tears, offered up his addresses to the divine majesty, and earnestly sought for light and conviction. He had still received assurance of a heavenly sanction, and returned from these devout supplications with more serene tranquillity and satisfaction, that all the nations of the earth were, in the eyes of their Creator, less than a drop of water in the bucket. Nor were their erroneous judgments aught but darkness, compared with divine illuminations, that these frequent relapses of the divine Spirit he could not suspect to be interested illusions. Since he was conscious, that for no temporal advantage would he offer injury to the poorest man or woman that trod upon the earth, that all the allurements of ambition, all the terrors of imprisonment, had not been able, during the usurpation of Cromwell, to shake his steady resolution, or bend him to a compliance with that deceitful tyrant, and that when invited by him to sit on the right hand of the throne, when offered riches and splendor and dominion, he had disdainfully rejected all temptations, and neglecting the tears of his friends and family, had still, through every danger, held fast his principles and his integrity. Scott, who was more a republican than a fanatic, had said in the House of Commons, a little before the Restoration, that he desired no other epitaph to be inscribed on his tombstone than this: "Here lies Thomas Scott, who adjudged the king to death." He supported the same spirit upon his trial. Carew, a millenarian, submitted to his trial, saving to our Lord Jesus Christ his right to the government of these kingdoms. Some scrupled to say, according to form, that they would be tried by God and their country, because God was not visibly present to judge them. Others said, that they would be tried by the word of God. No more than 6 of the late king's judges, Harrison, Scott, Carew, Clement, Jones, and Scrope, were executed, Scrope alone, of all those who came in upon the king's proclamation. He was a gentleman of good family and of a decent character, but it was proved, that he had a little before, in conversation, expressed himself as if he were nowise convinced of any guilt in condemning the king. Axtell, who had guarded the High Court of Justice, Hacker, who commanded on the day of the king's execution, Coke, the solicitor for the people of England, and Hugh Peters, the fanatical preacher, who inflamed the army and impelled them to regicide. All these were tried, and condemned, and suffered with the king's judges. No saint or confessor ever went to martyrdom with more assured confidence of heaven, than was expressed by those criminals, even when the terrors of immediate death, joined to many indignities, were set before them. The rest of the king's judges, by an unexampled lenity, were reprieved, and they were dispersed into several prisons. This punishment of declared enemies interrupted not the rejoicings of the court, but the death of the Duke of Gloucester, a young prince of promising hopes, threw a great cloud upon them. The king, by no incident in his life, was ever so deeply affected. Gloucester was observed to possess united the good qualities of both his brothers, the clear judgment and penetration of the king, the industry and application of the Duke of York. He was also believed to be affectionate to the religion and constitution of his country. He was but 20 years of age, when the smallpox put an end to his life. The Princess of Orange, having come to England in order to partake of the joy attending the restoration of her family, with whom she lived in great friendship, soon after sickened and died. The Queen Mother paid a visit to her son, and obtained his consent to the marriage of the Princess Henrietta with the Duke of Orleans, brother to the French king. After a recess of near 2 months, the Parliament met, and proceeded in the great work of the national settlement. They established the post office, wine licenses, and some articles of the revenue. They granted more assessments, and some arrears for paying and disbanding the army. Business, being carried on with great unanimity, was soon dispatched. And after they had sitten near 2 months, the king, in a speech full of the most gracious expressions, thought proper to dissolve them. This House of Commons had been chosen during the reign of the old parliamentary party. And though many royalists had crept in amongst them, yet did it chiefly consist of Presbyterians, who had not yet entirely laid aside their old jealousies and principles. Lent Hal, a member, having said, that those who first took arms against the king were as guilty as those who afterwards brought him to the scaffold, was severely reprimanded by order of the House. And the most violent efforts of the Long Parliament, to secure the Constitution, and bring delinquents to justice, were in effect vindicated and applauded. The claim of the 2 houses to the militia, the first ground of the quarrel, however exorbitant a usurpation, was never expressly resigned by this Parliament. They made all grants of money with a very sparing hand. Great arrears being due, by the Protectors, to the fleet, the army, the Navy Office, and every branch of service, this whole debt they threw upon the Crown, without establishing funds sufficient for its payment. Yet, notwithstanding this jealous care expressed by the Parliament, there prevails a story, that Popham, having sounded the disposition of the members, undertook to the Earl of Southampton to procure, during the king's life, a grant of 2 millions a year, land tax. A sum which, added to the customs and excise, would forever have rendered this prince independent of his people. Southampton, it is said, merely from his affection to the king, had unwarily embraced the offer. And it was not till he communicated the matter to the Chancellor, that he was made sensible of its pernicious tendency. It is nor improbable, that such an offer might have been made, and been hearkened to. But it is nowise probable, that all the interest of the court would ever with this House of Commons, have been able to make it effectual. Clarendon showed his prudence, no less than his integrity, in entirely rejecting it. The Chancellor, from the same principles of conduct, hastened to disband the army. When the king reviewed these veteran troops, he was struck with their beauty, order, discipline, and martial appearance. And being sensible, that regular forces are most necessary implements of royalty, he expressed a desire of finding expedient still to retain them. But his wise minister set before him the dangerous spirit by which these troops were actuated, their enthusiastic genius, their habits of rebellion and mutiny. And he convinced the king, that, till they were disbanded, he never could esteem himself securely established on his throne. No more troops were retained than a few guards and garrisons, about 1,000 horse and 4,000 foot. This was the first appearance, under the monarchy, of a regular standing army in this island. Lord Mordaunt said, that the king, being possessed of that force, might now look upon himself as the most considerable gentleman in England. The fortifications of Gloucester, Taunton, and other towns, which had made resistance to the king during the civil wars, were demolished. Clarendon not only behaved with wisdom and justice in the office of chancellor. All the counsels which he gave the king tended equally to promote the interest of prince and people. Charles, accustomed in his exile to pay entire deference to the judgment of this faithful servant, continued still to submit to his direction. And for some time no minister was ever possessed of more absolute authority. He moderated the forward zeal of the royalists, and tempered their appetite for revenge. With the opposite party, he endeavored to preserve inviolate all the king's engagements. He kept an exact register of the promises which had been made for any service, he employed all his industry to fulfill them. This good minister was now nearly allied to the royal family. His daughter, Anne Hyde, a woman of spirit and fine accomplishments, had hearkened, while abroad, to the addresses of the Duke of York, and under promise of marriage, had secretly admitted him to her bed. Her pregnancy appeared soon after the Restoration. And though many endeavored to dissuade the king from consenting to so unequal an alliance, Charles, in pity to his friend and minister, who had been ignorant of these engagements, permitted his brother to marry her. Clarendon expressed great uneasiness at the honor which he had obtained, and said that, by being elevated so much above his rank, he thence dreaded a more sudden downfall. Most circumstances of Clarendon's administration have met with applause. His maxims alone in the conduct of ecclesiastical politics have by many been deemed the effect of prejudices narrow and bigoted. Had the jealousy of royal power prevailed so far with the Convention Parliament as to make them restore the king with strict limitations? There is no question but the establishment of Presbyterian discipline had been one of the conditions most rigidly insisted on. Not only that form of ecclesiastical government is more favorable to liberty than to royal power, it was likewise, on its own account, agreeable to the majority of the House of Commons, and suited their religious principles. But as the impatience of the people, the danger of delay, the general disgust towards faction, and the authority of Monk, had prevailed over that jealous project of limitations, the full settlement of the hierarchy, together with the monarchy, was a necessary and infallible consequence. All the royalists were zealous for that mode of religion. The merits of the episcopal clergy towards the king, as well as their sufferings on that account, had been great. The laws which established bishops and the liturgy, were as yet unrepealed by legal authority. And any attempt of the Parliament, by new acts, to give the superiority to Presbyterianism, had been sufficient to involve the nation again in blood and confusion. Moved by these views, the Commons had wisely postponed the examination of all religious controversy, and had left the settlement of the Church to the king and to the ancient laws. The king at first used great moderation in the execution of the laws. 9 bishops still remained alive. And these were immediately restored to their sees. All the ejected clergy recovered their livings. The liturgy, a form of worship decent, and not without beauty, was again admitted into the churches, but at the same time a declaration was issued. In order to give contentment to the Presbyterians, and preserve an air of moderation and neutrality. In this declaration, the king promised, that he would provide suffragan bishops for the larger dioceses, that the prelates should, all of them, be regular and constant preachers. That they should not confer ordination, or exercise any jurisdiction, without the advice and assistance of presbyters chosen by the diocese, that such alterations should be made in the liturgy as would render it totally unexceptionable. That, in the meantime, the use of that mode of worship should not be imposed on such as were unwilling to receive it, and that the surplice, the cross in baptism, and bowing at the name of Jesus, should not be rigidly insisted on. This declaration was issued by the king as head of the church, and he plainly assumed, in many parts of it, a legislative authority in ecclesiastical matters. But the English government, though more exactly defined by late contests, was not as yet reduced in every particular to the strict limits of law. And if ever prerogative was justifiably employed, it seemed to be on the present occasion. When all parts of the state were torn with past convulsions, and required the moderating hand of the chief magistrate to reduce them to their ancient order. But though these appearances of neutrality were maintained, and a mitigated episcopacy only seemed to be insisted on, it was far from the intention of the ministry always to preserve like regard to the Presbyterians. The madness of the Fifth Monarchy men afforded them a pretence for departing from it. Venner, a desperate enthusiast, who had often conspired against Cromwell, having, by his zealous lectures inflamed his own imagination and that of his followers, issued forth at their head into the streets of London. They were, to the number of 60, completely armed, believed themselves invulnerable and invincible, and firmly expected the same success which had attended Gideon and other heroes of the Old Testament. Every one at first fled before them. One unhappy man, who, being questioned, said, he was for God and King Charles, was instantly murdered by them. They went triumphantly from street to street, everywhere proclaiming King Jesus, who, they said, was their invisible leader. At length, the magistrates, having assembled some trained bands, made an attack upon them. They defended themselves with order as well as valor, and after killing many of the assailants they made a regular retreat into Cane Wood, near Hampstead. Next morning, they were chased thence by a detachment of the guards, but they ventured again to invade the city, which was not prepared to receive them. After committing great disorder, and traversing almost every street of that immense capital, they retired into a house, which they were resolute to defend to the last extremity. Being surrounded, and the house entilled, they were fired upon from every side, and they still refused quarter. The people rushed in upon them, and seized the few who were alive. These were tried, condemned, and executed. And to the last they persisted in affirming, that, if they were deceived, it was the Lord that had deceived them. Clarendon and the ministry took occasion, from this insurrection, to infer the dangerous spirit of the Presbyterians, and of all the sectaries, but the madness of the attempt sufficiently proved, that it had been undertaken by no concert. And never could have proved dangerous. The well-known hatred, too, which prevailed between the Presbyterians and the other sects, should have removed the former from all suspicion of any concurrence in the enterprise. But as a pretence was wanted, besides their old demerits, for justifying the intended rigors against all of them, this reason, however slight, was greedily laid hold of. Affairs in Scotland hastened with still quicker steps than those in England towards a settlement and a compliance with the king. It was deliberated in the English council, whether that nation should be restored to its liberty, or whether the forts erected by Cromwell should not still be upheld. In order to curb the mutinous spirit by which the Scots in all ages had been so much governed. Lauderdale, who, from the Battle of Worcester to the Restoration, had been detained prisoner in the Tower, had considerable influence with the king, and he strenuously opposed this violent measure. He represented that it was the loyalty of the Scottish nation which had engaged them in an opposition to the English rebels. And to take advantage of the calamities into which, on that account, they had fallen, would be regarded as the highest injustice and ingratitude, that the spirit of that people was now fully subdued by the servitude under which the usurpers had so long held them, and would of itself yield to any reasonable compliance with their legal sovereign, if, by this means, they recovered their liberty and independence, that the attachment of the Scots towards their king, whom they regarded as their native prince, was naturally much stronger than that of the English, and would afford him a sure resource, in case of any rebellion among the latter, that republican principles had long been, and still were, very prevalent with his southern subjects, and might again menace the throne with new tumults and resistance, that the time would probably come, when the king, instead of desiring to see English garrisons in Scotland, would be better pleased to have Scottish garrisons in England. who, supported by English pay, would be fond to curb the seditious genius of that opulent nation, and that a people, such as the Scots, governed by a few nobility, would more easily be reduced to submission under monarchy, than one like the English, who breathed nothing but the spirit of democratical equality. 1661. These views induced the king to disband all the forces in Scotland, and to raze all the forts which had been erected. General Middleton, created Earl of that name, was sent commissioner to the Parliament, which was summoned. A very compliant spirit was there discovered in all orders of men. The commissioner had even sufficient influence to obtain an act, annulling at once all laws which had passed since the year 1633. On pretext of the violence which, during that time, had been employed against the king and his father, in order to procure their assent to these statutes. This was a very large, if not an unexampled concession. And, together with many dangerous limitations, overthrew some useful barriers which had been erected to the constitution. But the tide was now running strongly towards monarchy. And the Scottish nation plainly discovered, that their past resistance had proceeded more from the turbulence of their aristocracy, and the bigotry of their ecclesiastics, than from any fixed passion towards civil liberty. The Lords of Articles were restored, with some other branches of prerogative, and royal authority fortified with more plausible claims and pretences, was, in its full extent, re-established in that kingdom. The prelacy likewise, by the abrogating of every statute enacted in favour of presbytery, was thereby tacitly restored, and the king deliberated what use he should make of this concession. Lauderdale, who at bottom was a passionate zealot against episcopacy, endeavoured to persuade him, that the Scots, if gratified in this favourite point of ecclesiastical government, would, in every other demand, be entirely compliant with the king. Charles, though he had not so much attachment to prelacy as had influenced his father and grandfather, had suffered such indignities from the Scottish Presbyterians, that he ever after bore them a hearty aversion. He said to Lauderdale, that Presbyterianism, he thought, was not a religion for a gentleman, and he could not consent to its further continuance in Scotland. Middleton too and his other ministers persuaded him, that the nation in general was so disgusted with the violence and tyranny of the ecclesiastics, that any alteration of church government would be universally grateful. And Clarendon, as well as Ormond, dreading that the Presbyterian sect, if legally established in Scotland, would acquire authority in England and Ireland, seconded the application of these ministers. The resolution was therefore taken to restore prelacy, a measure afterwards attended with many and great inconveniencies, but whether in this resolution Charles chose not the lesser evil, it is very difficult to determine. Sharp, who had been commissioned by the Presbyterians in Scotland to manage their interests with the king, was persuaded to abandon that party, and, as a reward for his compliance, was created Archbishop of St. Andrews. The conduct of ecclesiastical affairs was chiefly entrusted to him, and as he was esteemed a traitor and a renegade by his old friends, he became on that account, as well as from the violence of his conduct, extremely obnoxious to them. Charles had not promised to Scotland any such indemnity as he had insured to England by the Declaration of Breda, and it was deemed more political for him to hold over men's heads, for some time, the terror of punishment, till they should have made the requisite compliances with the new government. Though neither the king's temper or plan of administration led him to severity, some examples, after such a bloody and triumphant rebellion, seemed necessary, and the Marquis of Argyll and one Guthrie were pitched on as the victims. 2 acts of indemnity, one passed by the late king in 1641, another by the present in 1651, formed, it was thought, invincible obstacles to the punishment of Argyll, and barred all inquiry into that part of his conduct which might justly be regarded as the most exceptionable. Nothing remained but to try him for his compliance with the usurpation, a crime common to him with the whole nation, and such a one as the most loyal and affectionate subject might frequently by violence be obliged to commit. To make this compliance appear the more voluntary and hearty, there were produced in court letters which he had written to Albemarle, while that general commanded in Scotland, and which contained expressions of the most cordial attachment to the established government. But besides the general indignation excited by Albemarle's discovery of this private correspondence, men thought, that even the highest demonstrations of affection might, during jealous times, be exacted as a necessary mark of compliance from a person of such distinction as Argyle, and could not, by any equitable construction, imply the crime of treason. The Parliament, however, scrupled not to pass sentence upon him, and he died with great constancy and courage. As he was universally known to have been the chief instrument of the past disorders and civil wars, the irregularity of his sentence, and several iniquitous circumstances in the method of conducting his trial, seemed on that account to admit of some apology. Lord Lorne, son of Argyle, having ever preserved his loyalty, obtained a gift of the forfeiture. Guthrie was a seditious preacher, and had personally affronted the king. His punishment gave surprise to nobody. Sir Archibald Johnstone of Warriston was attainted and fled, but was seized in France about 2 years after, brought over, and executed. He had been very active during all the late disorders, and was even suspected of a secret correspondence with the English regicides. Besides these instances of compliance in the Scottish Parliament, they voted an additional revenue to the king of £40,000 a year, to be levied by way of excise. A small force was purposed to be maintained by this revenue, in order to prevent like confusions with those to which the kingdom had been hitherto exposed. An act was also passed, declaring the covenant unlawful, and its obligation void and null. In England, the civil distinctions seemed to be abolished by the lenity and equality of Charles's administration. Cavalier and Roundhead were heard of no more. All men seemed to concur in submitting to the king's lawful prerogatives, and in cherishing his just privileges of the people and of Parliament. Theological controversy alone still subsisted, and kept alive some sparks of that flame which had thrown the nation into combustion. While Catholics, Independents, and other sectaries were content with entertaining some prospect of toleration, prelacy and presbytery struggled for the superiority, and the hopes and fears of both parties kept them in agitation. A conference was held in the Savoy between 12 bishops and 12 leaders among the Presbyterian ministers, with an intention, at least on pretence, of bringing about an accommodation between the parties. The surplice, the cross in baptism, the kneeling at the sacrament, the bowing at the name of Jesus, were anew canvassed. And the ignorant multitude were in hopes, that so many men of gravity and learning could not fail, after deliberate argumentation, to agree in all points of controversy. They were surprised to see them separate more inflamed than ever, and more confirmed in their several prejudices. To enter into particulars would be superfluous. Disputes concerning religious forms are, in themselves, the most frivolous of any, and merit attention only so far as they have influence on the peace and order of civil society. The king's declaration had promised, that some endeavours should be used to effect a comprehension of both parties, and Charles's own indifference with regard to all such questions seemed a favourable circumstance for the execution of that project. The partisans of a comprehension said, that the Presbyterians, as well as the Prelatists, having felt by experience the fatal effects of obstinacy and violence, were now well disposed towards an amicable agreement, that the bishops, by relinquishing some part of their authority, and dispensing with the most exceptionable ceremonies, would so gratify their adversaries as to obtain their cordial and affectionate compliance, and unite the whole nation in one faith and one worship, that by obstinately insisting on forms, in themselves insignificant, an air of importance was bestowed on them. And men were taught to continue equally obstinate in rejecting them, that the Presbyterian clergy would go every reasonable length, rather than, by parting with their livings, expose themselves to a state of beggary, at best of dependence, and that if their pride were flattered by some seeming alterations, and a pretence given them for affirming that they had not abandoned their former principles, nothing further was wanting to produce a thorough union between those two parties, which comprehended the bulk of the nation. It was alleged, on the other hand, that the difference between religious sects was founded, not on principle, but on passion. Until the irregular affections of men could be corrected, it was in vain to expect, by compliances, to obtain a perfect unanimity in comprehension, that the more insignificant the objects of dispute appeared, with the more certainty might it be inferred, that the real ground of dissension was different from that which was universally pretended, that the love of novelty, the pride of argumentation, the pleasure of making proselytes, And the obstinacy of contradiction would forever give rise to sects and disputes. Nor was it possible that such a source of dissension could ever, by any concessions, be entirely exhausted, that the Church, by departing from ancient practices and principles, would tacitly acknowledge herself guilty of error, and lose that reverence, so requisite for preserving the attachment of the multitude. And that if the present concessions, which was more than probable, should prove ineffectual, greater must still be made. And in the issue discipline would be despoiled of all its authority, and worship of all its decency, without obtaining that end which had been so fondly sought for by these dangerous indulgences. The ministry were inclined to give the preference to the latter arguments, and were the more confirmed in that intention by the disposition which appeared in the Parliament lately assembled. The Royalists and zealous churchmen were at present the popular party in the nation, and, seconded by the efforts of the court, had prevailed in most elections. Not more than 56 members of the Presbyterian party had obtained seats in the lower house, and these were not able either to oppose or retard the measures of the majority. Monarchy, therefore, and episcopacy, were now exalted to as great power and splendor as they had lately suffered misery and depression. Sir Edward Turner was chosen Speaker. An act was passed for the security of the King's person and government. To intend or devise the King's imprisonment, or bodily harm, or deposition, or levying war against him, was declared, during the lifetime of his present Majesty, to be high treason. To affirm him to be a papist or heretic, or to endeavor by speech or writing to alienate his subjects' affections from him, these offences were made sufficient to incapacitate the person guilty from holding any employment in church or state. To maintain that the Long Parliament is not dissolved, or that either or both houses, without the king, are possessed of legislative authority, or that the covenant is binding, was made punishable by the penalty of praemunire. The covenant itself, together with the act for erecting the High Court of Justice, that for subscribing the engagement, and that for declaring England a Commonwealth, were ordered to be burnt by the hands of the hangman. The people assisted with great alacrity on this occasion. The abuses of petitioning in the preceding reign had been attended with the worst consequences. And to prevent such irregular practices for the future, it was enacted that no more than 20 hands should be fixed to any petition, unless with the sanction of 3 justices, or the major part of the grand jury. And that no petition should be presented to the king or either house by above 10 persons. The penalty annexed to a transgression of this law was a fine of £100 and 3 months' imprisonment. The bishops, though restored to their spiritual authority, were still excluded from Parliament, by the law which the late king had passed immediately before the commencement of the civil disorders. Great violence, both against the king and the House of Peers, had been employed in passing this law, and on that account alone the partisans of the Church were provided with a plausible pretence for repealing it. Charles expressed much satisfaction when he gave his assent to the act for that purpose. It is certain that the authority of the Crown, as well as that of the Church, was interested in restoring the prelates to their former dignity. But those who deemed every acquisition of the prince a detriment to the people, were apt to complain of this instance of complaisance in the Parliament. After an adjournment of some months, the Parliament was again assembled, and proceeded in the same spirit as before. They discovered no design of restoring, in its full extent, the ancient prerogative of the Crown. They were only anxious to repair all those breaches which had been made, not by the love of liberty, but by the fury of faction in civil war. The power of the sword had in all ages been allowed to be vested in the Crown. And though no law conferred this prerogative, every Parliament, till the last of the preceding reign, had willingly submitted to an authority more ancient, and therefore more sacred, than that of any positive statute. It was now thought proper solemnly to relinquish the violent pretensions of that Parliament, and to acknowledge that neither one house nor both houses, independent of the king, were possessed of any military authority. The preamble to this statute went so far as to renounce all right even of defensive arms against the king, and much observation has been made with regard to a concession esteemed so singular. Were these terms taken in their full literal sense, they imply a total renunciation of limitations to monarchy, and of all privileges in the subject, independent of the will of the sovereign. For as no rights can subsist without some remedy, still less rights exposed to so much invasion from tyranny, or even from ambition. If subjects must never resist, it follows that every prince, without any effort, policy, or violence, is at once rendered absolute and uncontrollable. The sovereign needs only issue an edict abolishing every authority but his own. And all liberty from that moment is in effect annihilated. But this meaning it were absurd to impute to the present Parliament, who, though zealous royalists, showed in their measures that they had not cast off all regard to national privileges. They were probably sensible, that to suppose in the sovereign any such invasion of public liberty, is entirely unconstitutional. And that therefore expressly to reserve, upon that event, any right of resistance in the subject, must be liable to the same objection. They had seen that the Long Parliament, under colour of defence, had begun a violent attack upon kingly power. And after involving the kingdom in blood, had finally lost that liberty for which they had so imprudently contended. They thought, perhaps erroneously, that it was no longer possible, after such public and such exorbitant pretensions, to persevere in that prudent silence hitherto maintained by the laws. And that it was necessary, by some positive declaration, to bar the return of like inconveniencies. When they excluded, therefore, the right of defence, they supposed that the Constitution, remaining firm upon its basis, there never really could be an attack made by the sovereign. If such an attack was at any time made, the necessity was then extreme, and the case of extreme and violent necessity, no laws, they thought, could comprehend, because to such a necessity no laws could beforehand point out a proper remedy. The other measures of this Parliament still discovered a more anxious care to guard against rebellion in the subject than encroachments in the crown. The recent evils of civil war and usurpation had naturally increased the spirit of submission to the monarch, and had thrown the nation into that dangerous extreme. During the violent and jealous government of the Parliament and of the Protectors, all magistrates liable to suspicion had been expelled the corporations. And none had been admitted who gave not proofs of affection to the ruling powers, or who refused to subscribe the covenant. To leave all authority in such hands seemed dangerous. And the Parliament therefore empowered the king to appoint commissioners for regulating the corporations, and expelling such magistrates as either intruded themselves by violence, or professed principles dangerous to the constitution. Civil and ecclesiastical. It was also enacted, that all magistrates should disclaim the obligation of the covenant, and should declare both their belief that it was not lawful, upon any pretence whatsoever, to resist the king, and their abhorrence of the traitorous position of taking arms by the king's authority against his person, or against those who were commissioned by him. 1662. The care of the Church was no less attended to by this Parliament than that of monarchy. And the Bill of Uniformity was a pledge of their sincere attachment to the episcopal hierarchy, and of their antipathy to Presbyterianism. Different parties, however, concurred in promoting this bill, which contained many severe clauses. The Independents and other sectaries, enraged to find all their schemes subverted by the Presbyterians, who had once been their associates, exerted themselves to disappoint that party of the favour and indulgence to which, from their recent merits in promoting the Restoration, they thought themselves justly entitled. By the Presbyterians, said they, the war was raised, by them was the populace first incited to tumults, by their zeal, interest, and riches, were the army supported, by their force was the king subdued. And if, in the sequel, they protested against those extreme violences committed on his person by the military leaders, their opposition came too late. After having supplied these usurpers with the power and the pretences by which they maintained their sanguinary measures, they had indeed concurred with the royalists in recalling the king, but ought they to be esteemed, on that account, more affectionate to the royal cause? Rage and animosity, from disappointed ambition, were plainly their sole motives. And if the king should now be so imprudent as to distinguish them by any particular indulgences, he would soon experience from them the same hatred and opposition which had proved so fatal to his father. The Catholics, though they had little interest in the nation, were a considerable party at court, and from their services and sufferings during the civil wars, it seemed but just to bear them some favour and regard. These religionists dreaded an entire union among the Protestants. Were they the sole nonconformists in the nation, the severe execution of penal laws upon their sect seemed an infallible consequence. And they used, therefore, all their interest to push matters to extremity against the Presbyterians, who had formerly been their most severe oppressors, and whom they now expected for their companions in affliction. The Earl of Bristol, who, from conviction, or interest, or levity, or complaisance for the company with whom he lived, had changed his religion during the king's exile, was regarded as the head of this party. The church party had, during so many years, suffered such injuries and indignities from the sectaries of every denomination, that no moderation, much less deference, was on this occasion to be expected in the ecclesiastics. Even the laity of that communion seemed now disposed to retaliate upon their enemies, according to the usual measures of party justice. This sect or faction, for it partook of both, encouraged the rumors of plots and conspiracies against the government, crimes which, without any apparent reason, they imputed to their adversaries. And instead of enlarging the terms of communion, in order to comprehend the Presbyterians, they gladly laid hold of the prejudices which prevailed among that sect, in order to eject them from their livings. By the Bill of Uniformity, it was required, that every clergyman should be reordained, if he had not before received episcopal ordination, should declare his assent to every thing contained in the Book of Common Prayer, should take the oath of canonical obedience, should abjure the solemn league and covenant, and should renounce the principle of taking arms on any pretence whatsoever against the king. This bill reinstated the Church in the same condition in which it stood before the commencement of the civil wars. And as the old persecuting laws of Elizabeth still subsisted in their full rigor, and new clauses of a like nature were now enacted, all the king's promises of toleration and of indulgence to tender consciences were thereby eluded and broken. It is true, Charles, in his declaration from Breda, had expressed his intention of regulating that indulgence by the advice and authority of Parliament. But this limitation could never reasonably be extended to a total infringement and violation of his engagements. However, it is agreed that the king did not voluntarily concur with this violent measure, and that the zeal of Clarendon and of the church party among the commons, seconded by the intrigues of the Catholics, was the chief cause which extorted his consent. The royalists, who now predominated, were very ready to signalize their victory, by establishing those high principles of monarchy which their antagonists had controverted, but when any real power or revenue was demanded for the crown, they were neither so forward nor so liberal in their concessions as the king would gladly have wished. Though the Parliament passed laws for regulating the navy, they took no notice of the army, and declined giving their sanction to this dangerous innovation. The king's debts were become intolerable, and the Commons were at last constrained to vote him an extraordinary supply of £1,200,000, to be levied by 18 monthly assessments. But besides that this supply was much inferior to the occasion, the king was obliged earnestly to solicit the Commons, before he could obtain it. And, in order to convince the House of its absolute necessity, he desired them to examine strictly into all his receipts and disbursements. Finding, likewise, upon inquiry, that the several branches of revenue fell much short of the sums expected, they at last, after much delay, voted a new imposition of 2 shillings on each hearth, and this tax they settled on the king during life. The whole established revenue, however, did not for many years exceed £1,000,000, a sum confessedly too narrow for the public expenses. A very rigid frugality at least, which the king seems to have wanted, would have been requisite to make it suffice for the dignity and security of government. After all business was dispatched, the Parliament was prorogued. Before the Parliament rose, the court was employed in making preparations for the reception of the new Queen, Catherine of Portugal, to whom the king was betrothed, and who had just landed at Portsmouth. During the time that the Protector carried on the war with Spain, he was naturally led to support the Portuguese in their revolt, and he engaged himself by treaty to supply them with 10,000 men for their defense against the Spaniards. On the king's restoration, advances were made by Portugal for the renewal of the alliance. And in order to bind the friendship closer, an offer was made of the Portuguese princess, and a portion of £500,000, together with 2 fortresses, Tangiers in Africa, and Bombay in the East Indies. Spain, who, after the Peace of the Pyrenees, bent all her force to recover Portugal, now in appearance abandoned by France, took the alarm, and endeavored to fix Charles in an opposite interest. The Catholic king offered to adopt any other princess as a daughter of Spain, either the Princess of Parma, or, what he thought more popular, some Protestant princess, the daughter of Denmark, Saxony, or Orange. And on any of these he promised to confer a dowry equal to that which was offered by Portugal. But many reasons inclined Charles rather to accept of the Portuguese proposals. The great disorders in the government and finances of Spain made the execution of her promises be much doubted, and the king's urgent necessities demanded some immediate supply of money. The interest of the English commerce likewise seemed to require that the independency of Portugal should be supported, lest the union of that crown with Spain should put the whole treasures of America into the hands of one potentate. The claims, too, of Spain upon Dunkirk and Jamaica, rendered it impossible, without further concessions, to obtain the cordial friendship of that power. And on the other hand, the offer, made by Portugal, of 2 such considerable fortresses, promised a great accession to the naval force of England. Above all, the proposal of a Protestant princess was no allurement to Charles, whose inclinations led him strongly to give the preference to a Catholic alliance. According to the most probable accounts, the resolution of marrying Aichi, daughter of Portugal, was taken by the king, unknown to all his ministers, and no remonstrances could prevail with him to alter his intentions. When the matter was laid before the council, all voices concurred in approving the resolution, and the parliament expressed the same complaisance. And thus was concluded, seemingly with universal consent, the inauspicious marriage with Catherine, a princess of virtue, but who was never able, either by the graces of her person or humour, to make herself agreeable to the king. The report, however, of her natural incapacity to have children, seems to have been groundless, since she was twice declared to be pregnant. The festivity of these espousals was clouded by the trial and execution of criminals. Berkstead, Cobbett, and Oki, 3 regicides, had escaped beyond sea, and after wandering some time concealed in Germany, came privately to Delft, having appointed their families to meet them in that place. They were discovered by Downing, the king's resident in Holland, who had formerly served the Protector and Commonwealth in the same station, and who once had even been chaplain to Oki's regiment. He applied for a warrant to arrest them. It had been usual for the states to grant these warrants, though at the same time, they had ever been careful secretly to advertise the persons, that they might be enabled to make their escape. This precaution was eluded by the vigilance and dispatch of Downing. He quickly seized the criminals, hurried them on board a frigate which lay off the coast, and sent them to England. These 3 men behaved with more moderation and submission than any of the other regicides who had suffered. Oki in particular, at the place of execution, prayed for the king, and expressed his intention, had he lived, of submitting peaceably to the established government. He had risen, during the wars, from being a chandler in London, to a high rank in the army, and in all his conduct appeared to be a man of humanity and honor. In consideration of his good character and of his dutiful behavior, his body was given to his friends to be buried. The attention of the public was much engaged by the trial of 2 distinguished criminals, Lambert and Vane. These men, though none of the late king's judges, had been accepted from the general indemnity, and committed to prison. The Convention Parliament, however, was so favourable to them, as to petition the king, if they should be found guilty, to suspend their execution, but this new Parliament, more zealous for monarchy, applied for their trial and condemnation. Not to revive disputes which were better buried in oblivion, the indictment of Vane did not comprehend any of his actions during the war between the king and Parliament, it extended only to his behavior after the late king's death. As member of the Council of State, and Secretary of the Navy, where fidelity to the trust reposed in him required his opposition to monarchy. Vane wanted neither courage nor capacity to avail himself of this advantage. He urged that, if a compliance with the government at that time established in England, and the acknowledging of its authority, were to be regarded as criminal, the whole nation had incurred equal guilt. And none would remain whose innocence could entitle them to try or condemn him for his pretended treasons, that, according to these maxims, wherever an illegal authority was established by force, a total and universal destruction must ensue. While the usurpers proscribed one part of the nation for disobedience, the lawful prince punished the other for compliance, that the legislature of England, foreseeing this violent situation, had provided for public security by the famous statute of Henry VII. In which it was enacted that no man, in case of any revolution, should ever be questioned for his obedience to the king in being, that whether the established government were a monarchy or a commonwealth, the reason of the thing was still the same. Nor ought the expelled prince to think himself entitled to allegiance, so long as he could not afford protection, that it belonged not to private persons, possessed of no power, to discuss the title of their governors. And every usurpation, even the most flagrant, would equally require obedience with the most legal establishment, that the controversy between the late king and his parliament was of the most delicate nature. And men of the greatest probity had been divided in their choice of the party which they should embrace, that the parliament, being rendered indissoluble but by its own consent, was become a kind of coordinate power with the king. And as the case was thus entirely new and unknown to the constitution, it ought not to be tried rigidly by the letter of the ancient laws, that for his part, all the violences which had been put upon the parliament, and upon the person of the sovereign, he had ever condemned. Nor had he once in the house for some time before and after the execution of the king, that, finding the whole government thrown into disorder, he was still resolved, in every revolution, to adhere to the commons, the root, the foundation of all lawful authority, that in prosecution of this principle, he had cheerfully undergone all the violence of Cromwell's tyranny, and would now with equal alacrity, expose himself to the rigors of perverted law and justice, that though it was in his power, on the king's restoration, to have escaped from his enemies, he was determined, in imitation of the most illustrious names of antiquity, to perish in defense of liberty, and to give testimony with his blood for that honorable cause in which he had been enlisted. And that, besides the ties by which God and nature had bound him to his native country, he was voluntarily engaged by the most sacred covenant, whose obligation no earthly power should ever be able to make him relinquish. All the defense which vain could make was fruitless. The court, considering more the general opinion of his active guilt in the beginning and prosecution of the civil wars, than the articles of treason charged against him, took advantage of the letter of the law, and brought him in guilty. His courage deserted him not upon his condemnation. Though timid by nature, the persuasion of a just cause supported him against the terrors of death, while his enthusiasm, excited by the prospect of glory, embellished the conclusion of a life, which through the whole course of it had been so much disfigured by the prevalence of that principle. Lest pity for a courageous sufferer should make impression on the populace, drummers were placed under the scaffold, whose noise, as he began to launch out in reflections on the government, drowned his voice, and admonished him to temper the ardor of his zeal. He was not astonished at this unexpected incident. In all his behavior there appeared a firm and animated intrepidity, and he considered death but as a passage to that eternal felicity which he believed to be prepared for him. This man, so celebrated for his parliamentary talents, and for his capacity in business, has left some writings behind him. They treat, all of them, of religious subjects, and are absolutely unintelligible. No traces of eloquence, or even of common sense, appear in them. A strange paradox. Did we not know, that men of the greatest genius, where they relinquish by principle the use of their reason, are only enabled, by their vigor of mind, to work themselves the deeper into error and absurdity? It was remarkable, that as Vane, by being the chief instrument of Strafford's death, had first opened the way for that destruction which overwhelmed the nation, so by his death he closed the scene of blood. He was the last that suffered on account of the civil wars. Lambert, though condemned, was reprieved at the bar. And the judges declared, that if Vane's behavior had been equally dutiful and submissive, he would have experienced like lenity in the king. Lambert survived his condemnation near 30 years. He was confined to the Isle of Guernsey, where he lived contented, forgetting all his past schemes of greatness, and entirely forgotten by the nation. He died a Roman Catholic. However odious Vane and Lambert were to the Presbyterians, that party had no leisure to rejoice at their condemnation. The fatal Street Bartholomew approached. The day when the clergy were obliged, by the late law, either to relinquish their livings, or to sign the articles required of them. A combination had been entered into by the more zealous of the Presbyterian ecclesiastics to refuse the subscription, in hopes that the bishops would not venture at once to expel so great a number of the most popular preachers. The Catholic party at court, who desired a great rent among the Protestants, encouraged them in this obstinacy, and gave them hopes that the king would protect them in their refusal. The king himself, by his irresolute conduct, contributed, either from design or accident, to increase this opinion. Above all, the terms of subscription had been made strict and rigid, on purpose to disgust all the zealous and scrupulous among the Presbyterians, and deprive them of their livings. About 2,000 of the clergy, in one day, relinquished their cures, and, to the astonishment of the court, sacrificed their interest to their religious tenets. Fortified by society in their sufferings, they were resolved to undergo any hardships, rather than openly renounce those principles, which, on other occasions, they were so apt, from interest, to warp or elude. The Church enjoyed the pleasure of retaliation, and even pushed, as usual, the vengeance farther than the offense. During the dominion of the parliamentary party, a fifth of each living had been left to the ejected clergyman. But this indulgence, though at first insisted on by the House of Peers, was now refused to the Presbyterians. However difficult to conciliate peace among theologians, it was hoped by many, that some relaxation in the terms of communion might have kept the Presbyterians united to the Church, and have cured those ecclesiastical factions which had been so fatal, and were still so dangerous. Bishoprics were offered to Calamy, Baxter, and Reynolds, leaders among the Presbyterians, the last only could be prevailed on to accept. Deaneries and other preferments were refused by many. The next measure of the king has not had the good fortune to be justified by any party, but is often considered, on what grounds I shall not determine, as one of the greatest mistakes, if not blemishes, of his reign. It is the sale of Dunkirk to the French. The parsimonious maxims of the Parliament, and the liberal, or rather careless disposition of Charles, were ill-suited to each other. And notwithstanding the supplies voted him, his treasury was still very empty and very much indebted. He had secretly received the sum of 200,000 crowns from France for the support of Portugal, but the forces sent over to that country, and the fleets maintained in order to defend it, had already cost the king that sum, and, together with it, near double the money which had been paid as the Queen's portion. The time fixed for payment of his sister's portion to the Duke of Orleans was approaching. Tangiers, a fortress from which great benefit was expected, was become an additional burden to the crown. And Rutherford, who now commanded in Dunkirk, had increased the charge of that garrison to £120,000 a year. These considerations had such influence, not only on the king, but even on Clarendon, that this uncorrupt minister was the most forward to advise accepting a sum of money in lieu of a place which, he thought, the king, from the narrow state of his revenue, was no longer able to retain. By the treaty with Portugal, it was stipulated that Dunkirk should never be yielded to the Spaniards. France was therefore the only purchaser that remained. D'Estrades was invited over by a letter from the Chancellor himself, in order to conclude the bargain. £900,000 were demanded, 100,000 were offered. The English by degrees lowered their demand. The French raised their offer, and the bargain was concluded at £400,000. The artillery and stores were valued at a fifth of the sum. The importance of this sale was not, at this time, sufficiently known, either abroad or at home. The French monarch himself, so fond of acquisitions, and so good a judge of his own interests, thought that he had made a hard bargain. And this sum, in appearance so small, was the utmost which he would allow his ambassador to offer. A new incident discovered such a glimpse of the king's character and principles as, at first, the nation was somewhat at a loss how to interpret, but such as subsequent events, by degrees, rendered sufficiently plain and manifest. He issued a declaration on pretence of mitigating the rigors contained in the Act of Uniformity. After expressing his firm resolution to observe the general indemnity, and to trust entirely to the affections of his subjects, not to any military power, for the support of his throne, he mentioned the promises of liberty of conscience contained in his Declaration of Breda. And he subjoined, that, as in the first place he had been zealous to settle the uniformity of the Church of England, in discipline, ceremony, and government, and shall ever constantly maintain it, so. As for what concerns the penalties upon those who, living peaceably, do not conform themselves thereunto, through scruple and tenderness of misguided conscience, but modestly and without scandal perform their devotions in their own way, he should make it his special care, so far as in him lay, without invading the freedom of Parliament, to incline their wisdom, next approaching sessions, to concur with him in making some such act for that purpose, as may enable him to exercise, with a more universal satisfaction, that power of dispensing, which he conceived to be inherent in him. Here a most important prerogative was exercised by the king, but under such artful reserves and limitations as might prevent the full discussion of the claim, and obviate a breach between him and his Parliament. The foundation of this measure lay much deeper, and was of the utmost consequence. The king, during his exile, had imbibed strong prejudices of favor of the Catholic religion, and, according to the most probable accounts, had already been secretly reconciled in form to the Church of Rome. The great zeal expressed by the parliamentary party against all papists, had always, from a spirit of opposition, inclined the court and all the royalists to adopt more favorable sentiments towards that sect, which, through the whole course of the civil wars, had strenuously supported the rights of the sovereign. The rigor, too, which the king, during his abode in Scotland, had experienced from the Presbyterians, disposed him to run into the other extreme, and to bear a kindness to the party most opposite in its genius to the severity of those religionists. The solicitations and importunities of the Queen Mother, the contagion of the company which he frequented, the view of a more splendid and courtly mode of worship, the hopes of indulgence in pleasure. All these causes operated powerfully on a young prince, whose careless and dissolute temper made him incapable of adhering closely to the principles of his early education. But if the thoughtless humor of Charles rendered him an easy convert to popery, the same disposition ever prevented the theological tenets of that sect from taking any fast hold of him. During his vigorous state of health, while his blood was warm and his spirits high, contempt and disregard to all religion held possession of his mind, and he might more properly be denominated a deist than a Catholic. But in those revolutions of temper, when the love of raillery gave place to reflection, and his penetrating, but negligent understanding was clouded with fears and apprehensions, he had starts of mere sincere conviction. And the sect which always possessed his inclination, was then master of his judgment and opinion. But though the king thus fluctuated, during his whole reign, between irreligion, which he more openly professed, and popery, to which he retained a secret propensity, his brother the Duke of York had zealously adopted all the principles of that theological party. His eager temper and narrow understanding made him a thorough convert, without any reserve from interest, or doubts from reasoning and inquiry. By his application to business, he had acquired a great ascendant over the king, who, though possessed of more discernment, was glad to throw the burden of affairs on the duke, of whom he entertained little jealousy. On pretence of easing the Protestant dissenters, they agreed upon a plan for introducing a general toleration, and giving the Catholics the free exercise of their religion, at least the exercise of it in private houses. The two brothers saw with pleasure so numerous and popular a body of the clergy refuse conformity, and it was hoped that, under shelter of their name, the small and hated sect of the Catholics might meet with favor and protection. 1663. But while the king pleaded his early promises of toleration, and insisted on many other plausible topics, the Parliament, who sat a little after the declaration was issued, could by no means be satisfied with this measure. The declared intention of easing the dissenters, and the secret purpose of favoring the Catholics, were equally disagreeable to them, and in these prepossessions they were encouraged by the king's ministers themselves, particularly the Chancellor. The House of Commons represented to the king, that his declaration of Breda contained no promise to the Presbyterians and other dissenters, but only an expression of his intentions. Upon supposition of the concurrence of Parliament, that even if the nonconformists had been entitled to plead a promise, they had entrusted this claim, as all their other rights and privileges, to the House of Commons, who were their representatives, and who now freed the king from that obligation, that it was not to be supposed, that his Majesty and the Houses were so bound by that declaration, as to be incapacitated from making any laws which might be contrary to it, that even at the king's restoration, there were laws of uniformity in force, which could not be dispensed with but by act of Parliament, and that the indulgence intended would prove most pernicious both to church and state, would open the door to schism, encourage faction, disturb the public peace, and discredit the wisdom of the legislature. The king did not think proper, after this remonstrance, to insist any further at present on the project of indulgence. In order to deprive the Catholics of all hopes, the two houses concurred in a remonstrance against them. The king gave a gracious answer, though he scrupled not to profess his gratitude towards many of that persuasion, on account of their faithful services in his father's cause and in his own. A proclamation, for form's sake, was soon after issued against Jesuits and Romish priests, but care was taken, by the very terms of it, to render it ineffectual. The Parliament had allowed, that all foreign priests, belonging to the two queens, should be accepted, and that a permission for them to remain in England should still be granted. In the proclamation, the word foreign was purposely omitted. And the queens were thereby authorized to give protection to as many English priests as they should think proper. That the king might reap some advantage from his compliances, however fallacious, he engaged the Commons anew into an examination of his revenue, which, chiefly by the negligence in levying it, had proved, he said, much inferior to the public charges. Notwithstanding the price of Dunkirk, his debts, he complained, amounted to a considerable sum. And to satisfy the Commons that the money formerly granted him had not been prodigally expended, he offered to lay before them the whole account of his disbursements. It is, however, agreed on all hands, that the king, though during his banishment he had managed his small and precarious income with great order and economy, had now much abated of these virtues, and was unable to make his royal revenues suffice for his expenses. The Commons, without entering into too nice a disquisition, voted him 4 subsidies, and this was the last time that taxes were levied in that manner. Several laws were made this session with regard to trade. The militia also came under consideration, and some rules were established for ordering and arming it. It was enacted, that the king should have no power of keeping the militia under arms above 14 days in the year. The situation of this island, together with its great naval power, has always occasioned other means of security, however requisite, to be much neglected among us, and the Parliament showed here a very superfluous jealousy of the king's strictness in disciplining the militia. The principles of liberty rather require a contrary jealousy. The Earl of Bristol's friendship with Clarendon, which had subsisted, with great intimacy, during their exile and the distresses of the royal party, had been considerably impaired, since the Restoration, by the Chancellor's refusing his assent to some grants which Bristol had applied for to a court lady, and a little after, the latter nobleman, agreeably to the impetuosity and indiscretion of his temper, broke out against the minister in the most outrageous manner. He even entered a charge of treason against him before the House of Peers, but had concerted his measures so imprudently, that the judges, when consulted, declared, that neither for its matter nor its form could the charge be legally received. The articles indeed resemble more the incoherent altercations of a passionate enemy, than a serious accusation, fit to be discussed by a court of judicature. And Bristol himself was so ashamed of his conduct and defeat, that he absconded during some time. Notwithstanding his fine talents, his eloquence, his spirit, and his courage, he could never regain the character which he lost by this hasty and precipitate measure. But though Clarendon was able to elude this rash assault, his credit at court was sensibly declining. And in proportion as the king found himself established on the throne, he began to alienate himself from a minister whose character was so little suited to his own. Charles's favor for the Catholics was always opposed by Clarendon, public liberty was secured against all attempts of the overzealous royalists, prodigal grants of the king were checked or refused. And the dignity of his own character was so much consulted by the Chancellor, that he made it an inviolable rule, as did also his friend Southampton, never to enter into any connection with the royal mistresses. The king's favourite was Mrs. Palmer, afterwards created Duchess of Cleveland, a woman prodigal, rapacious, dissolute, violent, revengeful. She failed not in her turn to undermine Clarendon's credit with his master. And her success was at this time made apparent to the whole world. Secretary Nicholas, the Chancellor's great friend, was removed from his place, and Sir Harry Bennet, his avowed enemy, was advanced to that office. Bennet was soon after created Lord Arlington. Though the king's conduct had hitherto, since his restoration, been in the main laudable, men of penetration began to observe, that those virtues by which he had at first so much dazzled and enchanted the nation, had great show, but not equal solidity. His good understanding lost much of its influence by his want of application. His bounty was more the result of a facility of disposition than any generosity of character. His social humour led him frequently to neglect his dignity. His love of pleasure was not attended with proper sentiment and decency. And while he seemed to bear a good will to every one that approached him, he had a heart not very capable of friendship, and he had secretly entertained a very bad opinion and distrust of mankind. But above all, what sullied his character in the eyes of good judges, was his negligent ingratitude towards the unfortunate cavaliers, whose zeal and sufferings in the royal cause had known no bounds. This conduct, however, in the king may, from the circumstances of his situation and temper, admit of some excuse, at least, of some alleviation. As he had been restored more by the efforts of his reconciled enemies than of his ancient friends, the former pretended a title to share his favour. And being from practice acquainted with public business, they were better qualified to execute any trust committed to them. The king's revenues were far from being large or even equal to his necessary expenses. And his mistresses, and the companions of his mirth and pleasures, gained by solicitation every request from his easy temper. The very poverty to which the more zealous royalists had reduced themselves, by rendering them insignificant, made them unfit to support the king's measures, and caused him to deem them a useless encumbrance. And as many false and ridiculous claims of merit were offered, his natural indolence, averse to a strict discussion or inquiry, led him to treat them all with equal indifference. The Parliament took some notice of the poor cavaliers. £60,000 were at one time distributed among them. Mrs. Lane also and the Penderells had handsome presents and pensions from the king. But the greater part of the royalists still remained in poverty and distress, aggravated by the cruel disappointment in their sanguine hopes, and by seeing favour and preferment bestowed upon their most inveterate foes. With regard to the act of indemnity and oblivion, they universally said, that it was an act of indemnity to the king's enemies and of oblivion to his friends. Chapter 65. Charles II. 1664. The next session of Parliament discovered a continuance of the same principles which had prevailed in all the foregoing. Monarchy and the Church were still the objects of regard and affection. During no period of the present reign did this spirit more evidently pass the bounds of reason and moderation. The king, in his speech to the Parliament, had ventured openly to demand a repeal of the Triennial Act. And he even went so far as to declare that, notwithstanding the law, he never would allow any Parliament to be assembled by the methods prescribed in that statute. The Parliament, without taking offence at this declaration, repealed the law. And in lieu of all the securities formerly provided, satisfied themselves with a general clause, that Parliament should not be interrupted above 3 years at the most. As the English Parliament had now raised itself to be a regular check and control upon royal power, it is evident that they ought still to have preserved a regular security for their meeting, and not have trusted entirely to the goodwill of the king, who, if ambitious or enterprising, had so little reason to be pleased with these assemblies. Before the end of Charles's reign, the nation had occasion to feel very sensibly the effects of this repeal. By the Act of Uniformity, every clergyman who should officiate without being properly qualified, was punishable by fine and imprisonment, but this security was not thought sufficient for the Church. It was now enacted, that, wherever 5 persons above those of the same household should assemble in a religious congregation, every one of them was liable, for the first offence, to be imprisoned 3 months, or pay £5. For the second, to be imprisoned 6 months, or pay £10, and for the third, to be transported 7 years, or pay £100. The Parliament had only in their eye the malignity of the sectaries. They should have carried their attention further, to the chief cause of that malignity, the restraint under which they laboured. The Commons likewise passed a vote, that the wrongs, dishonours, and indignities offered to the English by the subjects of the United Provinces were the greatest obstructions to all foreign trade, and they promised to assist the king with their lives and fortunes in asserting the rights of his crown against all opposition whatsoever. This was the first open step towards a Dutch war. We must explain the causes and motives of this measure. That close union and confederacy which, during a course of near 70 years, has subsisted, almost without interruption or jealousy, between England and Holland, is not so much founded on the natural, unalterable interests of these states, as on their terror of the growing power of the French monarch, who, without their combination, it is apprehended, would soon extend his dominion over Europe. In the first years of Charles's reign, when the ambitious genius of Louis had not as yet displayed itself, and when the great force of his people was in some measure unknown even to themselves, the rivalship of commerce, not checked by any other jealousy or apprehension, had in England begotten a violent enmity against the neighbouring republic. Trade was beginning among the English to be a matter of general concern, but notwithstanding all their efforts and advantages, their commerce seemed hitherto to stand upon a footing which was somewhat precarious. The Dutch, who by industry and frugality were enabled to undersell them in every market, retained possession of the most lucrative branches of commerce. And the English merchants had the mortification to find, that all attempts to extend their trade were still turned, by the vigilance of their rivals, to their loss and dishonour. Their indignation increased, when they considered the superior naval power of England, the bravery of her officers and seamen, her favourable situation, which enabled her to intercept the whole Dutch commerce. By the prospect of these advantages, they were strongly prompted, from motives less just and political, to make war upon the states, and at once to ravish from them by force what they could not obtain, or could obtain but slowly, by superior skill and industry. The careless, unambitious temper of Charles rendered him little capable of forming so vast a project as that of engrossing the commerce and naval power of Europe. Yet could he not remain altogether insensible to such obvious and such tempting prospects. His genius, happily turned towards mechanics, had inclined him to study naval affairs, which, of all branches of business, he both loved the most and understood the best. Though the Dutch, during his exile, had expressed towards him more civility and friendship than he had received from any other foreign power, the Loevestein or aristocratic faction, which at this time ruled the Commonwealth, had fallen into close union with France. And could that party be subdued, he might hope that his nephew, the young Prince of Orange, would be reinstated in the authority possessed by his ancestors, and would bring the states to a dependence under England. His narrow revenues made it still requisite for him to study the humours of his people, which now ran violently towards war. And it has been suspected, though the suspicion was not justified by the event, that the hopes of diverting some of the supplies to his private use were not overlooked by this necessitous monarch. The Duke of York, more active and enterprising, pushed more eagerly the war with Holland. He desired an opportunity of distinguishing himself, he loved to cultivate commerce, he was at the head of a new African company, whose trade was extremely checked by the settlements of the Dutch, and perhaps the religious prejudices by which that prince was always so much governed, began, even so early, to instill into him an antipathy against a Protestant Commonwealth, the bulwark of the Reformation. Clarendon and Southampton, observing that the nation was not supported by any foreign alliance, were averse to hostilities, but their credit was now on the decline. By these concurring motives, the court and parliament were both of them inclined to a Dutch war. The parliament was prorogued without voting supplies, but as they had been induced, without any open application from the crown, to pass that vote above mentioned against the Dutch encroachments. It was reasonably considered as sufficient sanction for the rigorous measures which were resolved on. Downing, the English minister at The Hague, a man of an insolent, impetuous temper, presented a memorial to the States, containing a list of those depredations of which the English complained. It is remarkable, that all the pretended depreciations preceded the year 1662, when a treaty of league and alliance had been renewed with the Dutch. And these complaints were then thought either so ill-grounded or so frivolous, that they had not been mentioned in the treaty. 2 ships alone, the Bonaventure and the Good Hope, had been claimed by the English. And it was agreed that the claim should be prosecuted by the ordinary course of justice. The States had consigned a sum of money, in case the cause should be decided against them, but the matter was still in dependence. Carey, who was entrusted by the proprietors with the management of the lawsuit for the Bonaventure, had resolved to accept of £30,000, which were offered him. But was hindered by Downing, who told him that the claim was a matter of state between the two nations, not a concern of private persons. These circumstances give us no favourable idea of the justice of the English pretensions. Charles confined not himself to memorials and remonstrances. Sir Robert Holmes was secretly dispatched with a squadron of 22 ships to the coast of Africa. He not only expelled the Dutch from Cape Corse, to which the English had some pretensions, he likewise seized the Dutch settlements of Cape Verde and the Isle of Goree, together with several ships trading on that coast. And having sailed to America, he possessed himself of Nova Belgia, since called New York, a territory which James I had given by patent to the Earl of Stirling, but which had never been planted but by the Hollanders. When the States complained of these hostile measures, the king, unwilling to avow what he could not well justify, pretended to be totally ignorant of Holmes's enterprise. He likewise confined that admiral to the Tower. But some time after released him. The Dutch, finding that their applications for redress were likely to be eluded, and that a ground of quarrel was industriously sought for by the English, began to arm with diligence. They even exerted, with some precipitation, an act of vigour which hastened on the rupture. Sir John Lawson and De Ruyter had been sent with combined squadrons into the Mediterranean, in order to chastise the piratical states on the coast of Barbary. And the time of their separation and return was now approaching. The States secretly dispatched orders to De Ruyter, that he should take in provisions at Cadiz. And sailing towards the coast of Guinea, should retaliate on the English, and put the Dutch in possession of those settlements whence Holmes had expelled them. De Ruyter, having a considerable force on board, met with no opposition in Guinea. All the new acquisitions of the English, except Cape Corse, were recovered from them. They were even dispossessed of some old settlements. Such of their ships as fell into his hands were seized by De Ruyter. That admiral sailed next to America. He attacked Barbados, but was repulsed. He afterwards committed hostilities on Long Island. Meanwhile the English preparations for war were advancing with vigour and industry. The king had received no supplies from Parliament. But by his own funds and credit he was enabled to equip a fleet. The city of London lent him £100,000, the spirit of the nation seconded his armaments, he himself went from port to port, inspecting with great diligence, and encouraging the work. And in a little time the English navy was put in a formidable condition. £800,000 are said to have been expended on this armament. When Lawson arrived, and communicated his suspicion of De Ruyter's enterprise, orders were issued for seizing all Dutch ships, and 135 fell into the hands of the English. These were not declared prizes till afterwards, when war was proclaimed. The Parliament, when it met, granted a supply, the largest by far that had ever been given to a king of England, yet scarcely sufficient for the present undertaking. Near 2,5 millions were voted, to be levied by quarterly payments in 3 years. The avidity of the merchants, together with the great prospect of success, had animated the whole nation against the Dutch. A great alteration was made this session in the method of taxing the clergy. In almost all the other monarchies of Europe, the assemblies, whose consent was formerly requisite to the enacting of laws, were composed of 3 estates, the clergy, the nobility, and the commonalty, which formed so many members of the political body, of which the king was considered as the head. In England too, the Parliament was always represented as consisting of 3 estates, but their separation was never so distinct as in other kingdoms. A convocation, however, had usually sitten at the same time with the Parliament. Though they possessed not a negative voice in the passing of laws, and assumed no other temporal power than that of imposing taxes on the clergy. By reason of ecclesiastical preferments, which he could bestow, the king's influence over the church was more considerable than over the laity. So that the subsidies granted by the convocation were commonly greater than those which were voted by Parliament. The church, therefore, was not displeased to depart tacitly from the right of taxing herself, and allow the commons to lay impositions on ecclesiastical revenues, as on the rest of the kingdom. In recompense, 2 subsidies, which the convocation had formerly granted, were remitted, and the parochial clergy were allowed to vote at elections. Thus the Church of England made a barter of power for profit. Their convocations, having become insignificant to the crown, have been much disused of late years. The Dutch saw, with the utmost regret, a war approaching, whence they might dread the most fatal consequences, but which afforded no prospect of advantage. They tried every art of negotiation, before they would come to extremities. Their measures were at that time directed by John de Witt, a minister equally eminent for greatness of mind, for capacity, and for integrity. Though moderate in his private deportment, he knew how to adopt in his public councils that magnanimity which suits the minister of a great state. It was ever his maxim, that no independent government should yield to another any evident point of reason or equity, and that all such concessions, so far from preventing war, served to no other purpose than to provoke fresh claims and insults. By his management a spirit of union was preserved in all the provinces, great sums were levied, and a navy was equipped, composed of larger ships than the Dutch had ever built before, and able to cope with the fleet of England. 1665. As soon as certain intelligence arrived of de Ruyter's enterprises, Charles declared war against the States. His fleet, consisting of 114 sail, besides fireships and ketches, was commanded by the Duke of York, and under him by Prince Rupert and the Earl of Sandwich. It had about 22,000 men on board. Obdam, who was admiral of the Dutch navy, of nearly equal force, declined not the combat. In the heat of action, when engaged in close fight with the Duke of York, Obdam's ship blew up. This accident much discouraged the Dutch, who fled towards their own coast. Tromp alone, son of the famous admiral killed during the former war, bravely sustained with his squadron the efforts of the English, and protected the rear of his countrymen. The vanquished had 19 ships sunk and taken. The victors lost only 1. Sir John Lawson died soon after of his wounds. It is affirmed, and with an appearance of reason, that this victory might have been rendered more complete, had not orders been issued to slacken sail by Brouncker, one of the Duke's bedchamber, who pretended authority from his master. The Duke disclaimed the orders, but Brouncker never was sufficiently punished for his temerity. It is allowed, however, that the Duke behaved with great bravery during the action. He was long in the thickest of the fire. The Earl of Falmouth, Lord Muskerry, and Mr. Boyle, were killed by one shot at his side, and covered him all over with their brains and gore. And it is not likely, that, in a pursuit, where even persons of inferior station, and of the most cowardly disposition, acquire courage, a commander should feel his spirits to flag on and should turn from the back of an enemy, whose face he had not been afraid to encounter. This disaster threw the Dutch into consternation, and determined De Witt, who was the soul of their councils, to exert his military capacity, in order to support the declining courage of his countrymen. He went on board the fleet, which he took under his command, and he soon remedied all those disorders which had been occasioned by the late misfortune. The genius of this man was of the most extensive nature. He quickly became as much master of naval affairs, as if he had from his infancy been educated in them, and he even made improvements in some parts of pilotage and sailing, beyond what men expert in those arts had ever been able to attain. The misfortunes of the Dutch determined their allies to act for their assistance and support. The King of France was engaged in a defensive alliance with the States. But as his naval force was yet in its infancy, he was extremely averse, at that time, from entering into a war with so formidable a power as England. He long tried to mediate a peace between the states, and for that purpose sent an embassy to London, which returned without effecting anything. Lord Hollis, the English ambassador at Paris, endeavoured to draw over Louis to the side of England. And, in his master's name, made him the most tempting offers. Charles was content to abandon all the Spanish Low Countries to the French, without pretending to a foot of ground for himself, provided Louis would allow him to pursue his advantages against the Dutch. But the French monarch, though the conquest of that valuable territory was the chief object of his ambition, rejected the offer as contrary to his interests. He thought that if the English had once established an uncontrollable dominion over the sea and over commerce, they would soon be able to render his acquisitions a dear purchase to him. When de Leon, the French secretary, assured Van Beuningen, ambassador of the States, that this offer had been pressed on his master during 6 months, "I can readily believe it," replied the Dutchman. "I am sensible that it is the interest of England." Such were the established maxims at that time with regard to the interests of princes. It must, however, be allowed, that the politics of Charles, in making this offer, were not a little hazardous. The extreme weakness of Spain would have rendered the French conquests easy and infallible. But the vigor of the Dutch, it might be foreseen, would make the success of the English much more precarious. And even were the naval force of Holland totally annihilated, the acquisition of the Dutch commerce to England could not be relied on as a certain consequence. Nor is trade a constant attendant of power, but depends on many other, and some of them very delicate, circumstances. Though the King of France was resolved to support the Hollanders in that unequal contest in which they were engaged, he yet protracted his declaration, and employed the time in naval preparations, both in the ocean and the Mediterranean. The King of Denmark, meanwhile, was resolved not to remain an idle spectator of the contest between the maritime powers. The part which he acted was the most extraordinary. He made a secret agreement with Charles to seize all the Dutch ships in his harbours, and to share the spoils with the English, provided they would assist him in executing this measure. In order to increase his prey, he perfidiously invited the Dutch to take shelter in his ports, and accordingly the East India fleet, very richly laden, had put into Bergen. Sandwich, who now commanded the English navy, the Duke having gone ashore, dispatched Sir Thomas Tidyman with a squadron to attack them. But whether from the King of Denmark's delay in sending orders to the governor, or, what is more probable, from his avidity in endeavouring to engross the whole booty, the English admiral, though he behaved with great bravery, failed of his purpose. The Danish governor fired upon him, and the Dutch, having had leisure to fortify themselves, made a gallant resistance. The King of Denmark, seemingly ashamed of his conduct, concluded with Sir Gilbert Talbot, the English envoy, an offensive alliance against the States. And at the very same time, his resident at The Hague, by his orders, concluded an offensive alliance against England. To this latter alliance he adhered, probably from jealousy of the increasing naval power of England. And he seized and confiscated all the English ships in his harbours. This was a sensible check to the advantages which Charles had obtained over the Dutch. Not only a blow was given to the English commerce. The King of Denmark's naval force was also considerable, and threatened every moment a conjunction with the Hollanders. That prince stipulated to assist his ally with a fleet of 30 sail. And he received in return a yearly subsidy of 1,500,000 crowns, of which 300,000 were paid by France. The king endeavoured to counterbalance these confederacies by acquiring new friends and allies. He had dispatched Sir Richard Fanshawe into Spain, who met with a very cold reception. That monarchy was sunk into a state of weakness, and was menaced with an invasion from France. Yet could not any motive prevail with Philip to enter into cordial friendship with England. Charles's alliance with Portugal, the detention of Jamaica and Tangiers, the sale of Dunkirk to the French, all these offences sunk so deep in the mind of the Spanish monarch, that no motive of interest was sufficient to outweigh them. The Bishop of Munster was the only ally that Charles could acquire. This prelate, a man of restless enterprise and ambition, had entertained a violent animosity against the States, and he was easily engaged, by the promise of subsidies from England, to make an incursion on that republic. With a tumultuary army of near 20,000 men, he invaded her territories, and met with weak resistance. The land forces of the states were as feeble and ill-governed, as their fleets were gallant and formidable. But after his committing great ravages in several of the provinces, a stop was put to the progress of this warlike prelate. He had not military skill sufficient to improve the advantages which fortune had put into his hands. The King of France sent a body of 6,000 men to oppose him, subsidies were not regularly remitted him from England. And many of his troops deserted for want of pay. The Elector of Brandenburg threatened him with an invasion in his own state, and on the whole, he was glad to conclude a peace under the mediation of France. On the first surmise of his intentions, Sir William Temple was sent from London with money to fix him in his former alliance, but found that he arrived too late. The Dutch, encouraged by all these favourable circumstances, continued resolute to exert themselves to the utmost in their own defence. De Ruyter, their great admiral, was arrived from his expedition to Guinea, their Indian fleet was come home in safety, their harbours were crowded with merchant ships, faction at home was appeased, the young Prince of Orange had put himself under the tuition of the States of Holland, and of De Witt, their pensionary, who executed his trust with honour and fidelity. And the animosity which the Hollanders entertained against the attack of the English, so unprovoked, as they thought it, made them thirst for revenge, and hope for better success in their next enterprise. Such vigour was exerted in the common cause, that, in order to man the fleet, all merchant ships were prohibited to sail, and even the fisheries were suspended. The English likewise continued in the same disposition, though another more grievous calamity had joined itself to that of war. The plague had broken out in London, and that with such violence as to cut off, in a year, near 90,000 inhabitants. The king was obliged to summon the Parliament at Oxford. A good agreement still subsisted between the king and Parliament. They, on their part, unanimously voted him the supply demanded, £1,250,000, to be levied in 2 years by monthly assessments. And he, to gratify them, passed the 5 Mile Act, which has given occasion to grievous and not unjust complaints. The Church, under pretence of guarding monarchy against its inveterate enemies, persevered in the project of wreaking her own enmity against the nonconformists. It was enacted, that no dissenting teacher, who took not the non-resistance oath above mentioned, should, except upon the road, come within 5 miles of any corporation, or of any place, where he had preached after the Act of Oblivion. The penalty was a fine of £50, and 6 months' imprisonment. By ejecting the nonconforming clergy from their churches, and prohibiting all separate congregations, they had been rendered incapable of gaining any livelihood by their spiritual profession. And now, under colour of removing them from places where their influence might be dangerous, an expedient was fallen upon to deprive them of all means of subsistence. Had not the spirit of the nation undergone a change, these violences were preludes to the most furious persecution. However prevalent the hierarchy, this law did not pass without opposition. Besides several peers, attached to the old parliamentary party, Southampton himself, though Clarendon's great friend, expressed his disapprobation of these measures. But the Church party, not discouraged with this opposition, introduced into the House of Commons a bill for imposing the oath of non-resistance on the whole nation. It was rejected only by 3 voices. The Parliament, after a short session, was prorogued. 1666. After France had declared war, England was evidently overmatched in force. Yet she possessed this advantage by her situation, that she lay between the fleets of her enemies, and might be able, by speedy and well-concerted operations, to prevent their junction. But such was the unhappy conduct of her commanders, or such the want of intelligence in her ministers, that this circumstance turned rather to her prejudice. Louis had given orders to the Duke of Beaufort, his admiral, to sail from Toulon. And the French squadron under his command, consisting of above 40 sail, was now commonly supposed to be entering the Channel. The Dutch fleet, to the number of 76 sail, was at sea, under the command of De Ruyter and Tromp, in order to join him. The Duke of Albemarle and Prince Rupert commanded the English fleet, which exceeded not 74 sail. Albemarle, who, from his successes under the Protector, had too much learned to despise the enemy, proposed to detach Prince Rupert with 20 ships, in order to oppose the Duke of Beaufort. Sir George Ayscue, well acquainted with the bravery and conduct of de Ruyter, protested against the temerity of this resolution, but Albemarle's authority prevailed. The remainder of the English set sail to give battle to the Dutch, who, seeing the enemy advance quickly upon them, cut their cables, and prepared for the combat. The battle that ensued is one of the most memorable that we read of in story. Whether we consider its long duration, or the desperate courage with which it was fought, Albemarle made here some atonement by his valor for the rashness of the attempt. No youth, animated by glory and ambitious hopes, could exert himself more than did this man, who was now in the decline of life, and who had reached the summit of honors. We shall not enter minutely into particulars. It will be sufficient to mention the chief events of each day's engagement. In the first day, Sir William Berkeley, Vice-Admiral, leading the van, fell into the thickest of the enemy, was overpowered, and his ship taken. He himself was found dead in his cabin, all covered with blood. The English had the weather gauge of the enemy, but as the wind blew so hard that they could not use their lower tier, they derived but small advantage from this circumstance. The Dutch shot, however, fell chiefly on their sails and rigging, and few ships were sunk or much damaged. Chain shot was at that time a new invention, commonly attributed to De Witt. Sir John Harman exerted himself extremely on this day. The Dutch admiral, Everts, was killed in engaging him. Darkness parted the combatants. The second day, the wind was somewhat fallen, and the combat became more steady and more terrible. The English now found, that the greatest valor cannot compensate the superiority of numbers, against an enemy who is well conducted, and who is not defective in courage. De Ruyter and Van Tromp, rivals in glory and enemies from faction, exerted themselves in emulation of each other. And de Ruyter had the advantage of disengaging and saving his antagonist, who had been surrounded by the English, and was in the most imminent danger. 16 fresh ships joined the Dutch fleet during the action, and the English were so shattered, that their fighting ships were reduced to 28, and they found themselves obliged to retreat towards their own coast. The Dutch followed them, and were on the point of renewing the combat, when a calm, which came a little before night, prevented the engagement. Next morning, the English were obliged to continue their retreat. And a proper disposition was made for that purpose. The shattered ships were ordered to stretch ahead, and 16 of the most entire followed them in good order, and kept the enemy in awe. Albemarle himself closed the rear, and presented an undaunted countenance to his victorious foes. The Earl of Ossory, son of Ormond, a gallant youth, who sought honor and experience in every action throughout Europe, was then on board the admiral. Albemarle confessed to him his intention rather to blow up his ship and perish gloriously, than yield to the enemy. Ossory applauded this desperate resolution. About 2 o'clock, the Dutch had come up with their enemy, and were ready to renew the fight, when a new fleet was descried from the south, crowding all their sail to reach the scene of action. The Dutch flattered themselves that Beaufort was arrived to cut off the retreat of the vanquished. The English hoped, that Prince Rupert had come, to turn the scale of action. Albemarle, who had received intelligence of the prince's approach, bent his course towards him. Unhappily, Sir George Ayscue, in a ship of 100 guns, the largest in the fleet, struck on the Galloper sands, and could receive no assistance from his friends, who were hastening to join the reinforcement. He could not even reap the consolation of perishing with honor, and revenging his death on his enemies. They were preparing fireships to attack him, and he was obliged to strike. The English sailors, seeing the necessity, with the utmost indignation surrendered themselves prisoners. Albemarle and Prince Rupert were now determined to face the enemy. And next morning, the battle began afresh, with more equal force than ever, and with equal valor. After long cannonading, the fleets came to a close combat, which was continued with great violence, till parted by a mist. The English retired first into their harbors. Though the English, by their obstinate courage, reaped the chief honor in this engagement, it is somewhat uncertain who obtained the victory. The Hollanders took a few ships. and having some appearances of advantage, expressed their satisfaction by all the signs of triumph and rejoicing. But as the English fleet was repaired in a little time, and put to sea more formidable than ever, together with many of those ships which the Dutch had boasted to have burned or destroyed, all Europe saw that those two brave nations were engaged in a contest which was not likely, on either side, to prove decisive. It was the conjunction alone of the French that could give a decisive superiority to the Dutch. In order to facilitate this conjunction, de Ruyter, having repaired his fleet, posted himself at the mouth of the Thames. The English, under Prince Rupert and Albemarle, were not long in coming to the attack. The numbers of each fleet amounted to about 80 sail. And the valor and experience of the commanders, as well as of the seamen, rendered the engagement fierce and obstinate. Sir Thomas Allen, who commanded the White Squadron of the English, attacked the Dutch van, which he entirely routed. And he killed the 3 admirals who commanded it. Van Tromp engaged Sir Jeremy Smith, and during the heat of action, he was separated from de Ruyter and the main body, whether by accident or design was never certainly known. De Ruyter, with conduct and valor, maintained the combat against the main body of the English, and, though overpowered by numbers, kept his station, till night ended the engagement. Next day, finding the Dutch fleet scattered and discouraged, his high spirit submitted to a retreat, which yet he conducted with such skill, as to render it equally honorable to himself as the greatest victory. Full of indignation, however, at yielding the superiority to the enemy, he frequently exclaimed, "My God! What a wretch am I! Among so many thousand bullets, is there not one to put an end to my miserable life?" One De Witt, his son-in-law, who stood near, exhorted him, since he sought death, to turn upon the English, and render his life a dear purchase to the victors. But de Ruyter esteemed it more worthy a brave man to persevere to the uttermost, and, as long as possible, to render service to his country. All that night and next day, the English pressed upon the rear of the Dutch. And it was chiefly by the redoubled efforts of de Ruyter, that the latter saved themselves in their harbours. The loss sustained by the Hollanders in this action was not very considerable. But as violent animosities had broken out between the 2 admirals, who engaged all the officers on one side or other, the consternation which took place was great among the provinces. Tromp's commission was at last taken from him. But though several captains had misbehaved, they were so effectually protected by their friends in the magistracy of the towns, that most of them escaped punishment, and many were still continued in their commands. The English now rode incontestable masters of the sea, and insulted the Dutch in their harbours. A detachment under Holmes was sent into the road of Ley, and burned 140 merchantmen, 2 men of war, together with Branderis, a large and rich village on the coast. The Dutch merchants, who lost by this enterprise, uniting themselves to the Orange faction, exclaimed against an administration which, they pretended, had brought such disgrace and ruin on their country. None but the firm and intrepid mind of De Witt could have supported itself under such a complication of calamities. The King of France, apprehensive that the Dutch would sink under their misfortunes, at least that De Witt, his friend, might be dispossessed of the administration, hastened the advance of the Duke of Beaufort. The Dutch fleet likewise was again equipped, and under the command of de Ruyter, cruised near the Straits of Dover. Prince Rupert with the English navy, now stronger than ever, came full sail upon them. The Dutch admiral thought proper to decline the combat, and retired into St. John's Road, near Boulogne. Here he sheltered himself, both from the English, and from a furious storm which arose. Prince Rupert, too, was obliged to retire into St. Helens, where he stayed some time, in order to repair the damages which he had sustained. Meanwhile the Duke of Beaufort proceeded up the Channel, and passed the English fleet unperceived, but he did not find the Dutch, as he expected. De Ruyter had been seized with a fever, many of the chief officers had fallen into sickness, a contagious distemper was spread through the fleet, and the States thought it necessary to recall them into their harbours, before the enemy should be refitted. The French king, anxious for his navy, which with so much care and industry he had so lately built, dispatched orders to Beaufort, to make the best of his way to Brest. That admiral had again the good fortune to pass the English. One ship alone, the Ruby, fell into the hands of the enemy. While the war continued without any decisive success on either side, a calamity happened in London which threw the people into great consternation. Fire, breaking out in a baker's house near the bridge, spread itself on all sides with such rapidity, that no efforts could extinguish it, till it laid in ashes a considerable part of the city. The inhabitants, without being able to provide effectually for their relief, were reduced to be spectators of their own ruin, and were pursued from street to street by the flames, which unexpectedly gathered round them. 3 days and nights did the fire advance, and it was only by the blowing up of houses that it was at last extinguished. The king and duke used their utmost endeavors to stop the progress of the flames, but all their industry was unsuccessful. About 400 streets and 13,000 houses were reduced to ashes. The causes of this calamity were evident. The narrow streets of London, the houses built entirely of wood, the dry season, and a violent east wind which blew. These were so many concurring circumstances, which rendered it easy to assign the reason of the destruction that ensued. But the people were not satisfied with this obvious account. Prompted by blind rage, some ascribed the guilt to the Republicans, others to the Catholics, though it is not easy to conceive how the burning of London could serve the purposes of either party. As the Papists were the chief objects of public detestation, the rumor which threw the guilt on them was more favorably received by the people. No proof, however, or even presumption, after the strictest inquiry by a committee of Parliament, ever appeared to authorize such a calumny. Yet, in order to give countenance to the popular prejudice, the inscription, engraved by authority on the monument, ascribed this calamity to that hated sect. This clause was erased by order of King James, when he came to the throne. But after the Revolution it was replaced. So credulous, as well as obstinate, are the people in believing everything which flatters their prevailing passion. The fire of London, though at that time a great calamity, has proved in the issue beneficial both to the city and the kingdom. The city was rebuilt in a very little time, and care was taken to make the streets wider and more regular than before. A discretionary power was assumed by the king to regulate the distribution of the buildings, and to forbid the use of lath and timber, the materials of which the houses were formerly composed. The necessity was so urgent, and the occasion so extraordinary that no exceptions were taken at an exercise of authority which otherwise might have been deemed illegal. Had the king been enabled to carry his power still further, and made the houses be rebuilt with perfect regularity, and entirely upon one plan, he had much contributed to the convenience, as well as embellishment of the city. Great advantages, however, have resulted from the alterations though not carried to the full length. London became much more healthy after the fire. The plague, which used to break out with great fury twice or thrice every century, and indeed was always lurking in some corner or other of the city, has scarcely ever appeared since that calamity. The Parliament met soon after, and gave the sanction of law to those regulations made by royal authority, as well as appointed commissioners for deciding all such questions of property as might arise from the fire. They likewise voted a supply of £1,800,000, to be levied, partly by a poll bill, partly by assessments. Though their inquiry brought out no proofs which could fix on the Papists the burning of London, the general aversion against that sect still prevailed, and complaints were made, probably without much foundation, of its dangerous increase. Charles, at the desire of the Commons, issued a proclamation for the banishment of all priests and Jesuits. But the bad execution of this, as well as of former edicts, destroyed all confidence in his sincerity, whenever he pretended an aversion towards the Catholic religion. Whether suspicions of this nature had diminished the king's popularity, is uncertain, but it appears that the supply was voted much later than Charles expected, or even than the public necessities seemed to require. The intrigues of the Duke of Buckingham, a man who wanted only steadiness to render him extremely dangerous, had somewhat embarrassed the measures of the court, and this was the first time that the king found any considerable reason to complain of a failure of confidence in this House of Commons. The rising symptoms of ill humor tended, no doubt, to quicken the steps which were already making towards a peace with foreign enemies. Charles began to be sensible, that all the ends for which the war had been undertaken were likely to prove entirely abortive. The Dutch, even when single, had defended themselves with vigor, and were every day improving in their military skill and preparations. 1667. Though their trade had suffered extremely, their extensive credit enabled them to levy great sums. And while the seamen of England loudly complained of want of pay, the Dutch navy was regularly supplied with money and everything requisite for its subsistence. As two powerful kings now supported them, every place, from the extremity of Norway to the coasts of Bayonne, was become hostile to the English. And Charles, neither fond of action, nor stimulated by any violent ambition, earnestly sought for means of restoring tranquility to his people, disgusted with a war, which, being joined with the plague and fire, had proved so fruitless and destructive. The first advances towards an accommodation were made by England. When the king sent for the body of Sir William Berkeley, he insinuated to the states his desire of peace on reasonable terms. And their answer corresponded in the same amicable intentions. Charles, however, to maintain the appearance of superiority, still insisted that the states should treat at London. And they agreed to make him this compliment so far as concerned themselves, but being engaged in alliance with two crowned heads, they could not, they said, prevail with these to depart in that respect from their dignity. On a sudden, the king went so far on the other side as to offer the sending of ambassadors to The Hague. But this proposal, which seemed honorable to the Dutch, was meant only to divide and distract them, by affording the English an opportunity to carry on cabals with the disaffected party. The offer was therefore rejected. And conferences were secretly held in the Queen Mother's apartments at Paris, where the pretensions of both parties were discussed. The Dutch made equitable proposals. Either that all things should be restored to the same condition in which they stood before the war, or that both parties should continue in possession of their present acquisitions. Charles accepted of the latter proposal. And almost everything was adjusted, except the disputes with regard to the Isle of Polrone. This island lies in the East Indies, and was formerly valuable for its produce of spices. The English had been masters of it, but were dispossessed at the time when the violences were committed against them at Amboina. Cromwell had stipulated to have it restored. And the Hollanders, having first entirely destroyed all the spice trees, maintained that they had executed the treaty, but that the English had been anew expelled during the course of the war. Charles renewed his pretensions to this island. And as the reasons on both sides began to multiply, and seemed to require a long discussion, it was agreed to transfer the treaty to some other place, and Charles made choice of Breda. Lord Hollis and Henry Coventry were the English ambassadors. They immediately desired that a suspension of arms should be agreed to, till the several claims should be adjusted, but this proposal, seemingly so natural, was rejected by the credit of De Witt. That penetrating and active minister, thoroughly acquainted with the characters of princes and the situation of affairs, had discovered an opportunity of striking a blow, which might at once restore to the Dutch the honor lost during the war, and severely revenge those injuries which he ascribed to the wanton ambition and injustice of the English. Whatever projects might have been formed by Charles for secreting the money granted him by Parliament, he had hitherto failed in his intention. The expenses of such vast armaments had exhausted all the supplies, and even a great debt was contracted to the seamen. The king, therefore, was resolved to save, as far as possible, the last supply of £1,800,000. And to employ it for payment of his debts, as well those which had been occasioned by the war, as those which he had formerly contracted. He observed, that the Dutch had been with great reluctance forced into the war, and that the events of it were not such as to inspire them with great desire of its continuance. The French, he knew, had been engaged into hostilities by no other motive than that of supporting their ally, and were now more desirous than ever of putting an end to the quarrel. The differences between the parties were so inconsiderable, that the conclusion of peace appeared infallible, and nothing but forms, at least some vain points of honor, seemed to remain for the ambassadors at Breda to discuss. In this situation, Charles, moved by an ill-timed frugality, remitted his preparations, and exposed England to one of the greatest affronts which it has ever received. 2 small squadrons alone were equipped, and during a war with such potent and martial enemies, everything was left almost in the same situation as in times of the most profound tranquility. De Witt protracted the negotiations at Breda, and hastened the naval preparations. The Dutch fleet appeared in the Thames, under the command of de Ruyter, and threw the English into the utmost consternation. A chain had been drawn across the river Medway, some fortifications had been added to Sheerness and Upnor Castle, but all these preparations were unequal to the present necessity. Sheerness was soon taken. Nor could it be saved by the valour of Sir Edward Sprague, who defended it. Having the advantage of a spring tide and an easterly wind, the Dutch pressed on, and broke the chain, though fortified by some ships, which had been there sunk by orders of the Duke of Albemarle. They burned the 3 ships which lay to guard the chain, the Matthias, the Unity, and the Charles V. After damaging several vessels, and possessing themselves of the hull of the Royal Charles, which the English had burned, they advanced with 6 men of war and 5 fireships as far as Upnor Castle, where they burned the Royal Oak, the Loyal London, and the Great James. Captain Douglas, who commanded on board the Royal Oak, perished in the flames, though he had an easy opportunity of escaping. Never was it known, he said, that a Douglas had left his post without orders. The Hollanders fell down the Medway without receiving any considerable damage, and it was apprehended, that they might next tide sail up the Thames, and extend their hostilities even to the Bridge of London. 9 ships were sunk at Woolwich, for at Blackwall, platforms were raised in many places, furnished with artillery, the train bands were called out, and every place was in a violent agitation. The Dutch sailed next to Portsmouth, where they made a fruitless attempt, they met with no better success at Plymouth, they insulted Harwich, they sailed again up the Thames as far as Tilbury, where they were repulsed. The whole coast was in alarm. And had the French thought proper at this time to join the Dutch fleet, and to invade England, consequences the most fatal might justly have been apprehended. But Louis had no intention to push the victory to such extremities. His interest required that a balance should be kept between the 2 maritime powers, not that an uncontrolled superiority should be given to either. Great indignation prevailed amongst the English, to see an enemy, whom they regarded as inferior, whom they had expected totally to subdue, and over whom they had gained many honourable advantages. Now of a sudden ride undisputed masters of the ocean, burn their ships in their very harbours, fill every place with confusion, and strike a terror into the capital itself. But though the cause of all these disasters could be ascribed neither to bad fortune, to the misconduct of admirals, nor to the ill behaviour of seamen, but solely to the avarice, at least to the improvidence, of the government. No dangerous symptoms of discontent appeared, and no attempt for an insurrection was made by any of those numerous sectaries who had been so openly branded for their rebellious principles, and who, upon that supposition, had been treated with such severity. In the present distress, 2 expedients were embraced, an army of 12,000 men was suddenly levied, and the Parliament, though it lay under prorogation, was summoned to meet. The Houses were very thin. And the only vote which the Commons passed, was an address for breaking the army, which was complied with. This expression of jealousy showed the court what they might expect from that assembly. And it was thought more prudent to prorogue them till next winter. But the signing of the treaty at Breda extricated the king from his present difficulties. The English ambassadors received orders to recede from those demands, which, however frivolous in themselves, could not now be relinquished without acknowledging a superiority in the enemy. Polrone remained with the Dutch. Satisfaction for the ships Bonaventure and Good Hope, the pretended grounds of the quarrel, was no longer insisted on, Acadie was yielded to the French. The acquisition of New York, a settlement so important by its situation, was the chief advantage which the English reaped from a war, in which the national character of bravery had shone out with lustre, but where the misconduct of the government, especially in the conclusion, had been no less apparent. To appease the people by some sacrifice seemed requisite before the meeting of Parliament, and the prejudices of the nation pointed out the victim. The Chancellor was at this time much exposed to the hatred of the public, and of every party which divided the nation. All the numerous sectaries regarded him as their determined enemy. and ascribed to his advice and influence those persecuting laws to which they had lately been exposed. The Catholics knew, that while he retained any authority, all their credit with the king and the duke would be entirely useless to them, nor must they ever expect any favour or indulgence. Even the royalists, disappointed in their sanguine hopes of preferment, threw a great load of envy on Clarendon, into whose hands the king seemed at first to have resigned the whole power of government. The sale of Dunkirk, the bad payment of the seamen, the disgrace at Chatham, the unsuccessful conclusion of the war, all these misfortunes were charged on the Chancellor, who, though he had ever opposed the rupture with Holland, thought it still his duty to justify what he could not prevent. A building, likewise, of more expense and magnificence than his slender fortune could afford, being unwarily undertaken by him, much exposed him to public reproach, as if he had acquired great riches by corruption. The populace gave it commonly the appellation of Dunkirk House. The king himself, who had always more revered than loved the Chancellor, was now totally estranged from him. Amidst the dissolute manners of the court, that minister still maintained an inflexible dignity, and would not submit to any condescensions which he deemed unworthy of his age and character. Buckingham, a man of profligate morals, happy in his talent for ridicule, but exposed in his own conduct to all the ridicule which he threw on others, still made him the object of his raillery, and gradually lessened in the king that regard which he bore to his minister. When any difficulties arose, either for want of power or money, the blame was still thrown on him, who, it was believed, had carefully at the Restoration checked all lavish concessions to the king. And what, perhaps, touched Charles more nearly, he found in Clarendon, it is said, obstacles to his pleasures, as well as to his ambition. The king, disgusted with the homely person of his consort, and desirous of having children, had hearkened to proposals of obtaining a divorce, on pretence either of her being pre-engaged to another, or having made a vow of chastity before her marriage. He was further stimulated by his passion for Mrs. Stuart, daughter of a Scotch gentleman, a lady of great beauty, and whose virtue he had hitherto found impregnable, but Clarendon, apprehensive of the consequences attending a disputed title, and perhaps anxious for the succession of his own grandchildren, engaged the Duke of Richmond to marry Mrs. Stuart, and thereby put an end to the king's hopes. It is pretended that Charles never forgave this disappointment. When politics, therefore, and inclination both concurred to make the king sacrifice Clarendon to popular prejudices, the memory of his past services was not able any longer to delay his fall. The Great Seal was taken from him, and given to Sir Orlando Bridgeman, by the title of Lord Keeper. Southampton, the treasurer, was now dead, who had persevered to the utmost in his attachments to the Chancellor. The last time he appeared at the council table, he exerted his friendship with a vigour which neither age nor infirmities could abate. "This man," said he, speaking of Clarendon, "is a true Protestant, and an honest Englishman. And while he enjoys power, we are secure of our laws, liberties, and religion. I dread the consequences of his removal." But the fall of the Chancellor was not sufficient to gratify the malice of his enemies, his total ruin was resolved on. The Duke of York in vain exerted his interest in behalf of his father-in-law. Both prince and people united in promoting that violent measure. And no means were thought so proper for ingratiating the court with a parliament, which had so long been governed by that very minister who was now to be the victim of their prejudices. Some popular acts paved the way for the session. And the Parliament, in their first address, gave the king thanks for these instances of his goodness, and, among the rest, they took care to mention his dismission of Clarendon. The king, in reply, assured the Houses, that he would never again employ that nobleman in any public office whatsoever. Immediately the charge against him was opened in the House of Commons by Mr. Seymour, afterwards Sir Edward, and consisted of 17 articles. The House, without examining particulars, further than hearing general affirmations that all would be proved, immediately voted his impeachment. Many of the articles we know to be either false or frivolous, and such of them as we are less acquainted with, we may fairly presume to be no better grounded. His advising the sale of Dunkirk seems the heaviest and truest part of the charge. But a mistake in judgment, allowing it to be such, where there appear no symptoms of corruption or bad intentions, it would be very hard to impute as a crime to any minister. The king's necessities, which occasioned that measure, cannot with any appearance of reason be charged on Clarendon, and chiefly proceeded from the over-frugal maxims of the Parliament itself, in not granting the proper supplies to the Crown. When the impeachment was carried up to the Peers, as it contained an accusation of treason in general, without specifying any particulars, it seemed not a sufficient ground for committing Clarendon to custody. The precedents of Strafford and Laud were not, by reason of the violence of the times, deemed a proper authority, but as the Commons still insisted upon his commitment, it was necessary to appoint a free conference between the Houses. The Lords persevered in their resolution, and the Commons voted this conduct to be an obstruction to public justice, and a precedent of evil and dangerous tendency. They also chose a committee to draw up a vindication of their own proceedings. Clarendon, finding that the popular torrent, united to the violence of power, ran with impetuosity against him, and that a defence offered to such prejudiced ears would be entirely ineffectual, thought proper to withdraw. At Calais he wrote a paper addressed to the House of Lords. He there said, that his fortune, which was but moderate, had been gained entirely by the lawful, avowed profits of his office, and by the voluntary bounty of the king. That, during the first years after the Restoration, he had always concurred in opinion with the other councillors, men of such reputation that no one could entertain suspicions of their wisdom or integrity, that his credit soon declined. And however he might disapprove of some measures, he found it vain to oppose them. That his repugnance to the Dutch war, the source of all the public grievances, was always generally known, as well as his disapprobation of many unhappy steps taken in conducting it, and that, whatever pretence might be made of public offences, his real crime, that which had exasperated his powerful enemies, was his frequent opposition to exorbitant grants, which the importunity of suitors had extorted from his Majesty. The Lords transmitted this paper to the Commons, under the appellation of a libel, and by a vote of both Houses it was condemned to be burned by the hands of the hangman. The Parliament next proceeded to exert their legislative power against Clarendon, and passed a bill of banishment and incapacity, which received the royal assent. He retired into France, where he lived in a private manner. He survived his banishment 6 years, and he employed his leisure chiefly in reducing into order the history of the civil wars, for which he had before collected materials. The performance does honour to his memory, and, except Whitlock's Memorials, is the most candid account of those times composed by any contemporary author. Clarendon was always a friend to the liberty and constitution of his country. At the commencement of the civil wars, he had entered into the late king's service, and was honoured with a great share in the esteem and friendship of that monarch. He was pursued with unrelenting animosity by the Long Parliament. He had shared all the fortunes and directed all the counsels of the present king during his exile. He had been advanced to the highest trust and offices after the Restoration, yet all these circumstances, which might naturally operate with such force either on resentment, gratitude, or ambition, had no influence on his uncorrupted mind. It is said, that when he first engaged in the study of the law, his father exhorted him with great earnestness to shun the practice, too common in that profession, of straining every point in favour of prerogative, and perverting so useful a science to the oppression of liberty. And in the midst of these rational and virtuous counsels, which he reiterated, he was suddenly seized with an apoplexy, and expired in his son's presence. This circumstance gave additional weight to the principles which he inculcated. The combination of king and subject to oppress so good a minister, affords to men of opposite dispositions an equal occasion of inveighing against the ingratitude of princes, or ignorance of the people. Charles seems never to have mitigated his resentment against Clarendon, and the national prejudices pursued him to his retreat in France. A company of English soldiers, being quartered near him, assaulted his house, broke open the doors, gave him a dangerous wound on the head, and would have proceeded to the last extremities, had not their officers, hearing of the violence, happily interposed. 1668. The next expedient which the king embraced in order to acquire popularity, is more deserving of praise, and, had it been steadily pursued, would probably have rendered his reign happy, certainly his memory respected. It is the triple alliance of which I speak, a measure which gave entire satisfaction to the public. The glory of France, which had long been eclipsed either by domestic factions, or by the superior force of the Spanish monarchy, began now to break out with great luster, and to engage the attention of the neighboring nations. The independent power and mutinous spirit of the nobility were subdued, the popular pretensions of the Parliament restrained. The Huguenot party reduced to subjection, that extensive and fertile country, enjoying every advantage both of climate and situation, was fully peopled with ingenious and industrious inhabitants, and while the spirit of the nation discovered all the vigor and bravery requisite for great enterprises, it was tamed to an entire submission under the will of the sovereign. The sovereign who now filled the throne was well adapted, by his personal character, both to increase and to avail himself of these advantages. Louis XIV, endowed with every quality which could enchant the people, possessed many which merit the approbation of the wise. The masculine beauty of his person was embellished with a noble air, the dignity of his behavior was tempered with affability and politeness, elegant without effeminacy, addicted to pleasure without neglecting business, decent in his very vices, and beloved in the midst of arbitrary power. He surpassed all contemporary monarchs, as in grandeur, so likewise in fame and glory. His ambition, regulated by prudence, not by justice, had carefully provided every means of conquest, and before he put himself in motion, he seemed to have absolutely ensured success. His finances were brought into order, a naval power created. His armies increased and disciplined, magazines and military stores provided, and though the magnificence of his court was supported beyond all former example, so regular was the economy observed, and so willingly did the people, now enriched by arts and commerce, submit to multiplied taxes, that his military force much exceeded what in any preceding age had ever been employed by any European monarch. The sudden decline, and almost total fall of the Spanish monarchy, opened an inviting field to so enterprising a prince, and seemed to promise him easy and extensive conquests. The other nations of Europe, feeble or ill-governed, were astonished at the greatness of his rising empire. And all of them cast their eyes towards England, as the only power which could save them from that subjection with which they seemed to be so nearly threatened. The animosity which had anciently subsisted between the English and French nations, and which had been suspended for above a century by the jealousy of Spanish greatness, began to revive and to exert itself. The glory of preserving the balance of Europe, a glory so much founded on justice and humanity, flattered the ambition of England, and the people were eager to provide for their own future security, by opposing the progress of so hated a rival. The prospect of embracing such measures had contributed, among other reasons, to render the Peace of Breda so universally acceptable to the nation. By the death of Philip IV, King of Spain, an inviting opportunity, and some very slender pretenses, had been afforded to call forth the ambition of Louis. At the Treaty of the Pyrenees, when Louis espoused the Spanish princess, he had renounced every title of succession to every part of the Spanish monarchy. And this renunciation had been couched in the most accurate and most precise terms that language could afford. But on the death of his father-in-law, he retracted his renunciation, and pretended that natural rights, depending on blood and succession, could not be annihilated by any extorted deed or contract. Philip had left a son, Charles II, of Spain. But as the Queen of France was of a former marriage, she laid claim to a considerable province of the Spanish monarchy, even to the exclusion of her brother. By the customs of some parts of Brabant, a female of a first marriage was preferred to a male of a second, in the succession to private inheritances. And Louis thence inferred, that his queen had acquired a right to the dominion of that important duchy. A claim of this nature was more properly supported by military force than by argument and reasoning. Louis appeared on the frontiers of the Netherlands with an army of 40,000 men, commanded by the best generals of the age, and provided with everything necessary for action. The Spaniards, though they might have foreseen this measure, were totally unprepared. Their towns, without magazines, fortifications, or garrisons, fell into the hands of the French king, as soon as he presented himself before them. Aeth, Lisle, Tournai, Oudenarde, Courtrai, Charleroi, Binche, were immediately taken, and it was visible, that no force in the Low Countries was able to stop or retard the progress of the French arms. This measure, executed with such celerity and success, gave great alarm to almost every court in Europe. It had been observed with what dignity, or even haughtiness, Louis, from the time he began to govern, had ever supported all his rights and pretensions. D'Estrades, the French ambassador, and Watteville, the Spanish, having quarrelled in London, on account of their claims for precedency, the French monarch was not satisfied, till Spain sent to Paris a solemn embassy, and promised never more to revive such contests. Crequi, his ambassador at Rome, had met with an affront from the Pope's guards. The Pope, Alexander VII, had been constrained to break his guards, to send his nephew to ask pardon, and to allow a pillar to be erected in Rome itself, as a monument of his own humiliation. The King of England too had experienced the high spirit and unsubmitting temper of Louis. A pretension to superiority in the English flag having been advanced, the French monarch remonstrated with such vigor, and prepared himself to resist with such courage, that Charles found it more prudent to desist from his vain and antiquated claims. The King of England, said Louis to his ambassador D'Estrades, may know my force, but he knows not the sentiments of my heart. Everything appears to me contemptible in comparison of glory. These measures of conduct had given strong indications of his character, but the invasion of Flanders discovered an ambition, which, being supported by such overgrown power, menaced the general liberties of Europe. As no state lay nearer the danger, none was seized with more terror than the United Provinces. They were still engaged, together with France, in a war against England. And Louis had promised them, that he would take no step against Spain without previously informing them, but, contrary to this assurance, he kept a total silence, till on the very point of entering upon action. If the renunciation made at the Treaty of the Pyrenees was not valid, it was foreseen, that upon the death of the King of Spain, a sickly infant, the whole monarchy would be claimed by Louis. After which it would be vainly expected to set bounds to his pretensions. Charles, acquainted with these well-grounded apprehensions of the Dutch, had been the more obstinate in insisting on his own conditions at Breda. And by delaying to sign the treaty, had imprudently exposed himself to the signal disgrace which he received at Chatham. De Witt, sensible that a few weeks' delay would be of no consequence in the Low Countries, took this opportunity of striking an important blow, and of finishing the war with honor to himself and to his country. Negotiations meanwhile commenced for the saving of Flanders, but no resistance was made to the French arms. The Spanish ministers exclaimed everywhere against the flagrant injustice of Louis's pretensions, and represented it to be the interest of every power in Europe, even more than of Spain itself, to prevent his conquest of the Low Countries. The Emperor and the German princes discovered evident symptoms of discontent, but their motions were slow and backward. The states, though terrified at the prospect of having their frontier exposed to so formidable a foe, saw no resource, no means of safety. England indeed seemed disposed to make opposition to the French. But the variable and impolitic conduct of Charles kept that republic from making him any open advances, by which she might lose the friendship of France, without acquiring any new ally. And though Louis, dreading a combination of all Europe, had offered terms of accommodation, the Dutch apprehended lest these, either from the obstinacy of the Spaniards, or the ambition of the French, would never be carried into execution. Charles resolved with great prudence to take the first step towards a confederacy. Sir William Temple, his resident at Brussels, received orders to go secretly to The Hague, and to concert with the states the means of saving the Netherlands. This man, whom philosophy had taught to despise the world, without rendering him unfit for it, was frank, open, sincere, superior to the little tricks of vulgar politicians. And meeting in De Witt with a man of the same generous and enlarged sentiments, he immediately opened his master's intentions, and pressed a speedy conclusion. A treaty was from the first negotiated between these two statesmen with the same cordiality as if it were a private transaction between intimate companions. Deeming the interests of their country the same, they gave full scope to that sympathy of character, which disposed them to an entire reliance on each other's professions and engagements. And though jealousy against the House of Orange might inspire De Witt with an aversion to a strict union with England, he generously resolved to sacrifice all private considerations to the public service. Temple insisted on an offensive league between England and Holland, in order to oblige France to relinquish all her conquests, but De Witt told him that this measure was too bold and precipitate to be agreed to by the states. He said that the French were the old and constant allies of the Republic. Until matters came to extremities, she never would deem it prudent to abandon a friendship so well established and rely entirely on a treaty with England, which had lately waged so cruel a war against her, that ever since the reign of Elizabeth there had been such a fluctuation in the English councils, that it was not possible, for 2 years together, to take any sure or certain measures with that kingdom, that though the present ministry, having entered into views so conformable to national interest, promised greater firmness and constancy, it might still be unsafe, in a business of such consequence, to put entire confidence in them, that the French monarch was young, haughty, and powerful, and if treated in so imperious a manner, would expose himself to the greatest extremities rather than submit, that it was sufficient, if he could be constrained to adhere to the offers which he himself had already made. And if the remaining provinces of the Low Countries could be thereby saved from the danger with which they were at present threatened, and that the other powers in Germany and the North, whose assistance they might expect, would be satisfied with putting a stop to the French conquests, without pretending to recover the places already lost, the English minister was content to accept of the terms proposed by the pensionary. Louis had offered to relinquish all the Queen's rights, on condition either of keeping the conquests which he had made last campaign, or of receiving, in lieu of them, Franche-Comté, together with Cambrai, Aire, and Street-Omers. De Witt and Temple founded their treaty upon this proposal. They agreed to offer their mediation to the contending powers, and oblige France to adhere to this alternative, and Spain to accept of it. If Spain refused, they agreed that France should not prosecute her claim by arms, but leave it entirely to England and Holland to employ force for making the terms effectual. And the remainder of the Low Countries they thenceforth guaranteed to Spain. A defensive alliance was likewise concluded between Holland and England. The articles of this confederacy were soon adjusted by such candid and able negotiators, but the greatest difficulty still remained. By the constitution of the Republic, all the towns in all the provinces must give their consent to every alliance. And besides that this formality could not be dispatched in less than 2 months, it was justly to be dreaded that the influence of France would obstruct the passing of the treaty in some of the smaller cities. D'Estrades, the French ambassador, a man of abilities, hearing of the league which was on the carpet, treated it lightly. 6 weeks hence, said he, we shall speak to it. To obviate this difficulty, De Witt had the courage, for the public good, to break through the laws in so fundamental an article. And by his authority, he prevailed with the States General at once to sign and ratify the league, though they acknowledged that, if that measure should displease their constituents, they risked their heads by this irregularity. After sealing, all parties embraced with great cordiality. Temple cried out, at Breda, as friends, here, as brothers. And De Witt added, that now the matter was finished, it looked like a miracle. Room had been left in the treaty for the accession of Sweden, which was soon after obtained, and thus was concluded in 5 days the Triple League, an event received with equal surprise and approbation by the world. Notwithstanding the unfortunate conclusion of the last war, England now appeared in her proper station, and, by this wise conduct, had recovered all her influence and credit in Europe. Temple likewise received great applause. But to all the compliments made him on the occasion, he modestly replied, that to remove things from their center, or proper element, required force and labor, but that of themselves they easily returned to it. The French monarch was extremely displeased with this measure. Not only bounds were at present set to his ambition, such a barrier was also raised as seemed forever impregnable. And though his own offer was made the foundation of the treaty, he had prescribed so short a time for the acceptance of it that he still expected, from the delays and reluctance of Spain, to find some opportunity of eluding it. The court of Madrid showed equal displeasure. To relinquish any part of the Spanish provinces, in lieu of claims so apparently unjust, and these urged with such violence and haughtiness, inspired the highest disgust. Often did the Spaniards threaten to abandon entirely the Low Countries, rather than submit to so cruel a mortification, and they endeavored, by this menace, to terrify the mediating powers into more vigorous measures for their support. But Temple and De Witt were better acquainted with the views and interests of Spain. They knew that she must still retain the Low Countries, as a bond of connection with the other European powers, who alone, if her young monarch should happen to die without issue, could ensure her independency against the pretensions of France. They still urged, therefore, the terms of the Triple League, and threatened Spain with war in case of refusal. The plenipotentiaries of all the powers met at Aix-la-Chapelle. Temple was minister for England, Van Beuningen for Holland, Donna for Sweden. Spain at last, pressed on all hands, accepted of the alternative offered, but in her very compliance, she gave strong symptoms of ill humor and discontent. It had been apparent that the Hollanders, entirely neglecting the honor of the Spanish monarchy, had been anxious only for their own security. And, provided they could remove Louis to a distance from their frontier, were more indifferent what progress he made in other places. Sensible of these views, the Queen Regent of Spain resolved still to keep them in an anxiety, which might for the future be the foundation of a union more intimate than they were willing at present to enter into Franche-Comté. By a vigorous and well-concerted plan of the French king, had been conquered in 15 days, during a rigorous season, and in the midst of winter. She chose therefore to recover this province, and to abandon all the towns conquered in Flanders during the last campaign. By this means Louis extended his garrisons into the heart of the Low Countries. And a very feeble barrier remained to the Spanish provinces. But notwithstanding the advantages of his situation, the French monarch could entertain small hopes of ever extending his conquests on that quarter, which lay the most exposed to his ambition, and where his acquisitions were of most importance. The Triple League guaranteed the remaining provinces to Spain, and the Emperor and other powers of Germany, whose interests seemed to be intimately concerned, were invited to enter into the same confederacy. Spain herself, having about this time, under the mediation of Charles, made peace on equal terms with Portugal, might be expected to exert more vigor and opposition to her haughty and triumphant rival. The great satisfaction expressed in England on account of the counsels now embraced by the court, promised the hearty concurrence of Parliament in every measure which could be proposed for opposition to the grandeur of France. And thus all Europe seemed to repose herself with security under the wings of that powerful confederacy which had been so happily formed for her protection. It is now time to give some account of the state of affairs in Scotland and in Ireland. The Scottish nation, though they had never been subject to the arbitrary power of their prince, had but very imperfect notions of law and liberty. And scarcely in any age had they ever enjoyed an administration which had confined itself within the proper boundaries. By their final union alone with England, their once hated adversary, they have happily attained the experience of a government perfectly regular, and exempt from all violence and injustice. Charles, from his aversion to business, had entrusted the affairs of that country to his ministers, particularly Middleton, and these could not forbear making very extraordinary stretches of authority. There had been intercepted a letter, written by Lord Lorne to Lord Duffus, in which, a little too plainly, but very truly, he complained, that his enemies had endeavored by falsehood to prepossess the king against him. But he said, that he had now discovered them, had defeated them, and had gained the person, meaning the Earl of Clarendon, upon whom the chief of them depended. This letter was produced before the Parliament. And Lorne was tried upon an old, tyrannical, absurd law against leasing-making, by which it was rendered criminal to belie the subjects to the king, or create in him an ill opinion of them. He was condemned to die, but Charles was much displeased with the sentence, and granted him a pardon. It was carried in Parliament, that 12 persons, without crime, witness, trial, or accuser, should be declared incapable of all trust or office. And to render this injustice more egregious, it was agreed, that these persons should be named by ballot, a method of voting which several republics had adopted at elections, in order to prevent faction and intrigue. but which could serve only as a cover to malice and iniquity in the inflicting of punishments. Lauderdale, Crawford, and Sir Robert Murray, among others, were incapacitated, but the king, who disapproved of this injustice, refused his assent. An act was passed against all persons who should move the king for restoring the children of those who were attainted by Parliament, an unheard of restraint on applications for grace and mercy. No penalty was affixed. But the act was but the more violent and tyrannical on that account. The court lawyers had established it as a maxim, that the assigning of a punishment was a limitation of the crown. Whereas a law forbidding anything, though without a penalty, made the offenders criminal. And in that case, they determined that the punishment was arbitrary, only that it could not extend to life. Middleton, as commissioner, passed this act, though he had no instructions for that purpose. An act of indemnity passed, but at the same time it was voted, that all those who had offended during the late disorders, should be subjected to fines. And a committee of Parliament was appointed for imposing them. These proceeded without any regard to some equitable rules which the king had prescribed to them. The most obnoxious compounded secretly. No consideration was had either of men's riches, or of the degrees of their guilt, no proofs were produced, inquiries were not so much as made, but as fast as information was given in against any man, he was marked down for a particular fine, and all was transacted in a secret committee. When the list was read in Parliament, exceptions were made to several, some had been under age during the civil wars, some had been abroad. But it was still replied, that a proper time would come when every man should be heard in his own defence. The only intention, it was said, of setting the fines was, that such persons should have no benefit by the act of indemnity, unless they paid the sum demanded, every one that chose to stand upon his innocence, and renounce the benefit of the indemnity, might do it at his peril. It was well known, that no one would dare so far to set at defiance so arbitrary an administration. The king wrote to the council, ordering them to supersede the levying of those fines, but Middleton found means, during some time, to elude these orders. And at last, the king obliged his ministers to compound for half the sums which had been imposed. In all these transactions, and in most others which passed during the present reign, we still find the moderating hand of the king interposed to protect the Scots from the oppressions which their own countrymen, employed in the ministry, were desirous of exercising over them. But the chief circumstance whence were derived all the subsequent tyranny and disorders in Scotland, was the execution of the laws for the establishment of episcopacy. A mode of government to which a great part of the nation had entertained an unsurmountable aversion. The rights of patrons had for some years been abolished, and the power of electing ministers had been vested in the kirk session and lay elders. It was now enacted, that all incumbents who had been admitted upon this title, should receive a presentation from the patron, and should be instituted anew by the bishop, under the penalty of deprivation. The more rigid Presbyterians concerted measures among themselves, and refused obedience. They imagined that their number would protect them. 350 parishes, above a third of the kingdom, were at once declared vacant. The western counties chiefly were obstinate in this particular. New ministers were sought for all over the kingdom, and no one was so ignorant or vicious as to be rejected. The people, who loved extremely and respected their former teachers, men remarkable for the severity of their manners, and their fervor in preaching, were inflamed against these intruders, who had obtained their livings under such invidious circumstances, and who took no care, by the regularity of their manners, to soften the prejudices entertained against them. Even most of those who retained their livings by compliance, fell under the imputation of hypocrisy, either by their showing a disgust to the new model of ecclesiastical government which they had acknowledged, or, on the other hand, by declaring, that their former adherence to presbytery and the covenant had been the result of violence and necessity. And as Middleton and the new ministry indulged themselves in great riot and disorder, to which the nation had been little accustomed, an opinion universally prevailed, that any form of religion, offered by such hands, must be profane and impious. The people, notwithstanding their discontents, were resolved to give no handle against them, by the least symptom of mutiny or sedition, but this submissive disposition, instead of procuring a mitigation of the rigors, was made use of as an argument for continuing the same measures, which, by their vigor, it was pretended, had produced so prompt an obedience. The king, however, was disgusted with the violence of Middleton, and he made Rothes commissioner in his place. This nobleman was already president of the council, and soon after was made Lord Keeper and Treasurer. Lauderdale still continued Secretary of State, and commonly resided at London. Affairs remained in a peaceable state, till the severe law was made in England against conventicles. The Scottish Parliament imitated that violence, by passing a like act. A kind of High Commission Court was appointed by the Privy Council, for executing this rigorous law, and for the direction of ecclesiastical affairs. But even this court, illegal as it might be deemed, was much preferable to the method next adopted. Military force was let loose by the council. Wherever the people had generally forsaken their churches, the guards were quartered throughout the country. Sir James Turner commanded them, a man whose natural ferocity of temper was often inflamed by the use of strong liquors. He went about, and received from the clergy lists of those who absented themselves from church, or were supposed to frequent conventicles. Without any proof or legal conviction, he demanded a fine from them, and quartered soldiers on the supposed delinquents, till he received payment. As an insurrection was dreaded during the Dutch War, new forces were levied, and entrusted to the command, of Dalziel and Drummond. Two officers who had served the king during the civil wars, and had afterwards engaged in the service of Russia, where they had increased the native cruelty of their disposition. A full career was given to their tyranny by the Scottish ministry. Representations were made to the king against these enormities. He seemed touched with the state of the country. And besides giving orders that the ecclesiastical commission should be discontinued, he signified his opinion, that another way of proceeding was necessary for his service. This lenity of the king's came too late to remedy the disorders. The people, inflamed with bigotry, and irritated by ill usage, rose in arms. They were instigated by Guthrie, Semple, and other preachers. They surprised Turner in Dumfries, and resolved to have put him to death. But finding that his orders, which fell into their hands, were more violent than his execution of them, they spared his life. At Llaneric, after many prayers, they renewed the covenant, and published their manifesto, in which they professed all submission to the king. They desired only the re-establishment of presbytery, and of their former ministers. As many gentlemen of their party had been confined on suspicion, Wallace and Learmont, two officers who had served, but in no high rank, were entrusted by the populace with the command. Their force never exceeded 2,000 men. And though the country in general bore them favor, men's spirits were so subdued, that the rebels could expect no further accession of numbers. Dalziel took the field to oppose their progress. Their number was now diminished to 800. And these, having advanced near Edinburgh, attempted to find their way back into the west by Pentland Hills. They were attacked by the king's forces. Finding that they could not escape, they stopped their march. Their clergy endeavored to infuse courage into them. After singing some psalms, the rebels turned on the enemy, and being assisted by the advantage of the ground, they received the first charge very resolutely. But that was all the action. Immediately they fell into disorder, and fled for their lives. About 40 were killed on the spot, and 130 taken prisoners. The rest, favored by the night, and by the weariness, and even by the pity of the king's troops, made their escape. The oppressions which these people had suffered, the delusions under which they labored, and their inoffensive behavior during the insurrection, made them the objects of compassion, yet were the king's ministers, particularly sharp, resolved to take severe vengeance. 10 were hanged on one gibbet at Edinburgh, 35 before their own doors in different places. These criminals might all have saved their lives, if they would have renounced the covenant. The executions were going on, when the king put a stop to them. He said, that blood enough had already been shed. And he wrote a letter to the Privy Council, in which he ordered, that such of the prisoners as should simply promise to obey the laws for the future, should be set at liberty, and that the incorrigible should be sent to the plantations. This letter was brought by Burnet, Archbishop of Glasgow, but not being immediately delivered to the council by Sharp, the president, one MacHale had in the interval been put to the torture, under which he expired. He seemed to die in an ecstasy of joy. Farewell, sun, moon, and stars, farewell, world and time, farewell, weak and frail body, welcome, eternity, welcome, angels and saints, welcome, Saviour of the world, and welcome, God, the Judge of all. Such were his last words, and these animated speeches he uttered with an accent and manner which struck all the bystanders with astonishment. The settlement of Ireland, after the Restoration, was a work of greater difficulty than that of England, or even of Scotland. Not only the power, during the former usurpations, had there been vested in the king's enemies. The whole property, in a manner, of the kingdom had also been changed, and it became necessary to redress, but with as little violence as possible, many grievous hardships and iniquities which were there complained of. The Irish Catholics had in 1648 concluded a treaty with Ormond, the king's lieutenant, in which they had stipulated pardon for their past rebellion, and had engaged, under certain conditions, to assist the royal cause, and though the violence of the priests and the bigotry of the people had prevented, in a great measure, the execution of this treaty, yet were there many, who, having strictly, at the hazard of their lives, adhered to it, seemed on that account well entitled to reap the fruits of their loyalty. Cromwell, having without distinction expelled all the native Irish from the 3 provinces of Munster, Leinster, and Ulster, had confined them to Connaught and the county of Clare. And among those who had thus been forfeited, were many whose innocence was altogether unquestionable. Several Protestants likewise, and Ormond among the rest, had all along opposed the Irish rebellion. Yet having afterwards embraced the king's cause against the Parliament, they were all of them attainted by Cromwell. And there were many officers who had from the commencement of the insurrection served in Ireland, and who, because they would not desert the king, had been refused all their arrears by the English Commonwealth. To all these unhappy sufferers some justice seemed to be due, but the difficulty was, to find the means of redressing such great and extensive iniquities. Almost all the valuable parts of Ireland had been measured out and divided, either to the adventurers, who had lent money to the Parliament for the suppression of the Irish rebellion, or to the soldiers, who had received land in lieu of their arrears. These could not be dispossessed, because they were the most powerful and only armed part of Ireland, because it was requisite to favour them, in order to support the Protestant and English interest in that kingdom. And because they had generally, with a seeming zeal and alacrity, concurred in the king's restoration. The king, therefore, issued a proclamation, in which he promised to maintain their settlement, and at the same time engaged to give redress to the innocent sufferers. There was a quantity of land as yet undivided in Ireland. And from this and some other funds, it was thought possible for the king to fulfill both these engagements. A court of claims was erected, consisting altogether of English commissioners, who had no connection with any of the parties into which Ireland was divided. Before these were laid 4,000 claims of persons craving restitution on account of their innocence, and the commissioners had found leisure to examine only 600. It already appeared, that if all these were to be restored, the funds, whence the adventurers and soldiers must get reprisals, would fall short of giving them any tolerable satisfaction. A great alarm and anxiety seized all ranks of men, the hopes and fears of every party were excited, these eagerly grasped at recovering their paternal inheritance, those were resolute to maintain their new acquisitions. The Duke of Ormond was created Lord Lieutenant, being the only person whose prudence and equity could compose such jarring interests. A parliament was assembled at Dublin. And as the lower house was almost entirely chosen by the soldiers and adventurers, who still kept possession, it was extremely favourable to that interest. The House of Peers showed greater impartiality. An insurrection was projected, together with a surprisal of the castle of Dublin, by some of the disbanded soldiers, but this design was happily defeated by the vigilance of Ormond. Some of the criminals were punished. Blood, the most desperate of them, escaped into England. But affairs could not long remain in the confusion and uncertainty into which they had fallen. All parties seemed willing to abate somewhat of their pretensions, in order to attain some stability, and Ormond interposed his authority for that purpose. The soldiers and adventurers agreed to relinquish a third of their possessions. And as they had purchased their lands at very low prices, they had reason to think themselves favored by this composition. All those who had been attainted on account of their adhering to the king, were restored, and some of the innocent Irish. It was a hard situation that a man was obliged to prove himself innocent, in order to recover possession of the estate which he and his ancestors had ever enjoyed, but the hardship was augmented by the difficult conditions annexed to this proof. If the person had ever lived in the quarters of the rebels, he was not admitted to plead his innocence, and he was, for that reason alone, supposed to have been a rebel. The heinous guilt of the Irish nation made men the more readily overlook any iniquity which might fall on individuals. And it was considered that, though it be always the interest of all good governments to prevent injustice, it is not always possible to remedy it, after it has had a long course, and has been attended with great successes. Ireland began to attain a state of some composure, when it was disturbed by a violent act passed by the English Parliament, which prohibited the importation of Irish cattle into England. Ormond remonstrated strongly against this law. He said, that the present trade carried on between England and Ireland was extremely to the advantage of the former kingdom, which received only provisions or rude materials in return for every species of manufacture, that if the cattle of Ireland were prohibited, the inhabitants of that island had no other commodity by which they could pay England for their importations, and must have recourse to other nations for a supply, that the industrious inhabitants of England, if deprived of Irish provisions, which made living cheap, would be obliged to augment the price of labor, and thereby render their manufactures too dear to be exported to foreign markets, that the indolent inhabitants of Ireland, finding provisions fall almost to nothing, would never be induced to labor, but would perpetuate to all generations their native sloth and barbarism, that by cutting off almost entirely the trade between the kingdoms, all the natural bands of union were dissolved, and nothing remained to keep the Irish in their duty but force and violence, and that by reducing that kingdom to extreme poverty, it would be even rendered incapable of maintaining that military power, by which, during its well-grounded discontents, it must necessarily be retained in subjection. The king was so much convinced of the justness of these reasons, that he used all his interest to oppose the bill, and he openly declared, that he could not give his assent to it with a safe conscience. But the Commons were resolute in their purpose. Some of the rents of England had fallen of late years, which had been ascribed entirely to the importation of Irish cattle. Several intrigues had contributed to inflame that prejudice, particularly those of Buckingham and Ashley, who were desirous of giving Ormond disturbance in his government, and the spirit of tyranny, of which nations are as susceptible as individuals, had extremely animated the English to exert their superiority over their dependent state. No affair could be conducted with greater violence than this was by the Commons. They even went so far, in the preamble of the bill, as to declare the importation of Irish cattle to be a nuisance. By this expression they gave scope to their passion, and at the same time barred the king's prerogative, by which he might think himself entitled to dispense with a law so full of injustice and bad policy. The Lords expunged the word. But as the king was sensible that no supply would be given by the Commons, unless they were gratified in their prejudices, he was obliged both to employ his interest with the peers for making the bill pass, and to give the royal assent to it. He could not, however, forbear expressing his displeasure at the jealousy entertained against him, and at the intention which the Commons discovered of retrenching his prerogative. This law brought great distress for some time upon the Irish. But it has occasioned their applying with greater industry to manufactures, and has proved in the issue beneficial to that kingdom.